I guess the two people that I want to play against the most in All Stars is Uzi and Afromu. I've already played against Uzi. The reason I want to play against him so much is because back about 2 years ago, I was actually an AD carry, and I learned how to play AD carry from Uzi. After I changed to support, I actually learned how to play support from Afromu by watching his streams. So yeah, I'm looking forward to playing against him. So against NA, I'm gonna try really hard because I'm a very frequent Reddit user, and I would love to see the Reddit post if Southeast Asia beats North America.
Well, you play well enough. This will definitely be top comment of the thread. It'll be all about you, buddy. Welcome to the Battle Theater for our second game of the day, which pits the Southeast Asian All-Stars versus the team from North America. And up first on the blue side is going to be the North American All-Stars. Their first game of the day. Hanser up in the top lane. Mike Young in the jungle. Bjergsen in mid. Sneaky and Afromu. Of course, you heard him talking about Afromu there in the bot lane, as well as Coach Song.
Yeah, I really do love that when we get stories where they look up to these players and finally get to see them in real life and play against them. So, on the red side, playing against them, it will be Southeast Asia. In the top lane is Jisoo. In the jungle, Levi. In the mid lane, Patrick. Bottom, Dantis. In support, Kra and Coach Omo on stage.
Despite not having Tiniku, who did decline his invite, the All-Star team from GPL showed that they did bring some early aggression. We saw that yesterday.
Yeah, it was actually really fun to watch because you feel really bad for this team. You know, the guys weren't really able to come, and they had to kind of make a patchwork team to make it all together. But it was super exciting.
Yeah,
Levi pulled out, you know, the glacial augment, Nidalee.
Yeah, I like that.
Showcased the new rune for us. Almost all the lanes were looking for kill lanes. They were looking for strong early game, and they showed that. So really impressive stuff from them, and maybe they'll get off to some early starts here as well.
Yeah, they might. But talking about junglers, though, I thought Mike Young had actually his trademark aggression, but it wasn't measured aggression. He was over-committing very frequently there and had cost his team a couple of moments.
Yeah, people are definitely going to remember the tower dive that he did. Jungle invade there was a little bit reckless. They had some over-aggression here from him. He is looking, you know, to make a big name on this All-Star stage, and he does have a lot of pressure on his shoulders. We'll see if he gets caught up in a fast-paced game, because GPL, they're very comfortable in that style, and maybe he will start that same stuff over again, or maybe we'll calm it down a little bit. We'll have to see, because two of his teammates did a lot of carrying yesterday, and even though in the end it wasn't enough to get the victory over LPL, Sneaky and Hanser were both very big stars for this team. Hanser on the Gnar up in the top lane, strong in the 1v1, and then he was really able to set up Sneaky around that Baron for the quadra kill that made all the highlight takes there. And both those guys really came to perform.
Absolutely the case. So there you can see Sneaky on your screen right there, the Jhin Quadra himself, and sadly lost by 1 CS playing Jhin yesterday against BRTT, which was a bit unlucky there. But so he's out of the 1v1s, and North America only has a single 1v1 competitor left in Bjergsen, who has to play Faker today, so they might have none left today. But either way, though, doing the best they can, of course, sitting at that, I believe it's a 1-1 record. They do need a win here pretty badly, almost definitely, if they want to get out of the groups. But we'll see what comes through on this one as we still wait for the players to all get ready. North America's still logging into the lobby.
Yeah, these are short groups. 2 days, buddy.
Yeah,
so
3 games.
Every single game is you definitely want to win this game.
Yeah.
You're going to need to win this game. And North America, since they did end up losing versus LPL, this was going to be big for them, but so big for Southeast Asia. We already talked about, they're even looked up to Afromu here from the support role. So that's going to be fun to keep an eye down there, since the support role specifically is so exciting right now. Is he actually going to go for all-in supports here? Afromu, one of the early stream showings when he just transitioned into supports was on Leona. And the comedy that everyone always likes to look for.
Support's so easy.
Presence in lane. Get presence in lane, control the brush.
Yeah.
It hasn't changed that much.
Yeah, it's
control
so
the brush.
Those rules still exist completely. It's interesting as well because you talk about the support pool being...
I guess the two people that I want to play against the most in All Stars is Uzi and Afromu. I've already played against Uzi. The reason I want to play against him so much is because back about 2 years ago, I was actually an AD carry, and I learned how to play AD carry from Uzi. After I changed to support, I actually learned how to play support from Afromu by watching his streams. So yeah, I'm looking forward to playing against him. So against NA, I'm going to try really hard because I'm a very frequent Reddit user, and I would love to see the Reddit post if Southeast Asia beats North America.
Well, you play well enough. This will definitely be top comment of the thread. It'll be all about you, buddy. Welcome to the Battle Theater for our second game of the day, which pits the Southeast Asian All-Stars versus the team from North America. And up first on the blue side is going to be the North American All-Stars. Their first game of the day. Hanser up in the top lane. Mike Young in the jungle, Bjergsen in mid, Sneaky and Afremu. Of course, you heard him talking about Afremu there in the bot lane, as well as Coach Song.
Yeah, I really do love that when we get stories where they look up to these players and finally get to see them in real life and play against them. So on the red side, playing against them, it will be Southeast Asia. In the top lane is Jisoo. In the jungle, Levi. In the mid lane, Patrick. Bottom, Dantis. In support, Kra and Coach Omo on stage.
Despite not having Tiniku, who did decline his invite, the all-star team from GPL showed that they did bring some early aggression. We saw that yesterday.
Yeah, it was actually really fun to watch because you feel really bad for this team. You know, the guys weren't really able to come, and they had to kind of make a patchwork team to make it all together. But it was super exciting.
Yeah.
Levi pulled out, you know, the glacial augment, Nidalee.
Yeah, I
He
like that.
Showcased the new rune for us. Almost all the lanes were looking for kill lanes. They were looking for strong early game, and they showed that. So really impressive stuff from them, and maybe they'll get off to some early starts here as well.
Yeah, they might. But talking about junglers, though, I thought Mike Young had actually his trademark aggression, but it wasn't measured aggression. He was over-committing very frequently there and had cost his team a couple of moments.
Yeah, people are definitely going to remember the tower dive that he did. Jungle invade there was a little bit reckless. They had some over-aggression here from him. He is looking, you know, to make a big name on this all-star stage, and he does have a lot of pressure on his shoulders. We'll see if he gets caught up in a fast-paced game, because GPL, they're very comfortable in that style, and maybe he will start that same stuff over again, or maybe we'll calm it down a little bit. We'll have to see, because two of his teammates did a lot of carrying yesterday, and even though in the end it wasn't enough to get the victory over LPL, Sneaky and Haunser were both very big stars for this team. Haunser on the Gnar up in the top lane, strong in the 1v1, and then he was really able to set up Sneaky around that Baron for the quadra kill that made all the highlight takes there. And both those guys really came to perform.
Absolutely the case. So there you can see Sneaky on your screen right there, the Jhin Quadra himself. And sadly, lost by 1 CS playing Jhin yesterday against BRTT, which was a bit unlucky there. But so he's out of the 1v1s. And North America only has a single 1v1 competitor left in Bjergsen, who has to play Faker today. So they might have none left today. But either way, though, doing the best they can, of course, sitting at that, I believe it's a 1-1 record. They do need a win here pretty badly, almost definitely, if they want to get out of the groups. But we'll see what comes through on this one as we still wait for the players to all get ready. North America's still logging into the lobby.
Yeah, these are short groups. 2 days, buddy.
Yeah,
so
3 games.
Every single
3
game is you definitely want to win this game.
Yeah.
You're going to need to win this game. And North America, since they did end up losing versus LPL, this was going to be big for them, but so big for Southeast Asia. We already talked about, they're even looked up to Afremu here from the support role. So that's going to be fun to keep an eye down there, since the support role specifically is so exciting right now. Is he actually going to go for all-in supports here? Afremu, one of the early stream showings when he just transitioned into supports was on Leona, and the comedy that everyone always likes to look for.
Support's so easy.
Presence
in lane.
Get presence in lane, control the brush.
Yeah.
It hasn't changed that much.
Yeah, it's
control
so
the
true.
brush.
Those rules still exist completely. It's interesting as well because you talk about the support pool being pretty varied, and I agree. And because it's still so early in the preseason, and a lot of these players haven't been practicing that hard because it is kind of their time off, they haven't tried all the permutations. I was talking with Afremu yesterday, actually, before one of the interviews with him, and I was like, hey, do you think we're going to see Sona in pro play? Because Sona's like insane in solo queue. We're going to see, and she's like, she dies really easily in all in. She's so squishy. I'm like, okay, that's fair. Have you tried Guardian Sona, where you have the Resolve 130 HP plus the Guardian Shield? And he's like, no, but that makes sense. That would probably work. And it's like he understands what good things are, but he hasn't had the chance to play everything and all the permutations and whatnot. And so even if we have a metagame here where it seems to be a lot of Arcane, Comet, a lot of Poke, there's probably a lot of other options that just they haven't had the time to try yet because it's been so new. And I think that'll be fun. As we get into the LCS season and whatnot, what other things we see?
I completely agree. And yeah, we're waiting for a couple things to be worked out here on stage, but I'll continue on this because the preseason and having a preseason tournament like this, my favorite thing is that there's extra value added to those surprise strategies, right? Innovators and looking to seek out something different, even if it's not optimal. Like even if in the end, after months and months of play and the meta is determined, that was, not a good choice. The surprise factor brings so much value that you can really take advantage with some of those things.
Yeah, we'll see if anything new comes through here. Of course, we had seen Zoe work so well. I think she's actually undefeated. I want to say that she's won all of her games, but certainly has been doing well. Okay, great, thank you. I didn't know for sure, but I know Bjergsen won a game on it himself, and we'll see if Patrick lets him do it if he thinks he has an answer to Zoe.
I doubt it.
Yeah, answer's pretty likely no.
For me, so far the answer has been. I mean, I ban it every single time, but if she does end up in a game on the enemy team, you try and camp her as hard as possible, whether it is jungler or support roams. Anybody who can try and roam up there and try and pressure her, because if she uses the sleepy trouble bubble in lane, then you can actually punish her. If she's holding on to it, it's kind of difficult because it's a pretty good defensive, and you can dissuade a lot of people from ganking you. But she doesn't have any real escapes of her own, since her ult will bring her back to the spot, and it's actually kind of a trap, a little bit of a noob trap there if you use that.
I've tried to dodge Vikings, but it has a cast animation, so I still get hit, and then I'm like, oh, okay, never mind. I'm just gonna feel free to blister cook me.
I've got some advice for you here,
Yeah.
Freak. It's age-old sage advice, and it is indeed get good. I'm glad you've already heard this.
Yes, I have.
And maybe you should just take a little bit of extra time to study it.
You're right.
And really perfect that.
And actually get good. I think it's a good idea. Maybe we'll come out here in this one. But picks and bans have begun, and I will now be a better shoutcaster because Kobe's reminded me what good looks like. I just looked to my right. I'm like, that's what good looks like.
You're
there
too
is
kind.
Misfortune off the table, NA banning those away. No Zoe allowed for Bjergsen. What a surprise. No Ornn either, as that remains a omnipresent red side ban.
By the way, for everyone at home, if Freak ever compliments you, assume he's being sarcastic, because he probably is. Ornn and Zoe, though, as you said, we expect to see those banned quite often. For me, I always have Ezreal up there as well, but Misfortune has been a first pick here in this tournament, and everybody's adding her to the list as well. Now Kha'Zix even showing his face here. It looks like Mike Young maybe he wants to play the tankier champions. We have seen, as much as everyone's like, oh yeah, full damage is so viable here, we've seen full tank Jarvans. They've been building full tank. We've seen Sejuani's, we've seen the Gragas's, so definitely still tanky jungler is extremely useful, especially if you've got somebody in the top lane like Haunter who likes to play very aggressive champions. And Jace, it looks like it is actually locked here already. First pick NA Jace.
Oh gosh, it's first pick NA Jace. Good luck, North America. And it's going to be Shen matched up against it. And I'm actually curious if Levi goes back to the Italy he played in the previous game, or if Mike Young has clearance to pick that himself, because that was one of the champions he made a name for himself on. Does he get to play Glacial Augment, Frostfang, Nidalee in the jungle or something? Wait to be seen. Of course, we already saw the Kha'Zix respect ban against Levi, and he's going to get Lee Sin for himself. So, aggro warrior jungler staying alive. I love it.
Gauntlet has been thrown. Levi said in his video that he wanted to play against Mike Young. They heard this guy was getting famous, and he heard he has an aggressive play style. He's like, okay, show me what you got, buddy. I'm taking the skill matchup. Lee Sin locked in here. I think Lee Sin definitely does benefit from the improved Electrocute over Thunderlord.
I agree.
You get that burst damage, and he really has been thriving in the aggressive matchups. However, Mike, as we said, still could go for that defensive tanky jungler.
Here comes Sejuani or maybe Jarvan. He's going to build Cinder Hulk. He's going to build a Knight's Vow, give Bjergsen his oath, and we're all going to be sad that he backed down from a fight against Levi, but wait to be seen. 10 seconds to go. A Zero for Bjergsen is definitely going to be good, and they're actually going to quickly prize Jhin in for Sneaky. I believe he was actually the first player to play Pro Jhin across the world. He was certainly one of the very first, but I think he was actually the literal first to do so way back when, and certainly has been a big comfort pick for this guy.
So Azir right now, I want to talk about this for a while because he is back in the meta in a very big way. A lot of the pros that used to main him have been very quick to jump back on the bandwagon. The big buffs coming through. Now, the big thing he always was worrying about was poke. They banned out the Xerath. Looks like I was gonna set up more poke champions. They're like, oh yeah, there's other viable Lux and all that type of stuff. But there you go, immediate Malzahar locked in for him. It's not quite the exciting answer, but he does have the options there for the lockdown.
I like the immediate reaction there for SEA. They grab away the Tom Kench ban, one of the most obvious counter picks to Malzahar. If you ult them, chomp him, run him away, he's going to get very little damage on him anymore.
And that's why I've really been a fan of, on red side, last picking before the second ban phase does come in. Last picking your mid laner. Because a lot of the times there are multiple counters right now in the mid lane floating around for most of the champions. So they're able to ban some of those out. And counters don't always have to be lane counters, people. It's not always about 1v1, I win my lane, win game. Come from other places.
Team comp counters certainly, I would say, more important in pro play than in solo queue. There's a bit more team interplay that Tom catches in mid lane a bit more in games like this, but Tarek also off the table, really trying to remove tank supports away from after move. Blitzcrank, we've seen a few plays, certainly available. Leona also up, but it depends what the bot lane is going to be for the rest of the squad.
And also, if you're facing someone who has a Shen lock-in, I feel like for me, Leona drops off a little bit.
Sure, yeah.
Because you always have to worry about that, Shen coming in. That being said, they do have Haunter with Jace on the top side, so it might even signal that they would want to throw jungle pressure up there, and the bottom lane would want to be like super safe or something.
Yeah, definitely a possibility here, and let's see what comes out of this one as they wait to lock in their first few champions, or the last few champions, I should say. 8 seconds to go for Southeast Asia to show something from their bot lane. Neither of these teams have actually picked anything down there, so all 4 remain to be seen. Sion in the support role, or is Sion top with Shen support?
Could be Shen support, technically. I like the Sion support more than I like Shen, though.
Really?
Yeah, I do, because I like the charge up from the push of the Q, and also it's really easy for Sion to hit the slow minion,
Yeah.
and he can take Comet as a support too.
Yeah.
Shen, not so much with the Comet. I really do like double Comets in the bottom lane as well, so
Yeah, it's
I like him a bit more from the support role. Shen feels like he's a punching bag.
I'll give the argument for Shen in that if
You
you're
like
not
the
against
all-in?
like Alistair, yeah, his all-in's really good.
Yeah.
You get the taunt, you get Aftershock, you land the 3 Q hits, it's pretty good. But yeah, I think you're right. End of the day, it's probably Sion bot lane, Shen top. We'll see what comes through in this one. Is Alistair? Ooh, he's got the thing, and for some reason I didn't read champ select at all. Of course, Jin was locked in already, so they needed a jungler for Mike Young, and he grabs the Land Shark here. The Rek'Sai coming through, and we'll see if it's Warrior or Cinderhulk. I am still hoping it's Warrior.
All right, things I'm looking for here with Mike Young. Interrupting Lee Sin dashes. We
Yeah.
talked about Gauntlet being thrown by Levi. And Mike Young takes a second to pause, think about it. He's like, yes, I will accept. I'm assuming that, by the way, that this is a Warrior Cleaver Rek'Sai. That is my favorite way to build her. I think that is the optimal way right now to build the champion. You rely on your ultimate timing to dodge incoming damage, to dodge incoming crowd control, and you play Rek'Sai very much as an offensive champion nowadays. People, if they're tuning in, may miss a couple of months of pro play. It used to be the Cinderhulk. It used to be frontline tank, and you just use it for those knockup, but she is very much about getting kills right now. And Warrior into Cleaver definitely allows her to do that. So we'll take a look at those timings.
Yep, and as we tick down the last few seconds, Sion currently is the top laner, and Shen is the jungler, and as 20 seconds crosses by, it means the lineups are locked in. It will be Comet Sion top, and most likely Aftershock for the Shen in the bot lane.
And currently Ignite for that Shen. So the all-ins that we mentioned, those
There it
are
is.
very real possibility here for Craw. He said he's looking to play, looking forward to playing versus Afromu. Let's see if he can do it versus Afromu on his signature champion.
Absolutely. It's going to be a fun one here as Jace faces Sion for the top lane supremacy. Mike Young on the Rek'Sai versus Lee Sin, and Azir blind pick through Bjergsen facing up against Patrick's Malzahar. It's going to be a fun one here. North America sitting at 1-1, hoping to improve to that second win, which nearly guarantees them a spot in the top 4, but that's not a guarantee just yet. Brazil could theoretically catch them, but waiting as the timers tick down and the computers load into the game, it's going to be a big deal.
Carl also said he's a huge Reddit fan, and he wants to see a Reddit thread after this game. So.
There will be one no matter what. It'll get 3 upvotes unless he wins.
Okay, we'll see if he's there.
Craw appreciation thread, your free karma, and then you just say, I really like his interview. You can link that timestamp in the VOD.
His English is great.
His English has really improved. We see him on the analyst desk. WTF2 Shens, lie about it a little bit. Who knows? But we are into the game. Here we go. A very fun, aggressive, all-in potential bot lane with Trish Shen for Southeast Asia. Mike Young on. Press the attack on Rek'Sai. That's leading me to believe physical damage coming out.
Yes, sir. I mean, we'll have to take a look here as well about the opening starts if we have any deeper wards starting out, because as we said before, the planning going into the early jungle routes based on your matchups really does have a huge effect. And we have one of those matchups that kind of does affect how you think about your early jungle route here, and that would most notably be the Jason to Sion matchup on the top side, where they want to get Haunter to the point where he's freely abusing the range matchup. You want to get your auto attacks off, but you also want your brush control, and that means you're going to need a little bit of extra vision there. So we'll see if they can actually secure top side. It looks like we're already seeing that in motion here. North America does invade on the red quadrant of Southeast Asia.
Ooh, bit of damage on towards Patrick. He's going to have to flash away, and they summon her down, but thankfully a shorter cooldown summoner.
Yeah, spellbook there from Malzahar. 25% reduction from that, 5 more from Cosmic Insight. Means it's not going to hurt too badly. Meanwhile, though, it is going to be the red enemy red start here for Mike Young and Haunter. They already want to establish that control on top side. As you said, Jason Desan is a very map warping matchup from top lane.
Oh, a lot of damage there. Jisoo doing pretty well for himself. Hanser runs away. A couple things to point out. Afro is running Hex Flash, by the way. He's also running Futures Market, so we can actually buy his Sightstone or whatever else pretty early on. That'll be pretty fun.
Let's talk about this room then, because I actually really like. Well, let's wait for the bomb to explode.
Like this.
I actually really like the uses of Hex Flash. Immediately when people saw it, they're like, "Ah, this is useless. You have to channel it. You know, people are going to see that stuff coming." But if you have brush control, as Aframu so often likes to talk about, then you get to channel it and you get that surprise factor. If they don't see the start of the channel, it can have huge ramifications. Levi, though, taking away the Krugs, gets found out here by Afro, who's going to be able to claim some of their own.
20 gold for him. Levi still just farming in his face, and Afro's like, yeah, I can't really fight him, though, because Cross coming over, so. Nice deep ward to make sure everything's safe, and now Afro almost not even allowed to lane anymore. Looks like he's going to get himself a not quite go over the taunt.
Touched you. You're it.
Guess he is, but don't worry. Headbutt pulverize.
That's how you play melee sports, Freak.
That's true. You just say you play tag.
Hanser here does not want to play tag because he is losing. What the hell? I mean, so if we go back to the very beginning, rewind the top lane matchup here a little bit, Sign is one of the ones. You have to respect walking into that brush blind, and there was a huge chunk of damage as we saw. Meanwhile, speaking of big damage.
Yep, the big boy taunt coming across. Headbutt shock on both these sides. Again, damage towards Sneaky, but Headbutt pushes them right back out. Dante's not any longer in range. Levi's here. He's going to wear his welcome thin. The Q gonna land. There's the kill under turret. First blood grabbed up for Tristana of all things. Dante's 400 gold region.
First blood for Southeast Asia. They're on the board again. After
the flash headbutt into Mike Young. A trade kill in is now. That is a kill onto Levi, and buffs refreshed for Mike Young.
All right, let's see what he's able to do with this now, because there's so much vision from Southeast Asia on the bottom side. They should be able to track him for the next at least 30 seconds here. Hanser, though, since enemy jungler is dead, should know they're up on top side for Jace. And he has freedom to really take control of the lane. Let's take another look at the initiation here. Kra does start it out, has to flash defensively as they're looking for the combo on him. Levi, I believe, just seen at the last second there. Sneaky does flash, but since the immediate answer from Levi is to close the distance with his own flash, it almost guarantees that he's going to be able to land that Q.
Yeah.
He does so, gets the kill. Aframu not letting him out without an answer from Mike.
A lot of flashes were burned there. Of course, Sneaky out of summoners entirely, and Afro, Mike both flashed to set that situation up. Of course, worth it to get the kill. Now Afro gets to play around with his Hex Flash. See what he can get with that.
And we also talked about the all-in potential from Shen lane here. Shen and Tristana, very scary. You do have to worry about tracking Levi at this moment. If Levi is ever around bottom side, Shen Tristana can immediately engage on you, and that is a scary situation. So here he comes right back down. He just popped the plant, though, so that's one of those things. Scrying plant, when you do pop it, you do reveal your initial location, and that is a little bit of the drawback. Now they know he is around there.
Yeah, so after we went back to base and bought boots and Ruby Crystal, he could have gone into debt and bought a Sightstone instead. Chose not to go into debt yet, but instead just has a bit more move speed, and a bit more durability. As Sneaky's going to ward, make sure his red buff stays safe when it respawns, but suddenly a taunt is here, and Afro going to run out of health a little bit. Aftershock gets him a bit of time as he keeps running away, and he should survive that explosive charge.
Yeah, you got to respect that, as we said. Levi, he popped the plant. They knew he was around bottom side, and the all-in potential from Tristana Shen, you really have to respect that. Aframu does take a lot of damage for that face check, and I see no reason for Levi to leave the bottom lane. He's got a control ward down there, and he's still camping. Mike Young, top side though, looks to answer.
There you go. Jisoo taking quite a bit of damage on a half HP. Mike Young does not have flash, but Han's looking for the knockback, push them towards the wall, and now Jisoo has to kite the other way around. But look at the damage output. NHA's doing work right now against Sion here. A few more attacks to come in. Azir was pushed in. A nice flash getting away from the to the skies, but one more auto would do him in. The shield of Hanser does not have any mana left. The stun gonna come in as well.
Let's
a
go!
few more seconds. One more snipe comes in, and just barely Mike Young does something to get the kill to come through. But look at that first turret for bot lane, Southeast Asia, up 1,000 gold.
Yeah, what are these NA clowns doing? The objectives there for Southeast Asia. They are able to focus that down. First turret gold is a huge bonus, and they're able to capitalize as well. So they got first blood bonus plus first turret bonus. It's sitting pretty here.
Oh, the flash ult coming across. Levi goes for the Q as well. Plenty of damage to be had here. A nice knockback for Bjergsen. The flash to chase in, though. Do they have the damage? It's close. The explosive charge should not be enough. 100 HP left. Bjergsen gets out, putting 2 summoners on an ultimate.
All right, let's see what they're able to do with the recover here from North America as Sneaky's pushing out the bomb side. Mike Young will shift up through his jungle. No, he is tracking the entire time, and Southeast Asia get to reset after the large amount of gold they were able to accrue.
See if they can keep this one going then. Of course, one thing I want to point out with the runes is there's about twice as many zombie warriors as the previous game. In EU versus Turkey was just the junglers, but both Hanser and Kra, I believe, are running zombie ward themselves, so a lot more vision will be in this game.
Yeah, it's such a snowballing mastery, and I really love if you have that. Also picking up the extra wards here from the trackers. Both junglers have done that.
Oh, headbutt pulverized, the knockup for Mike Young and Levi dead again. This duo just jumping on him.
And A strikes back here. Mike Young finds him in the jungle. Now he's a level 6, and they're looking to continue with the action. Tristano is the next target, but he dings level 6, and that's another defensive tool.
2v1 on the support now as well. Look at the HP bar just gone. He's dead. Mike Young in a killing spree, and it is Warrior. Double longsword. He's got tons of damage.
Sneaky with just the tip of the
man.
W there.
Oh,
Land
no.
on that one. Here comes the Rek'Sai.
All right, she's fine.
Not going to get him low enough for the ultimate. Execution damage really does take effect. But again, this is going to be about another bit of objective here. A lot of damage on the turret. Able to zone him off. And as you said, when Vision starts to take over, it's going to be really explosive with all the zombie wards. So a bunch of them have been laid down in this blue quadrant. They'll pop back up. And Mike is going to start up the next objective here, mounting Drake for North America, as Sneaky is going to try and finish off that bottom turret. Never mind.
Slow going.
Jin, a little bit slow there.
Not the best turret killer. The Mountain Drake, also slow, but would, I guess, hasten Sneaky's shoving power. Might comes through. It's actually been interesting watching the North American All-Star squad throughout this event so far, because every game's looked quite a bit different. In first game, it was the TSN members playing together, Hansen, Mike Young, and Bjergsen. Game 2 was actually a lot about Sneaky and Aframu, at least in the early game. And then this one is actually just Mike Young and Aframu just like doing everything together and smashing all over the game.
Yeah, I mean, we also talked about how Mike would definitely benefit a lot from some direction here. And then the first kill really looked like, you know, Aframu. Well, never mind. Let's take a look at this because side ult for
Oh, Hanser's taking some damage here, and he's not going to go for the Q just yet. Gets knocked out of it, but surely forces him off of XP and gold for a while, as that top lane turret will eventually fall to demolish that, I believe, Cry is running.
Yep, going to be able to take this one, no problem. So they're able to continue with their 1 turret lead here. However, if you check the scoreboard, my friend, even with the extra turret lead for Southeast Asia, extra gold here coming through for North America with a lot of extra minions, you know, from Bjergsen, from Sneaky, and even another source coming up here as they chase him out. Looks like nobody should be caught there.
Yeah, potential 3v2, but with the good wards coming already from Kra, they're just fine, so no gank to be had from the roaming duo of Mike Young and After. Hansen's getting minion waves cleared away. Down CS, down his turret, but has at least a kill for himself. We'll see if anything comes out of NAJC later on. Patrick easily clears the minions away and looks for his next objective.
And the next objective probably should just be, you know, a bit of caution here, as everybody else on the team has recalled. We talked so many times about multiple points of pressure. You really do want to sync up when they're going for offensive moves, right? If 4 members of your team are buying and you just pushed up your lane, best to actually also look to go, you know, purchase or even place defensive vision or something. So he's not going to overextend there, and they do just regroup, a little bit of a different lane allocation here. Patrick, with the spellbook that we talked about, is going with the heal and flash currently. Has to go back to base if he does want to change those.
Wait to be seen. Did start with TP, yeah, and he's got 1 extra mark now as a result of it being 8 minutes into the game. So far, no changes. Has his stopwatch ready in case there's shenanigans from his opponents. Waiting otherwise for the next moves here. Jisoo staying in this bot jungle. Hanser staying in a turret for a lot of this game. He's been very much pushed back so far. At some point, we'll be able to group and go for some siege, some poke, but that time is not now. Bjergsen keeps the mid lane under control, and Sneaky remains on the top side of the map instead. So not completely typical lane assignments. Oftentimes you see the dual lane, the marksman and co run to mid, but Bjergsen holding mid for now.
Yeah, and it is, you've talked about the timing. The times are a little bit weird with a support Shen because, you know, we're almost 12 minutes into the game. That's when the level 6 start to near, but he still hasn't gotten it quite yet. Here comes Levi, though, to try and help out Jisoo.
And he wants to dive this one. Hanser a bit alone now. Kick back. The Qs are all going to land a flash to buy some time.
Oh!
One more kick will do him in the flash to follow, but it is a trade kill. Hanser did the best he could in a 1v2. And the headbutt pulverized into the top side. The knockups are there. Quick pop of the hourglass, and Patrick going to survive for a little bit longer. He'll get to through this wave, but now Sneaky to take some shots. Lands one, does not land many of the rest. The chase now in for Mike Young. Patrick staying alive for longer. No mana for a pulverize, and Afro dives under the turret, going too aggressively.
Yeah, he still had the heal there for Patrick, and he's able to heal right back up. So North America foiled in their tower dive on the opposite side. Bjergsen wants to clean up, though.
It's a bit of damage, 200 HP, and Patrick has no way out, but the teleport coming in for Jisoo to keep the team alive, and looks like he will be enough to stop the pressure. No idea for him.
That supports Shen, as he said, level 6 coming on live, 12-something minutes into the game, catch you off guard, and that is enough to turn it around. Usually whenever you make this play on the bottom side, you know, they commit their top laner and their jungler, you would think the obvious counter for North America would be make a play on the opposite side of the map. So here's the initial play. Southeast Asia, yeah, they've got two guys down bottom here, and they want to answer, but Shen turns everything around. Here we go, though. This is another look. Levi, you always want to start out with your kick in scenarios like this for Lee Sin, so you can guarantee landing your Q afterwards. But even so, they didn't have enough damage, so he had to flash back in, and the kill was given back over to Hanser. Meanwhile, part number 2, Freak.
Yeah.
This is the tower dive.
Yeah, and Afro actually pulverized a bit early. The mouse pass was still on, and then the re-engage. You think they have the damage up, but the heal used right as Afro headbutts in. And I'm not sure if he thought it was enough before pulverize, if he thought he had pulverize still available, but doesn't land the second part of the spell. And it was just a too aggressive dive for North America. The first game for Afro.
Looking for Hanser. We talked about trying to all push at the same time. Hanser's the lone extended member of TSM. But it looks like he just wants to go forward. He's going to give him a little bit of a run around.
Buy as much time as he can, kill the minions off. And now, can they even catch up at this one? As Kraz here, answer is likely yes. Levi and Krog to make this one after the taunt. Oh, nice juke backwards to not be taunted. Gets the move speed. The jump forward to buy a bit more time. Now Dante's also here, and there is no way out for Hanser. Goodbye. He falls down. Levi getting his second kill of the game.
Levi getting some more cash there for the Lee Sin. Could build some more damage. He can also build into a cleaver if he so pleases. A lot of times, though, we'll see fairly defensive builds.
And Mike Young can't be going cleaver second because it doesn't build out of 2 longswords. So it's a lethality or a team out of some kind. Either way, it's going to be pretty fun.
All right, looks like we're going to have the Rift Herald going over to NA unless there's some crazy steal. Southeast Asia, though, taking out the turrets.
He's going to grab the eye for himself. He's not going to leave eye around. That would be silly. That's what the other jungler would do, and that was terrible. Bjergsen going to push in the mid lane, looking for the Rift Herald to push that one in. This actually be a decent time. No one's defending.
This is an Infernal Drake, though. Remember, the Scion teleport was already used on that bottom side to get over there. So Southeast Asia need to call Jisoo down. He can use the Scion ultimate through the river and kind of announce his arrival that way.
Yeah.
So North America are going to have to cover their rear here. They're trying to cut off some of these entry points.
Squad plays for ward control. North America leaving the ward for someone else to hit, I guess. He wants to give away the gold, I think. Mid lane again under priority. This time Mike Young will summon it up and require respect of Jisoo or someone else. His turret very healthy, though, will not die to the charge.
And this is actually with 2 members, both carries of Southeast Asia in base, so they should be able to push for this turret. They want to get it before those carries return to the field, but it looks like Dante's already here, so they're going to be able to put some more pressure down.
North America gave him a lot of respect. They still knock it down to the time.
Oh.
Here comes the attempted charge forward. He's not going to land that one yet. Sneaky forces a flash away as the front lines have re-engaged. The suppression of Mike Young. They will knock him down. A shutdown in for Levi himself. And Jisoo still holding the front line pretty well. Afro no more. Oh, headbutt's not going to matter. 2 kills picked up. Both the SEA jungler.
Yep, the squishier Rek'Sai now really prime target for Malzahar ultimate. Good job there by Patrick. Able to take down Mike Young. He got to do nothing in that fight at all, and now Southeast Asia grouping up around the Infernal Drake.
Oh, Bjergsen wants some damage. He's going to land the top. Now the chase through. Krog himself killing a Bjergsen. And the rest of the team going to stay alive, and the Infernal Drake picked up as well. So 3 unanswered kills plus the Drake, and a Hanser forced to run. Patrick in for this one. SpongeBob, who? This is Patrick. Gets himself into the kill. Dantes gets the credit.
Oh, I can see him writing the Reddit thread already. Southeast Asia feeling good about this. They get Infernal, and the gold lead extends for them. Now they can reset before getting back out onto the field with more of those wards.
And the 4,000 gold lead, Southeast Asia looking for their first win of All-Stars. And I think so much of the community thought that, okay, the initial vote was a ton of players from GAM, but a lot of them couldn't make it, and now you're seeing them play so well with fights like this.
All right, here's the initiation support. Shen on the back of the top lane, Sion here to get into the middle, but really it's all about the first kill and focus fire onto Mike Young. Squishy Rek'Sai does go down, and at that point, it's Aphromoo left in there alone, and there's no way out for him. So, 3 members trying to come to contest here for North America. Malzahar Voidlings get a lot of damage down, and the flash from Kra is enough to kill Bjergsen.
Chase through is very nice, and Patrick, knowing he had the damage for flashing, he could do enough damage. A couple shots through, Dante's also flashing in for it, but those 2 flashes get the extra kill. Kind of worth it here, and a very solid game now out of the Southeast Asia All-Stars. Jisoo pretty much unkillable. Haunter can try and can't even break the shield with an Empowered Shock Blast.
Yeah, Mike Young comes in a little bit to add some support here, some vision through the jungle so that Haunter doesn't get collapsed on again. This has been a big problem for them. When he's pushing out on the side lane, picked off a little bit, and Southeast Asia are getting an objective. Wow, they pick him off again!
Oh, the kick actually betrays the Empowered Cube. It doesn't matter. Haunter flashes to his own death. He wanted to get near Mike Young. Doesn't matter, though, with the top lane tier 2 likely to fall. Jisoo. Sorry, what? Kra and Dante is actually the great 2-on-2 making that one happen. Now Headbutt Boulevard's looking for Patrick here. Puts the pressure on, but it doesn't matter. Nice job. The cowbell smacks and stuns and stops the ulti, and a kill comes through to Bjergsen. 6-9 now in kills, still withstanding a 5,000 deficit. North America needs to do a lot to get back in this game.
Yeah, because Southeast Asia, while the kills are traded 1 for 1, they continue to stack up turrets. 2 turret lead now for themselves. They have so much room to work with, and the pressure still continues on bottom side.
Smack knocks down some more minions. Bjergsen on his way down. Levi showing up, though, does not have his ultimate, though. Jisoo flashing away.
Teleported in, it looks like.
All right, this could be the fight North America needs. 4 versus 2. Good damage onto Sion. Kicks him around, and Haunter gets himself his 3rd kill of the game, adding up to more of that lethality.
That is a kill for North America. However, they're not going to be able to get much in the way of objectives because all the minion waves are pushing against them at this moment. So it's just going to be a little bit of a reset here. Dantes is pushing on the mid lane, but Sneaky's there to take the minions.
Levi takes away some of the monsters, and down to 4,500. North America clawing their way back in. It's about Southeast Asia, though, and what they can do to close this game out. They've got plenty of board coverage. Green Smite on Lee Sin, upgraded Sight Stone on Kra, both of them with zombie wards, meaning that's going to be vision that lasts for a while. And let's see if they can set up this Baron spawning in 40 seconds. That's normally the next objective, but it spawns at the same time as Ocean Drake, so maybe some split focus.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of work now to clear out so many wards. You talked about how many people in this game took zombie. That means that there's a lot more dirty work to be done. If you want to attempt Baron, then you're going to have to go through all of the checks basically here. Check every single one of these brush before you know you actually have the ability to try and bait around that area. Currently, it's still a bunch of control wards littered everywhere, and North America trying to be the ones to start up the control of this Baron area, but Southeast Asia, they're still around, and they still have a very sizable 4,000 gold lead here they're working with.
North America still have a pretty big Bjergsen Azir right now, about a 72 CS, and he's got a lot of his primary damage items online. Forces the teleport out of Jisoo for the top side. Hongsu's TP then will be faster and more readily available. If they can wait 3 minutes, they'll have that TP advantage.
It's a good point you bring up there with the double penetration completed here for Bjergsen, and already having the attack speed from his Nashor's Tooth. He's definitely set up to have at least a bit of the scaling you're talking about when you think of Azir for the mid game.
Levi bringing in Shen for the taunt, but Bjergsen's around the mix as well. Big damage coming out, though, and there's nothing to be done. The kill comes through 5v4. The Azir turret might not be enough, but maybe the Headbutt Pulverize is, as that should be a dead support, a trade kill, but a 2-for-1 still advantage Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I was watching that, and I was like, oh, is Bjergsen going to use the Azir ultimate to protect Haunter there? And he uses it to secure a kill trade and sacrifice Haunter for Kra instead of actually going for the protect. Not sure, which one, if he actually would have been able to protect him anyways, but they do secure a trade, and it is 1-for-1 now.
The pick on Mike Young, I think Patrick got him with an ultimate in the jungle, so that's a
2-for-1
respawning
actually.
Archetype. Yeah, Mike Young was kind of off screen on that one, but I saw the death timer, so still a great pick by the rest of Southeast Asia, and that means they do have Baron control for themselves, and you can see the ward coverage right now over that Baron pit is very, very little for North America.
Let's take another look at it then. All right, so this is the beginning. Saw this one with Haunter on the top side. Levi goes in, he's going to have the Shen on top of him. His Lee Sin goes for the ward hop to keep distance. Then they get the Shen ultimate. Bjergsen raises the tower, so you can see his first thought is like, all right, we're baiting them in here. We're going to be able to get some kills. Maybe they were looking for 2 kills in exchange for 1 there, but raises turret, ults him back into it, and they do find 1. Meanwhile, Southeast Asia and Kra, they're feeling quite good about the state of this game, holding onto their lead here. As you said, they're slightly winning the Vision Wars as it's pretty much littered for both sides, but they're moving up and across the river.
We'll see what comes next for this one. Sneaky snipes out a little zombie ward himself, but nothing to place right underneath it. Ocean Drake has spawned 2 minutes ago and now be picked up by the SCA squad. Not going to be a problem at all. Ocean, I think, I really like, even in late game scenarios, the extra regen it gives you allows you to do more after a fight. If you get low, you're not anymore.
Especially in the current meta with so much poke being really prioritized. Ocean Drake, very popular. Sneaky's Jin's going to be throwing out a little bit of that. Currently, though, Southeast Asia, they've been able to split push a little bit. Top lane is pushing, and they've been able to regroup around that Baron area.
And again, even though North America have to do a little something, Southeast Asia right back there to get those wards gone. Get their own zombies in case they need them, and more wards disappearing around this side of the map.
All-star event, we're looking for all-star plays. Freak, who's it going to be here in the mid-game? This is where everything turns around. Exactly. The players you're looking to immediately would probably be Levi on the side of Southeast Asia, and maybe Bjergsen or Aframu on the side of North America, some of the veterans there. We'll see, Baron has started up, and nobody from NA around.
It's Baron against Sneaky. There's always the chance, but it seems incredibly slim. The rest of the squad coming around. Sneaky W's down. They couldn't possibly steal it anymore. Mike Young waits to go in. The kickback for Levi secures it, and the knockup is there. Jisoo gonna make sure that Bjergsen does not survive another day. 12 to 8 in kills. The jump forward after we're gonna fall as well. A double kill for the 80 carry.
Levi answers the call for the big play here. Knocks out the enemy jungler, secures the Baron, and they're able to win the fight on the back of it.
And slowing the knockup, Jisoo maybe gets himself a little bit more. He's going to just sit under the turret 1v2. Brings in this Shen as Patrick finds himself a kill. And oh gosh, Sneaky soloed out. Another one under the turret as Hanser goes down. Southeast Asia just shellacking North America.
Southeast Asia coming up huge here. This Baron-empowered push might be enough to end the entire game. Freak.
It really might be enough. 10 seconds on Bjergsen. Otherwise, Mike Young is alone after. Doesn't have the damage to do much of anything. Middle inhibitor gone at 24 minutes, and here comes what could be the death knell. Bjergsen alive, 3 versus 5 to defend. Demolish can knock him the first turret pretty quickly. 1 is gone. Looking for number 2. Head about 4 for the back line. Mike Young joining as well, but they don't have the damage. A nice big triple stun comes in. The knockback that'll buy a few more seconds. Bjergsen, he's going to lose Mike Young, but he will keep the base alive. Southeast Asia able to grab a little something to kick back. Levi is a monster and dominating at the same time.
Oh my goodness, they all walk away as well, leaving the North American base in ruins. Remember, this Southeast Asia squad are 4 members that had to fill in at the last second and a different coach who had to fill in for them. It's just Levi who is the original here and the name that everyone's going to attach to. Plus, he's coming up with the big plays for his team.
7, 3, and 5 on the Lee Sin. He grabbed it early. The gauntlet was thrown, and it's certainly pretty spiky here. Maybe they got some Infinity Stones in it. I don't know, man, but it's doing well for him.
All right, we'll take another look as they try and defend this space. Bjergsen goes in with the Azir. Aframu engages immediately, but they aren't able to combo. Look at that CC. Then he sweeps them off, so they're able to get him off of the turret here, but they all walk away with low health, and Levi sees the opportunity.
For the swag, he went for the kick backwards, but had the damage anyway because of Electrocute. Still really awesome stuff. Beautiful out of Levi, and now into the bot lane. Southeast Asia looking to knock down bot tier 2. The 10,000 gold lead going to make it pretty likely to happen.
I mean, if people weren't won over already from MSI and from Worlds with the showings that we've seen from Southeast Asia, from Vietnam, from the Gigabyte Marines, all these guys, then they're definitely going to be a little bit behind the times because these guys are huge right now, looking to take another victory for themselves as they continue the pressure.
You know, I saw the internet complain that North America got the easy group. I don't know what you're talking about. NA stuck in here with these guys. And might end their group stage 1 and 2. Southeast Asia then looks for a bit of something. North America's best hope would then be Brazil winning, and I'm getting ahead of myself, but Southeast Asia look for the play. Nice comment shot. Dante's getting a bit low. Hanser missing the empowered on the shock blast though. Doesn't get any damage out of that Q, and North America going to keep trying to buy some time, hoping to keep skilling with maybe the Azir in the mid lane, but he's just so much smaller. There's a full item lead for Patrick in the mid lane. You've got the 80% crit done for Dantes. I mean, this is not a poke metagame strategy composition at all, and Southeast Asia is running over it with big tanks and hard engage.
Closing in here on the siege. Malzahar, Voidlings take up a turret shot. And they're defending. Here we go.
The kickback with the knockup. Sneaky's gone for one already. 5v4, and Levi gonna pop his Guardian Angel after low on health, but the shields keep him alive a bit longer. Not long enough as Dentis gets the kill, but a trade back in as Levi will lose his life through the GA. 2-for-1 still advantage, SEA, but can they keep fighting with his low health? Tristana, the Q lands. Mike Young could go for the ult, but he knows Shen. He is a Shen ult. Did Shen ult Shen? No, he did not. Can't get the kill through that ulti, so he won't go for it just yet. The siege shooting a little bit longer. TP back in, and Jisoo just runs back away. So he TP's in for the swag.
Yeah, I mean, Hunter just survived and came out with those home guards. That's why they had to retreat immediately, and Patrick had to use his flash. But as we've been saying, you know, this is the spell book here for Malzahar. Lower cooldown for it, and he is able to survive. North America barely holding on here, but look at that Baron power play. Huge leads for Southeast Asia across the board. All right, let's take another look at how it started out. Levi knows that he has a Guardian Angel, so he's happy to tank up the turret and start off the play. Exchanging his GA for one of the carries of North America. They take down Sneaky at the very beginning, which allows them to pull this off. But even with the GA, Bjergsen takes him down right after he got back up.
Yeah. Still, 10 kill lead Southeast Asia. Their lead 10,000 up in this one. Ocean Drake spawning in 20 seconds. Baron just a bit over 2 minutes till it's back up on this one as well. Look at the 1v1. Look at the play. Haunter gonna run right back out. He is out of mana, can't fight any longer. But he pulls a Shen ulti out. That's a pretty big deal. That's a long cooldown for support Shen.
Yeah, decently good escape there, right there for him. Punch him back out. Meanwhile, it is going to be probably another Ocean Drake just grabbed up here by Southeast Asia. North America would not want to risk anything for that sort of a Drake this late into the game. And it's all about, can they pull off the defensive play here? Defend the Alamo. They've got only 2 inhibitor turrets left. Southeast Asia have the entire map to work with. And Baron, 1 minute and 50 seconds left before spawn.
All right. That's going to be the big timer then. North America have that countdown. 138 and going. Oh, the knock-up on a 2. They catch a Poncer. The stun is there. Q's going to land, and Dante's getting himself the kill on this one. And now the ulti back across turns him just to mush as Rek'Sai is gone. 2 for 0. An easy pickup there. Southeast Asia now ready to siege 5 versus 3.
Hunter goes for the minions right there and gets tagged immediately. Jisoo's going to ultimate afterwards. Can they do it though? Bjergsen puts up the wall.
Looking for the snipes, looking for the shots on a Levi as well. Good damage, but kicks him right back in though. The turret's got aggro, but Levi's staying alive. Try making it happen as another 2 come in. And it's Afro and Sneaky left alone. Make it only Sneaky now. 1 versus 5. There's no chance to hold on to this one under 30 minutes. On to the final Nexus turret, and the Southeast Asian All-Stars improved to 1-1, and they've got a battle with Brazil and a shot at destiny in their next game.
Dantes finishes 7-0-8 on the Tristana. Huge carry for the team. Levi creating plays left and right for them, constantly going in, and what a success story here for them, taking down North America and looking like a pretty good chance here in the group now.
Top comment of the Reddit thread, now the battle is name a more iconic duo, Bjergsen and failing to developing regions of the group stage, but either way, beautiful stuff out of these squads. I mean, the level of play that continues to improve and rise throughout League of Legends. I remember the years ago, you'd call these squads joke teams, but time and again, you're seeing these teams step up, play against some of the best players in the world, and impress while doing so.
Such an exciting one to watch here. Now we got to, look forward in this group as well. How are they going to finish out the day? All right, more surprise picks will be on the way. We've seen a couple more interesting things. This one wasn't really surprised though. This was Levi going back to one of the champions we originally were impressed with him from, all the way back at MSI as Lee Sin. Now it's even stronger there with the improved electrocute.
Yep.
And he was able to convert.
The really important match now in this group is the Brazil versus Southeast Asia game. If Brazil wins, 3 teams at 1 and 2, and you have the shootout tiebreaker to figure out who's king of the group after all. Otherwise, though, you've got a really decent chance that there's actually a shot that China and SEA both go 2-1. If you can get the upset win over China at that point, and then that's also a shootout for first place. Yep. But Southeast Asia, either way, destiny in their hands. If they beat Brazil, they're in as a top 2 team. They're making it to that top 4 overall on the bracket stage, and they'll face off someone difficult. But a great showing for them so far to get that win over the North American LCS. And again, that battle with Brazil is the all-important one now for this group.
Yeah, everybody going to be looking forward to that one. Definitely also still have a chance, as you said. North America will be represented in the 1v1s. Bjergsen's still in it at least.
That's true. Bjergsen can make that happen. And maybe he can, again, if we have the tiebreaker, he can be doubly effective by winning the shootout tiebreaker. Just a lot of fun things certainly available here in this one. And look, credit goes to everyone. Obviously, Levi was the name everyone knew. You mentioned it before, right? A great player on the Lee Sin. But you mentioned the perfect game, the 15/0 KDA out of the Tristana, out of Dantes. Really, really good stuff. And it is a team that played the other style, right? It was not a poke team. They went hard engage, a crit marksman, right? Malzahar in the mid lane, no tank jungler. And the hard engage worked. The Scion just barraged into the lanes, got the ulti across, and they played a different style than the meta, and they smashed North America with it.
Definitely successful. More to come for them.
Yeah, so let's hear more about that Southeast Asia win by singing it to Pastry Time and their victorious support.
Hey guys, thank you very much. I'm here with Krat from Southeast Asia. Incredible upset win versus North America. What were your expectations moving into that game?
Basically, we've been losing every scrim, so I think deep down everyone was expecting to lose. But before the game, we just said, okay, let's just play solo queue style. And yeah, it worked.
Certainly did, and I know that you're a pretty big fan of Aframu, of course, the support you played against here in this match. What are your thoughts about playing against a player like that, someone you've looked up to for quite a while?
Going to the game, I was feeling a bit nervous, but at level 1, I managed to outtrade Sneaky quite hard. So the godlike complex I have of that was gone after that. I was just thinking like, okay, these guys are actually not that hard. So yeah, just going on them. Just going on them, yeah.
Certainly did work out, and of course, I know you're actually a big Redditor. You love to check the forums. I have a feeling there's going to be a pretty highly upvoted thread after that match. What do you hope Reddit says about you guys after this win?
I have no idea what they'll say about us, but I know they're gonna say things like, any at international events. And I'm just looking forward to the memes.
Well, certainly the memes will come. My last question for you, though. You obviously have one more match to play to potentially move into the knockout stage of the tournament. What do you think your chances are up against the Brazilian All-Stars?
Chances against Brazilian All-Stars. Our morale's pretty high now, so I say our chances are 60-40. Yeah, 60-40.
Okay, well, congratulations, and thank you so much again for the interview. Don't go too far away, guys. We'll be back with a commercial break, and I'll hit up with 2 members from the North American All-Stars.
Did he fucking turn on the AC in here?
Oh, my bad.
What was it, you?
I was too hot.
Dante's not any longer in range, but Levi's here. He's gonna wear his welcome in the queue. Gonna land. There's the kill on a turret. First blood grabbed up for Tristana of all things.
That's another defensive tool.
D1 on the support now as well. Look at the HP bar just gone. He's dead. They will knock him down. A shutdown in for Levi himself. And Jesus still on the front line pretty well. Afro no more. Oh, headbutt's not gonna matter. 2 kills picked up. Southeast Asia able to grab a little something to kick back. Levi is a monster and dominating at the same time.
Hey guys, I'm here with TSM's 2 solo laners, Haunter and Bjergsen, who unfortunately have just come off a off. Haunter, how you feeling, buddy?
Feels pretty bad. I think we got outplayed pretty hard. But, we didn't have that much practice going into this tournament, so it's kind of to be expected. There's a lot of things to take away from this loss.
Yeah, obviously it wasn't a great game. I think they played pretty well, though, especially Levi is always a consistent player. He had some really key kicks, like leasing kicks, one on Sneaky at our base, one on me at the very end. If he didn't get the kick on me there, we definitely would have continued to stall the game and potentially come back. So I think they all played really well, but Levi is definitely the standout player.
Yeah, he's been doing exceptionally well. And of course, you kind of mentioned it, Haunter, where it does feel tough when you don't have that much time to practice. Obviously, their team got put together quite last minute, so maybe expectations for that squad wasn't that high. But what is it like practicing for a tournament like this where you don't get very much time?
It's actually kind of fun just to see how well you'll do. And because you can't take it as seriously, you got to try different picks. I mean, you're playing with new players as well, so it's fun to kind of synergize with Sneaky and Afro and even Mike. And so I think it's just a good experience.
Bjerg, I'm curious, what is it like playing with some players that you've never played before on a team? You're very good at beating them and, of course, winning championships here in North America by playing against them. What it's like kind of playing with some people that you've known for a long time that you've never got a chance to play with?
They're actually very similar to what I expected because I know Sneaky and Afro as people or as friends, and the way they communicate and play in the game is very much like I expected, I guess. So it's been a pretty good time, and we've gelled pretty well in and outside of game. Unfortunately, that didn't lead us to winning, but there's been no, I don't know, too many hardships or disagreements within the team. It seems like we're all just here to do our best and kind of gel as well as we can within this team.
Yep, and obviously a limited amount of time, kind of doing what you can. I'm curious what role a coach plays. Obviously, Song now joining TSM, but just in general, everything coming together quickly. What has Song done, Hornster, to kind of, do what he can with the team given the limited time?
I think he's a very smart person. I just met him like a couple days ago, and with like the few scrim blocks we had, he gives really good feedback, and he has really good reasoning behind his feedback, so you can understand why he's saying that and why like that would be like the correct play. And so I think, and he's also really confident in what he says, so it's like really easy to trust him and take away from whatever he says, and that'll help everyone improve a lot.
And Bjerg, my final question for you. North America's chances looking a little slim, but you yourself have a 1v1 to play later in the day versus Faker. You're, of course, a former 1v1 champion. What are your thoughts on potentially winning it another time, given how difficult your bracket looks right now?
I don't know what my bracket looks like after Faker, but already meeting Fofo and Faker obviously means I haven't had an easy road. I think it'll be a fun match. I think Faker looks like he has some tricks up his sleeve with the Nasus and potentially others. I'm not really sure. So I think a lot of it is going to come down to what matchup we end up playing, and both the matchup and then just how good you are at dodging skill shots, hitting skill shots, and playing around the relics for the heal. I think that'll be really important.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. Sorry again for the loss early in the day, but we are going to throw it over to the casters to get into our next game.
Thank you very much, Pace, for your time, and welcome back to our next matchup. It's Europe versus the LMS All-Stars. On the blue side is going to be the European All-Stars. We're going to start with that lineup right now. Their top laner, the Baguette, the Frenchman himself.
The
Baguette.
Baguette.
He is the Baguette. He is. It's wonderful. He won a game off Nasus earlier. So as in the top lane, he's absolutely amazing. Yankos in the jungle got some props from Karsa in Champ Select in the chat right here. Power People in the mid lane, Reckless in the bot lane alongside Ignar and their coach Youngbuck yet again.
And on the opposite side, it is the LMS. Ziv in the top lane, Karsa in the jungle, Fofo mid, BB in bottom lane, Sword Art supporting him, and Coach Steak on the stage with them.
And we're already into the very end of the group stage here. We're in day 2. It's a single run robin, 3 games to play. So we've already got bracketology on the line. LMS are 2-0 if they win here. They've aced their group, 3-0 they're number 1. No matter what, they've secured number 1. If they lose, the worst they can do is tiebreak. They might tiebreak for first place and second place if like Korea loses, or they
they'll
tiebreak
have a
for a
chance.
3-way tie. Either way, they're at least in a tiebreak no matter what. Europe basically, if they win, they're tied for first. The highest anyone could do in that group, they'd be 2-1. Anyone else would be 2-1, like LMS and probably Korea if they win their other match. So
Yeah.
Europe's in a pretty good spot if they win. If they lose, they're hoping Turkey beats Korea to 3-way tie last. Otherwise, they're out if they don't win this one. If Korea wins, Europe loses, Europe's out. So
Yep.
pretty important game for Europe, absolutely. The tiebreaker first.
Both teams super looking forward to this game, as are we. And remember that Fofo has been one of the guys who's been first picking Zoe, and right off the board, Europe, they said we're not going to make that mistake again. They gave it away in their opening game.
Sure.
And there we go, on the ban list.
And we saw that Fofo certainly was willing to play it and do well on it. I want to see if Kha'Zix becomes a highly prized champion, because we've seen both Yankos and Karsa do exceptionally, and Yankos says, yeah, we're going to ban it. We have a different first pick in mind, and that won't be Xerath that's gone. Misfortune's off the table as well. See what it ends up being.
Yep, these bans, all we've seen before, as starting to kind of solidify here, only 2 days in. But the Tahm Kench, we've also seen him rise in priority, but not quite all the way to first pick status yet.
Yeah, but that was kind of the inkling as you start thinking about all the matchups and whatnot. If you're going to play a tank support, Tahm Kench tends to win the matchups, and he's resilient enough into the poke ones that he seems to do okay.
There's so many things, because everyone always will point to, oh, he can take people out of CC. And yes, that is important, in this meta and saving people from all the long-range poke, but also the ability to, take someone else a long distance really does help out with the meta game right now. The long lanes and the side lanes are super dangerous for most people. Tahm Kench can both attack the enemy's side lanes if they get ahead, or try and defend their own if they do have to play some defense here. Naru and Azir, though, super strong solo laners locked in for the LMS.
To the case here, and yeah, scaling is in there. So Fofo, Zoe taken away, just grabs the Azir for himself, and certainly has been a strong champion. We'll see what he goes for, because I think there's definitely a lot of variability allowed in Azir builds. Because of mana flow band, you don't have to go Merlinomicon early on. You can go Nashor's Tooth, where you go for the double pen build. We've seen almost everyone go Legend Alacrity in the secondary, but I think there's options there as well. For
Boom!
options.
Insta-lock Lee Sin here for
Nice.
Gankos as well.
Love it.
See if he's going to be able to get some similar kicks to Levi
Yeah.
this time around. Azir, by the way, also, I feel like as long as Xerath is banned, and Xerath has been banned in the first phase most of the games, then people are really comfortable blinding this champion.
Ooh, and Soa's getting to play more damage-focused champions. He got his one Maokai game out of the way, and he says, I'm not doing ever again. Because Nasus gets a Camille now for himself, unless Ignar's supporting it, which I doubt, because there's Tom Kench already in there. So Camille for Soaz gets to go play some dynamic League of Legends and battle Ziv up in that top lane.
I really do enjoy it into Gnar as well. She gets to choose her timing here, trying to land that stun in the mini form, knock him out of hops and stuff. See if he gets some jungler attention, though. They've already shown the Lee Sin, so they're like, hey, we have the possibility of camping this lane and trying to get a split pusher ahead. What you gonna do about it?
Don't know what they're going to do just yet, but also Europe right now lacking in magic damage, so we'll see if LMS can pinch the mid lane pool in any meaningful way at all, or if they look at what kind of marksman Reckless plays down there, as the bans have yet to really come through. LMS to make the first choice, and they are going to get rid of Orianna away from Power People, continuing that target ban at his pool.
Yeah, Malzahar, Lux, Talia, all these things are still floating around.
Yeah.
And those are possibilities. But as far as the overall team composition for LMS, if we look at that one first, they're setting up for, as you said, first, strong scaling, but also just very solid 5-on-5 fights here. Sejuani plus Gnar, really strong front line. Azir himself is already a strong back line. So
Yeah.
we'll have to see how they round it out with, because more of the lethality 80 carries are finding their way onto this ban board. But as we've already seen, Tristana is still very much viable, and there are plenty of options left.
So wait to see what comes through on this one. Comet Ash, unlikely, but it's, I guess, also there is an opportunity. As the final ban's coming through. Yet no Varus, no Jhin. Misfortune's already been banned before. See what comes through.
Yeah, I mean, Ash for me loses a lot of priority when Tom Kench is on the board. He's just so annoying. You finally are like, I hit a good arrow! And he's like, nice job hitting that arrow, buddy.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
You know what I find interesting, actually, is certainly Comet has raised a lot of value for the Jins and MFs and Varus of the world. Kallista's basically unpicked. Like, Kallista, just like Trist, are basically unchanged, and Trist getting played and Kallista's not. Kallista was 100% pick ban at Worlds after the play-in stage, actually, for the entire thing, I think. And then she's like, no, we don't care anymore. No one cares about Kalista at all. Unchanged entirely. Yes, okay, the game around her is a bit different, sure, but I think it's very fun to have a champion go to 100-0 with no changes.
And Tristana is still back.
Yeah,
Has
Tristana's
not gone
still,
from 100 to 0, maybe 100 to like 85.
I mean, she went from 85 to about 30%, right? She's in some of the games here in this one. Obviously a very strong champion, certainly one of the safest conventional marksmen. Brock is going to answer this with a Xayah, though, which I actually quite like as well. I'm pretty sure you can, if you play it right, you can outplay Explosive Charge with the ultimate and dodge the damage, which is kind of fun.
Yeah, it's weird that they banned out the Rakan right before.
That's true.
Before though, because we had not seen either of those champions popping up in preseason.
Ooh!
Similarly,
Mid lane Kog'Maw for Power of Evil. That's going to be fun.
you were riding off the support. It could go anywhere. Could still either be a Camille as well. We could have a Tom Kench top lane.
Tom Kench top lane, Camille support. All right, sure.
I'm sorry, Freak. I'm just throwing.
Kog'Maw top, Tom Kench mid, Camille jungle, Lee Sin support like in solo queue. Karma going to come through in for the support role, and I think it's going to be fun. This was probably going to be Ultimate Hat Karma, and if you haven't seen Ultimate, especially to Janna, Karma would have been cooler. Janna, of course, still very, very strong, but this is a super defensive lineup for two marksman-esque backliners in a zero.
Whoa, 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 whoa. You're trying to say Janna is not exciting, Freak? She's not interesting?
I think she is interesting. I think, because this is, for those who don't know, this is rework Janna, right? If you watched Worlds, Janna was dumb and uninteractive. Janna now has a lot more damage in her kit. Her shield is a much longer cooldown early game, and is more interesting to watch.
And let me just emphasize that, because you hit the tip of the iceberg here, and the Aerie, we are also still pre-nerf Aerie here, aren't we?
No, this is normal Aerie.
Okay.
This is 723, which is with nerf.
Even with regular, even with the
non-busted Aerie.
Current Aerie.
Current Aerie.
Still, if you W spam people with Janna currently,
It
it's
hurts.
a lot of damage. And we'll see if they're able to get that bully lane off the table here, because Tristana, as we said already, can go for those all-ins.
All right, post-mini rework Janna, lots more move speed on her own kit. And yeah, W is a big source of power of the champion. See how it goes up against Zaya, Tom, Kench in the bot lane. Gonna be a fun one here as the coaches shake hands, and well, there's a chance this is the last game that the European All-Stars play here at All-Stars if they do not make it into the tiebreak. LMSO with a win, 3-0, will top their group for sure. No one can touch them if they can do that. Let's see how they do with double frontline, super defensive support, and Trist Azir. BB and Fofo gonna be the hard carries this game damage-wise.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Europe is looking for some early action here. They want this game to look like a preseason game, get some all-star plays going. Jankos is on Lee Sin, First Blood King. Let's see if he lives up to his name. Karsa was paying homage to him in the Champion Select.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one as we load ourselves into the game. And I have something I want to look at very quickly as well as soon as we get the stats in this one. Is Power of Evil going Presence of Mind Kog'Maw? On kill or assist or level up, you refund all mana costs for 5 seconds, which means in a team fight, PoE can chain ults for basically ever, which on a champion like Kog'Maw or Cassin, it's a really big deal. Once I get those stats, I'll let you know if it happens, but I really hope he's doing it.
And he, too, has Airy, even in the nerfed form. Get a lot of value out of that on Kog'Maw. It's very easy for Kog'Maw to proc it. Basically, the Airy, as soon as she makes her return trip, you're looking to get it off again and tag the enemy. Fofo will be trying to dodge as much as he can. Another thing we touched on in Champ Select was like, okay, whenever Xerath is banned, we're expecting the blind Azirs, but because the only thing he really used to worry about was poke. But Kog'Maw here, especially mid Kog'Maw, extremely strong poke, and we'll see if Power of Evil will be accurate.
And he is going Presence of Mind in there. We got the stats in, so that's awesome. Marksman Precision Secondary, Presence of Mind, coup de grace. He can snipe things out, and he can just start snowballing in a team fight. And yeah, playing another sort of secondary poke champion in the role. Ragna's running Fleet Footwork on Zaya to have the match a bit better, getting the reworked Warlords. Quick stun now on Ziv in the top lane. Q's gonna land, and they force a 1 minute, 25-second flash out of Ziv in the top lane.
Oh, you said they were looking for early action, buddy.
Yeah,
and
they
got some early action. Now they're gonna go with the red buff start. Steal this one away as well. Look like they're trying to get some room for Camille to work with on the top side.
And BB is running Ravenous Hunter on Tristana, by the way, which certainly, yes, affects her E active and passive, but again, affects static Shiv. So as soon as you get to BS for a static Shiv, if you crit a mini wave, you'll get a couple hundred health back on that, and feels pretty good. So a way to get some sustain in Tristana, even in a slightly weird way. As PoE is pushed in right now by Fofo. I actually kind of would have liked to see PoE go, even though he's playing AP Kog'Maw, Legend Alacrity as a secondary. So that he just has the W fallback pattern and the 18% attack speed from stacking that up instead of going coup de grace for the damage to low health targets. I think it's a nice, like, extra team fight.
Ooh, I mean, it is nice, you know, to have that little bit of attack speed, but it's really hard to argue with actually being able to kill someone with your last shot. You know,
you're right.
He is artillery. You're looking to find those last hits. We saw him on Xerath earlier in our first game.
He was good.
Sniping everybody with last hits there. So you could definitely follow the logic.
Yeah. I don't think it's wrong. I think I would like to see if mid Kog'Maw becomes more popular. That differentiation, people trying both sides.
Side note, I'm just glad that Freak doesn't get everything that he wants because he wants some nutty things. Here we go.
Oh, he's going to be getting pushed back. Jankos wants first blood in the top lane. Nearly got it there. Ziv flashless. He can use TP to get back to lane. And Kar's going to try to hold the lane up. Jankos spots someone.
Give me that Krug, boy.
Gets one.
Okay.
Gives the rest over.
He got 10 gold out of it.
Well, they both have smite. This is going to be fun. Here we go.
I mean, this is fun to watch, but really what was important there is the minions denied on top side. You know, so as getting a lot of those denied to Ziv on Gnar, who also teleports back with a health deficit, plus takes some damage on arrival.
I think it's funny that Soaz is going Comet Camille, by the way, because all of the spells that deal damage, which is the W and E, both crowd control, as long as you can get outside the W. So it does hit confirm Comet. It's interesting to see.
Yeah, it is interesting. I also had that moment when I was looking it up on Stats website here to see what the highest win rate is. And it is Comet? It actually was Comet. I was like, oh, funny how that works. I guess it does count with, with the slow. Makes sense. Any slow, basically, guarantees you laning power if you have Comet, right?
Yep.
Because you cannot dodge that extra damage. And he's going to find a lot of success so far. All right. Now, though, with all that topside focus, Jankos actually is still able to return down to his bottom side and pick up a very late blue buff. This is going to stagger his, red buff, excuse me. It is going to stagger his red buff spawns. And we'll see if he's actually able to make use of this one because Karsa is looking around mid lane.
Oh, he's looking for Power of Evil. Just barely out of fog, but now gets spotted by Yankos, who snags the ward for 1 gold. Ward hops in for a bit of damage to Karsa, but actually hits E2 before the Frost Armor breaks and doesn't land the slow.
Meanwhile, we had a little bit of a roam as well from Ignar. He was looking to make that play happen. They really are kind of taking Yanko's lead on this one. Everywhere he's looking to exert pressure, the Rangers are
that was
capitalizing.
slick. Lands the root on a BB. Nicely done, juicing to the side. Gets a good bit of damage there.
Yeah, Reckless and Ignar feeling pretty confident here in this lane. Another bit of harassment comes out. So it looks like Tom Kench harassment even taking priority there.
Here comes back into this one is mid lane trading back and forth. Right now a 10 farm lead for Fofo, doing quite well against Power of Evil despite really no actual jungle pressure in this lane. So great early lane lead to Azir. Typically you wouldn't consider the Cog the counter in lane, but in overall game pattern you should expect the Artillery to eventually be hard for Azir to deal with.
Exactly. We're going to look to later in the game when the range advantage and the chunk you can take out of Azir dissuades him from entering skirmishes, dissuades him from having that map pressure, because poke is so annoying to this champion and have no way of regenerating. Spell Vamp doesn't really exist that much anymore in the game, and sustain is really hard for him to find.
It's funny because you're right that like there's no runes, and I mean you have to go Gunblade, which is weird, but you do have like everyone always can go Ravenous Hunter if they want to. Everyone has the option of going for that path. I'm not saying it's optimal, but it's always fun to see who does make those choices, and I think over time you'll see that differentiation happen a bit more. People opting into Spell Vamp if they need it for the matchup. Haste of Blood. Domination actually has just 2 sustain options in its secondary path at all times, and I think that's kind of interesting sometimes. So right now 100 gold lead to the LMS. Karsa not on quite the aggro jungler here on the Sejuani, but certainly can have an impact in the game. Top lane still being pushed in. Soaz has once again shoved Ziv under his turret. Karsa was recalling behind the turret to make sure there's no dive. Actually did get spotted, so they know. Oh, Yanko's gonna stop the recall, goes for damage, and forcing the flash out. So as trading his flash with Karsa's here.
Yeah, quick trigger finger there. I did a quick check for you to look at the secondaries, and he did go with the offensive secondaries, but he went Cheap Shot and Zombie Ward. So yeah, definitely could have easily, without too much of a sidestep there, gone for it. Ziv, though, now is the target.
Yeah, gets his own flash gone right as the ulti times out. That was slick by Soaz. He ulted to dodge the Mega Gnar. Gnar, it's called, actually, which makes it awkward, but did get away from the ultimate with his own ult. That was nice.
We are coasting here, very close in gold for the opening of this game. So LMS holding strong here, and this is kind of how they wanted the opening to go. Even though it's been close, no kills have been given over yet.
Absolutely the case here. Right now, though, it's bot lane is going back and forth. 5 CS difference doesn't mean very much right here. They're trading quite nicely. Again, Reckless going for a very sustained focused build. Doran's shield went fleet footwork as well. He wants to not die in lane, and so far he's surviving it. But that is less teamfight power down the line.
It's interesting because I was just talking to Reckless yesterday. We had him on the analyst for a little bit, and this was one of the topics that we were able to bring up with him. And he was talking about how a lot of things people shunned at the very beginning of preseason because they're excited to try the new stuff still hold value.
Right.
And it's a lot of the points you're talking about, even though on live free footwork is much better. He said that it's still valuable in these cases where you're really relying on sustain. That is still the source, even though it's not as quite as strong as live. Well, actually, we might have a dive here, so let's talk about Soaz.
Summon to Soaz, no summoners, no ultimate, not any way out at all. First blood comes through for the LMS, courtesy of Karsa.
Bottom side, they're looking to answer. Yankos.
BB not going to get rooted up. Nice ulti, gets in the way as well. The flash out from BB makes sure there's no kickback to be had. Yankos flashed it and out there.
Sword Art with the D9 here, and LMS are on the board. They got the first blood kill. Plus, that's going to allow Ziv to continue pushing. And the worst news of all, Soaz teleport not quite back up yet. I guess it's not the worst news because, what is that, a few more seconds left on the cooldown?
Yeah.
And after he revives, he should be able to get up there.
Yeah, he's walking halfway. He'll be okay, but yeah, he misses one way for that one. Ignar losing the recall as well. Nice little play by Sword Art, lands the tornado.
All right, so the cooldown was desync just enough that he's walking back the lane instead. So it will be interesting to see if he decides to use that teleport down bottom side as Tom. Oh, they're actually going to do it.
They're bringing in the Lee Sin. Here comes the TP in for Ziv. Soaz not going to join just yet. And there's the ulti in. They're going to look for BB, but he's got a lot of teammates around, so Soaz doesn't have the damage. Ignar Got to be careful this one as they push
Everybody's
him away.
here, though. 5 European members on bot side.
Do they have the action? Looks like no. Carson is walking in to make sure it's all safe, and no kills to be had for that double TP.
Everybody draws out the guns.
Yep.
And it's a standoff. Slowly
And they walk
lower it,
away.
Walk away. All right, bottom lane is the safe zone right now.
Yep. Couple of flesh wounds, no kills though. Back to the hospital they go. Not a big problem. Their health insurance is good. We're playing in Canada. It's all right. 900 gold lead. LMS. Ziv getting more alacrity.
Man, I'm the bottom laner now here.
Yeah. I was a mark, but now I'm a tank. I'm both.
Gonna be able to get a decent amount of the last hits, but Reckless gonna push him off eventually. They are committing to this swap though, as BB and Sword Art are on the top side. Tristana, you're always gonna talk about BF Sword swaps, right? She's gonna be able to power through the turret. Let's see if Ziv and Karsa would be able to defend this one, because there is a little bit of a jump start for Europe here. So Soaz has actually stayed down there, so they're trying to push for some first turret bonus gold and take advantage.
Yankov's back here again. No ulti for a few more seconds. Not going to have her for this fight. Scarsman spots him. And look at this. So much damage to the top lane. BB likely to get first turret now in this one. 11 minutes in.
Yeah, pays off here. Tristana in the swap. BF Sword and Berserker Greaves. Perfect for turret killing.
Oh, yeah.
Janna Shield even helps out a lot, and they're able to capitalize. Let's see what Yankos is going to get a piece of.
Not too much. He breaks the passive off and puts that destructive cooldown, and they will trade turrets, but first turret gold, of course, had already gone over. Now looking for the chase down into Ziv. Gets decent damage here, but it's going to be Meganar soon. Has ulti available. Respect has to be given over. A dodge out from Reckless. He actually had the ulti to not be stunned up, and look at this coming out of Power of Evil as well. The snipes coming in, pushing Karsa away, but this means BB has continued to be untouched. No one's getting this far, but he's getting a lot of damage in this turret.
That Tristana dream life, pushing the side wave, getting all the
1v0.
minions, taking down turrets left and right. They even sent Sword Art back. He was able to make sure nobody else was going to need any sort of assistance there. And the LMS actually starting out so strong with the 2-0 and also continuing here into day number 2 looking strong with a fairly sizable lead here over Europe.
And BB actually giving respect that more members could be coming. In fact, it was only Reckless, which means BB was safe to stay and get the kill on top lane 2-2 turret. Europe didn't really come in to defend, so a misjudgment by BB means no second turret killed, but still, of course, that push in general was great for the LMS.
And this is starting to get worrisome for the European lineup, because if you look at the overall team composition and what they're trying to pull off here, you know, with Power of Evil on this cog lane, mid lane, you know, not the highest mobility, he's looking for that long range poke damage, and they want to utilize the split push and Camille and the Tom Kents to, you know, shake things up, take advantage, but the #1 building block that was supposed to get that game plan off of the table and the Lee Sin and creating early action, they actually weren't able to convert because the LMS played such good defense early and were able to kind of get through that period that now it's really the ball in their court.
Well, let's see if they can do anything with this one as the LMS with more kind of gold lead with that first turret gold helping that. Going to keep their pressure going around the map. They've got decent engaged tools when Meganar pops up and when Karsa's got his ultimate, which is not just yet, but soon. They can look for that next little pick and find something else to kill. Nashor's Tooth done for Fofo here in the mid lane on the Azir. And Rift Herald on their sights, but they're going to walk by it for now. But they're all spotted by a ward, meaning this isn't easy to do much anything.
Yep, Scuttle Crab taken up. They can just head back down. You know, right now, LMS don't have to give up any objectives. So they're securing vision first. Now, congregating around this mid turret.
Wave got a Power of Evil. The Tornado comes in, almost zones them out. The turret stays at above half HP, so a half decent defense for the European LCS. Soaz actually still splitting in the bot lane. He's getting some unanswered farm for a short time. Karsa looking at a blue buff steal here for himself, saving the stun for some burst. Yankos wants in, but he's got to respect everyone else being around, and decent enough, Karsa secures that blue steal.
Yeah, slowly but surely here. LMS, the war machine kind of rolling forward.
Then, but Sword Art is here, and suddenly he's got to run away from this one. No knockup here from Tornado, but he brings in some teammates on the other side of the map. Here comes the Duncan, and Zim does not have a way out. A 3v1, no fair, he cries, but he falls. 1 kill for Europe.
There we go, and Yankos is on the run.
And he might just die. Ward hop to the satchel. Beautiful out of Yankos. Keeps himself alive, but now he's got no way out. Looks for Karsa, can't make it happen. Sword Art securing his own kill.
Got to take a little look around the Wolf Pits. Currently, though, BB going to push in, and they should be able to take up this objective. Right before that, though, we may get a replay of the bottom side. We were just mentioning Camille split pushing, using the Tom Kench ultimate to try and take advantage and create an explosive play. That was accomplished on the bottom side of the map, even though we had this kind of skirmisher around mid lane and Jankos did end up going down.
Yeah.
Europe were finally able to get play for themselves. There we go, and we are going to get the replay. Here it goes. Soaz with the Camille jumps in, closes the distance, and Ignar and Reckless arrive to just make sure they get the job done.
Yeah, got it pretty cleanly enough. Ziv was chasing on Jankos, who almost made this amazing. If he'd ward-hopped a bit more to the right instead of going over the wall, just went kind of down towards the lane, he would have been fine.
Or if only Lee Sin had 5 jumps in his kick.
If only the game
had
were
enough.
different, yeah, things would have been differently. That's a fair point, Kobe. Either way, Jankos, sadly, 0-1 and 0, not having the impact he maybe wanted here in this. Still a reasonably close game. Teams only about 2,000 apart. So once again, on the split push game, he's got that 5-minute lead. Trinity Force not far from being done, actually. Only needs about 700 gold till he's got it. And that'll be an incredibly important power spike for him.
Definitely true. Meanwhile, though, Ziv's stacking up pretty nicely himself. Not going to be a pushover in the side lane, as he is working towards the Black Cleaver. Should be able to complete it around the same time, and he already does have a bit of armor for himself. You can see Soaz definitely respects the Gnar coming to lane, so does get a cheeky little Comet proc in.
There we go. Damage on the mountain break should be pretty easy to secure here, as not enough lane pressure anywhere else. Mid lane coming back to equal, and bot lane actually was pushed in first by Ziv a little bit. First strike of the game goes to the LMS mountain for them. Ironically, not in this game. Ziv's jungler, but it's Karsa instead. Yeah, Ziv hoping maybe he has a jungler, as Soaz does some good damage to him, but here comes Karsa. He's got a jungler. Oh, a nice juke to the side, gets away from the Glacial Prison by a lot. Jumps with the ultimate. Karsa under the turret as the sun has the damage. One more shot. Oh, he does go down. Ignar can't save him in time. But Karsa's on the wrong side of the map now. Is there reinforcements coming at all? Nice little tongue lash.
He's
Ignar
hungry.
wants something, but Ziv is here to slow him down with the boomerang toss. And the Q might not be enough. Jankos coming, wants to get the play. Ignar, can you come back so I can jump to you? Doesn't matter. Karsa gets away with it. Nicely done to the LMS.
Ziv keeps throwing the boomerang at him. He's like, hey, dude, put away that silverware. Nobody's going to get any food tonight.
Stay hungry, stay humble. LMS making sure they all stay okay in the mid lane.
Stay free, boys. 3 kills here for the LMS. Kind of nursing their lead at the moment, and it is looking good for them. What a tournament they have had. My goodness. Especially this guy Fofo here. This is one we wanted to see on the international stage for a while now, and he finally gets his chance. See if the Azir can make some big plays for them as we move forward into this game, because it's really starting to power up. Still, though, we're going to talk about the side lanes here as Soaz went in for that trade. As you said, junglers, the great equalizer. Even if you have the zoning Sejuani ultimate there, they're able to pull it off. And it's interesting here because Ziv goes to make sure that Karsa gets the alone time and will get that 1v1 kill. But Ignar flashes right over it. He tries to get in there. As you said, it's not in time for the save, but it was almost in time to try and get the answer kill if it wasn't for Ziv once again playing some defensive peel there for his jungler and allowing him to get out.
It was dangerously close right there. I mean, seconds, fractions of a second away from him surviving on this one, but it's the way it went down. The LMS continue to enjoy their 2.4 thousand gold lead here as they keep the pressure on, hoping to make it a 3-0 run in the group stage, especially after the rather disappointing performance from all the LMS teams at Worlds. I mean, you had just some of the most unlikely results, but they were all bad for the LMS, really. Now looking for maybe a little something to come through in this one as Jankos gets away from the house toss and Ziv is just fine.
Yeah, he still has the teleport as well, and as you can see, minion control is in LMS favor, so they're really trying to just continue with the pressure, close the loop here. Outer turret in mid is basically the main defense here for Europe. They're trying to hold on to. Power of Evil, thankfully for Europe, has gotten to that level 11 for Kog'Maw, which is very important, but it still is going to be a while in the making for them to really establish that that reset that they want on the control of the vision.
We can come up next as Fofo leading the charge back to the mid lane, and the LMS secure more and more objectives. We'll see if they park the Rift Herald like Jankos did in the previous game today, or if they got another plan with it.
A lot of people unaware that you could do that before, but you have to be careful when you spawn it, by the way. I messed up trying to spawn it in there.
I believe it.
A couple of times. It's hard to get her to her new home behind the Krugs, but it opens up a lot of interesting strategies.
Yeah.
Because as funny as it is, it actually could be a very viable strategy. We mentioned, yeah, you can put pressure bottom lane, if you are the blue side and try and do some sort of Baron shenanigans, but it also has very important BM ramifications. You can hold her till the end of the game to get her to dance
Herald
on
to win the
enemy
game.
Nexus. So
Oh, beautiful.
the options are limitless.
That's amazing. I think the first time I played against the new Rift Herald, they were very obviously summoning it opposite Baron, and I had TP down. I'm like, it's okay though. I'm gonna fight Rift Herald though. Make sure you don't lose bot lane. 3 turret.
Yeah.
Knowing they're gonna do Baron, it's like it's okay. I'm gonna save this turret. You guys just 4v5 that. They didn't 4v5 it. I made the wrong choice. But that was my first experience with Rift Herald.
It's all right, dude. We all make mistakes.
Yep. Okay, let's see what comes in next. Is LMS just playing a slow, controlled game, and it's kind of no surprise for this squad. And look at their pedigree. A 4-kill game in 20 minutes. Looking at the Baron setup, it is alive, and see if they get the work for it.
Yeah, people are always looking for the right combination coming out of the LMS. You know, it was such a top-heavy region. Everyone was always like, if we could only concentrate all power onto an all-star team. An all-star team. Interesting, guys. Yeah.
For the mid lane, 2-time MVP Fofo. Karsa, the best jungler of all time, to come out of that region. Okay, that sounds good. BB, he won a world championship. That seems like a pretty good idea. And seems pretty well.
You can see Rift Herald in her natural habitat.
The mid lane, chomping on her natural predator prey.
Turret?
Yeah, the turret, mid lane outer. I feel like 80% of all Rift Herald turret kills are mid lane outer.
Yeah, I would also say like 90% of Rift Herald turret kills like that are suicide missions. She gets taken down right after.
Immediately.
Honorable work though. She's always objective focused.
Honorable Sudoku.
Looking for.
It's gonna be okay. They're all staying alive, and now Power Vivo forced to run a little bit back. It's gonna be fun though. But still, these turrets continue to add up. LMS with a not too flashy, but still very useful kill on that top lane, or sorry, mid lane outer. Of course, top lane 2-2's already gone thanks to BB's efforts earlier on in the game. Now Soaz wants to tower dive Ziv, but gets chunked a bit low. Now at half HP, he's actually running absolute focus. The stats when you're almost full HP, and that's kind of been disabled now. Yankos kicking back the other jungler, gonna ward off back to safety. As they just trade some damage, and Europe runs away.
Yeah, Europe. They still need to go ahead full steam with this split push strategy here with Soaz on the Camille. Trying to create that pressure and looking to pick people off. Ignar and Tom Kench has been extremely good in pulling off the plays they're looking for out of him. It's just a problem of the LMS squad is such a stable lineup here with the double front line and the super protected back line. If you look at back lines and you're like, okay, people who can peel for themselves and scale great in the late game, those are the two primary champions you look at. Vizier and Tristana can both protect themselves, but on top of it, they've got Janna and an insane front line. It's like, this is the most stable 5-on-5 you can almost assemble in the current meta. So LMS is basically this grind squad that can move around, and if they assemble all parts, very hard to crack in into the middle.
You know, I'm kind of sad that we use Voltron and not like the Megazord, because I grew up on Power Rangers and that was like the reference to me, but it was always Voltron, which I never watched.
Yeah. Same for me, actually. I had the Power Rangers lunchbox. I was all in there for the Red Ranger.
Okay.
By the way. What was your favorite?
Definitely the Pink Ranger.
Good answer.
I'll be honest about that one. That was definitely my jam.
Good answer.
I had the TV guide with the Power Rangers on it. That was good. Kept that one for a while.
Meanwhile, we've got the guide as far as the standard standard item builds here for LMS as well.
Yeah.
Not only do they have the 5-on-5 super strong team comp, but crit coming in here from Tristana. Tank items coming in from the jungler. Sejuani has crit reduction already, and there's not even an Infinity Edge on Reckless, so Karsa's going to be extremely tanky, difficult to take him down, and he'll be right on the front line. So LMS coming through with the objective focus now, even with Scuttle Crab taking over around Baron.
One thing I'm a little surprised by, although I think it's interesting, it's still good, is Sword Art. He's gotten the redemption for himself, and there's a lot of good active items on support. He's not going in Genius Hunters, the activating CDR talent or rune in the domination path, but he's actually gone Magical Footwear and 5 CDR Cosmic Insight. Yeah. But that's fine. Of course, that's still very good as well. Janna benefits from the extra boost you get out of running for the free boots. That's going to feel pretty good for him. As BB comes back to join the team towards this top side of the river. This Baron still waiting to be killed, but with double Mountain Drake, you know it's going to be fast. Through an Azir Tristana. Power People pushed away again by Fofo. He has not gotten inroads in this game.
Yeah, Fofo has been quietly keeping up the pressure around that mid lane. Nice CS for him. And more importantly, the control around this Baron, because even though we're only almost 25 minutes into the game, that's a very viable option, and here they go.
And they're going to two-man it for now. No vision at all. You can see the rest of the squad. Doesn't matter.
Double Mountain Drake with an Azir DPS.
Like, oh, okay, they were on it. Okay, it's fine. It's good.
Yeah.
They walked away. It's cool.
Throw 2 members at that sucker, and you really have to respect it. Europe, though, got their wits about them. They know that with 2 mountains, this is definitely going to be a pain point for them. Soaz also feeling the pain now.
And he has to flash away from Ziv, can no longer handle the 1v1. He can counter pick it too. He's got no way out. 2 more attacks will do him in, but only one lands the boomerang from Fog of War. Ziv no scopes him for the solo kill.
Ziv has been the all-star top laner for the LMS for so long. He's able to take down Soaz here in that split push game. Split push, by the way, is the hope for Europe. So that one kind of being dashed here. Now it's just up to the LMS. They have so much control of this game. Group up. They can try and bait around Baron. They can even wait for the minion wave to get down to that bottom turret. Ziv could knock over the last outer turret for themselves, and they're doing both at once.
And they're going to go for this one pretty easily. Who's going to stop them? Europe's going to try, but can they even show up in time? Redemption make sure they have the health, and look at that Baron secured cleanly by the LMS All-Stars. And here comes Ziv around the wings as well. Ignar going to be slowed. Power of Evil going to get chomped up. The flash over the wall to get away from the Sejuani. So nicely played by Ignar. PoE comes back in for a bit of poke, but lands none of it. LMS clean on the execution here.
All right. Checkbox number 2 done here for the LMS. Now that they have Baron, they can press really deeply into European territory.
Throughout that fight again, yeah, Ziv has to throw some out now, and as soon as Soaz misses the stun, he is actually just dead immediately.
Yeah, because
no way out.
He's slowed on arrival there. Ziv immediately, really nice boomerang. He threw it along the trajectory, the only trajectory from the point that Soaz chose to go to on that wall. You can see the immediate boomerang comes out. So really intelligent there from Ziv. You can, once you're locked into that animation, unless he's going to jump somewhere else, in which case you're not in danger, throw your boomerang right along that straight line. And you can see it turns out so well for him. Chases down the kill, spends his flash, and is able to right the ship here for LMS.
Ooh, look at the play. They do pull in Fofo. The cage stays alive, but the rest of the squad's coming. Karsa actually chasing away Soaz in this one. At half HP on Camille. And no tank stats to his name really at all. Has to just run away from this one. The LMS just stifling every attempt at aggression from the European squad.
Just so cold and calculated here. They're steamrolling ahead. Absolute control here for the LMS. They can get another turret, probably 2 more turrets before they even have to back off and grab the Infernal Drake, if they even have to give up.
They're on their way to a 3-0 run through the group stage. The LMS hoping to take the #1 spot with this win for sure. Europe are do the best they can. The lead 6,000 is quite large. It's not insurmountable, but it's difficult. Another stun's going to land. This is short work for Soaz. One more shot. I'll do him in Fofo. Grabbing his first kill of the game and walks away, staying alive thanks to a shield from Sword Art. As mid lane tier 2 falls, picking at 6-1 in turrets, 6-1 in kills as well. Not a lot left for the European LCS to do here. They'll continue to attack whatever they can. The pushback's not going to happen. Ziv does not quite reach Ignar there, but he tried.
Yeah, it's just up to Kog'Maw puking his little guts out here. How much damage can he get out? Enough for 5 people?
Not enough. No, there doesn't seem much of a chance here. This one is an next turret. Has already fallen. The inhibitor going to drop as well. 7-1 in turrets. LMS going to get a clean reset here.
Yeah, actually, they don't even have enough threat on Europe to force LMS to take the Infernal Drake first. They can back with their Baron and Power recalls and get to the Infernal before Europe could even get there and steal it. So looks like they'll be able to get everything that they wanted out of this one. Here's another look at Soaz going in onto Karsa, the tank, who immediately turns around, slaps him up, and 2 kills very quickly over to the LMS carries.
Just dying kind of in the sights of everyone else there. Tried to help and just did not matter. So Inferno can be picked up pretty cleanly now. LMS just adding more Pokemon to their collection, and they are actually just so eerily close to a perfect game. Only 1 turret, only 1 kill. This is very little they've given away in this game, and they have certainly looked like the best team so far at this tournament, I would say. I mean, they beat Korea really cleanly. The European game here is probably about as convincing, to be honest.
Decidedly so. Here we go. BB jumps in on Soaz.
And BB just blasts him in the one-on-one. It's not even close anymore. Oh, this is horrible. And I just feel bad for Soaz now. 0-5-1. Can't even fight the bot laner.
Yeah, it feels bad when the Tristana is jumping into your cage here and wants to 1v1 you. Karsa, though, going to be able to get out easily. As we said, this guy is massively tanky on the Sejuani. Not perturbed at all by any of the damage that Europe has thrown out.
That's a little bit right here. Not going to find it yet, but mid lane still being sieged in. And not much to accomplish on that side. They're going to reset, move over to the top side now, rotate, whatever you want to call it. Top lane going to fall now onto the second inhibitor here. Soaz still dead for 15 seconds or so, which means no defense to be had. Inhibitor will fall cleanly. They're going to give that one over to BB pretty easily. And only one inhibitor left to kill.
Slowly closing the loop here. Europe does not want to take the 5-on-5 fight, but that's going to be the only option available. Corralled inside their base. One last inhibitor turret left. As he said, will this be the point to try and make the crazy play? Because in order to make a crazy play, you have to get around Nar Sejuani, then you have to get around Janna, and then it's the two self-peeling, scaling carries that we talked about.
Azir and Trist also can push you back with their ultimates. There's not a lot of easy ways in, and it's been rough stuff. And of course, Soaz, you know, facing lots of hard CC, lots of permanent duration slows. But let's see if Jankos can find himself the kick. He's got his Black Cleaver. He's going towards his Stone Plate now, but it's a long time to go till it's completed. Bofa waiting over the walls, doesn't find the all-in play just yet. The siege can push forward. BB, plenty of range from his attack. Not going to have it here as Yankov. The rest of the team kites back. And he burns the safeguard shield. Lets him cool down for 3 more seconds.
One more minion wave left to push on here before they can all bring the extra power down to this bottom turret. And this should be the push. Let's see if there's any inroads. Already control ward's going down here, so Karsa's not letting in to get any vision over the walls. Ziv is almost charged up on Meganar. They're just itching for any sort of mistake here from Europe. They could just close the trap immediately.
So far, nothing to be found for the European inroads. They are down 10,000 gold, only 50k to their name. A 20% gold lead is gigantic for the LMS. They are almost everything they need to win this one.
BB announces his retirement, and now they just come in, dominate All-Stars. They're looking to resurge like Season 2 or something
Exactly,
here.
right? BB makes a huge splash in 2012, winning the World Championship. He's gonna say, you know what, I'm on my way out. Let's win another championship here. And this one, no big deal. We'll take down Korea in the group stage. No problems here. And ride his way off into the sunset with 2 pretty big titles to his name.
All right.
5 years apart.
You know what the name of the game is, freak?
League of Legends.
No.
What?
Baron.
What are we casting?
We're casting Baron Dance. Year 2017. And it's going to be Europe tied up in their base, and pretty much only LMS are invited to that dance, it looks like. They've got the extra Mountain and Infernal Drakes to take down Baron. It's 15 seconds away before we start. And we'll see if Europe even wants to go play.
That's a really long name for a dance, Kobe. I can't remember that all.
All right, it was a pretty bad name.
Jankos, though, gets the kick onto the back line, but does it matter? No, none of the damage lands. Cards still have the Frost Armor available. The Flash forward, they're going to get the stun. PoE cleanses, gets away from this one, but the re-engage is there. Does it have the damage? No! It's going to be Jankos, already dropped off the face here. The second one goes down as Ignar. 2 for 0 so far. The third going to drop as well. That's goodbye to Reckless. That's goodbye to PoE. Soaz standing alone. Kills him. Minuev to buy some time to maybe get a few more moments for his team, but guess what? Top lane was pushing the whole time anyway, so there's a Minuev here as well. And LMS can run that one in, and look at that. Top lane turret gonna fall. The second exit turret gonna drop over as well, and Soaz just gonna save his KDA to a 0.2, and not make it a 0.16. Nexus falls, LMS 3-0. Top in the group, beautiful play from them.
Oh my goodness, what a game from the LMS. Complete control here for almost the entire game. You know, they stayed strong in the early game, then got out to a decent lead in the mid game and methodically closed the loop.
The fact that they gave away basically no kills the entire game, I think it was 1 kill, 1 turret, for entirety of the game is really impeccable stuff. Again, it looked like their convincing win over Korea as well. We're like, oh, but Korean macro, they'll just find the opening, and that never happened. same thing here. The SOA split push was always stifled so well by Ziv. Carson, when he went for the plays, they always seemed to work. Fofo was on point on the Azir as well, bringing in that one, and it's him bringing in two somewhat new champions. Azir was not in the game for the entire year up until very recently. Zoe literally wasn't until very recently, and looked very good on some newer looks for him. The two-time MVP, the All-Star here, making a lot of good things happen. So the European LCS, they are now Turkey's biggest fans. If Turkey somehow upsets Korea in their final game, three-way tie for second. Otherwise, Europe's out.
Everybody's looking at those ties too. They're pretty juicy. Settled by some 1v1 shootouts. Could be exciting if some craziness does happen, but the end of the story is LMS are the team to beat here at All-Stars 2017. They have absolutely shown up as the strongest team, and everybody's going to have their eyes on them, looking towards the group stage. Congratulations to them. They're the first ones to move on.
They are the first ones to move on. And speaking of people to have their eyes on, I see you guys in the crowd with the Zoe is fun and balanced signs. Shout out you guys. I agree, she is both fun and fun. Not so sure about the last word out there, but shout out to these guys. And either way, I mean, it's been a great tournament, so the LMS can now look back and say, okay, we know Sword Art made his way through. Fofo already lost, sadly, to Bjergsen, I believe, in the first round, unless I have my names backwards. But yeah, so Fofo's out of the 1v1s. Sword Art is going to play today. He's still in. That'll be fun. And of course, the LMS we know are into the top 4 of the 5-on-5 Semifinals Rift as well. And I mean, this team does look sharp. Whoever they will end up playing in their first run at the other side of the bracket, whether China drops down or NA makes it in or SEA makes it up by winning their last match, any of those can happen. And, curious to see how they can start doing in best of 3s and best of 5s at the end.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if teams can push the pace against them. Like, if you're going to go with such a solid team comp that we're talking about where, late game they've got this front line, they have super reliable carries and lots of disengage and stuff. Is there a team that's going to be able to actually get the early game off the ground where everyone's like, oh, preseason's so crazy, so much damage flying around. Can you convert that? Can you push out a lead?
And it's also them playing another style, right? It's just like we saw from SEA. They're not playing poke. They're playing a conventional team fight comp, Azir, Trist, typical front line, and it's working very well. So fun to see more raids in the meta. What LMS thinks works well, clearly working well for them. And now to hear more about that win and the secured #1 seed from the LMS, let's send it over to Pastry Time and their all-star jungler.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Casa after a very strong-looking group stage here in the All-Stars. I have to ask you, how do you feel finishing first in the group and moving forward to the knockout stage?
这次明星赛的表现已经非常的优异。那你现在是以第一种子的身份出赛了，那你现在的感想是什么？
就是运气不错，有打赢 LCK，就觉得运气很好而已。
I feel pretty lucky to actually beat LCK, so I think right now it's just very lucky.
Oh, I personally, I don't think so. I think you've been playing very well. What is it about the All-Star tournament? Is it the changes to the game, just kind of at the end of the year feeling good? I think you're playing very well. What do you think?
这次明星赛你表现得非常优异，那你觉得是有什么分别吗？是什么样的原因让你表现得如此优异？
我觉得因为 S8的改动有一些关系，就是现在的打野英雄比较偏向攻击型的英雄，就是像李欣、卡莉丝这种我比较容易掌握的英雄，所以我觉得这个版本比较适合我。
So the current meta, the main reason is basically the current meta. The SA current meta is very good on some of the assassin type of champions, especially like Lee Sin, Kalista, all this kind of stuff. So that's why I was doing pretty well.
And I have to say, your teammates have also been doing a good job, which is impressive, given that you haven't played together really before. What do you think of your teammates, and in particular the mid laner Fofo?
这次你总算有办法可以跟Fofo 在同一个队伍里面比赛，你的感想是什么？
因为他很年轻嘛，就我觉得他是一位很有天分的新人玩家，就虽然他也打很久了，就是我觉得他打的真的蛮好的。
He's a very young player right now, and he's very talented, full of potential. So he's been played very well.
Well, certainly been looking good. Thank you very much, Cuss, and good luck in the semifinals. We are going to hit it back to the analyst desk, though, to get their thoughts.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. A dream meta for a player like Karsa out of the jungle, though funnily enough, getting their third victory here in the group stage on Sejuani this time around. So a slightly tankier choice for him here, but topping the group, the LMS squad.
I mean, he's been having an amazing tournament, and the LMS as a whole has looked so good. And although people still have memories of Karsa and Maple and these guys kind of smashing in the past, it's been a while, really, since the LMS has looked this dominant. And despite the fact that it is All-Stars, despite the fact that it is kind of more for fun, It's a really good showing from them.
And it was a very methodical win for the LMS, but to me, it really completes the picture for them because it was very different from the other games they played. Like you say, the Sejuani already represents a different type of team comp. This is very late game scaling team fight comp coming through from the LMS. So not the same way they found a victory most famously in that game against the LCK. And yet, there was never really any doubt in the result after a couple of early ganks and after they got ahead in the early game with the scaling advantage.
Yeah, the fact that they had the Azir, the Sejuani, the Tristana, alongside a Janna, it looked like right from the get-go in the draft that Europe really didn't have a whole lot of win conditions. They'd have to win a split push, have the Kog'Maw, maybe get to level 16, but there's just so much scaling here for the LMS, and they were able to play that slower game and not allow Jankos to affect the lanes.
And honestly, when you draft yourself into a comp that like doesn't have a lot of win conditions, you kind of just have to say, well, it's probably just a bad draft, right? Like when the way you talk about them winning, is the split push. When you talk about Lee Sin maybe snowballing the game early, well, it's a couple minutes into the game. The Sejuani just got first blood, is already a level up, is already gold up on this Lee Sin, and now the Lee Sin never gets to be as effective for the rest of the game. And it felt very early on like they were already out of it because of the picks and because of the fact that they weren't very effective in the early stages.
It felt scattered because the Kog'Maw's artillery. Usually you think, okay, strong front line in front of the Kog'Maw wasn't there, so they needed to get a big split push happening. But of course, if the split push is happening, if all the gold is on the top lane of the Camille popping off, the Kog'Maw's probably going to be pretty isolated and probably going to be
popping off.
What's our popping though?
We're still talking about ifs. A lot of ifs had to come together for the victory to come here, and it did feel like LMS's game to lose after about 5-10 minutes.
Oh, that's for sure. What's the feeling on the Kog'Maw pick, you know, in general though? Because it feels like a substitution for a Xerath, right, in the Azir matchup where you're looking for range, but he was tickling people, literally tickling people.
I know my
the
first
entire
thought,
game.
Zyrene, is that it felt like it was a PoE special. He's famous for the AP Kog'Maw, so it felt like kind of a hearkening to the old All-Star days where it's like, I'll show my big pick when we're mathematically eliminated, but that wasn't the case for Europe coming into this game, and it just felt like a very power of evil champion, but not the right pick in the moment.
Yeah, and I think it takes way too much gold to be effective because you're looking at these items that he had on him, Archangel Staff, sitting on Lost Chapter, then he gets Morelos, and then eventually he's looking towards like a Void Staff. Very low in terms of the penetration on that build, and it's very mana hungry, kind of relying on presence of mind to get an assist or a kill during the game. When he ends up with 0, it's like, this is not really something that I feel like is a viable win condition because of the fact that, you know, you need a big front line. They didn't have one. And then at that point, it takes too long in a sustained fight to get the damage out, and you need too much gold. There's way better champions you can be picking that can accomplish a similar thing.
So I will say, obviously, it didn't work out, but if you can actually delay the game, you can get to a stage where you have infinite wave clear. If you hit level 16, get those items, you can take over. So obviously, things didn't go the way they wanted, but it's still a pick that, in my opinion, can work.
LMS topping Group A here, the first of the teams to move on to the knockout stage. We're going to head to a commercial break. When we return, the Brazilian All-Stars take to the stage versus the team from Southeast Asia. Don't go anywhere.
Actually, we might have a dive here, so let's talk about Soaz.
Summoner Soaz, no Summoner's no ultimate, not any way out at all.
小心他闪吞哦。我要先拿。
Ziv can no longer handle the 1v1. He's kind of picking two. He's got no way out. 2 more attacks will do him in, but only one lands the boomerang from Fog of War.
坦克提供控个魔术。他没有闪，他没有闪，他没有闪。我神死你们了。Nice！ 哎，怎么帮我再扛？给你断了。
Here we go. BB jumps in on Soaz. And BB just blasts him in the one-on-one. It's not even close anymore. The re-engage is there. Does it have the damage? No. It's going to be Yanko's already dropped off the face here. The second one goes down as Ignar. 2 for 0 so far. The third going to drop as well. That's goodbye to Reckless. LMS 3-0. Top in the group. Beautiful play from them.
Which puts Chippy's where he is right now. A little bit under half HP. Bert continuing to trade with him. Here is a grand challenge has been issued. Very nice riposte stun. Oh, he's got it. Bert with the outplay, however.
Not deceive you, I'm joined by the impeccable Indiana Frost Curran Black. How are you doing today?
Good. We finally get to cast together, Rip.
I'm excited. Froskington III is going live right now, and we got another game going live. Up next, we've got Brazil taking to the stage opposite the representatives from the GPL. Southeast Asia come into this match with a bit of momentum after taking down, just a tiny bit, the North American All-Stars.
Yeah, and Brazil has historically kind of been the emerging powerhouse. You go all the way back to Kaboom taking down Alliance, Pain Gaming taking down CLG, INTZ shutting down EDG, but now it's kind of like the new kids on the block. And for me, the question is, who is the better emerging power region?
Kind of who is going to be the one to be the better team and say, we have the emerging region belt, and then be better, right? We've even seen NA and EU start to get into that emerging region area.
It's a full house.
They're taking some trips back and forth. We'll have to see. We're about to get into game to see what these All-Stars have for each other as Champion Select is about to get underway.
And the thing that I'm really curious about is we just saw the preview from Vert. You know, how is he going to be impacted here? Jisoo is kind of the guy to watch. I know everyone looks at Levi, and he's certainly been not very shy about making those All-Star plays, but Jisoo is also considered a superstar top laner for the GPL. And Vert, he's been camped repeatedly in pretty much every single game, and I'd like to see him finally land on his feet and showcase All-Stars what he's all about.
Having a pretty good year for himself, coming from that Team 1, doing what he can from Challenger to Worlds with them. We'll see if he can put an impact on this game from the top lane. We see some of the same bands in Ornn and Zoe coming out. Nautilus, yeah. Nocturne and Nidalee, however, on the other side.
I don't know if Levi can jungle Nautilus, but he definitely jungles those two. We've already seen his glacial Nidalee coming out of him. No one will ever forget his takedown of Fnatic on that Nocturne, level 6 at 5 minutes. And the Xerath band, no surprise. The one that we haven't seen yet is the Ezreal, and that's my prediction right here.
See if that's what the Southeast Asia All-Stars do not want to see on the Rift. As you mentioned, the Xerath away. See what the first pick here is for the Brazilian All-Stars as we get into our first round of picks.
You know, by not banning Misfortune, it's kind of like this, what power pick do you want to give away? So normally it's the Ezreal that slots over into that red side, but because blue side didn't ban the MF, they don't want to give away the flex pick, the AD carry, the terrifying support. So unfortunately, Easy is up and available, and we'll see if they grab it for BRTT.
Is it a BRTT champion, though? I mean, the guy has mechanical prowess on everything. You kind of say Ezreal goes into the hands of everyone. It's just how good can they play it at that point. It's going to be the Shen. We saw this coming out quite strong from Kra in his last game.
Yeah, and we've seen it played in multiple positions for this tournament alone. 957 took it up into the top lane. We just witnessed it down into the support, so it is still technically that flex pick, and you're getting the same strength from a first pick priority Shin as you would from the Misfortune in terms of the confusion that you're setting up in the champion select.
Patrick's going to stick with the Malzahar, staying safe in that mid lane. Feels like he can get that easy farm off. Seems like SCA just want the All-Stars want to give themselves a nice, quick laning phase, find a way into that team fight phase.
But Malzahar really hasn't found the same success this tournament.
True.
I'd like to see him punished a little bit. I believe it was Pawn that brought out the Veigar into the Malzahar, so maybe we'll see some something tricky, but it's really been the spell book that's brought Malzahar back. His ability to stay very safe in lane, have those lower cooldowns on his summoners means that he can surprise you with that ultimate.
Keeping it purple on the side of the Southeast Asia All-Stars. Kha'Zix gets picked up, and we see an Olaf over on the side of Brazil.
And it's not just about keeping it purple, it's also the fact that they have incredible Baron control with Malzahar and Kha'Zix alone on those two champions. So if you leave that objective blind for even just a minute, they're just going to snatch it away.
And there's the Ezreal we were talking about, is left up. It is going to the hands of BRTT here as they quickly lock in the Vel'Koz for Kami as well.
That's still a ton of flex, though. Yes, it is known as Kami's champion, but it could technically be that support pick. I know I play a lot of Vel'Koz support because no one can have fun but me on the Rift.
It does get quite annoying, especially being in that lower part of the lane, able to fire the Qs off of the map and then get the math work back into play.
I feel like if Xerath and Zoe just had a baby, it'd kind of be Vel'Koz. You know, he's got the utility, the displacement, he's got the playing of the angles, massive burst damage.
I see a lore comic in the future. Jace.
I've seen those.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Jace locked in. We have seen quite a bit of play from him today to keep the top lane safe for himself, but also have a bit of that late game poke as we get into the second ban phase.
And I think it's quite clever that they grabbed the Jace for the top lane and then immediately ban away the Sion. We saw Jace struggling a little bit against that champion. I was having a conversation with Deficio. You know, the Comet empowered Sion to kind of come back really into the meta. He also offers a lot of that hard engage utility that you really need to combat a lot of these poke compositions. But I was curious, I was like, you know, Jace, he gets the movement speed when he changes forms, you know, should he ever really get hit with that knockup? So I'm actually really curious to deep dive on more of the intricacies of that matchup. Unfortunately, we won't see it here, so definitely respecting what just happened to the last game.
Yeah, not today. They know what they saw, and they don't want to taste of that medicine. Varus, Jarvan, also taken away from the side of the Southeast Asia All-Stars. We did see that Olaf kind of hovering around. We see him go back and forth when Jarvan is also out of the meta. But as of right now, he is banned. Leona's going to get locked in here for Cross. He wants to go a little hard on that initiation. This is the champion that I ban just about every game right now in that bot lane.
Oh, her win rate is incredible. I love playing her, but it's also because they see that Vel'Koz. So yeah, it could go into Kami's hands, or maybe it goes into Druid's hands, but either way, Leon is going to be looking at that low mobility champion. If he wants to sit still and use his ultimate on that incredible line damage, it's going to give Leona a great and easy target to tap.
We'll have a bit of a way to save somebody if they take that solar flare damage or are locked up in a null zone. Tom Kench gets locked in as he starts to see a bit more playtime here at All-Stars. A bit, just a tad. Going slow on this one as we build up to the everything's extravagant now.
But it does mean that with Kench getting locked in, that we start to see where all these pieces slip and slide into. So it is going to be top Shin, mid Vel'Koz, as well as the support Tom Kench.
And there it is with that Jarvan being banned out. Olaf can run free against this composition, and they will lock that in for Revolta.
And that's the thing, you have, you know, very self-sufficient kind of damage sources in the Ezreal and the Olaf. Yes, Vel'Koz is going to need a little bit more carrying after, especially if these fights really start to get on top of his face, so that allows Dude to take care of him, and then it's just about what Vert can be on that front line.
Yep, a little more speed. Really color match on the side of the Southeast Asia All-Stars. I like it. I like what they're doing. Strategy and picks and bans all the way through, and the Sivir is locked in here for a little bit of wave clear play, but also adding speed to the team. You have the J-Skate. You're trying to follow up on Leona, or the disengage if necessary from that laser.
And it's really how she is going to team up, like you said, with Leona, with that Malzahar, so able to immediately pull the trigger. And the thing that I really like about Southeast Asia's composition is the fact that by putting the utility or the hard engage on other members, they open up Levi that he can be the carry jungler, that he can look for the Kha'Zix. Last time around, I believe it was them that took the Scion, and he was able to go for the Lee Sin. So, you know, he didn't have to go towards the Sejuanis, towards the Jarvans. He can play his style, and his team can pick up the slack.
Southeast Asia coming in right now. The All-Stars 1-1 versus Brazil. Looking at their 0-2 so far as they make their way through the All-Stars beginning stage. Who is going to move on? Brazil trying to do what they can here to get another win under the belt, I should say.
And it's the fact that their dreams are still alive so far into the tournament, but they've got 2 matches left, Southeast Asia and then China. So it's an uphill climb, but it is possible.
See the teams on your screen. Brazilian All-Stars locking in their composition. Seems like it's pretty go forward, get a little bit of aggression in, but Southeast Asia has also answered with that. A lot of aggression in the chance of heading forward with Sivir in an acceleration gate, but they can play passive as well and kite that back for their own initiation.
Also, a lot of different responsibilities in terms of how these top laners clash. So we'll keep our eyes on that as we hit the rift.
All right, Frosker, and we are in the fountains. Let's see what everybody has picked for their runes reforged, and it seems like we have a bit of the same here. That spellbook over on the side of Patrick for Malzahar, so we can switch it up at that 2 and then every 6-minute mark after, and we'll just keep a close eye on how everybody's using their runes reforged throughout the game.
Yep, everything looks pretty standard to what we've seen. I do want to kind of start with Craw there on the Leona. What I think is very cool about Leona, and I don't know what he's taken specifically as his secondary tree. I will check on that and update. But something that is cool about Leona is that she can go into the domination tree as her secondary tree easier than other supports, which means she gets access to that zombie ward. We've been talking about this pretty much all tournament long.
And it is huge. It really is. Players being, like you say, placing wards, but it almost works against you now.
But it's also that factor of getting the trait from the tree, the fact that you get either the AP or the AD. And so by taking it on Leona, she is one of those champions that in the old previous rune set, you would maybe go for the AD marks because you wanted to be able to trade in as well as have your AD carry proc the passive.
Right?
Exactly, or fervor. So I think it still kind of fits into the theme of what made Leona successful on the previous rune set.
Absolutely. We see on the other side, Dude with a bit of Guardian, just trying to keep himself safe, and BRTT, as we see with a lot of those tankier supports, they're going to be playing a little more passive. help for Levi in the jungle here. Not going to be his Lee Sin, but the Kazakhs, we saw Karsa be super deadly on this, and Levi can do just the same.
And it was about Karsa being able to dominate the side lanes in particular because he had so many squishy opponents to pick from. In this case, though, it's Vert that is on someone like the Shin, so we're not going to see the same type of snowball that we saw last time from a Kazakhs player. Does mean that he still has great kill pressure on pretty much everyone else, though.
And looking at Brazil coming into this tournament, a team that's kind of picked and pulled together from everywhere of guys that have kind of always played together and always been a part of each other's kind of team or just lifestyle.
Yeah, so we have 2 representatives from Thailand in Patrick and Jisoo. They are Korean players. And then you have 2 Singaporean representatives in Dantas and Kra. It's also the Singaporean coach, Omo, standing behind them in place for the former GPL All-Star lineup. So everyone knows Levi, but it's where everyone else comes from, and they are very familiar with each other. The GPL likes to play a lot of tournaments to decide who's going to be their representatives, and these teams are constantly running into each other.
It's funny in the situation of Levi, because even if you didn't know him, if you played in that region, you'd be like, I want to know this guy. He's just one of those people you have your eye on all the time. Fantastic style of play, and can show a few new things with each game he gets into. Pretty even set for both teams here to start things off. Revolta low on mana in the jungle. He looks to clear that out, but he will see Levi here, who's actually quite full in his own jungle.
And the big thing is Revolta's very, like you said, low on mana and health. So Levi, starting bottom side, gets quick level 3, and then immediately looks for the invade, as well as placing some deep vision underneath Jisoo. And like I said, we should be paying attention to where these top laners or what's going to happen with the top laners, because it is a Jace. He wants to push forward, he wants to be a bully, which means that Levi is going to dedicate time to him to make sure that he's safe. Also the fact it's Jisoo. He's going to be a carry top laner.
Yep, little airy love taps, you get him in there, you make the other top laner pull their hair out, and you just try to continue that. Vert with the Grasp of the Undying to get in, to get his health back. He really can't step to Jisoo right. And now teleports are still up. They can do really anything they want if Jisoo decides to go pretty hard and make Vert blow that.
But again, looking at the vision, he's already got 3 wards underneath him, and it's just about creating that safety net.
Means Levi doesn't have to really do anything up top either. If he does, he has the Shrine to make his way much faster towards that top side. And we have a 28 to 26 CS mid lane here. Patrick just slowly farming it out, as we kind of would have expected. With that first Malzahar pick, we can see the team and the Sivir just clearing out until they can get together with each other.
So this is one change that I would like to see. We did see that Revolta just walked over a ward, cleared it out, got the 1 gold. I'd like to see the zombie wards be worth a little bit more gold for how heavily they're populating the map. I think it'd be a nice way to kind of balance some of the vision that they're getting. Papa Smithy was talking earlier about, you know, all of the Korean vision and how zombie ward can really diffuse a lot of that. I feel like if you're against a team that is really good at vision and you snowball ahead, you start getting these zombie wards down, that it almost uses their vision against them. It's almost like the perfect counter to the Korean playstyle.
And they have to stop warding. They find a way around it eventually.
Yeah, just make sure everything's dark. Go full LPL.
It's the way they used to play. That's the way the old Samsung team used to play. We go in and then we'll ward after we realize we want to be there. Almost works out perfectly. Still quite even here. A push in from Jisoo the whole time on this top lane as Kami starts playing a little Faga war game to get Patrick off his footing in the mid lane. Still no huge lead for anybody's CS. BRTT is able to get a bit of a poke down in that bot lane with the Kleptomancy, but it's not really giving anyone an advantage through any of their keystones here to start. Levi again will get himself through the jungle. We'll see what he does on that top side as the lane is pushed once again.
That was definitely a dive, and Vert cancels his back.
Very nicely done. Low mana here for Jisoo. He's waiting for that to come back up. Gets a little hit on the mana band there, as you see for himself. Levi's going to take this into his own hands before he jumps out with a little turret aggression. Flashes the undertow.
Got the axe.
Volta wants this one. The ghost is on. The axe hits again. He's going to get the reckless swing and first blood for Brazil.
Excellent read by Revolta, an excellent stall from Vert. This is what I said. This guy has been camped pretty much this entire tournament. He hasn't landed on his feet, hasn't gotten to showcase why he is here representing Brazil in the first place until now. Sidesteps means that the shock blast, there's a big cooldown. Jisoo doesn't want to go in because he didn't hit it. And now it's about who's going to juggle the aggro. Jace immediately walks to the edge of the tower because he's trying to drop it, and Revolta shows up just in time. Mixes the axe, just picks it up and continues the chase. Almost said it, didn't say it.
Got it. Easy save.
Nailed it.
Nice and easy. Revolta saving that one as well. Vert also playing that safe to be taking a bit of damage, making it look juicy, but he was pushed in the whole time. Even with that vision, Jisoo had to think, I'm going to pull some aggression here at some point.
Just hit him in the comms. Look delicious. High in fiber.
So Vert now feeling pretty good with an assist kind of delivered to him after playing nice and defensive in that top lane. Revolta's going to get himself going, and really a huge factor for every team that he's been on. This guy is representing at the All-Stars, and once again, I should say, representing each year, and now another year forward. Undertow onto Jisoo. That flash is still there. Does he use it at the last second? And it is going to be the safety from the Undertow.
Make sure that he had his medal there. He knew he needed to dodge the last skill shot, and he did.
Take a breath. I got this.
That said, it was the teleport burned. He's still going to miss a massive wave that's hitting into his tower. And from bad to worse, Jisoo is finding himself in a pretty sideways position. We said that they need to create that safety net. Jace wants to be pressed forward. He wants to be aggressive in the lane. And unfortunately, the 2v2 topside for Brazil has finally won in terms of a game.
He's also losing out a bit of CS too. Siege wave that comes back, it's already starting to push back against them, so he's going to be in kind of an irregular place for the lane. And sneaking forward already, Revolta is going to make that even tougher because he won't get back to lane with full health if he's patient.
This is brutal. Is he going to let him go? Oh no!
Oh, and it's going to be Vert coming in. They did just hit the 6 on the back. He gets a teleport back to lane. They may send Jisoo back for a long walk, and now they're going to have to work this one out. Revolta does not have the turret on him. No more hits to come through. Not enough mana. Revolta almost goes down, and Jisoo lives for the 2v1.
He caught the first axe, but he misses the 2 on this dive. So first time it worked out, second time not so much.
Oh, Airy almost taking him down. He just chugs that potion in time.
Okay, calm down, boys. Jisoo's like, I've had enough. I'm drawing the line. This is it. And they throw the Ezreal? Really?
To boot. I actually think he might have gone down from that Airy shot had he not just chugged his potion. So quick plays on both sides. Great play by Jisoo to avoid that, because that would have completely thrown that top lane up.
I know Airy has a slow movement, and actually if you move towards her, you can grab her sooner, which then starts the cooldown. Maybe the fact that he was running away gave him enough. You know, how cool would that be, that the tick of the potion because he was running away from
Looking over his shoulder.
the slow-moving projectile?
Gotta go. He saves himself for now. And they do not capitalize on the first kill goal he got either. So looking pretty strong in the jungle. Still Jisoo with the lead in CS in that top lane. He's going to get himself some pen as well. Armor pen, I should say. And make sure he can get that lethality in and start taking Vert down a little bit better.
But it's never ending. Again, the on the way pings. Levi is already slipping up into the top side. He's going to sit in the brush. He's going to wait for Vert to push it back forward. And they're going to go for another gank.
Look at all the wards they have up here too. Still, like you said, the ones in the river, they have 2 in the top brush to make sure nobody's pushed forward or holding back. And Revolta may be taking a little too long on Gromp, but he is none the wiser that Patrick is making his way up for the gank as well.
There's also Craw right behind him. This is going to be a 4-man top.
4-man, 10 minutes. Seems pretty likely. I don't think Vert's going to be ready for this one. And it's also Revolta heading towards the bot side, so he is not going to get a lot of help. Vert teleported. Vert stand united. He's going to have a long walk back to lane, and that may have given him the idea. Cry using the scrying orb says there's a few too many people here if you also cannot see mid lane.
So Kami did a great job. He pressured forward really hard in the mid lane, forced Patrick to respond. Like you said, Krav was also spotted out. So now it is only a 2v1, and I think Levi is losing interest in it.
Now we get the 80 carries, 1v1 towards the bot side, but however, that 1v1 quickly goes away. The Abyssal Voyage brings in Revolta, and dude, Flash and on the hunt, but the hunt is for Dantes, and Revolta picks up his second kill of the game. Levi in the top side, Vert's able to get that Spirit's Refuge and taunt under the turret, and nothing happens on the top for SEA.
But Vert is doing so much work for this team right now. He's absorbing so much pressure, and meanwhile, his team is running away with the bottom side of the map. So Revolta spends his time, gets Vert on his feet, they win the top side of the map, or at least survive a lot of what Jace can do early, and then turns that attention, says, thank you, Jace, now we're gonna win the bottom side of the map, because it looks like the first tower will fall for Brazil.
Trading a bit of gold back and forth. The kills there for Revolta, the guy they actually want to get going. Remember, we said that Jarvan was banned in Champion Select, which means these fights could be Revolta's, and we'll see this one more time in the bot lane.
So I like what Dantes is trying to do here. Because Olaf is a melee champion, he's trying to run around the tower and keep himself out of the auto attack range, and then flash to create distance. Revolta does a good job playing, you know, ring around the rosies, and does catch him on the back half.
Absolutely love when pros are able to do that to avoid some autos. You see the guy keep balking at hitting the turret, and you're like, all right, I give up. I give up. It's very hard to do.
If a Tryndamere and Olaf ever tries to dive, you just run around the tower, just tight circles.
Easy ring around the rosy. It's the best. It feels good. We'll see here now, Southeast Asia trying to gain control of the bot side of the map. They said, we lost this turret, but we have a wave push. Zenith Blade onto Dude. they're going to actually blast themselves over the wall. No follow here from Southeast Asia, as now it's a little hairy. The RTT gobbled up by Dude for safety there to the skies would have brought him very low, and probably even more aggression from the rest of Southeast Asia.
But I do like the immediate adaptation from Southeast Asia. They say, okay, bot tower went down, we're going to grab all 4 members, we're going to throw them into the bot lane, and we're going to see if we can catch Brazil in a back to take the tower for free. Engage goes sideways, and they're forced to burn the teleport to get back in position to catch the big wave.
And it looks like teleport's going to be to the other side of the map. They say, you want to swap, we'll switch. And it looks like bot control here for Brazil as they look for Dantis. That's the taunt used for Vert, so he's waiting on Revolta to get the catch. And that will be the spell shield, quick safety here for Dantis to keep himself alive.
But it's still an Infernal Drake, so even though they didn't get the pick, they are going to collapse onto the objective.
Top lane still being pushed by Jisoo. They did a good job to control that for themselves and set up a bit of safety on the map, and now they can set up whatever they want from the side of Brazil.
And frankly, these are just really clean rotations. Yes, like you said, the tower did go down, so it's not a complete wash on the side of Southeast Asia. But it's funny, you know, Brazil has been the big powerhouse in terms of emerging regions. You got your headliners, your Pain Gamings, your Keed Stars, INTZ starts cropping up. But you talk to a lot of the Brazilian analysts and the coaches, and they start to say, you know, the region used to be known for being just barely kind of behind on mechanics. They had the macro ability, and then the macro ability kind of faded away. It was more reliance on the mechanics. These are just really clean map movements, and they've just been outmaneuvering Southeast Asia so far in this game.
That's one of the things to keep an eye on too, is you can see that happen sometimes for a team, but when you're able to continuously do it, you're not just thwarted by one time. Southeast Asia has good wards, so you stop doing that pressure, you stop split pushing. They're keeping that, they're not keeping a one-track mind, as I should say. They're able to branch out if one thing doesn't work.
And again, so much of that is on Vert and Revolta. The fact that Vert has the Shin, that Revolta took the time to make sure that he was in a good spot. You know, it's him who absorbs all the pressure of Southeast Asia's play, then makes the teleport, helps them force down the dragon.
Quick hit from the bot side. We see the Abyssal Voyage being used when that teleport isn't up, or Vert doesn't have Stand United. A lot of actually global pressure is just able to be used here from this Brazilian all-star team.
And now we need to talk about how the composition actually works into a team fight, because we're about to go into the team fight or the skirmishing phase of the game. And no surprise, you look at Shin, you look at Olaf. Olaf's going to press Star.
What are we going to do here?
He's going to run it into the back line, and he's just going to hand-deliver Shin.
Not even a submarine. You're going to see it coming. This is a boat on the water, just full speed ahead. The captain right now is going to be Revolta. And Vert is manning the guns as he comes in on the backside of that.
And then it's
just firing for blue here, as SEA is starting to feel a little strong as well.
They're trying to skirmish right now around the Malzahar level 11 and utilize that ultimate, but again, Brazil are just reading them really well, have great defensive wards, and are just moving around and absorbing any sort of play that they're trying to make.
Feels good for Patrick, gets that blue buff for himself, as they are able to kind of create a line of scrimmage with their wards now, stopping Revolta and the rest of the team from getting too far in, giving Jisoo enough time to continue farming topside. 137 to 79 in that lane.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Southeast Asia are doing a good job kind of creating the hiatus. You see Sivir down on the bottom side. She just shoved that lane forward. Ezreal's now going to clean it up. Jisoo's up into the top side, getting a ton of farm down for himself. What, 82 to 140? That's massive. Pretty much any deficit in terms of pressure that was thrown at Jisoo up into the first part of the game has been eaten away by the CS discrepancy. So he's feeling great right now. And Southeast Asia are like, okay, Brazil, you know, your play. You guys had the lead. You wanted to play aggressive. Now do something with it.
It is completely up to Brazil at this point. Also for Jisoo to and the rest of Southeast Asia to kind of keep their mind on the fact that he is going to be that strong. Let's not just run into fights and waste his power by changing him into hammer form over and over again. So pretty good to have power on him, but could be difficult to use if they don't get the fights that they want.
It's still going to be pretty painful. He does have his Duskblade completed now on the Jace. So in this isolated 1v1, depending on how these skill shots land, Vert will have to give a bit more respect.
Haven't seen too much spellbook change on the side of Patrick. I did not catch it. I see that heal on him right now. We'll keep an eye on that as well. At 2 and then every 6 minutes after, so he should at least have a few shards at this point.
Still needs to be about the whittling, though.
Yep. And there's the hits onto Vert. GC says, I can add a little bit more. We got a long lane here, and I have a boost for a speed steroid. Goes ahead, gets it to the skies in with a flash, but blows a flash. So you can kind of say, all right.
Really? That was interesting. I've never seen that. Flashes.
That's what All Stars is all about.
Like,
new things.
You're right. I can't argue with that.
Push it mid lane. Brazil trying to make use of what they can, as they know Vert just blew Flash. His teleport's up, Stand United is up, so they're trying to make something of that, but SCA doesn't want the engage. They're already taking Rift Herald as BR's vision falls off quite a bit. They have not been able to gain the top side of the map throughout basically the whole game.
And the issue there is that Brazil just simply didn't have the proper vision to make a siege play like that. The top side of the map is controlled by Southeast Asia. You see the two control wards, and they didn't see where Kra was. So Kra did the smart thing. He backed off the tower, he went to Fog of War, and he sat on top of a ward. And so it didn't matter that he wasn't actually moving in position for a flank, but that he could threaten that he was. And it forced Brazil to respect and back off.
Fog of War, always the danger, even more so here. Jisoo finally going down for overstepping his boundaries. That'll be his first death. He'll be able to teleport wherever he needs to go. But I feel like things will calm down here for the pressure that Southeast Asia has had over the last few minutes. This might give Brazil a chance to breathe.
He's just letting Vert know, you know, if it's not a 2v2, learn your place. Might be a 3v1 in a few seconds. Siver's thinking about it. He's like, do we really want it?
Need to see more emotes, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna have some thumbs up and happy faces.
Do we not get the emotes in competitive?
I'm not sure. It would make everything better.
That's a missed opportunity if not.
See a lot of moo-moo cries. Pressure towards mid. It is the Blitzcrank. Question or thumbs up?
Question mark.
Yeah. It's always the question. 14 seconds on Mountain Drake. And again, Brazil will have control over the bottom side of the map. Southeast Asia was kind of thwarted out on the first one as Inferno went over to Brazil. It looks like everybody will be ready for this. We even see Levi starting to head down here. His item finished in his warrior enchantment.
But it's interesting that we're looking at BRTT right now. Still doesn't have the completed Trinity Force, so just barely off of his big 2-item power spike as the Muramana is completed. While Sivir just has her Essence Reaver and her Zeal. So neither ID carry, also Ninja Tabi. Neither AD carry is really in the position to carry right now, so it's really still about these top laners, these junglers, and these mid laners before these guys become the next big factor in these team fights. Although Ezreal's going to hit his breakpoint much faster than Sivir at this point.
It is interesting that Tabi's Danta's saying, all right, yeah, we have Shen and Olaf ganks coming through the turret in the bot lane. Kind of want to live through these a little bit longer. And he is taking quite a bit of a beating in that lane so far. It's always been either Southeast Asia using 4 to gank or Brazil bringing 4 to gank. These mid laners of Patrick and Kami have kind of just been hanging out. 205 to 197. We still have yet to see if they can make an explosion here in the game.
Explosion might be happening bottom lane. Levi's been patient before.
Patrick, there's the ultimate as well coming in from Vert. This is going to be a kill going easily over to Patrick. I guess we just cursed him on that one as he started to roam down the river and get a bit more pressure to where what could have been Dragon Vision, but it was already Brazil's.
I mean, you said it was about the 4-man gank squads. Just this time around, it was initially set up by Southeast Asia and then finished by Brazil. But it's going to be back-to-back dragons for them. They now have Infernal as well as Mountain. It means that the next dragon will be spawning around 26 minutes. And for sure, you're then going to have the 2 completed items on Ezreal, as well as Vel'Koz will be hitting very hard around that time.
So when does Brazil start to use this? When can they actually say, Revolta and Vert, it's a good idea to start going past turrets?
Well, an issue is that they didn't get control of the Rift Herald because they want to be able to break the mid lane tower to allow them to start creeping that deep vision around the enemy jungle so they can start playing more aggressive around objectives. By not getting Rift Herald, they don't get kind of the easy access to it, and they keep losing control of their side lane. So it's constantly Brazil, sending out resources. You can see that 3 people right now around the top side of the wave. It was 4 people bottom just a moment ago, just getting control of it. So despite the fact that they kind of were in the driver's seat, they're definitely just responding to Southeast Asia.
It's small wins that are kind of fizzling out. They're not finding any results as the wins come through. Here, they'll take a bit of a loss. They'll probably be able to take down Rift Herald before it takes the turret down, but Southeast Asia setting themselves up in little spots around the map. We also get Jisoo now down towards the bottom side, setting up his teleport for any topside plays.
And for all the poke champions that we have in the game, the Ezreals, the Jaces, the Vel'Koz, we haven't seen a lot of badminton back and forth in terms of that damage. It's really just been these little skirmishes between Olaf and Kha'Zix that have decided a lot of this game.
It's very true. Volta saying I'm 3-1-0 may have something to do with that now that they don't want to fight him, but we expect to see maybe a flash kind of hit by Patrick, being the flashy laner that he is in a sense, getting that ultimate onto somebody and locking them down. Dude always makes it difficult though. If Tahm Kench is close, ultimates pretty much mean nothing.
And again, he just has to be that babysitter. It's the Revolta Shin engage, but before then, you're setting up the poke on the Vel'Koz and the Ezreal. I think everyone's played this composition in solo queue. There's always that moment where the poke comp runs and dies, and then immediately chat opens up. Guys, I think we should poke first.
And then you go to try and poke, and someone hits a hook, and you're like, we gotta go. Wait, we were supposed to poke.
But that's why you have the Tahm Kench.
It's so easy to forget. So it might be a lot easier, however, for BRTT and the rest of the Brazilian team to start getting a little of their poke in. Once you get to that second tier turret, it's a bit harder for any team to stand around it in that enclosed area. And now BRTT may be able to hit a few more of those Mystic shots. Kami giving hell to Dances in mid lane with just a few hits and his comp.
Yeah, now they have so much control over the top side on that. So you talk about that poke, when they want to start collapsing, he popped Ghost.
Vroom, vroom. Look at that Cross. Cross like, I'm trying to stop him, I promise. Revolta comes back. They're looking at him now, but Cross too tanky. Good hit. Solar Flare comes out. It's going to slow them on the way back out as Ragnarok wears off. This could be real bad for Brazil. Vert's going to be going down right after Revolta as the kills start piling up for SEA. There's 3 on the board, and they could come up with the full ace. Dantes has to back off. Could actually get burned down here, but he will live with a chug of a potion. And what a turnaround as Brazil asks for too much.
And that was Kami who saved the day, finally showing up on the back end of the fight and laying down great line damage from Vel'Koz, as well as tagging Sivir, almost destroying her on the end of it. I was very confused here. I saw that Revolta was kind of sitting up underneath. I was like, they're probably just going to rotate. He's going in.
My people need me.
They're not rotating mid. There's the initiation. The problem is that MVP tower, you're about to get locked up by Leona ultimate and then Malzahar ultimate. And then where is Kami? He's still walking up to this fight. If he was there from the beginning in that corridor, maybe a different story for Brazil. But just on the end, he pretty much just dissuades them from acing his team.
I understand now why Dantes did that. He came in and his first ricochets and his boomerang, that was huge damage. So he flashes forward thinking, more crits. Almost loses his own life. Now they are on a knife's edge. They start to pressure Baron around Brazil. Brazil is able to push him off. Brazil still very strong, and Southeast Asia knows it. The All-Stars have to back off.
And we talked about the threat of Baron for Southeast Asia. So again, that is one of the win conditions for their composition because they have the Malzahar, because they have the Cosmos and the Jace. So they think for a second that they can catch Brazil in a back. They immediately pull the trigger, but Brazil, they've got a good read on him and force him off.
We do have that Triforce finished up recently for BRTT, a bit of a spike. Lots of Quicksilver Sashes as well, both DU'd, so he can get BRTT or Kami, and BRTT has his own, so they're really trying to utilize the safety of those carries.
And frankly, I do think that it may be a waste on Ezreal.
Yeah.
That said, when he has his 2 big, because he has the Tahm Kench. Let me clarify.
Sure.
I feel it's a bit of a waste on the Ezreal because the Tahm Kench is there, and if he has the QSS, then he can keep himself safe and then entrust that safety to the rest of his team. As now bottom.
Void spikes for Vert, possibly. We did get the Ghost coming in, as we heard. It looks like they're going to try to get the hit down on him. They do. That was actually a spellbook change coming in for Patrick that allowed him to get in range with that Ghost. As he uses the shards effectively, they get the kill down onto Vert, and Brazil now looks at the Baron.
And the only job of Southeast Asia right now is, again, now to dissuade Brazil from executing on the Baron, and they're now going to converge mid lane. So clean rotation. They've got the inside track, which means Brazil has to go all the way around.
These kind of plays feel really good. Brazil obviously trying to say, don't do any more damage. We know you took down Vert. We're going to pressure this. And like you said, Southeast Asia says, okay, we still have the inside track. We were still 1 step ahead.
And the nice thing is, because Southeast Asia made that play into the side lane with their mid laner and their jungler, and because Jisoo was grouped up with the team, not only was he able to give them the acceleration gate so that they can kind of weave in and out of Baron, but then he was also there to provide his W with the quick tap on the tower to burn it down. You know, if that was Malzahar, maybe they don't trade the structure there, but because
Very
it's
true.
Jace.
Getting those fast hyper shots in. Always good at taking down turrets, especially he's in that side lane being a nuisance by himself. Vert going in with the Titanic Hydra and his Thornmail. Almost forgot words for a second. 26 minutes into this, and we're going to see more love for the Dragon. A double Infernal here, possibly, for Brazil on top of that mountain. And Southeast Asia looking to grab their first. Levi on the wing will realize he has been somewhat spotted.
I just love the positioning from Levi. The fact that he's
always ready.
He's carrying a control ward with him as well. So he He knows he's slipped into a dark zone. He's got the control ward to see how much farther he can push it, and he's just constantly looking for those flanks. It's very Karsa-esque when you watch it.
This is good for Southeast Asia, but Brazil kind of doing the same thing. They say, does this look like deja vu? You just did this to us. You're going to try for an objective, but Southeast Asia was able to get that Infernal Drake, so a bit of an upper hand there for this play for them. Dantis on the bot side as well, being Sivir. And he's going to be dropping turrets. If nobody's coming back for him right now, he's going to keep going. He also has Levi in the mid lane, and they're going to be stopping minions, so mid pushes. Let's see what Brazil can do here on the bot side. They're trying to commit big time, which is going to give Dantis a huge push on the bot side. They lose Jisoo, and Patrick should be able to clear quite a bit of minions, but for how long?
But all Southeast Asia has to do is make sure that their inhib tower doesn't break, and Brazil are finally going back. BRTT, when he used the ultimate, he only clipped a single minion from that wave, which means Sivir had everything and more to work with. Inhib down and bottom.
Happily backing for himself and also getting about a 20 CS leads. He gets back out. 10 now. It'll grow, I promise. And this is going to be the rest of Brazil now sharing this CS that comes in. Probably going to be RTT on the bot side. Vert getting himself a little bit stronger. And I wouldn't be surprised to actually see Brazil try to get some quick wards out and do the activation again. Once Revolta has Ragnarok, they hit it with Vert and they find a target on the side of Southeast Asia.
At very least, they need to walk up to the Baron. So it should be not Dude just on his own. He's got Revolta behind him now. And they need to start kind of peeking their head in it and making sure that Southeast Asia aren't immediately running towards this objective. So right play, right moves. It's now how long can they stall out to compensate for their inhib being down in the bottom side.
Power in numbers, just to do a little bit of ward clearing as they stay hip to hip for safety.
And now on the other side, Southeast Asia, it's a pretty clean play. We've seen this from every single professional team. You set down your triangle vision around the Baron, so deep inside, it's the vision right now that Brazil are clearing out. You control your side lanes, so you push mid, you push top, and you just constantly rotate to Baron, and either you make the pick or someone's out of position and you burn it down.
It is. It happens a little differently, so you almost don't realize you're doing the same thing over and over again because there's slight changes, but they're looking for you to fall into a pattern. You kind of can't see it until it happens. You know they're doing it though. You say, hey, they're just warding to set it up, and we've walked into it time 2.
And you know, I coach some solo queue on the side, and I see a lot of lower ELO players will fall into the problem where they just won't be patient enough. You know, you see this all the time.
Huge.
Yeah, professional games, and you just kind of walk. We call it a Baron dance for a reason, because it is this beautiful kind of fluid circular motion around it.
Otherwise, it's a fiesta.
I see a lot of those in my region. But in solo queue, you know, the players won't be patient. They feel like if they're not constantly doing something, that they must be doing it wrong. They get bored, and that's when the mistakes are made. So sometimes, just hold your ground, just wait 45 seconds. The right play will appear.
Sometimes it feels like the enemy can never make a mistake, Frostgurren. They'll never make that mistake my AD carry just made. Here, Kra making a bit of a mistake, gets hit with a few undertows and a reckless swing as they back off. But we are starting to get a few love taps as Jisoo puts a lot of love on the Nexus turrets.
And that's the other win condition here. You know, again, it's Jace versus Shin in this isolated matchup, as well as the super creeps on top of it. So Southeast Asia, they know either Brazil's going to make a mistake and we're going to get the free Baron, or we're going to continue to play this dance and we're going to burn down the Nexus towers.
That turret might just go down by itself. Shen not the best at wave clearing at that point. Even Titanic against some of the super minions. They are pinging off because they say if we don't have Jace, they can still have a strong fight to pick us apart without our Pope. And they're going to respect that, but as well give Jisoo a little bit more time to play in the base.
But the Nexus tower hasn't fallen, and Brazil have weathered the storm. So it still feels very bad for Brazil. You know, they're definitely, their backs are to the wall, but they are surviving this. You know, it's just a couple more minutes before that inhib comes back up that they're no longer dealing with the pressure of these creeps, and they can look again for that engagement. They can't pull Vert right now from his babysitting duty and look for that engagement with Revolta because he needs to be there.
Everything Vert does right now basically has to be past the outer turret or river. If he can get it past river, that's great for Brazil. They have much more time to try and do something on the map without being suffocated.
Have you seen those dogs on the tiny leash? And they like run forward in the leash. That's Shen right now.
He's leashed. River, don't pass it without a friend. If you do, you better be careful.
Connie.
Just 30 minutes into this one.
They're gonna go for the kill on Vert.
Gets himself hit, throws down Zani's, and he's still going to go down. Not even being able to stop time is going to save him on this one.
Yeah, Southeast Asia changes the formula. They say, okay, it's no longer a 1v1, it's now a 2v1. Brazil answers.
Southeast Asia looking to make it 2-1 for their score line. However, Jisoo goes down quite fast, but it's a valiant takedown for him as the team is on to Baron. Not a whole lot of damage here with the Leona, but they should be able to do it in time. Feuds right there. The turn will definitely have more damage onto that Tom Kench, and they're going to be able to drop him down right after the Gray Health comes through. Is there a bounce? There is not. It is actually go to Kra on his Ignite. Not the blade coming in from the Ricochet, and now they're on to Kra as they turn. Looks like Southeast Asia wants a little too much, and BRTT is ready to deliver it back with Revolta. Bot lane is getting a few minions pushed in, so Brazil does have some time to play, as they just had a wave spawn for themselves. Fighting back, they stop Baron once again. I think that's the big picture.
Yeah, so again, kind of survived the storm this time around, though.
Kinda. The house is falling apart, though.
Literally, it's on fire, and they're like, I'm gonna take a dog for a walk. Like,
let's go.
It's fine. Shout out to Patrick there. He hit the cute little silence over the wall to tap Vel'Koz and knock him out of the ultimate. But we take another look at this. Again, it's the right call. Brazil has to guard multiple, red zones at once. They're taking care of their base. They gotta take care of the Baron. Dude goes in, and now it's just damage control. Okay, we got him off the Baron. Now who can we get out alive? Kami is now coming up the channel here, and just eyes on Patrick. He's gonna throw his Q over the wall as soon as Vel'Koz opens up. Oh, nope, he didn't even, he saw the threat. Didn't even get the silence. He's like, I see where this is going. Kami just disengaged.
Do not want, nope. Levi back out on the Rift very quick. 204 to 164 as he starts picking up a few more monsters around the Rift. Quite big for himself. Black Cleaver with everything else finished up, and now the BF Sword as well. Got to do more damage. That's the only way to go now.
So we talked about how Ezreal was going to reach the breaking point first. That's natural. Everyone's heard this before, but at this point, like, Sivir's kind of been out of the meta. We see her peak up a couple of times in the EULCS, maybe here or there sprinkled over Worlds. She still fights really, really bad in the late game. Ridiculous amounts of damage. Interesting thing about this composition, though, is Sivir really excels against comps that are clumped up together, because that way she can ricochet off the front line and then crit the back line. Against an Olaf and Shen, you're really not going to get that. So I always enjoy Sivir. She's one of my favorite champions, but in terms of against this composition, her duty really isn't about that damage. It's still about the utility that she's providing to the Malzahar, to the Kha'Zix and the Leona. Because there really shouldn't be an option where she gets to hit the front line and then have it bounce back to the back line, because they should be separated.
And in saying that, it's kind of the same thing, but the Sivir also has to know that, because it feels so good to be able to just say, like, hey, I can reset my attack real quick and just bounce it to that 80 carry. But that misstep is what costs you as Sivir your life. So knowing that you just have to be that utility is a very big factor here. Possibly giving that on the hunt to the team from the side, but staying to the back. Dantis throwing in the ricochets, gets one for himself, but that kill's gonna go over to Patrick as they try to follow. A great silence in as Levi feels like that's his ability to jump in. The Zenith Blade now coming in from Kra as they look to put the finishing touches on the game.
Yeah, they're gonna crash right in here. The bot lane's already open and Revolta in trouble.
Ooh, Jisoo coming in. He says, I'm already in the base. We've already been doing this rundown for a while. We're just gonna run it back. 10-7 now, 11-7 as Southeast Asia breaks the base open. They will take down Brazil, and they will be 2-1 on the day.
Unfortunately, that means that Brazil's hopes of moving along have come to an end, but Southeast Asia, after their first defeat, have come back very strong and picked up the last 2 games.
Very nicely played. As you said, a lot of aggression would be towards the top lane to start things off. And it looks like both junglers knew that. It's just who started warding more and who started kind of accepting that the pressure was going to be there. Jisoo living through that first double gank he got really turned things around for the top lane.
And credit to both top laners, Vert and Jisoo. The game really was all about them, like you're saying, in that early game. Both of them made great plays. Both of them had highlight moments. And unfortunately, it was just the fact that as a unit and as a team, this scrappy GPL squad that was thrown together at the very last minute just showed really incredible synergy about how they were playing the Baron.
Really did. The Baron was, I think, one of the big things, because we saw as well, we mentioned Brazil was moving very clean, back and forth, kind of always reacting though, not being in the forefront of those movements that Southeast Asia was actually saying, let's do this first. Oh, you're gonna go for Baron, we'll route you into the mid lane and take your middle turret. The little things that kept kind of making the dominoes fall against Brazil.
And it was multiple members that were constantly involved with that. I said that, everyone knows Levi, everyone should know Jisoo, he's going to be a standout. But it was also, Patrick getting involved, having a bigger impact on this Malzahar than, his games yesterday. So, whole team effort from the GPL. Everyone had their shining moment. Dantas and Kra, they did their work. He pressed R when he needed to.
He really did, but it was about the positioning, right? Still had to get himself into a good spot. And like you said, charging up late, the team kind of knowing where they were in that role as well. They're saying, hey, that Ezreal has a Triforce. Revolta's 3-0 something right now. Let's not take those fights. Give him the first mountain, give him the first Infernal. We can fight for third, and then we'll do the dance, as we kept it out of the Fiesta for them. Very nicely done by Southeast Asia. As we said, moving on to 2-1 in that Group B. LPL Stars are 2-0. We just saw Brazil, now 0-3, and NA 1-2.
It's a 2-horse race.
It is a 2-horse race.
Well, technically, it's still a 3-horse race, but I may call it.
Very, very, very true. So what was your take on actually kind of where Brazil fell apart within this game? Where could they have changed or found a weakness within this composition that Southeast Asia?
Again, I think that not being able to acquire the Rift Herald certainly hurt because it meant that they couldn't break that mid lane tower. And again, it's so important to opening access and to trying to make those big pick plays, especially if Olaf's running around with the Shen, because it was never really getting to utilize the strength that Revolta and Vert had built up. There wasn't enough of those engagements. Certainly, running it in top lane into that tower didn't help because things certainly swung back and forth, but it was a bit unfortunate.
It is true. I mean, good job on Southeast Asia as well for being able to avoid a running Olaf and Shen ultimate at you, right? It can only happen a few times, and they're like, we see that coming this time. So to hear more about that game, let's send it over to Pastry and the jungler from Southeast Asia.
Thank you very much, everyone. Here with Levi, the all-star jungler from Vietnam. Levi, team is now through to the knockout stage. What does it feel like to make it one step further?
Thì bây giờ em đã đánh thắng được trận này rồi á, thì team sẽ được vô sâu hơn. Thì em cảm thấy thế nào?
Điều mà em cảm thấy ở thời điểm hiện tại thì em nghĩ là em có thể chơi nhất 2 trận nữa.
So what I'm thinking right now is we can play another 2 games.
Okay, certainly looks good moving forward, but it was very difficult for your team to make it due to a lot of troubles with visas. What is it like playing with brand new teammates, people that you've never played with before?
Thì cái vấn đề visa làm cho đội mình không tới được á, thì cảm giác như thế nào khi mà em phải chơi với những người thuộc team khác?
Đầu tiên khi mà không được chơi với những người đồng đội của mình ở Việt Nam thì em cảm thấy rất là buồn. Và khi mà được chơi với những người đồng đội hiện tại thì em gặp rất nhiều khó khăn về rào cản ngôn ngữ cũng như là cách chơi của họ, và em nghĩ là ở thời điểm hiện tại thì bọn em đã phần nào sửa được điều đó.
So I was really sad I couldn't play with my own teammate. There's a lot of difficulty playing with new people because they come from different country, and there was communication problem, play style problem. But I think we come to the point that now we can play well together.
And I think individually you're doing very well. Do you think you've been playing well this tournament, and what do you attribute that to? Do you like the metagame? Do you think all the aggression favors you? Kind of, what is it about you that's made you such an all-star here?
Em cảm thấy thế nào khi với lại cái gameplay bây giờ, và điều gì làm em thấy rằng em chơi tốt ở trong cái All Star năm nay?
Ở cái gameplay hiện tại thì nó rất là đa dạng và mình có thể kiểu chơi được nhiều con tướng và nhiều cách chơi khác nhau. Còn ở All Star năm nay thì em nghĩ em có thể phần nào đó chơi được tốt với những người đồng đội mới là bởi vì em hiểu được những vị trí khác cần gì chứ không phải riêng mỗi rừng.
I think the game style, the gameplay right now is very flexible and so many ways to let the game run too. And I think I can do well with the current teammate because I'm not only understand jungle, but I understand all the position tools to give them the best support.
Well, certainly doing very well so far. Congratulations and best of luck in the future. We're going to toss to a commercial. Don't go too far away. More All-Stars coming right up.
Flash is the undertow.
Got the axe.
Ulta wants this one. The Ghost is on. The axe hits again. He's going to get the Reckless Swing and First Blood. The Abyssal Voyage brings in Revolta and Dude, Flash, and on the hunt. But the hunt is for dances.
Tá bom. Nice. Pega a draga.
Faz aí, vou puxar bot.
Olaf no flash.
Go. Can't ulti. Let's see what Brazil can do here on the bot side. They're trying to commit big time, which is going to give Dances a huge push on the bot side. They lose Jisoo. The Gray Help comes through. Is there a bounce? There is not. It is actually going to go to Pra. That kill's going to go over to Patrick as they try to follow. A great silence in as Levi feels like that's his ability to jump in. The Zenith Blade now coming in from Pra. They turn to Wolf as Bang feels like he can get back into the fight. Just 100.
Ansama has no heal.
On Sama. One more shot as Wolf wants the glitter lands. Bang on the right. Barrier comes in. Onto Bang. Fight in the jungle still. What's going down? 2 kills in the bot lane as Misfits pull the trigger.
Talia will have priority afterwards. I will knock you on. What is he doing? Talia is moving now. Nice. Talia is moving to you now, okay?
Come to me. I can go.
You need to be careful now. You need to be careful now, Max.
I'm fine.
Nice.
This guy's so...
They play. Never mind. Hey guys, I am here with Ignar and Young Buck, the support and coach of the EU All-Stars team. Guys, I want you to know you are not out of this yet. If in the next game, Turkey beats Korea, then we're gonna find ourselves in a crazy 3-way tie between EU, Turkey, and Korea. We're gonna have some crazy 1v1 matches. What do you guys think the chances of that happening are, and who are you gonna send in?
For now, if Turkey beat Korea, then we have to tiebreaker. So I'm waiting Turkey's power, and if happens, then I want to send POE because he lost 1v1 already. So I want to give him one more chance. Yeah.
I think our chances are quite small. I think Korea is way stronger right now. But we talk as a team, and it would be really fun if the coaches could decide the 1v1. It's out?
Oh no, we're still going. We're still going. Sorry.
But if the other coach wouldn't want to do that, then it's going to be either POE or Reckless, depending on which team we're going to face.
Perfect. And Ignar, what has it been like playing with all of these EU All-Stars as a team?
I think EU All-Star team was really fun, especially I thought Reckless, just in my imagine, Reckless will be really like cold and just like practice really hard, but he was really fun and everybody was like really did many joke and just really nice guy. So I was really happy to fun. I mean happy to play with. Yeah.
How about for you? Was this a dream team to coach, or was this a nightmare?
No, it was a dream team, and I think there were not any G2 players, which kind of sucked in the beginning. But I really started to like all these new players and actually getting to know different kind of people and how they play in game, how they communicate. And this is a really fantastic group of players. They've been a lot of fun. There's a lot of high energy, a lot of joking around, even though everyone comes from a different team.
And what were your guys' main takeaways from All Stars, or what did you guys learn from this?
I think All-Star was just happy. I mean, just, yeah, for me, yeah.
Yeah, the main takeaway was just having fun and making sure that every player plays the kind of champion that got them voted into the tournament. So we had to put Soas on Nasus, of course, because he's known for the dog champ. We put Ignar on the playmaking supports. And yeah, just having fun and just playing around a bit with the meta.
And I'm sure the EU fans loved watching it at home. But Ignar, for you, this is the last time that people at home in EU are going to be able to cheer you on representing EU. At All Stars, you played with teammates and you also played with past opponents. What has this tournament meant for you as a closer of your time in EU?
This tournament was playing for EU, last of 2K17, but was really happy and like I got pressured a bit, but I'm not going to play for EU 2K18, but I don't know more future, so for now was happy. Yeah.
Do you have any favorite memories from playing at EU?
Actually, I have a lot of memories in EU, especially like at Worlds, it was biggest memory, but more happy memory was just every day in Miss Peace Gaming House with teammates, because every teammate was really fun and nice guys. So yeah, just normal days was best happy days. Yeah.
With losing Ignar, is the EU scene going to be impacted? Are we missing out on someone?
Yeah, we definitely are. He's actually been a really good shot caller for the team, and he knows a lot about the game, so he will be missed for sure.
Well, guys, thank you so much for this interview. I have my fingers crossed for you, and we're going to head over to our friends at the desk.
Thank you very much, Avril May, Ignar, and Young Buck. Welcome back, everybody, to Game 5, where LCK take on the team from Turkey as we're about to head into picks and bans. Obviously, we heard that EU was trying to get a little bit of love out of this one. We'll see what can happen in this game. Korea is going to have that first pick, though, make things a little more difficult.
Yeah, #1 fans for Turkey right now is the European squad. And I just want to quickly toss back to the interview. I definitely agree. I think Avile asked some great questions right there. Just Ignar is going to be super missed. I know, incredible memories, Misfits versus SKT, that Leona performance, that was amazing. I hope to see that if this is the last hurrah for them, that he feels happy with the performance, but hopefully Turkey can do what they failed to do at Worlds and take down Korea.
Honestly, Ignar made one of my favorite games to cast, and he played in ever. So that guy's done a lot for a lot of people. Here we are, though, Korea All-Stars versus Turkey All-Stars, Game 5 of the day. Here at All-Stars 2017. Jin and Azir thrown out of the mix here for Korea to start off as Ornn and Az. Where do I see Ornn down there? I feel bad for the guy. Got a fantastic mustache.
You know, Zoe hasn't been banned, and sometimes people will spell out Zoe down there by banning Zoe, Ezreal, and Ornn.
There you go.
We didn't get the correct order this time around. I actually, well, see, they could have done it.
They still spelled it.
Yeah, but it's
It's not in the right order.
are you dyslexic?
We're seeing now. We could figure this out in this game. 20 seconds left here in the pick on the side of Turkey All-Stars after seeing the MF. We talked about that as well last game. If the MF or the Ezreal left up or banned, usually you just get one or the other.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they banned the Varus and then took the Misfortune. Normally you see the Varus and the MF get paired together, so Korea obviously feeling pretty good that they had the first pick, that they were going to get that flex pick, and then kind of deny one of the powers that goes with it. Ashe. Very exciting. So what I like about Ashe in this meta is she still kind of falls under the realm of the poke champions. Like I do not think that she is as strong as the Varuses or the Misfortunes or the Jins, those other Comet users. But her ability to gain lane control, to shove someone underneath the tower, and then to whittle them away with the volley. You know, Sivir can do the same thing. She can push the wave in, but it's actually really hard for her to whittle down the health bars there.
Yeah.
And then when you pair her with another, I was going to say Comet using support, but crush all my hopes and dreams, then it can be really obnoxious. But she's providing that all-in engagement. We talked about Southeast Asia. You know, they put the utility elsewhere in their composition so they can unlock someone else, like their jungler in case, to not go the Sejuanis, to go for more of the Kha'Zix and Lee Sin. So by having it on the AD carry, so Stomaj might get the same gift.
Zeitnot as well, a guy, keep a very cool head. You'll probably see some really good situational arrows from him. Whether he's doing good or bad, he usually can do very good, even if the team is having a rough game. You see the Sejuani locked in for Ambition. He can be just that ambitious on that Sejuani, going very hard in the matchup. And a Taric, which means even more, we are going to be in your face, and we're bringing the Cosmic Radiance with us.
And reminder that Taric is always going to make full use when you are being the engager or the aggressor in these hard engage compositions. His ultimate doesn't work so well when you're reacting a lot to it, so you don't want to see the Ashe arrow and then the immediate Taric ultimate. You want to see Sejuani running at you and the Taric ultimate charging up.
Oh boy, I'm late. Jarvan locked in, and we are in two-ban phase dose. We'll have to see. Jarvan Quattro locked in last for All-Stars.
But already a ton of engagement on both these compositions. Nice stacks of AoE, some good poke. They really haven't given themselves away. I kind of talk about core of compositions and then just like general comps. I like to think that a core of a composition really defines exactly what it is, and I feel like both teams have, you've got the general meta sprinkling there of let's have some poke, let's have some hard engage, but nothing too crazy yet.
So does your core also have to follow what the core does, or can they be crazy?
I'm trying to think of like a good example of a core champion.
They can change, kind of.
It's just kind of like that really defining factor, like a Jace or an Ezreal.
Right, okay.
They're going to be the champions that you're playing around. It doesn't really matter what you put around them.
Makes
it's going
sense.
to be a poke composition. And then everything revolves around their power spikes.
Well, there won't be any Jace or Gnar spikes coming out of this one. We see them both banned as well. We had Shen last game, so a lot of players that just had a roundabout, or champions, I should say, finding some time on the bench here in Game 5 of the day, as Talia will be the final one, taken away from Frozen. As Faker says, I don't want to deal with that one. Maybe that'll be the last ban.
Given respect to Frozen, that said, his Echo is still available.
And Syndra.
I don't expect that he'll go towards it, but I would actually really love. I mean, this may be the last time that we see Turkey. I'd love Frozen to just put it all on the line and go for his signature pick. He recently did an AMA, and he talked pretty much at length about why the pick was super important to him. He says it is his clutch pick, and EULCS would certainly need some clutch right now.
Absolutely. A lot riding on this game for more than just Turkey. And it is going to be the Trundle Hover. The Maokai is what they're looking at for the side of Thaldrun in that top lane. We know Thaldrun to be that tank. We call that captain stuff can call his captain style, I should say, from that top lane and be able to make the teleport plays and initiations. 0 seconds means the Trundle is locked in. There is quite a bit of beef on this side of Korea All-Stars as well. It is just going to be Prey able to sit in the back and let that bullet time fly.
Yeah, a lot of control, and it does get very scary for Thaldrun up there, like you said, on the Maokai. If you can control him, he does have the reputation of being a captain in Turkey, so if you slow him down, the crowd recognizes what Faker's hovering. You can certainly throw a wrench in Turkey's plans, and there you go, crowd, you got it.
He never loses on this one, right?
He
Isn't that the statistic?
did lose at Worlds,
yeah.
but we don't talk about that. So the unkillable Demon King on his formerly unkillable rise.
Yes.
I was actually having an interesting conversation with Papa Smithy early. We were talking about, how Orianna has kind of fallen out of the meta, and Ryze has kind of become the new Orianna in the sense that you can just blind pick it. It's just one of those champions that doesn't matter what you're playing across from, you should just pick it safely. It's got the defense, and a lot of that goes with the itemization changes. The fact that he can swing into Abyssal Mask if he needs to.
Right.
If he doesn't want to expend the cost, maybe he can go into the Merc Treads, have the tier available for him. So I think it's just well-rounded, even since Worlds, and especially on the new patches.
Nicely versatile. He will be up against Frozen's Syndra. We saw that coming into play very big as they were playing in the play-in stage for Worlds, making their way into the Worlds group stage.
And you called it, Riv. You said it was going to be the Syndra, so you are the new prophet.
There we go.
And now we have a ton of pick on Turkey's composition. You've got the Syndra, you have the Ashe, so you're basically throwing out kind of non-committal CC, either in the ultimate. You'd probably rather throw it out in the Scout of the Week. It's a little bit of a lower cooldown. And then if you like what you hit, you just throw the Maokai and the J4 on top of it. So pretty standard 5v5 pick composition that really relies on grabbing vision control and being the first team over to an objective, which when you're looking across from the LCK super team, may not happen.
This is going to be a tough snipe as well. I'm trying to look at this team for what Zeitnot has to hit. And he's got to thread 4 champions to slap Prey in the face.
He doesn't want to hit any of those champions. You are correct. It's just the Misfortune is kind of a viable target for him. On the other side, for the Korean All-Stars, you have so much CC. Pretty much every single lane is a ganking option for Ambition. And he can either play this one out slow or get things started relatively quick.
Good amount of Freljord representation coming into Game 5 of the day. We'll see how that is used here on the Rift. It's going to be Korea coming out of the blue side and Turkey All-Stars on the right. They make their way to the Rift. Looks like it's going to be Ambition just keeping safe with Faker in the beginning, and they'll see how many kind of head poke out from the fog of war they can get here and figure out what Turkey's planning early game.
And already we've got the Comet Respect build coming out. It used to be in the case of the Misfortune and the Graves, back when Graves was an 80 carry, that you would see the Respect Graves start, which was like cloth armor and then pots, because you were accounting for the damage. Now you've got boots and a 4-pot start. So naturally you want more potions because you're going to get poked, you're going to lose more health, and you just want the sustain so you can sit in the lane.
It's really annoying too, just to Make It Rain commented all the time for Misfortune. Prey's going to have fun with that as well. You just place it outside the minions, make sure you don't push, and you're always doing damage.
And it syncs up so well. I think Make It Rain's like a 17-second cooldown. Comet's like a 14 or 17-second cooldown that it starts. So usually when your Comet comes back up in the early levels, Make It Rain is also available.
Oh, from support to AD. Still just makes you want to pull your hair out. We'll see how Prey and Gorilla play it. One of that most notable duos we know. So many years together. Not many supports and AD carries can even say that together. Usually it's switched up so much.
And Prey is one of the only attenders at this All-Star that has been the representative on the LCK every single time. So
Show off.
Quite an accolade for himself. But you are right, you know, usually Prey and Gorilla, they don't get a lot of assistance. It's probably not the way he wanted to go.
Yep. Finding a little damage to the brush. Cuvée now meeting Thaldrin in lane. We'll see how this one plays out to start things off. Shield on shield action, as they might not get too much damage done there.
The classic try to tilt Faker with the cheesy level 2 gank. He's waiting for the cooldown because he used his flag and drag to get in, trying to dodge the ward in the river. So now he has it, and here he goes.
Sees it, actually starts working towards the bottom side. Very nicely done as well. They have that vision control towards the top, so you would kind of expect Faker to say, hey, I feel more comfortable hanging towards the left side of mid, but plays that one very smart.
I think Faker took a page from Karsa's interview where Karsa said he was the only SK team member, so he's probably going to be alone and we should pick on him. He's like, no, no more. I will play this super safe, stand in the exact middle of the lane and expect everything.
Looks like level 2s didn't do too much for you for the bot lane. It was hit first by Turkey, and Korea just playing it nice and safe on the back, getting the heals in when necessary and not going aggressive.
Zeitnot's doing a great job. When you play against Misfortune, you want to stand to the side of the creeps naturally, because if she kills the creep that she's using her double up off of, I don't know if you've ever been hit by that in solo queue, but you lose like half your HP, and then just...
Usually try to forget in the first place.
I just ult it.
It's always, there's not much in the game, I guess Zoe now, where you're just like, oh my, what was that? And that's one of the things, that double up does that. Especially with Zoe, on the ban list this game, thank God. We'll see how the teams just fare overall now. 3.5 minutes in, not too much action, but a gank towards the mid lane that Faker was able to get away from.
And there was a possibility of a return gank. Stonage is hanging around there, but Frozen's pretty much like, no, I want to take my back timer, so should continue to be a little bit slow, but you can already tell kind of what the game plan is from Turkey, which makes sense. You've got the hard CC from the Syndra, you've got the displacement from the Jarvan. Ryze, I'm not going to say he's immobile, but you know, he doesn't have a dash built in or anything.
A little pressure from Stonmage down towards the bot side. The flash, the lick. Is it enough, though, to stick the kill in? They're actually going for Prey. A little bit of mismatch onto Gorilla, as Prey was just out of the flag and drag, so they're not able to capitalize. Zeitnot was just a bit far behind and only delivers one volley into the fight. Korea now with a little bit of knowledge of where Stonmage was. We'll see if Ambition makes his presence known bottom.
I have a feeling that Ambition's just going to continue to power farm through this again. He had the opportunity because there was so much CC across the map from him and all of his laners that, hey, do I want to play this one, you know, hard and fast and look for the counter ganks, or do I just want to play this one a little bit slower and farm it up? Sejuani, one of the few tank junglers that really hasn't fallen out of favor in the new Runes Reforged system. It's pretty much been either Sejuani or Rek'Sai, and you kind of choose, you know, do I want a more active early game? You know, am I facing across from something like a Lee Sin? Then maybe you go for the Rek'Sai so you can compete with it early game, or you can fall back to the Sejuani, especially when you're looking across from someone like Jarvan, and just try to farm it out.
Farm it out, always super healthy in the jungle, and always able to make a move if necessary. Leaves a lot of windows open. Ambition's been on the map for quite some time, now starts to get himself into a bit of a scary situation as he wards up and make sure he has knowledge of where Stonmage is once again. These wards on the bottom tell him also that Stonmage is top, so the team still has that information.
Exactly, and he's walking over to wards on the Krug side as
There you
well.
go.
The entire map is lit up. Pretty much every single one of his camps. There's also one on the Raptor camp itself. So the question is, what is Ambition going to do with the information? I suspect that he's going to continue to farm. It kind of fits the Ambition Samsung style of playing it a bit slower,
True.
especially when you have a composition that scales as well as the LCK does.
I think the only time we don't get that Ambition, like safety farming, is when he's on the Nidalee, and then you're just kind of hoping that the team's behind Ambition when he leaps in. It's very interesting in the styles. He sometimes switches through again onto Faker, quickly hits that cleanse out, and he looks like he's going to keep himself safe for now. Faker alive. Another pressure from Stonmage.
Yeah, and still holding onto the flash, and that's the big thing. It's now bottom, hit and miss. Tom Kinch, woo!
Quickly out. Thank you very much. There's this last bit of mana there too, so they just got Zeitnot to safety. As Thaldren's getting pushed up to the turret, looks like Juve's just getting to work on the minions, making sure that Thaldren has to focus on getting his own CS. They're going to be going for the dive. 6 is there. Subjugate goes down to get a little bit more tanky from Thaldren, but Juve in a bad spot here as the final touches are they coming down. And Ambition in, Arctic Assault to come out, gets the W, may not need to queue in. The auto comes in for first blood. Ambition Sejuani.
Clinical there from LCK. They wait until QV has the ultimate. He's going to use it so he can be the primary tank, and they just corner Thaldren in between the wall and his tower here. Has difficulty getting around to freedom because of where the nice pillar placement is. Has to use his W, and it may look good there. Maybe he trades 1 for 1, but again, the Trundle is just so tanky, and it's an easy walk down for Ambition.
2 flashes there, definitely necessary. Thaldren as well, blowing his, but the teleports have been used to get back into lane. And we see Turkey trying to gain a bit of control towards this bottom side of the map too. They say, we take it slow. If we know that there's going to be pressure topside, we may be able to make some work of this Mountain Drake.
And the scary thing is, you know, QV didn't get the kill, did participate with an assist, although I may have to hold up because they will not stop ganking Faker.
Didn't you say tilt Faker? Isn't that what you got to do?
I think that's the only way to win, but even if you do, he still attempts to like 1v9.
When you keep running it back mid, when does he become the salty run back? At what point? Gank 5, gank 6? Looks like they let this one fizzle out as Gorilla's going to meet Zerg's thing in the river, but they just walk it out. They'll be fine.
And so again, kind of back to my top point, QV didn't pick up the kill, did get the assist, but he's got a massive CS lead, and he also has his team out right now. So Trundle is a huge problem, and it's now the question of, do Turkey expend resources to try to even out the damage that they've done, or do they just say, you know, screw it, we're going to go all in on the bot side, all in on the mid lane, and try to get the teleport play to get him back in?
Looks like Korea is going to do just that, somewhat pinching in the blue buff. It doesn't look like they'll follow. Nice job by Frozen taking that away. He knows his boundaries on Syndra. That is one of his main champions.
This is mine.
Thank you very much. Faker thwarted on that one, will have his own blue buff in just a little bit as Ambition goes around. I was going to say, that gives them an idea, though. They're privy to the knowledge that now Ambition's going to be topside. Something else may be able to work, but Thaldren's teleport is down as he is just getting bit in the butt in his onesie here by QV, owning the lane on this Trundle and using that subjugate. Actually didn't even there. That was a regular fight.
And now there's multiple targets available. We said that QV was going to be a problem for Thaldren. You just saw that. Well, now Frozen sitting in the mid lane without cleanse, without flash, and it's probably going to be a pretty quick and easy decision to say, let's wait for the Sejuani ultimate. Just walk back to the mid lane. I'll grab him. You hold him down.
So what is on the list for Turkey to kind of prevent this? A lot of things have been happening. You know, there's some flashes blown from the engaged top. Do they kind of hang out and farm still, knowing that those are down for Korea, or should they act?
I think the opportunity is around Zeitnot in the bot side. It's kind of the one lane that's not necessarily even, but hasn't swung too far one direction or the other. Again, you can try to make that team play. The issue is with Ashe constantly being such low health, it's always going to be dangerous to look for that opportunity. But maybe you get control, or maybe you take advantage of a back timer, get the mid-wave push, and then just start rotating bottom. Maybe you try to 3v2 it.
Just always getting shots in. It's like, I'm MF, but I am poking you now. You just try to get away from it. It does not work.
It's just what dominated Caspa Cup. The fact that she doesn't even have to rely on the trade pattern of that massive double-up damage, that she has, what, 650 range on just laying down the make it rain and just letting Comet do all of the work for her.
So you get some single autos on the back. There's the make it rain Comet. And just out of range for a double up on that one. But they're playing safe. They're okay with having a bit of an advantage in that lane and not trying to push it further where they could make any type of mistake.
And you can see that Ambition is responding to that, you know, trying to slip into the river, again, create that safety net of vision so Gorilla and Prey can have the information that if they want to continue to be aggressive, they can push forward. But right now, it's really about denying as much farm as possible. And you're starting to see that open up between the two AD carries, although that is a big wave pushing into Zeitnot.
And this will be interesting if it works. Faker was seen by Frozen walking up. Now, how much does it just work when Korea puts something in action? Thaldren's already in a bad spot as he stayed at the turret, and they are able to still walk that up. Frozen, just a few steps behind Faker, wasn't even able to do anything for his top laner.
And unfortunately, Turkey's only option there is to either bring more members than...
Oh,
hold on.
That was pretty keen. I liked it.
That's ambitious.
Yeah.
Is to either bring more... Yeah, you got it.
I had him there.
More members than Korea has, or just let it fall.
A little more ambitious as well in front of the turret. Frozen very, very low. Goes down himself. Stomage, one last shot. Faker gets the double kill in. gets himself out of turret range along with Ambition. 4-0.
The reason why Korea went for that engagement there, or went for the continued skirmish, is because they saw that the key ultimates had already been used, that Turkey had thrown away all of their advantage or all of their tools and their weapons, and then decided to execute.
And just like you said, where will we be back once that Sej ult is up to that down cleanse in the mid lane we just blew on our way to our blue buff?
And now this is going to be 2 towers falling pretty close back to back in favor of Korea. An open map means that you've got more room to run for Ambition. It means that Faker can start roaming around and assisting that bot lane. So classic Praying Gorilla. They held tight, and now it's time for the rest of the team to move on down and pick them up.
Causing Europe to put their rally caps on now. Things are getting tough for Turkey. There was the initial ult, like you said. A few were down after that instance, and it looks that much better now with that cleanse down on Frozen.
And again, Frozen can do nothing here. There's no Jarvan ultimate, so you can't even use the Cataclysm to either trade the damage back or trap them away from the Syndra.
It's a full reactive vault as well. He didn't even have that many spheres on the ground, so you're missing a bit of damage. Unfortunate. And that's what Korea's very good at, is making you play reactive. Even if Korea's behind, they're very fluid in correcting a mistake or making a way to the advantage once again. Seems like they do it here from the get-go. 3-0 for Faker, and one of those kills over to Ambition.
And now it's the question of where do they strike next. I suspected that it would be the bot lane. Of course, they don't need to pull QV. He can continue to be just a terror in the top lane, but Turkey are running out of time in terms of how they want to inch back into this game before a late-game team fighting or a late-game composition has now just won the early game. So it's just only going to get worse.
You're already getting a very big Trundle that shouldn't be doing too much until he's able to really soak up what Thaldrun does, but they have him with 2 assists. Let's see what they can do towards the bot side. Ambition says, this part of the jungle's mine, and it's for prey.
And there's also a very deep teleport ward if QV wants to use it.
Oh, Faker trying to realm warp out. He says, bye-bye, I do not like this situation in a 3v1. He plays that smart and finds his team towards the bottom side of the map.
You guys use a lot of ships passing in the night as kind of your analogy, your go-to phrase. I feel like that was actually ships passing in the night. But here we go, team fight.
Oh, very, very close to going down. Stomage going to get spit out. Bullet time coming across the team, and that's going to be a pickup in for Gorillas. He slams down the hammer.
And Turkey are unfortunately on the outside track there, because not only was it the clean pickup in the jungle, the blue buff, but it was also the minion wave crashing into the bottom tower, and 3 members of Korea ready and waiting to siege another structure.
What an influx of gold as well. One turret after the other. They haven't even been back to spend this money yet. And they are just floating in gold right now. They'll be back to do that, and back very quick, if you will, onto the Rift to do it once again.
And taking another look at this, it's just not a lot of vision for Turkey here, unfortunately, and walking into a very short corridor against a very fed team. The CC is easy to stack from multiple members. Ambition hits the fadeaway ultimate into a nice ultimate from Frey, but Gorilla's like, nah, I did all of the work. It's my kill.
It kind of all slowly happens in the way that Korea wants it to. They're like, oh, that's great. They've devoured Stomage. That means Zeitnot can get hit. They went right after Zeitnot, saying he has no safety. It's just very quick, critical thinking is what players will say a lot if the pros have. This player has really good critical thinking. That just seems Korea's always on top of.
Yep. So they've now made their back, spent their gold. We're closing in on a 10K gold lead in favor for Korea at 14 minutes. They're just about there. So they've set up their triangle vision around the Mountain Dragon. You can already see that Faker's probably going to start pulling it out. It's going to be an easy objective, and then we should start picking up a lot of this vision and this pressure and moving it towards the top side of the map around the Rift Herald. So that should be kind of the next 5 minutes for Korea.
Rift is still up. Feels like we're a little bit later in the game already with how far Korea has pushed us forward. And that just means Korea may actually get that Rift Herald into Turkey's base at this point. One last hit, almost.
And by breaking the outer tower so early, if Rift Herald does fall to Korea, that means that they get to use it on an inner structure. And that's massive for their Baron control, you know, once it takes over for 20 minutes.
They also have the wave control as well. It's so hard for Zeitnot to get over to janitorial duty. Thaldrun to want to be top lane as well to a QV. They can already push him out of lane. So it's very hard for these guys to, ships, there you go, there you go. Ships that were looking at each other in the night.
Do ships make eye contact?
They can, sure. As long as the front doesn't fall off. 16 minutes on the clock here as that Rift Herald will get picked up. And it is 31.5 to 23,000 right now, just hitting Turkey with bags of money. and soon a Rift Herald, as you said, on those inner turrets.
I suspect that they'll give this one over to Cuve and allow him to use it where he pleases. If it goes to an Ambition, possibly they want to use it more so in the mid lane. It is actually Ambition that's going to pick it up. So trying to group together and make full use. They don't just want to get like a chunk and then have Trundle, maybe get a chunk on the tower and then 3 members show up. They want to take the entire structure with it by using it with at least 4 members.
See what the members of Turkey want to do. They are power in numbers for sure. They are walking around in the buddy system right now. It's just going to be too hard to do anything otherwise.
But they need to throw an arrow kind of right now. So they just had vision that Faker was bottom, and of course they're going to swing the Rise out there. He's got the added mobility of the ultimate. And then Cuve's got complete control over the top side. And that was kind of the small window that Turkey had to say, okay, Faker's over there, Cuve's over here. This is probably a 5v3, and we've got 20 seconds to execute. But just that hesitation. It seems very small, but not throwing the arrow there, not looking for the initiation. Although now he gets it there on a control ward.
Very nicely done as well.
Rift
Herald coming out, and Rift Herald bopped.
What do you know? I'm going to save the arrow and throw it blind to deny the Rift Herald. So,
very nicely done.
I have been proven wrong. Good job, Zeitnot.
We're like, he has to hit Prey. How's he going to thread the needle? Nice play there to actually stop a whole lot of pressure coming out. Great play from Zeitnot.
And of course, he did see Sejuani sneak into the side there with the vision placed at the top of the Raptor camp as well as the top of the red buff. But that was really cool.
That was absolutely awesome. Faker now says, we're not done here in mid lane. They're still keeping that pressure just past the river. Like I said, if you're able to go past the river with your entire team, it is not looking good for your opponents. Korea now starting to clear out the wards as well, throwing a little wide left, close to Glacial Prison, and now they're trying to save Zeitnot. He gets himself to the back of the line. Stomage is into the back as well as Faker gets himself the safety. Thaldred's in, and the middle of the fight gets the bullet time as Bastion really doesn't hit anyone with a follow-up dazzle. Faker and the team looking to realm warp forward so they can get to the back line. They've done such a great job of protecting Zeitnot and Frozen. They've been able to deliver damage in, and Korea are finally thwarted and engaged.
Yeah, Turkey with a great team fight right there to split apart Korea. You called it, Riv. The fact that Gorilla's ultimate really didn't do anything for that team fight was a major turning point, but also huge props to Tom Kinch to be able to maneuver Ashe to safety there and continue to lay out the damage.
That is the one they needed as well. I mean, good hit from Korea as well. They say they don't have an arrow. This should actually be quite an easy fight.
And, Korea is just trying to flex their dominance. They didn't get the tower because they couldn't use the Rift Herald, so they're trying to go for these micro objectives like the red buff and to continue to push their advantage, but they just get really split in this team fight. It was a great knockup from Showmatch to get to the back line. Thaldred is joining him, but the 2 carries are still protected. So while the tanks are causing havoc to the back line, Frozen and Zeitnot, with the help of Tom Kinch, just kind of get to walk through Korea and force them out of the jungle.
And we talked about it a little before. You said Cosmic Radiance always better when you use it on your own accord. There, in reaction, the damage was already done by Turkey, and they were able to push forward. Zeitnot staying alive, putting out 3,000 damage in that fight is imperative for Turkey to keep this going.
And the big thing is that it pumps the brakes on Korea's snowball.
Yeah, a little bit. Missile voyage. Not a voyage he wanted to completely take. Just himself back into the game.
But I did like the idea. They threw the arrow, Tom Kinch was ready to go. Fortunately, it just didn't connect, and Korea is still going to play the rotation game as they now swing it to the top side, find the waiting creep wave.
It's one of those old fun solo queue plays when you run teleport Ashe, throw an arrow down middle, teleport to the turret and kill the guy when he gets hit.
I actually have a Smurf just for that named Ashhole.
There you go. There you go. There you go. I was right about you. 6-1, 20 minutes in. We'll see here just about 10,000 gold for Korea, but usually that means an entire game from them. Not many teams can come back against the prowess of the Korean All-Stars when they can get a lead as such.
But Korea did struggle against Turkey a couple of times in the World Championship. We now have a little bit more skirmishing.
Not able to deliver the damage. That Blade of the Rune King is actually chunking down these guys pretty good. He has very tanky opponents going up against. So if he can keep himself at range, he's going to keep himself in a good spot here. That's not going to help, but a beautiful disengage from Turkey, denying a lot of damage. Can they deny the turret, though? If threw out the Maokai ultimate. Don't believe it's going to do too much. Korea wants to fight right through it. They find Stomage. He goes down immediately. Zergsting brings Sightnot back, and Thaldrin is left to try and walk out of this, but they cut the tree down. 8-1 is 2 more picked up by the Korean All-Stars.
And that's a good demonstration of the difference between Korea and other regions. It's the fact of where they're picking the fights. Yes, Turkey look confident, they look strong, they're trying to force them out of the jungle, but Korea say, no, that's not why we're here at all. We're not fighting over Raptor Camp, we're fighting over your tower.
Right, that rinse and repeat.
Exactly, they take the structure, they sweep it to Baron, and now it is red zone defense for Turkey here.
Faker in a bad spot, takes a little preliminary damage to start off the fight as Frozen sets up the orbs, but he doesn't have an ult, he still gets a scatter of the week, takes down Thaldrin. Rather, that was the team, I'm sorry, that was Ambition, and now they're gonna be continuing the fight. Zergsting gets himself back, thought he would live, but Faker is able to take him out that time, and now it is Sightnot. He does not have Zergsting, and he goes down without the protection. Korea is finally starting to pick Turkey apart in these fights. Instead of 1 by 1, Frey get a little too greedy, and he's gonna be doing that until he comes back up to hope it doesn't happen again.
Faker. They're going.
Still mate, little ambitious, I like it. A lot of low health can make you do some really crazy things.
Faker was like hide around the corner, can I just run up? We take another look at it. Great zoning from Cube there, gets a super nice pillar, slows them all down. Yes, he trades his life for it, but the damage has been done because the Baron is secured by Korea. A little bit close for comfort, especially with Syndra in the game who has very high burst damage, but they showcase why they're the super team, take it down, and then take the rest of the fight. Sightnot, at that point you're just like, great.
Going down, you kind of know it. Didn't use heal on that one. Knows he's probably going to have a better chance using it in another fight. And we'll see what Korea can now do with the Baron. The All-Stars are going to make their way around the map. Probably allow Faker to do a bit of a split push until they get all the minions in their favor. Turkey's trying to do a good job of clearing that out and saying we need breathing room so we can at least take a few fights before they're in our base.
Yeah, and the priority lanes for Korea, of course, are going to be the mid and the bottom. You want to secure that Baron inhib. Mid gives you most control over the map, especially because that bot inhib is very damaged and very low already. Speaking of what Turkey want to do at that point, you're exactly right. They've kind of got a very tiny window left in this game to try to make something happen. We talked about their pick tools as their win condition, and that's really all it is. You're playing Yahtzee. You're just throwing it out, seeing what you catch, and hopefully it's something good.
Can this even be a Thaldrin teleport behind? Because they're really, the front and the back line of Korea melds together if anything were to happen to Frey.
It's also the fact that the gold discrepancy is so massive that even if Thaldrin got exactly, even if Turkey got the best case miracle fight,
it's a good way to put it.
Still might not be enough to turn the tides of this. They're gonna have to go real scrappy and real crazy.
Gotta weather this storm or a very big mistake from the Korean All-Stars, but I feel like that's not something you see at All-Stars. Unless they might be very, very far ahead. Almost the case here as possible pressure to Stomage in the top. Ambition doesn't take hold of that, though.
I mean, Ambition said in an interview that Korea will not lose a match.
This is true.
They already fell to the LMS, so...
Point. He's lying to us. Oh, Stomage goes in, finds Prey on the backside. Arrow is going to hit Gorilla on the front, though, as the Cosmic Radiance comes down. Korean All-Stars are able to deliver the damage back to Turkey, and now they're onto the inhibitor turrets and the inhibitor inside Turkey's base.
That was just beautiful. The fact that the Cosmic Radiance hits just as Prey is using the ultimate. So yes, it was used reactionary to Jarvan trying to go for the engagement, but all of the damage was front-loaded as Korea are just running through them.
25 minutes on the clock, turning the Turkish All-Stars base into shambles. The Korean All-Stars will look for the last bit of damage on the Nexus as Faker goes down on his rise for the first time in the game, and that is going to be Korea at 2-1.
A 25-minute steamroll from the LCK Superstars.
They found their groove in that game for sure. Faker with quite a bit of pressure on the mid lane. As you said, the Turkish All-Stars were trying to go in saying, if we can tilt Faker, we can get the game. But today, an untiltable man played League of Legends in the mid lane for Korea.
Yeah, and Jarvan did what he could. He had, I think, 2 to 3 ganks on the mid lane. He threw some pressure down into the bot side, but like you said, Faker is the best for the reason. Absorbs all of that pressure. Prey and Gorilla like, we're used to this. No one's coming for us. It's us against the world. And then Cube gets all of the time in the world to just pop off against Thaldrin.
see the Turkish All-Stars as well. Not faring as well as they would have liked coming in, but it is the All-Stars match. It's either going to be hot and spicy, and somebody's got to do poorly on the other end of that hot and spicy.
And the thing is Turkey can still hold their heads high. We still got, some of their strong flashes of brilliance in terms of their early game.
Absolutely.
That sick blind arrow from Zeitnot there to interrupt the Rift Herald.
First time I've ever seen that happen. I guess from an arrow. Yeah. Usually you don't see it actually stopped in games because they always cast it so far away. But yeah, that was really cool to see. They were definitely trying as much as they could to be like, we still need wards, we can do this, we can do this. But when Korea gets a hold of a game like that, it becomes so difficult.
They're just clinical. Again, we use that word all the time. It feels dirty to me, but ultimately that's what it was.
Surgically removed from the map.
Go top, go mid, go bottom. We've got the Rift Trail, we got the Dragon. What more can you want?
All the fans loving it here at All Stars. And to give us their thoughts on that win from Korea, let's send it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. Korea bouncing back from a loss yesterday to move to 2-1. Unfortunately, though, this doesn't push them ahead of the LMS in the standings, and so they will be moving on to the knockout stages in that second seed for Group A, but grabbing the victory here nonetheless.
And it's nice to see Faker having a good game, especially after what he looked like in their loss. He had a pretty rough game against Zoe in that one when he was on Talia. So again, back to his dominant ways.
Yeah, probably a little bit angry about it, the Zoe, and then Karsa was just all over him previously. So he finally got to play League of Legends and team up with Ambition, who didn't leave him alone.
I mean, it was a very methodical victory. You think about the 3 games they played. Obviously, the loss to LMS really stands out, but not attacking QV top, not having QV fall behind like he did against the LMS. Things just followed a very predictable cadence. And this man on your screen, he wasn't in that containment role like the Talia against Zoe matchup. He could be a playmaker, and the moment the triple kill came in, it felt like the game was iced.
I mean, he still had work to do, though, in terms of avoiding the focus thrown at him by the TCL, Stomaj, the level 2 gank, right? Return ganks after that. And so Faker's still under a fair amount of pressure, but showcasing, once again, why he is one of the best players in the world.
And I mean, honestly, this is Faker at his best, when he's able to absorb the pressure, when he's able to roam around the map, affect side lanes. That's when he looked at his best at Worlds, and I think that's what he was really able to do here.
I mean, just coming back to my point, though, it's very likely now we will get Korea versus China as one of our semifinals. I think MLXG looks at the tape, thinks about how Karsa undid QV in the top lane. QV made some mistakes, he was punished, and kind of Korea fell apart around QV not having lane pressure. To me, that was the big change in that particular matchup. I think that's the way you attack Korea, because usually he's a rock in the top side. You set him behind, you get things going, maybe things can be different.
Yeah, in the first 2 matches for Korea, actually, QV was put behind rather easily and shut down early. Found ways into the game later in the first match. But yeah, exactly. Attacking QV is something you can do, but I want to see him, bust out the Kennen. I want to see the Kennen top with Spellbook.
We've been waiting
now
for it, right?
a couple days, and we haven't seen it for anyone. It got banned once, and that's it.
It was a big pick in Kesper Cup because you could flex it as well. Support Kennen is fine. It's very good with the unsealed Spellbook, going Ignite in the top lane, being Pantheon-esque with your lane pressure. Maybe holding it for the big match, maybe holding it for China.
You already kind of put a spotlight on that knockout stage, talking about that matchup. Of course, if China does win and locks in that 1-2 matchup, the other one would be the LMS of Group A being the 1 seed against Southeast Asia as the 2 seed. So very interesting matchups here. The fact that, yes, we do have those 2 major power regions in China and Korea, but then Europe, NA, nowhere to be found. LMS and Southeast Asia stepping up.
Yeah, completely not what people expected, and not in the order that people expected. People were thinking LMS probably wouldn't even get out of the group based on how they have been performing recently. Instead, they are first. They'll be playing against the GPL, who is SEA rather, who people were not expecting to do anything when they're coming in with all these different subs and visa issues. And it's honestly pretty impressive how fast these players have come together.
Right, and this is all, of course, ignoring the fact that Faker as well will later today have to be playing more 1v1s, this time against Bjergsen. So good that he's feeling maybe a little bit better with a win under his belt, bouncing back, not having to play against the Zoe this time around. But will he be able to push that momentum forward? Because Bjergsen essentially being knocked out, right, has all of his focus on the 1v1s and doing his region proud in that arena.
And he's NA's last hope because Sneaky is already knocked out. They're already eliminated in the 5v5. So the last chance for some NA greatness is Bjergsen doing well in that 1v1. It means he has to be Faker.
I mean, All-Star's all about regional representation, but it's feeling eerily like a Rift rival situation because if EU and NA get knocked out of the 1v1s, then it will be the Korea, LMS, and also China Rift rivals recreated with also Southeast Asia thrown in. So it's kind of eerie. Like it is the 1v1 that's the last hope for the regional representation of the West.
Yeah, we're good at
so
finding
far,
hope,
at
though.
least.
Yeah, we are very good at
Hope
finding
springs
hope.
eternal.
I can find hope anywhere as an NA fan. Year after year.
Important skill.
It'll be this year. But, I mean, we're kind of talking like Group B is already settled, but it's not. LPL has to play Brazil, and we all remember INTZ, knocking out EDG for
they're
one
definitely
game at the
the
start of
bogey
Worlds last
that
year.
particular squad. You're right. That is the one squad. It feels like the Brazilian squad have had the target on China and been able to take them down multiple times. So catharsis and potentially 3-0 for China.
Not
Expected,
decided
but not
just
100%.
yet for Group B, but Group A just about locked in. Before we go to commercial, let's send it over to Pastry Time, who's standing by for an interview with the bot lane from the LMS.
Hey guys, I'm here with BB, the All-Star 80 carry from the LMS side. Been a great showing so far. BB, I have to ask you, what has your All-Star event been like so far?
你觉得这次明星赛的感想是什么？
这次的明星的感想就是，其实我们没有想到我们会表现得这么好，就是一开始就是我们在这组，然后会希望就是至少要晋级，但没想到我们可以以3-0的3胜0败的这个分数晋级这样。
We actually never thought we'd done so well in this group matchup. We just want to get out. We just want to advance to the group, but we actually never thought we'd be able to do a 3-0.
Well, you have advanced now, and of course, a lot of fans voted you in to get you here to this event. You've been playing for a long time, but did you think you would make it as the All-Star for the region?
很多粉丝投票给你，让你成为这次 MVP 中路。那你觉得这次你有办法成为这次最佳 MVP 来出赛的原因是？
你说
对，
就应该是从以前就开始累积的吧，就是尤其是从牺牲2的粉丝，他们可能会希望，就是因为我要退役了，所以他们可能想要在最后的大赛来看我的发挥，然后我也非常感谢他们的投票支持，就是所以我这次的明星赛就是尽我所能的发挥给我的粉丝看。
So he has been playing since season 2, of course, and is very appreciative for all the fans that voted for him to come out to be in the All-Star game. That's he's gonna give it all he's got to repay that to prove to his fan that they didn't do it wrong.
And given that you have been playing for so long, is there anything different or special or fun about the All-Star event that you find kind of versus more the World Championships or the regular season or the other tournaments that you've played? Is All-Star something special to you as a player that has been playing for so long?
你已经在这场赛事打这么多年的经验，那你觉得说这次的明星赛跟以前比起来最大不同是什么？
因为这次这次明星赛官方就是好像是说要认真打，就是把一些区分模式都给取消了，所以其实一开始我被选上的时候，我觉得就是压力蛮大的，因为可能过了1-2个月，然后都比较没有像以前就是一直在打 League of Legends， 所以这次的话我就尽我所能发挥，然后也是就是不要打差，然后尽量不要当拖油瓶，因为其实这次能参加明星赛。就是很谢谢粉丝投给我，所以我要表现得好一点给他们看。
So basically, this time Riot being told we're going to do a try hard. That's why we get rid of all the fun mode, all this kind of stuff. So we want to prove to our fans from LMS that I will give it all it's got. Especially this will be my last main event. So I'm doing everything that I can to actually win the tournament.
Well, of course, best of luck moving forward. My last fun question for you, though. You're obviously a very well-known Ezreal player. You have a skin, of course, for the champion. A lot of changes coming into this patch, especially for Ezreal, who's quite strong. What do you think of Ezreal with the new runes?
基本上你以伊泽瑞尔为出名的选手，那这次的 S8的符文改动，你觉得对伊泽瑞尔来讲有最大改动是什么？
第一个最大的改动就是我可能一般在打认可的时候，就再也选不到他，因为他现在真的是太 OP 了。那我觉得改动的话，就是那个偷窃的那个符文，就是让他变得成长性太快了，就是可能他在20几分钟有3件大装，所以会让他非常的 OP 这样。
Right now, I'm afraid I will not be able to pick Ezreal in rank due to the Ezreal as being super overpowered right now, especially with the Kleptomancer being able to give him tremendous amount of economy growth, and that caused Ezreal to be such an overpowered champion.
And I guess some final words for you. You said this would be your last main event. Is there anything you want to say to all the fans out there that have been with you for so long?
这次将会是你最后的明星赛，那你有什么想要对粉丝讲的话呢？
就是谢谢，就是支持我的粉丝们，就是希望我这次的表现就是不会让你们就是后悔投给我，就是我也会尽我所能的发挥。
So thank you for all the fans that voted for me. I will not let you down. I'll give it all I got to win this event for you guys.
Well, best of luck moving forward. Thank you very much, baby. We're going to throw it off to a commercial break.
And Ambition in, Arctic Assault to come out, gets the W, may not need to queue in, the auto comes in.
야, 뭐야, 이거 버그.
나이스.
바텀도 많이 유리해요.
나이스.
아, 이거 버그
바텀 많이 유리, 바텀 많이 유리.
Here we go, team fight.
Oh, very, very close to going down. Snowmage's gonna get spit out. Bullet time. Faker gets himself the safety. Thaldred's in, and the middle of the fight gets the bullet time as Bastion really doesn't hit anyone.
신드라 누구?
애식죠. 난 끝.
신드라 누구야? 신드라 누구?
오케이, 15개.
나이스.
신드라까지.
Arrow is gonna hit Gorilla on the front though, as the Cosmic Radiance comes down. Korean All-Stars are able to deliver the damage back to Turkey.
Hey guys, I'm here with the Turkish All-Star top laner and jungler Thaldred and Stormage. Guys, just going to catch up with you guys on how your All-Star has been. First of all, what's it like to be here at All-Star and to represent your region?
To be honest, it's an honor to represent my region in here. And although it's a competition, it's like more like a fun event. And we had our fun, I guess. Like, even though we lost like some of the games pretty hard, I think it was a fun experience for us. And I'm happy, to be honest.
Can you repeat the question, please?
What's it like to represent your region?
Bölgeni temsil etmek nasıl?
Tabii ki de gurur duyucu bir olay bence. Ama eski turnuvaya göre mesela eski turnuvaya göre fun değil yani eğlenceli değil. Yani daha çok tryhard bir turnuvaydı. O yüzden fazla eğlenmedim açıkçası ama yine de güzeldi benim için.
Of course I feel proud, but this used to be a fun tournament, but not anymore. This is more competitive, and I didn't feel as much fun, but I mean, it was a good tournament.
Makes sense there. And Thaldred, I have to ask you, obviously a lot has changed here moving to the tournament. What are your thoughts just on the meta and kind of all of the changes and how they've affected the game? And just what do you think of them in general?
I couldn't find enough time to test out the meta, but as far as I see and as far as I played, I can see that like a lot has changed compared to the last meta, and I feel like it's gonna be even like more changes are coming before the season hits. So, like, I don't know. For this tournament, it feels like pretty fun, and especially Zoe is a fun champion. But for the rest, I can't say anything for now.
Stomach, what about you? What do you think of the jungle?
Açıkçası fazla çalışamadım. Ligimiz bittikten sonra pek çalışma fırsatım bulmadı. O yüzden eski metadaki karakterleri oynamaya çalıştım. Yani fazla deneyemedim şansımı diyebilirim.
So I didn't have too much chance to practice, too much chance to train. So I tried the champions that I used to play in the old meta. So not much practice meant I'm playing the old champions.
And then, of course, it is an all-star event. There are so many good players from around the world, including you two here. Thaldred, in the top lane, who have you really admired or enjoyed playing against or see play here at the event? Who's kind of been the all-star that you were looking forward most to playing or that you enjoyed playing against the most?
For this season, I really liked the playstyle of QA. And when I first played against him in the Worlds, I felt like I'm learning a lot from him. And in the All-Stars as well, it's like a pleasure to play against him. And he always teaches me the like some windows that I'm missing, or he kind of teaches me the game when we play. So I'm really happy I played against QA.
And Stomach, are you happy that you played against a particular jungler here at All-Stars?
Ambition'a karşı cidden oynarken en son maçta kendimin elim kolum bağlı hissettim açıkçası. Pek gank atacak bir yer bulamadım. Jarvan'a da gank atmak zorundasın gibi bir şey. O yüzden bayağı sıkıcı bir durumdu benim için.
So against Ambition, I felt really underwhelmed. You have to gank against Jarvan, but I didn't find any place to gank, so it wasn't pleasant.
Yeah, it certainly makes sense. They're two very good players, but joining us as well. Thank you so much for your time. We're going to throw it over to the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time, and welcome For our final game of the All-Star Group Stage, it is the LPL versus Brazil. The fans are ready, the signs are held high, and we're about to get into picks and bans.
Yeah, I've never seen the NALCS studio look so much like Shanghai before. We got our sign game on point over there, and I'm glad that they brought it to the West Coast.
We are missing the sweet, like, 20-foot
where it's like the whole
light banners that are absolutely ridiculous. Like, it's so cool to see the amount of community behind all of those players, just like giant Uzi banners and whatnot. But we're still doing it here in NA, and it's China versus Brazil here for the All-Star matchup as we're about to get into that final game, as we said, of the group stage. We already got a few teams moving on, but we still got to play this one out and see who can get those last bragging rights.
Yeah, now everything is locked, so it is the LMS, the LCK, the LPL, as well as Southeast Asia. So that said, this is a true show match.
Yeah.
But Brazil has done it once before, and they can certainly do it again. INTZ versus EDG. It's now the Chinese All-Stars versus the Brazilian All-Stars.
Can they pull that from the playbook? They'll find that power. We'll see the first ban phase going live. Xerath, Tom Kench getting locked out of here. Not a lot of Tom, but I can see Tom being banned out a little bit more here.
Already my favorite team. They banned Tom Kench. I think he's been banned like twice during this entire tournament.
This is how you get favorite teams. Okay.
Exactly. Okay. Ban the frog.
Nar as well. And we'll see what they have on the side of Brazil All-Stars. They say, no, Xie, no quadra kills for you. This time your Kassadin's gone. Do not turn the game around.
Yeah, it was that NA was winning for about 99%.
I know which
game
team it was against.
Before Presence of Mind Kassadin really just ran away with that game. That rune is so strong on that champion and allows him to play such a vicious janitor on the back half of team fights with Whip Block.
Mopping people up left and right. Malzahar locked out of the game by China All-Stars, and we'll see what the last one is here. Ban phase 1, the Brazilian All-Stars said, look at that Kami look. He's like, what do we do?
So interesting thing is that China was one of the few teams in the tournament that when Zoe was left open, didn't go for it.
True.
So there is
Kobe isn't happy about that.
An opportunity here. See, there they go. Brazil targets 957. They say, you didn't pick Zoe last time. We're going to call your bluff. Are you going to do it this time?
All right. See if it would be that first pick. Kami, a bit of an all-star 1v1er himself. I can see him picking Zoe if it doesn't get picked up. Ornn also left open, as well as MF, as well as that Ezreal that we have been seeing a bit of on the ban list. But Ornn finally locked into that top lane. 957 is going to be spitting some fire.
So hilariously, when prepping for this, I was like, should I look up Ornn's abilities?
Bring this up right now.
He won't get played. He's got the blowy fire, he's got the knock-up, he's got the charge, and he's got the rams. Yeah, the
we were playing a game where against the Vayne, and I'll always remember Ornn's abilities because of this, and he threw up his stone, and I got condemned against the wall.
Right into it?
I'm like, do not do. Please, no. But the Zoe does get locked in. Let me see on the other side with Trump.
So we've got the Zoe, we've got the Ornn. How much better can this get? That said, Ornn is still technically a flex pick. He can go down to that support position. I think he makes full use of his entire kit, including his really strong wave clear if he does go up into the top side, as well as his trade patterns. You know, it's a much different trade pattern in a 1v1 on a tank for Ornn than it is in a 2v2 where he has to deal with that 80 carry. And the crowd is going nuts because this is CA's signature champion in the LeBlanc.
I'm actually really glad that I get to cast this game with you as well. We get to find out a lot of cool stuff and hear about these players. That LeBlanc is locked in for CA. And MLXG will be spicy on that Kha'Zix as he gave it to himself. A Revolta Lee Sin possibly on the other side. Will he take the challenge of aggressive early game jungling?
I mean, Revolta has already taken down Clearlove on Lee Sin. He might as well look for MLXG to add to that list, as well as on the signature champion. Lock it in, Revolta. Yes.
It is, so we're going to definitely have a game of mechanical prowess here. Definitely between the junglers, that Zoe versus LeBlanc game in the mid lane. A lot of dodging, chains, hitting, and trying not to fall asleep on the side of CA.
And you know, I did make a lot of comparisons to Zoe on the analyst desk to LeBlanc and kind of that play style, you know, the ducking in and out to that huge poke burst damage. Now, of course, Zoe has a much longer range than LeBlanc, but things should be very fast and furious between this 2v2 jungle mid duo in China and Brazil.
So that Ezreal now gets put on the ban list. So they may have a little too much annoyance to deal with. There goes the MF. We spoke it earlier, and now it's on the ban. 20 seconds left here for Brazilian All-Stars. What will they decide to stop from getting the game?
I don't know why we're pulling the punches now. You already let Zoe through. You already let Ornn onto the field. Why not just have Misfortune and Ezra? Everything's flying around.
What's the smile for? Oh, look at the Interban Jin. I can see why they would focus Uzi. Uzi likes to kind of pop off in these all-star type moments.
I'm just saying, BRTT, it's your last game of All-Star.
He's going to play Twitch.
He's going to play Draven.
Oh, you're right.
And Uzi could play Vayne.
Ooh. I want to see all of this. He doesn't have much protection as it is. That would definitely be Uzi protecting himself. We've seen it before, so not a big deal for him. But we will have to see BRTT saying, Draven? Yes. No, it's Draven.
I can't hear you. Did you say Draven? Oh.
But still, blocks in the God Hand for Dude. We'll see if they can get the Blitzcrank plays. So he says, I don't want to pick Draven just yet.
The crowd wants it to pick it right now.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, I want to see 1 or 2 more champions, and then I'll pick the Draven.
You know, if I had to give away the Draven, though, I'm glad that it was the Blitzcrank.
What if Uzi picks it here? That'd be even better.
That's BM.
Ooh, okay. Ballista getting locked in. Haven't seen Uzi on that for a bit. Definitely didn't see her at Worlds that much. And we're going to see Mako possibly locking in the Kyle, being mad in the bot lane. Back to Leona as he hovers back and forth. They have 13 seconds.
And the thing is with all of the Comet 80 carries, the Misfortune, the Varus, the Jhin, and the Ezreal, I don't know why I threw Ezreal into there, he's Klepto, taken off the board, it opens up for someone like Kalista to come through here. There we go. The response.
It's like, would it have changed, really? Like, what were you not going to play it against? Leona's going to be in your face. Like, Janna would have been knocking you up and stuff. It would have been easier to play Draven. So I feel like this is almost the hardest choice to do it against. He was always going to lock it in. Brazilian All-Stars versus the China All-Stars. We have our 5 before they get onto the Rift. And we have a game of Ornn locked in here for a 9-5-7.
I mean, this is everything you could want from an all-star event. You've got the signature champions and the Dravens and the Lee Sin. Zoe and Ornn went through. Yes, Uzi decided to back out. He didn't pick his Vayne, but we still get the Kalista as well as Leona. And it's not Ming next to him, it is Mako, but
yeah,
let me tell you, Uzi is very familiar with playing next to a Leona in the lane. The LPL actually does like that champion and played it before Ignar made his name at Worlds with it.
So great. We're going to have to see that positioning on the bot side. Dude to be making big plays with the Blitzcrank hooks. And we get to see Kami on that Zoe. We'll see how effective he can be and what his role from lane to lane is. That's that matchup we see now from CA's LeBlanc. So that in itself is going to be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, and I'm really, really curious about what happens to Zoe if she falls behind. I feel like every game that we've seen this champion, she's just got so snowballed ahead. And we already know that she does massive...
That's so true.
Exactly, massive damage, but from...
So you want to see her do massive damage from behind is what you're saying?
Well, I just want to see what happens.
It happens.
And unfortunately, I have to make, you know, the prediction that I kind of feel like China are the heavy favorites coming in, holding #1, but we'll see. Maybe the Zoe curse holds true. Maybe she goes massive and they take down China 2 times.
We will have to see Game 6 as we're moving out of the Rift. LPL versus the CB LOL. The All-Stars hit the Rift. We're going to see what they have for each other here in inventories and on their Runes Reforged.
Looks like it's Inspiration for Zoe. So Sorcery Inspiration has perfect timing in her back pocket there. Faker actually likes to run Domination on Zoe. Likes to get more of that burst damage as well as the flat domination trait of having the added AP there. So kind of going back to the conversation, you know, what makes Zoe so threatening as a snowball champion?
Everything.
Yeah, everything. Her kit is...
sorry, okay, we were going
Her kit's ridiculous, but you have to think of it kind of like in an abstract sense. As... Hold on. Do it.
Blind hook!
Blind?
What? Locked and loaded. Uzi gets pulled over the wall. He's not going to be able to throw himself back.
We've had blind arrows to interrupt Rift Herald, and he just throws the blind hook to force Uzi's flash out level 1. Woo. That's a big target. Back to Zoe.
Back to Zoe.
So when Zoe, or when a team is ahead and they start moving around objectives, usually you have the vision control, you have the minion control, and a champion like Zoe, who is so potent at picking people off, is already going to be empowered there. Now, my question is the same thing can be said for someone like Ahri, like LeBlanc, like Lux. They are really dependent on having 0 to 100 kill pressure on someone to actually impact the map. And if they ever lose that, they're pretty much worthless or pretty garbage champions in my opinion. Maybe Lux got tune back in a little bit, but we'll see. Zoe, though, has the added benefit of the utility on her Drowsy Bubble, which just creates a massive zone. So I have an inkling that even if Zoe does fall behind, even if she's not able to snowball or take advantage of those dark areas of the map, as she would normally when a team is ahead, that she can still offer massive utility through her kit, where champions like Ahri and Lux necessarily can't.
That's the thing, is those are still kind of, you have to make it happen. You sleep somebody, whoever gets that next hit is going to get a little bit of boost and steroid on their damage. So like you said, that utility can come in everywhere, but it is going to be interesting if we can ever see it from behind. It's just been such a dominating pick, already clearing out mid lane, pushing in CA, as we see a little bit of the pressure head towards bottom here with Revolta.
But the LPL squad has actually struggled in the early game in both their games against the NALCS as well as Southeast Asia. So if there is any time for Brazil to strike, it does tend to be the early minutes for this squad. Uzi doesn't have his flash. We already saw Revolta, you know, giving him eyes, waiting for him to step forward.
The special eyes. See if he does it again. Not really trying to gain any brush control here. Just getting the hits in, saying we'll slowly push the lane, and that's dedication from D. Saying extra hits pushes faster as he tries to route the hook just around the outside of that caster minion. Revolta stealing Raptors and back to the other side of the jungle. Actually was warded out by CA, so they kind of have an idea of where he is on the map.
And it's now, what does MLXG do with that information? Now Ornn has control over the top side of the map. That's to be expected. His kit is riddled with CC. He's got great wave clear. His damage, for some reason, he just hits really hard. You're just like, I don't even know what to do with this champion. And then he can just sit in lane forever. So there's multiple options. You can either go towards LeBlanc, hit the chains, do the burst damage between your two assassins, or you can wander up top, play with your Ornn, show everyone why he's permabanned.
Not this game. Apparently Brazil wanted to leave it up. Vert says, you know what? Ornn gets huge. I'm just going to steal everything that he gets.
I mean, it could be the case that maybe you're just trying to see if 957 has actually practiced the champion. And with that combo, I'd say yes.
I'd say yes, indeed. And that's going to be MLXG coming in as well. The Void Spikes to get the kill for himself. And gets out clean. 2 for the top side. 1-0 now.
Throws up the massive cliff, gets the charge there, so he gets a little bit of a displacement, some soft CC, and then follows it up. I guess he led, actually, with the fire breath there, and you saw the damage, the CC, and just how easy it is for Ornn to dominate and control a lane. Let's just take it in slow motion.
After the Bellows Breath level up, cues himself in, or ease himself in, I should say, and then cues at the turret.
And it is a bit deceptive. It's a tiny AoE displacement, so you don't have to hit them directly onto the knocked up terrain. So you can see that Trundle was actually just slightly to the side of it.
Both summoners now used for that top side of Vert as we see 957 take control, stand aside, knock up. They could have layered that CC a little bit better. Dude's gonna go in hard to make the ignite count! And he gets himself out with a flash. This is gonna be slow now. As soon as that overdrive wears off, he is crippled in movement speed, but BRTT repositions to get him out safe. Beautifully done by Brazil.
And that is what I'm talking about. BRTT, he throws the gauntlet, he takes his signature Draven pick, and he 2v2 kills Uzi. Uzi, you had your opportunity. You could have gone toe-to-toe with him. You could have taken the Vayne, and you are punished for this. And it's set up by both bot laners. Dude, finding an incredible grab right there. It was him who initially burned Uzi's flash, and he just capitalized.
Can't believe he makes it out alive, too. Making China spend a little bit of time as the All-Stars look for something back on that play. We can see a low amount of BRTT, and he was very happy with their last play. They're going to take a moment to back. CA gets a moment here. Bubble, having that bubble down is almost like that having a hook down, having the pressure down. You're able to go in. Last auto attack doesn't take down Kami. He gets the potion chugged and stays alive as they go back and forth. No one falls.
Skin of his teeth walking out of that trade. So very interesting how CA is deciding to play this 1v1. He's effectively using the distortion to try to maneuver around the paddle bubble there. So kind of cute. We saw Faker try to take the Talia into Zoe. I think it was more the idea of Zoe doesn't have the greatest wave clear. She tries to use her bubble from the side to impact AoE minions, so you just want to shove her in and then roam.
Right.
CA seems to be going for the, I have the wave clear, and then I have the added mobility that I can dance or dodge around your skill shots and then burst you just as hard.
Haven't seen the roaming just yet, and that burst. 6.5 minutes on the clock, nobody's left lane. as just CA's hitting 6 with that top laner of 957. Things are all quiet now on the home front towards this bot lane as we see Dude getting some wards in, but they're also playing the lane to set it up here. They say, here's Revolta, here's Dude. Do we get another hook? Right, and on Mako, they say, we'll just bop him. Love tap there. Dude wants to get out of this one as the teleport comes in from 957. He will actually continue it and throws down the Forge. That's going to be a kill on Dude.
Double knock up there. BRTT forced to flash to get out with his life. And like you said, Mako just planted his feet. He's like, you want to gank me? That's totally fine.
He was perfectly okay with everything that happened there. Very calm play from the Chinese All-Stars as they went throughout this, and we'll see it again.
It is a very cute play, though, using the control board and the brush to make sure that Revolta has an entry point. The flashes are both up, so at this point, Brazil's like, we either get the kill or we're going to burn the flash. But China, they know that they've got level 6 on Ornn. He makes the teleport down there, and a beautiful, nice angle there with the ultimate.
I always love seeing that. It's probably one of my favorite abilities.
You mean it's one of the most broken abilities in the game?
I mean, if a skill shot is coming at you, walk perpendicular to it, you dodge it.
You know what we should put? We should give a Malphite ultimate, but it's an AoE, and it spans the length of the screen.
And it keeps going. It's great. Oh my word, Kami going down. I don't see him coming out of this one alive. Who is going to get the kill? He pops back. A quick auto from CA to take him down. And they come up with a kill on Kami in the mid lane.
Yeah, and again, unfortunately, Zoe has the illusion of mobility we've talked about.
Oh no, she's gone. Yeah, wait, she's back.
Surprise. Just makes it a very easy target to set all of your damage up. And like I said, you know, Faker's approach was let's try to outplay Zoe through stylistic mismatch. You know, let's just try to shove her in and make for the roam. Right. And she is like, nah, let's just try to pop her like a balloon.
Well, you get that damage coming in from MLXG, and he has just been on point with his positioning. Kami is even already walking away, but they still make it work being able to close the distance.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate. Perfect timing gone, and she's gonna have to go right back, so just a split second longer.
957, searing charge to get himself to safety. You can see the subjugate going back to Vert, so it is actually helping to get that fight in line. Locked down by the solar flare. BRTT is trying to clear the sun out of his eyes as Mako picks up that kill. And now Diude's the one. He's gonna get that stun to Daybreak coming in if Mako gets the other shot. Either last hit's gonna come through with that bond from Uzi and Mako. And bot lane's looking much better for the Chinese All-Stars.
That speaks to the strength there. Hold on, mid lane.
Whoops.
Whoopsies.
A little bit of a minion hit there. Didn't have the paddle star to make it work. Chain X. Is there another chain? There's the barrier that comes out, and it's going to be the hit from CA with the sigil that silences Kami.
But it never stops.
Does it stop, though? Calling in the Forge God. He's going to get a quick searing hit onto Vert. Will he throw down the Volcanic Rupture to get a little bit more damage? And Revolta gets taken down immediately. MLXG is everywhere. His rift is the spicy hot pot. A double kill as he goes from mid to top. The coast-to-coast MLXG.
I don't even blame Revolta from that one. He's like, wasn't this guy just mid? Like, what is happening here? Unfortunately, Ornn had enough time, used his ultimate, purchased MLXG the ability to get up top lane in time and save the day. And this is now a 3-0-1 Kha'Zix. He is a very big boy.
See it again. There was, we're starting from the beginning.
We're just gonna have to go.
One?
This is gonna be like a 40-minute replay. What I was gonna say is this just feels bad, man.
Yeah.
Like the power of Kalista and Leona, and Draven sitting here like, I've got a BF sword. Didn't I just like destroy you guys 2v2 for the past 2 minutes? But doesn't matter. You've got 2 massive CC ultimates. You've got the added damage from Leona's passive coming through.
And the mid.
And like I said, it's going to be a 40-minute replay, so we then have to go into the mid lane. Kami gets a little bit of longevity here with the barrier there, but like you said, CA's just going to walk him down.
And we aren't done yet. One more on the dinner table.
Around the world in league replays. The ultimate buys enough time because even though it doesn't make the same impact in terms of the CC, they don't obviously want to walk into a line of fire of the massive ram, so they have to just kind of back up and wait. And it's in that waiting that allows Kha'Zix to get there.
And a lot of waiting done after this play. Obviously, Brazil can't fire themselves into anything just yet. It's about farming now. It's about making sure, and now we get to see if Kami can start to be effective from behind, if the bubble set up BRTT, if other things can happen now for Brazil.
I had a suspicion that this might be the game, but here we go.
Solar Flare just misses, but the Zenith Blade does not. True on that E-Fire coming in from Mako, and he gets the flash as well out of Diude, so playmaking goes away with just these few kills that the Chinese All-Stars are able to surmount.
And it is a fairly early turret, 11 minutes. Actually, it's probably just about on time. I don't know what I'm talking about. Feels very early in the game because there's like 10 kills. Usually in the LPL, we've got 20 by now, so I guess we're in cruise control.
So 6,000 gold has been accrued so far, and they are using that damage left and right. Zoe's bubble getting a little more travel time through the wall, and then it'll travel its distance after it exits. And the back and forth here, we see that in and out play that Zoe gets. Now coming again from LeBlanc, from that CA play.
And again, LeBlanc is one of those champions that she just does so much better when ahead than either on the clock or from behind, because her kit is so reliant on having kill pressure on anyone on the map. That's when you get those terrifying LeBlancs versus someone who just kind of teeters out. And man, do we really have to have this champion right now on our team?
I remember those LeBlanc days. It was like there was a very squishy meta. Usually Zyra's would be the multiple deaths per map because the support would be found up by itself, or your 80 carry as usual. But it is just terrifying to have a good LeBlanc in the game. And a 2-0-0 CA, putting the same pressure on as his Cassid, one of those main wheelhouse champions.
But this is a good look for Brazil. So unfortunately, Revolta's lanes are hemorrhaging right now. He does find a quiet minute to set down his own control ward, place down his own safety vision, and pick up the Rift Herald. And it seems small, but it's at least something for Brazil right now. And while Revolta's lanes have been hemorrhaging, he has been trying his damnedest to get involved with this game and be just as active as MLXG on this lane.
Trying to get wards. Remember, his flash was just blown on the previous play, and warding alone. Danger, danger. He goes down once again. That'll be his third death.
And let's just be frank, there's no way that anyone from Brazil can go anywhere on the bottom side of the map. Like from bot lane to mid lane, you cannot be there.
A lot of cameras and a lot of vision. Call the Forge God through, knocks it right into Vert. Vert throws down the subjugate. Let's see how long this allows him to last. Searing charge now into Vert, looking for the Bellows Breath just out of range. And no Volcanic Rupture to finish off the kill. But the 1v1 potential is godlike for Ornn.
And we were talking about this, you know, maybe you take the chance that because Ornn is constantly banned, that 957 hasn't gotten the opportunity to really play the champion. Maybe he doesn't know the nuanced things about it, but we've seen that slick combo multiple times from him. Seems really comfortable. I don't know what's happening in scrims over there.
The thing that makes it so difficult is when you get popped up or you're slowed for a moment, everything just goes out of whack. Yeah. There is a flash.
He definitely flashed after that wolf.
Hey, you have priorities. Sometimes one sit above others. That was obviously a priority for MLXG. He's had a lot in this game, and it's been on every lane so far. The grab going in to get MLXG. Fate's Call only works one way, and that's going to be onto the support if they need it. Mako's going to keep himself safe here. They still get out as Uzi's able to deliver turret damage and damage. Back onto DU. Goes down.
I bet MLXG wish he had his flash right there. I'm almost disappointed he wasn't punished for that. This dude's he's just trying to do his job. He's trying to make the picks where he can. He thinks he gets a good target, but unfortunately, it's a 7K gold difference between these teams at 14 minutes and possibly worse.
Blinks back and forth. That's the thing. Whatever ability still kind of sticks onto Zoe. So when she gets back, you'll still be there, and that's what happened. They also get the kills on the top side still. 957 going to be the first under the turret. Oops, MLXG got his toes under just before 957. They're going to back off of that as Revolta makes it out alive.
And at this point in the game, 957 has access to his, I don't know where we got there. Looks like 957 was hunting, but taking a look back here, like you said, Kami.
Oh. You have to be inside your opponent's head to do something. Absolutely. We can kind of tell the Zoe's combo, but beautiful hit. And then to the top lane as they just do not stop.
And as I was saying, it was the Iceborne Gauntlet configured for 957. So he was already super sticky before with all of the CC naturally on his kit. Just got
annoying.
That much worse. So I'm actually surprised that Revolta didn't fall there. Managed to scrape away with his life, but that's now the outer towers pretty much all done. Just that top lane remaining, and a stiff breeze looks like it'll push it over.
Just slowly waiting. I don't know how long 957 is really going to have to stay for this one. The pressure may call Vert off to another lane, and he'll be able to take that and continue the pressure. Revolta not finding himself in too good of a spot over and over again, which is kind of killing their pressure on the map overall. Mako again inside. They'll get the wards cleared, and they'll make sure they have the ability to initiate.
And again, I don't necessarily blame Revolta. It's been really rough. I don't think Draft really helped this situation, but you've got situations like this where all of his lanes are losing.
The back and the forth. Subjugate hits. We got the call, the Forge God missing, and still 957 stays just about half HP the entire time in the fight.
It's like, I'm fine. How is mine?
I'm okay. Don't worry.
Is that Oren's voice?
Yeah, it is now. It's the mustache, I swear it is. People will deny it, but it's the mustache. So he's gonna get some solo gold to himself up here. Just devastating these turrets. Taking him down 13-1 here for the Chinese All-Stars coming in from the LPL. 2-0 on the day. So looking to make it 3-0 in the end.
And it's now. Well, I think they want to prove a point. LPL came into this event taking it very seriously because they're like, you know, the event doesn't mean anything on the international competitive stage. It's just for pride. So we've got a boot camp. We've got to get the facilities. We've got to get in there.
Wait, so you're saying it's not international? We should have done much better.
All I'm saying is that the teams remaining in this tournament, welcome to Rift Rivals. I don't know who you were casting in your Rift Rivals, but I was casting LMS, LCK, and LPL.
Point. See what CA can do, or CA can still do in the mid lane. Look at the bot right side. It's like a light bright for the Chinese All-Stars right now. You cannot go anywhere without it being known. And they're trying, the Brazil's just trying to ward their top side, so China has all the dark, or all the fog war on their side of the map to come out of.
China's never necessarily been the best at denying a lot of vision. I think the zombie ward particularly will really help them out when they're clearing out enemy vision. And
This is for us.
Exactly, it's a straight buff to the region.
That's fantastic. We'll actually see something like come into play huge. I mean, zombie ward is so strong.
What is interesting to me is that they're not playing CA out into a side lane. They had him out there briefly, but otherwise he's kind of been sitting next to MLXG. And by not doing that, they force themselves into skirmishes like this.
Okay, Mako. They didn't really have to hit the CC. Revolta gets taken down immediately. He's just a few feet away from the team. Kami's a little low on that mana, so he can't help to do too much to clear here. He's been doing as much as he can with Paddle Stars in the mid lane. And turrets are going to start to fall here in favor of the China All-Stars.
And you know, frankly, Brazil really shouldn't be in these places. I mean, obviously, they're getting picked off, so that's kind of a no-brainer.
Right.
But they should be walking safely down into the lanes. And as I was saying, by not utilizing the double teleport into the side lanes, as well as the added mobility and kill pressure from the LeBlanc, China isn't having the best lane assignments, but it's working out for them because Brazil are walking into these traps.
Very good point. Searing Charge? Yeah, Searing Charge. Pops him out quickly. You can see the cooldown coming a little bit quicker for him there, but he is going to have to make a long walk back. Ravenous Hydra helping to clear out those waves for Vert, give the team a little bit of breathing room, but every other lane here from China is being pushed in. Mako actually almost wanting that under the turret in a 3v1. I think MLXG might have had to watch that happen. They're getting real aggressive now.
He's still chasing. Here comes Ornn.
What is this saying? What, you're 50 yards behind me? That's close enough. I'm going in. Mako hits the Zenith Blade. The rest of the team is going to be following up as BRTT goes down on the Draven. No cash out for him. It's China that's making those deposits right now, and CA is going to still look to find more.
It just feels really bad when you don't see a champion on the screen, but then he gets to have such an impact in the fight as here we go.
Oh, MLXG to the backline. They were thinking everybody was in front of them, but they got to look over their shoulder. MLXG has been everywhere this game, and he is playing awesome on the Kazakhs. They're onto the inhibitor turrets.
I mean, they survived the Ornn ultimate, right? Like, what else can the LPL throw at them? The Ornn ultimate comes down from the sky, blinds everyone. They're diving Nexus towers.
They got the gods, they got the sun, and they have the Void Bug. 7-0-4 Void Bug at that. Uzi looking to go a little crazy, gets himself the safety. Revolta waiting for the kick, but Uzi's going to flash over the wall. Shie comes in to stop BRTT's follow-up damage as well. 957 on the other side, but that was a wham, bam, and thank you, ma'am damage from CA as he takes down BRTT, who just respawned.
Want to see a magic trick?
Absolutely.
Oh, no.
China's saying, do you want to play a game right now? Oh, flying in, tries to get one last hit, but it becomes the pin cushion in the air. 21-2 here. Looking for the final touches. 957's making a new home inside the base. And he's going to throw out the Forge God. That hits Zoe right in the face. Kami's up, Kami's down. And more kills coming up here as they're slowly taking on inhibitor turrets. but slowly taking down, even slower, the champions.
I swear he just used that ultimate. Back up. The Wrath of Uzi, though, he started the game, flashed down, he gave up first blood, and he is now sitting fat and happy, 8-1-5 on the Callista.
He's probably thinking to himself, I should have picked the Vayne. He had all the protection in the world, it seems. We'll see where they go from here. Ornn even bigger now on the top side. A few items to his name means basically he can't get pushed out of lane, but it looks like everybody's heading straight down towards that middle. Probably a final fight for the team as they wrangle Brazil together to make that happen. A few hits, the bubble over the wall. And deja vu from the old LeBlanc play. CA still knows how to ride that bike.
You know, I feel bad for Kami at this point. It has definitely been a very rough game, but at the same time, I'm like, yes, Zoe, how does that Gunblade taste?
Is your question answered, by the way? Are we getting him from behind the Zoe play?
From behind Zoe, doesn't feel great.
Not great at all. The paddle stars not hitting, they're not finding the focus. And we'll see over the wall, Baron is taken by MLXG. The Forge God doesn't even get a chance to knock anybody up as Revolta goes down very fast. And CA is still looking for the kills here as they look to put down a few more members. Dude in the eyes now, 957. They know they can push off BRTT. 957's not even taking that much damage.
I feel like we're in a race now. LPL saw LCK defeat Turkey in 25 minutes. We're now 23 minutes.
True.
You've got 2 minutes left, guys.
They're looking to make it undefeated as well, all the way through a 3-0 here. If they can lock down this victory, and they are pushing Brazil onto their fountain. It's the only solace they can find at this point. China coming out very strong here. The Ornn pick, the LeBlanc pick against Kami's Zoe coming into this game, and they were able to shut down just about every lane. A big name in this one, MLXG, as they put the final touches here onto the Nexus. China taking down Brazil, a 3-0 finish, and a 0-3 finish as the Nexus falls.
And I doubt we're going to see Ornn make it through the champion select. 957 has shown everyone that, yes, I am very comfortable on this champion, and yes, he's still broken.
That's the thing, is I feel like 957 has kind of that champion pool too, where he can just kind of absorb a guy like Ornn or go back to his original champions, and MLXG knew it too. Where was he? Right away, everywhere, and especially top side for 957.
And it's finally nice to see MLXG break out of the Sejuani rut and grab hold of the Kha'Zix, remind everyone what he made its namesake on the international stage. But I do want to look across at the Brazilian All-Stars.
Absolutely.
This is going to be the last time that we see them, but huge props and credit to their bot lane, especially BRTT. He threw down the gauntlet. He took the signature Draven pick, and he did first blood Uzi. So lose the game, but hold your head high.
Heck yeah.
You made your mark.
Everybody playing very well around the board. Everybody having their highlight moments as well. That's what All-Stars is about. Obviously, the players want to show more, and they want to be that All-Star in the end. But everybody's trying for that spot right now. Dude with some great grabs. Revolta on your screen here. That guy, as we said, has been in each and every All-Star as it goes in whatever team he's able to get on. So it's awesome to see these guys play once again.
We talk about those legendary names that just keep coming up. Prey for the LCK, Revolta for Brazil. He's been just a signature player across the region, across multiple teams. INTZ, Keyed Stars, taking down EDG on the international stage. It wasn't the same success story this time around, but like BRTT, he grabbed the Lee Sin and he tried to go back to what got him here in the first place.
Absolutely, and it's super fun to watch as well. On the other, as we were talking about both teams, back to MLXG in this one, you were saying it's good to see him off the Sejuani and whatnot. I came in with my notes saying, this is a tournament for this guy. Like, this aggression, this is what we'll see again. So, like you said, it's really great to actually see that coming back into play. So to hear more about how China nabbed that win, let's throw it down to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. Nabbed is one way to say it. Maybe just like ripped it away is a better way of phrasing it here based on the dominance that China displayed in their third win out of the group stage, moving along as the first seed in Group B.
I mean, it was an old-fashioned shellacking. That's what exactly happened here. It was very, very one-sided. And Cyrene, during the game, you posed the question. I think a lot of people have been thinking about this, Ornn or Zoe, which of these two OPs is stronger? And I had about a half second to think, and I was like, Ornn. Ornn is incredibly, incredibly powerful. And we got kind of a highlight reel, but even then, it wasn't played to the fullest, I would say. 957, some of his ults went wide, didn't even matter.
Yeah, I don't think either of them really played to their fullest, but
Sure.
I do think that Ornn was the one who was really dishing out the shellacking there.
Yep.
But the big thing is Ornn is tanky, he does so much damage for a tank, and it's kind of that territory where he has kind of everything that you would want in a champion. The range,
way
the
more
CC,
than
the
that.
engage.
It's everything
a
you could
lot.
want, and then he doesn't have to back. Then if he's winning trades, he just pops over, gets the honey fruit, he's full health. Oh, boy.
I think it's pretty telling about the strength of a champion when you're beating a Trundle in a 1v1, right? Typically,
As
we
a
look at
tank.
Trundle and we go, look,
As a
yeah,
tank.
as a tank, exactly. Like, all right, Trundle should win that 1v1. It's if I have to group and team fight, I might get, kited out, blah, 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 and that's where the Trundle can fall short. No, just straight up getting beat by 957 in the top lane, 1v1, with ults, with, magic resist.
And I've seen it twice, this pick, the Ornn. I've seen Fiora, which famously wins against tanks. I've seen Trundle, famously wins against tanks. Ornn is no mere tank. Ornn is a one-man army. He's a great initiator. Didn't have to do that here because they were winning every lane straight up.
Yep.
He is insane. And for once, Zoe felt mortal, but that was also kind of a byproduct of the game.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is also the champion that was picked into it
Sure.
with GA on his LeBlanc. I think the way he played it was fantastic because you get Sleepy Trouble Bubbled, you can W away, you can change your direction.
And you got other options
minions,
too.
A lot of things you can do. A beautiful counter pick here, the LeBlanc into the Zoe. We actually have a clip, a really nice individual mechanical outplay here in the mid lane. This one brought to you by Acer Predator. This is the LeBlanc here because he precasts the ultimate right there and it'll absorb the Q. So he would have taken a large chunk there because he was slept and the Paddle Star was coming in.
Yeah, the finishing off here, you see the other points. We talked about, hey, this champion doesn't have reliable escapes. This champion has to run away. Having the ability to gap close, having the ability to actually get on top of the Zoe, burst damage, it worked. Popped him later in the game as well. That was a really good look for the LeBlanc.
Who would have thought that Zoe LeBlanc 2.0 is only countered by LeBlanc, the OG. Yeah, because you think about it as well, like if you land a chain onto Zoe, she's gonna have to maybe R away and try to break it, but if she doesn't, she only has that pseudo escape, right? She doesn't actually truly get away and have the option to escape. So you're able to, once you get on her, stick on her, and I think he actually showed that was a big weakness of Zoe's. And that's where we also then saw, as you mentioned, with the map kind of entirely collapsing, how vulnerable Zoe can be to that dive, to, people who are able to stick or gap close onto a carry. If I don't have vision control, if I don't have a tank line in front of me, all of a sudden, Zoe doesn't look that strong. Yeah, it was bittersweet for me, because I wanted to see Zoe lose, but not to Ornn, not like this. I was like, pick your poison. I can't have my cake and eat it too.
And I'm not convinced 100% that we can put Zoe in the same bucket as, say, Ahri and other champions where, okay, we know about their all-in potential when they're snowballing, when they're ahead, but there's always the very, boiler point, color point where it's like, okay, if the Ahri falls behind, won't do damage. The thing with the Zoe is she still has the incredible pick potential going through walls. If you can just get a couple of control wards down, she can still do things. Can she still be the full-powered Zoe? Certainly not. But we're still going to need one of those more medium-level games where it's not just a very one-sided match either.
Very much so. With the matches concluded, let's go ahead and take a final look at who promoted out of the group stage. For Group A, the LMS took the #1 seed with Korea entering the semifinals as the #2 seed. Over in Group B, the LPL completed their day at 3-0 with the Southeast Asian All-Star sub-squad, surprising many and taking that #2 seed. That means our semifinal matches tomorrow pit the LMS against Southeast Asia and Korea versus LPL. So it is kind of what we were hypothesizing earlier in the day, but with these two semifinal matchups, how are we feeling? It's definitely something you weren't hypothesizing before the tournament. Oh, for sure. China versus Korea in the semifinal, the first round, that's actually something that was not expected at all, especially with China being the #1.
And Battle of Asia is the subtitle of what we're ended up with. We had the Rift rivals, the Asia region Rift rivals. Now we throw in SEA as well. Southeast Asia is the entire Battle of Asia. And definitely the West will be very disappointed, but we could still have some competitive games. I mean, both semifinals here, you can pick winners, but even for China versus Korea, you're not 100% sure.
Yeah, and you're asking like what we think about these. I think the LMS versus Southeast Asia, we're going to have a great jungle matchup. We're going to have a lot of explosion coming out there. Yeah. Karsa, Levi, I am ready for that. That's going to be a ton of fun. Plus, a reminder that we'll move to best of threes for that. So we'll get a little bit of, reactionary play from game 1 to game 2, seeing how these teams can adapt on the fly. Up next, though, we've got that 1v1 tournament where it continues, and we've got a host of hype matches like Faker versus Bjergsen, Uzi versus BRTT, and the Howling Abyss debuts of players like Prey, Reckless, and Sword Art. Now, earlier in the day, we asked you what were some of the hype matchups you were looking forward to, and here are a couple that caught our eye. First up, Dot11 said they wanted to see Mako versus Sword Art in the finals. Support combat, best combat.
Wow, okay, yeah, usually supports don't fare too well. A lot of mid laners, a lot of AD carries in these, but yeah, it would be pretty interesting.
And we spoke to Mako yesterday, and it's been said, Frostgurn pointed out as well, that he as an individual playing, you know, in solo queue and on his own actually really enjoys playing non-support champions, loves to go to that mid lane in particular. So a little bit of individual prowess there from him perhaps, but yes, the supports definitely at a disadvantage along with the junglers, I'd say, when it comes to these 1v1.
And I'm a little bit less optimistic for Sorta. I watch his solo queue quite a lot. He plays on Korean solo queue a lot, largely playing his roles. So I'm ready to be surprised, but for now, I'm not sure if the finals is realistic.
What would be the best 1v1ing support champion?
Actual support champion.
Yeah,
Phase Rush Tom Kench.
Phase Rush.
Get him into that turret, baby.
Get him on that turret. All right.
Woo!
I like it. Otherwise, I was thinking like maybe like a Nami.
I was gonna say like maybe Sona, right? Yeah.
Sona just feels like
Sona's
she'd
good.
pop against a certain people, right? Like that's a matchup maybe dependent one. Next up, we have Nicholas, who is not only excited to see Bjergsen versus Faker, but he wants to see them in a Zoe mirror match. I would love to see Zoe played at the highest of high levels.
Hey, I mean, Zoe beat Faker earlier. It's his only loss in the tournament so far.
Kryptonite.
I feel like he wouldn't want that to happen, though. I'm hoping, though.
He might want to style, right? Show other people how it's done.
So in the last 2 times that he's been in the All-Star tournament 1v1, Faker has been like, let's just, you know, have a treaty with the other person. I will play your game. I will play your Nivea mirror match, Frog.
nice.
Like,
Faker's
what
too
are you
nice.
doing?
He's gotten
gotta
off
get
his
angry,
perch.
man.
He's tried to be mortal. He's been like, okay, let's go for the skill matchup. He's lost them, which is still something. I think he's in serious mode this
He has to throw some breadcrumbs to us, you know, just, oh, you can have
What
this
keeps
one.
him relatable?
Nice guy, Faker. All right, we'll see which, or rather what picks the pros have in store when we return for that 1v1 tournament coming up after the break.
With that combo, I'd say yes.
I'd say yes, indeed, and that's going to be MLXG coming in as well. He will actually continue it and throws down the Forge. That's going to be a kill on Dude. Who is going to get the kill? He pops back. A quick auto from CA to take him down. Revolta gets taken down immediately. MLXG is everywhere. His rip is the spicy hot pot.
They force themselves into skirmishes like this.
Okay, Mako. They didn't really have to hit the CC. Revolta gets taken down immediately.
As here we go.
Oh, MLXG to the backline. They were thinking everybody was in front of them as they wrangle Brazil together to make that happen. A few hits, the bubble over the wall. A big name in this one, MLXG, as they put the final touches here onto the Nexus China, taking down Brazil, a 3-0 finish.
Feels good to beat Fofo.
Taking more damage, Bjergsen. Look for the all-in stun lands, and there it is.
Nicely played there from Bjergsen.
It seems like Faker has some different plans for this 1v1 tournament.
I feel like Faker's kind of messing with him at this point.
Making his one yes. They're going to go in for the mano oh mano. An exhaust down, a barrier pop of that, but Faker will get the final save.
제가 좋은 1대1 상대가 있어서 저희 팀에 많이 연습해서 가면 괜찮을 것 같습니다.
I wish I had a good 1v1 practice teammate like Prey. I have Mike Young and Hatsu.
뭐 제가 작년에도 마타 선수한테 떨어졌거든요. 그래서 서포터 선수긴 한데 최대한 방심 안 하고 준비하는 게 제일 좋을 것 같아요.
我之前也是打中路，虽然是5年前了，但我还是有点自信的。对对对。
辅助选手的优势其实就是别人就比较猜不透吧，我觉得。
Oh, the minions are unfrozen. They're chasing Nate. He's going to die. Those ranged minions. He doesn't do anything. Just stand back. As new minions get the kill. Oh my god.
大家都真的非常强，就是一个小小的细节，如果漏掉的话，你可能就会输。
So close to BRTT. Just need to kill a few more minions. I think he's got it. Looking for the creep. He is going to grab it. 1 CS difference. If he can get it, he's going. No, that's too far. Oh, he's very close. He got it. Oh my god, Jisoo.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back for the 1v1 tournament. It's day 2, and I am Isaac Azale Cummings Bentley, joined by all we could scrounge together from another relegated region. It is Martin Deficio Lunga.
Yeah, sadly, EU and NA both knocked out, but again, it's all about the 1v1.
It's solidarity.
Exactly. And there's still some players left in the 1v1 small regions that can still win. Not in the first game here, though. We got Sword Art versus Prey, so that's going to be super exciting.
Yeah, it should be pretty good. I mean, we have an AD carry. We have the only remaining support in the actual bracket. There was only 2 to start with. So it should be pretty interesting to see how he's going to be able to do. Mako actually, did move on. He's going to be playing.
I mean, he's a carry anyway, so it doesn't really count right there. You're right. But Sword Art actually said something interesting. He said he used to be a mid laner 5 years ago, so kind of expecting a mid lane pick from him in this one. We obviously know Prey is going to play an AD carry.
Yeah, exactly. And for those of you that do need a reminder, here are the rules for winning a 1v1. You either have to be the player to get 100 last hits, you have to achieve first blood, or destroy a turret before your opponent. Those are the 3 ways you can win. We have been seeing more, I would say, kind of try-hard 1v1 so far this year compared to last year. There's less people looking for all-ins. There's more of the
mirror
CS wins
so
and these sorts of things. Yeah, we haven't had any mirror matchups yet, but we have seen already one support player playing the mid lane champions. Mako did do very well with his year.
And we have to remember again that each coach had to pick 2 players from his team that could actually play the 1v1 tournament. It's not every single player in here. So you want to make sure you are representing your team and your region properly. I think that's actually the reason we're getting more serious 1v1s and not just, you know, mirror matches left and right. There's not Mata playing all kinds of crazy stuff.
You don't want to piss off any teammates who might have wanted to participate as well.
Exactly. Again, here it's hard if you are Prey and Faker. A lot of pressure on you on the Korean side. Faker already won his game, and he's going to play against Bjergsen later. Prey again, heavy favorite going into this one against a support player. But again, that's a scary thing because one little special pick that you have in mind that works really well for you and one all-in you don't expect, and bam, you lose.
Yeah, and like he said, he lost to a support player before.
Exactly.
He actually lost to Mata. I mean, Mata knocked out Faker in the Yasuo 1v1, I do believe.
And Mata was pretty
last
crazy.
year. He was pretty insane, and Frozen just got knocked out by a support player.
First ban from Prey, and it makes sense. Karma is strong in the 1v1, but I also feel it is a little bit of disrespect because it is against support. You're like, yeah, you can just play support.
Tom Kench as well.
Tom Kench as well. I think Sword Art is going to play mage.
Yeah, I could definitely see it. I mean, AD carries as well. A lot of these guys do off-roll in solo queues, so sometimes they are pretty experienced.
Kalista, no surprise, take that away from Prey. Obviously, the hard thing when you play against an AD carry in the 1v1 tournament is that he tends to have 4 to 5 different AD carries he can pick and actually do really well with.
Draven, Kalista, Varus, even MF. There's a lot. You really can't ban them all out.
Well, 3 AD carries gone in this one. Draven is still there. Lucian, I still think, is probably the best to go for.
Lucian would be pretty strong. We have seen, a number of different approaches. We've actually been seeing quite a different amount of champions. Pantheon is available. Nasus we saw come out from Faker. He made that look very good, but it was against a Varus.
Yeah.
And I did feel like Vert played it pretty defensively and kind of allowed himself to be poked out.
Yeah, there's a lot more all-in potential for Lucian because you have a dash. You can actually get in the phase of this Nasus here and even chase him down. And the Varus can't really do that. If Nasus runs away from you, well, the fight is kind of over. And it's not a mage specifically, but it's probably still AP Nasus, so kind of counts.
Yeah, we're expecting to do Emax to try to poke him out, and I'm very interested to see how Prey actually wants to try to handle this, if he is going to try to really pressure Sword Art, because the Spirit Fire does have a pretty long cooldown. You can actually try to go aggressive to try to push him out, because if you let Nasus control the wave, like, it's going to be hard to really win on farm, I think.
We also have to remember the attack speed slow from Nasus is less impactful against Lucian because so much is about his passive use, where he just use ability to get the double tap. And I actually think in this one here, Prey with the Lucian pick, also being an AD carry, even more, I feel like, in his favor going into the 1v1. But of course, Sword Art, if he's actually able to maybe out-farm him, he can win that way.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Faker do it just yesterday. I'm sure he's going to be looking for a similar strategy. It is going to be press the attack against Ares, so this is not fleet footwork or anything as far as the more defensive masteries for the AD carry. This is obviously trying to use Lucian passive, trying to put on more damage, and you kind of have to commit to the longer trades to actually get anything out of that.
So we have to see if actually he gets poked down and what else he's picked in his runes, if there's other sustain coming in from him, because obviously with Sword Art, the thing he can do is poke. His all-in requires the Lucian to stop moving, basically. Otherwise, he's not really going to be able to stick to him.
So Prey took Zombie Ward, and
don't take Zombie Ward in a 1v1 map when you can't place any wards.
He has Zombie Ward and Presence of Mind, which I'm not sure really how effective those two masteries are going to do.
I mean,
those don't even do anything.
So Presence of Mind makes a little bit of sense. Basically, when you level up for 5 seconds, you get your mana back that you're spending. And obviously in 1v1s, when you are poking a lot, you do spend a lot of mana. So in this case here, Prey is relying on the fact that he's going to get a lot of early level ups here, level 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. And he has 5 seconds window where he can go all in and not actually lose any mana on it. So
You know what else gives you mana? Mana flow band.
Yeah?
Yeah, you could have gone sorcery secondary.
But now we're going to get the level up from Prey into the all in. And then he can use the zombie. Never mind, he can't use the zombie. Man, why would
It actually makes no sense. But
maybe misclicked.
On the other side, Sword Art is going to be going for the Resolve secondary. He has Iron Skin. He has Second Wind. That is pretty expected. We were talking about this a little bit where we kind of were thinking that Futures Market is actually probably just better than a lot of the other secondary trees because even early in the game, you're likely going to be able to go around 150 gold into dead. And 3 extra potions is actually such a big deal in the 1v1 when you're thinking about the total health gain from that.
Also, one thing Sword Art picked up in this one is absolute focus. Something we don't see very often. Basically, when you are above 70% HP, you deal, or you get some more stats and you can actually deal a little bit more damage. So he's relying on walking in to Prey with almost full HP on this Nasus and then just like fire that extra poke damage in his face and just try and get him low enough. And again, Prey's not running with a lot of sustain in this game, and that could be a problem for him.
Yeah, we'll see if it does come into play. For now, though, Sword Art has actually been missing a lot of the farm. He's already down 6-7 CS at this point, and we've seen so far in a lot of the games, if you fall like 10 behind, CSing almost doesn't really become an option as a victory. So you do kind of get forced into trying to look for those all-in kills.
And that really sucks when you're playing the poke champion, who actually just wants to win on farm or win by poking you, so you go back to base and you can't actually kill the Nasus. In this case, the Sword Art will not have the same luxury Faker had, where he was basically controlling the 1v1 for most of it. Prey is currently sitting in a good situation.
Yeah, and the early vamp, I think, makes a lot of sense. If your opponent's Victor really is to poke you out, you get a little bit more sustain, grab a couple more potions. So we can see Reckless looking on.
Seeing what's going on here.
Maybe get a couple tips here, you know.
I mean, what happened last year was a lot of people in the start were playing a lot of different champions, but then suddenly we started seeing like Lucian and these other AD carries a lot, and everyone wanted to suddenly play them. And then Yasuo was also in there.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for the Zoe versus Zoe. I want to see it at least once. I think that would be hype.
I mean, it would definitely be hype. Would it be very good? Different question. Sword Art not really able to hit a massive AoE skill shot onto Prey. All in.
It's looking pretty good for Prey, honestly. The exhaust is already over. He still has his.
And press attack is on Sword Art right now. He's taking so much damage.
Just like that, Naz is not working out there. A forced Sword Art. Prey is going to be able to best him pretty comfortably.
That was too easy.
Yeah.
Honestly, like the Nasus would miss the massive skill shot, and Prey just walked in, stole his heal, and I think Sword Art kind of realized.
Zombie Ward should have popped up from Nasus' corpse.
That's it.
Yeah.
I think that's why Prey won, actually. The Zombie Ward did it for him.
Yeah, gave him the extra vision he needed.
Well, in the end, Sword Art probably realized he was losing on farm and kind of had to try and go for an all-in, maybe.
Yeah. Maybe wait till 6, though. I mean, the Nasus ultimate's pretty strong.
I agree. Prey looking good. Looking good. I think still Lucian is an AD carry. You probably should just ban away in these games. He's so good 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely is really strong. A lot of people perhaps maybe more worried about some of the poke champs, but here is the all-in. Prey, I mean, it's looking like he is pretty low on health, but the fact that the exhaust has already expired at this point, Sword Art is pretty far up. The exhaust to follow. Prey waits out the barrier, dashes in. Easy peasy, nicely done there from him. And he's going to be moving on to play the winner of Reckless versus Zeitnot, which will be coming
more AD carries
up next.
That is the next one, yeah. We have so many AD carries now, because obviously, again, if you have a 1v1 tournament and you are a smart coach, you pick your AD carry to go represent your team.
Why not the top laner?
Because
what you got against top laners?
I mean, so right now, what are you going to play top lane? Nasus? We've already seen that once. What are you going to do against Lucian?
What about Gnar? You know, get in there on some Gnar, maybe some Ornn.
I guess you could.
Maybe you could get in
we had a Tahm Kench ban in this game.
Yeah.
So,
Pantheon has a top lane pick.
That's fine.
Everyone been getting banned out.
Everyone can play Pantheon. There's no skill shots on this champion. It is so
What about the E? What if you aim back?
That's not a real skill. Okay.
What about the ultimate, huh?
Does that really count? It's like this big. You can't miss
I mean,
it.
you can still miss.
Takes up the entire lane.
I have seen teammates miss.
Okay, fair enough. There are a few skill shots
There you go.
on Pantheon.
High skill champion.
Just play Lucian if you can in 1v1s. It is truly amazing. We just saw Prey as well. Like, the all-in, he gets press the attack almost instantly. There's like a ton of bonus damage as well, and Nasus can't do anything.
Looked really good, but up next, we've got EU star bot laner Reckless versus the AD carry from Turkey, Zeitnot. And earlier, Reckless did, I believe, share his thoughts. We're going to see that interview in a little bit. Reckless, obviously, big fan favorite from Europe, has been doing pretty well when he's been showing up to these 1v1 tournaments.
Takes it very serious as well.
Yeah.
He wants to win.
I mean, I think a lot of the players really have been, and he's definitely a guy who would love to move forward and challenge some of these big name players. He likes to play against guys like Prey and Uzi. He's always very vocal when he is going up against them. And Zeitnot definitely not to be overlooked here either. We have seen some upsets already throughout the tournament, and it's going to be pretty exciting. But earlier, Reckless did share his thoughts on the pressure that comes from 1v1.
I don't think it's necessarily an advantage that he can see how I play, but I think it's definitely an advantage that I am the one with the pressure. I think everyone expects me to win against him, and he can kind of just play the game out without any stress at all. Meanwhile, I have to think about the clock, how fast am I supposed to kill this guy? Am I really going to play it out to 100 CS and all that? But I think once we're actually in the game, I'm just going to be in the zone, and I'm just going to try to do everything I can to come out ahead.
Classic Reckless right there, putting more pressure on himself than maybe he needs to. I don't think it matters if you win on 100 CS or by killing him in these 1v1s at the moment. Like, he's against one of the best AD carries we've seen in Turkey over the last 3 to 4 years, basically. And again, in a 1v1 where it's just about pure skill against the guy you are, currently playing against. Like, if you're an AD carry main, I don't think there's going to be a huge difference between Reckless and Zeitnot and just individual skill on this 1v1 map.
You've got to say, though, killing someone a little bit more stylish, perhaps, than the 100 CS. But the ultimate one so far has been Faker, the 100th CS being his opponent.
Fair?
Yeah. I mean, you got to like that. Twitch as a band, that's a little bit
interesting. I mean, sure, special picks. Urgot, I like that. That could be one of the sleepers that we could see more of. Lucian, still on the table.
I think we are going to be able to take and listen to the player comms here and hear what the guys talk about.
Comet, right? Not Ori?
Yes, Comet.
Okay. Comet. Good. You want to insta-lock at the same time? 40 seconds we lock, okay? We just pick it at 40 and pick, lock. Okay, I go.
Edit it. Let's go, buddy.
Let's go.
All right, so we do have a Jin versus Jin mirror first mirror matchup of the whole tournament. They have spelled out Turkey with the bans.
I mean, great synergy right here between the two players. I love it. Also love the Jin versus Jin coming up here.
We did get to see a Jin yesterday with Sneaky, but it was against a Draven.
It was. And it was a very close game. Lost by 1 CS.
Yeah, and I mean, Sneaky actually misses W on a minion right before the end, which might have got him that win.
He also had a grenade flying in the air that also would have gotten him the win.
But it was super, super close. But this one's going to be pretty fun, I think. A lot seems like it'll come down to the skill shots. How many Ws can you actually hit? How many can you dodge from your opponent? And I'll be interested to see if anyone is going to start boots as a result of that, trying to actually be able to avoid some of those skill shots, because it's likely not going to come down as frequently to just a straight-up brawl with the autos.
Well, both will be starting longsword in this one, so they won't be able to easily dodge out of that Comet damage that's going to hit after the skill shots firing. Obviously, exhaust barrier on both the guys. We have to see if there's anything else that's different in terms of runes. Same keystone, no surprise.
Yeah, it is going to be Comet versus Comet. We don't know what all they've agreed to. I mean, it's possible they just go straight up for the level 1. Getting 4th shots in is also going to be so big if you can actually prep your 4th shot on minions.
You always want to force the other Jin to kind of decide between having to last hit with it or try and move forward and hit you, and then suddenly he might take some minion damage in return, and people get a little bit too greedy with the 4th shot and it actually ends up backfiring. Reckless went back early.
Zeitnot did not. He actually elected to stay around, which means he is going to be starting down already. A bit of health. Yes, he has 3 potions, but he's going to be missing I don't know, 50 to 100 HP.
It's an alpha move, though. I mean, I don't need that extra HP.
Asserting your dominance.
Yeah, and 1v1.
It's kind of like taking zombie ward.
I mean, it worked for Prey. He won the game, and therefore he is correct, and we are wrong. True. And that's how it works.
That is how analysis works.
Now we also have to remember, especially when you play like mirror matches, if you can actually get the push early on, well, the other guy can't really out DPS you because you kind of deal the same damage. So it's hard for him to get control back and push the lane back. And if he gets stuck on the tower, it is so hard to last it on this map.
Yeah, it really is. The turret does more damage, so it's not what you're actually used to on Summoner's Rift. And as you say, I mean, the basic abilities are all going to be doing around the same damage, and that's why I do think the skill shot accuracy comes a lot into play. How many Ws can you hit? Can you actually look to set yourself up for an advantageous minion push or even an all-in? And
we just see both players trying to push the wave at the moment. They want to make sure that no one is actually getting stuck under the tower. Zeitnot did not manage to get his 4th shot on Reckless. Now it's Reckless' turn. No, gets it on the minion instead.
A nice little sidestep there from Zeitnot. He was able to avoid the W, did land his comment as well onto Reckless. And if an all-in does actually come out, exhaust timing is going to be so big because in a lot of these 1v1s, we've been seeing people miss. And Reckless actually taking a lot of damage there. It is one summoner down already.
All right, so we got heal used over, exhaust, sorry, used on the Zeitnot's side here. Now, in terms of the runes, both are going Resolve Tree second win an Iron Skin, so just want to get, you know, as much early power there, a bit of extra HP, get the 5 armor as well. Very important, of course, when you have these mirror matches.
Yeah, the only difference being absolute focus versus celerity. So, you know, one favoring the movement speed there for Zeitnot, and Reckless, if he is higher HP, he is going to deal a little bit more damage with his poke.
And I actually like the movement speed here, again, just to get in range for your 4th shot, and maybe you can actually step away before Reckless can return 2 shots onto you and potentially his own 4th shot, obviously depending on how many he has left when you go for that all-in. So I do like the extra mobility in that case, and I also think getting boots is actually something they should consider, again, just to dodge the comet.
Yeah.
Because you need 355 movement speed to step out of that little AoE that flies after.
See, so far though, just more longsword pickups here for Reckless. Not going to buy any more regen. A lot of players traditionally do go for things like the Doran's Blade because of how efficient the item is as a standalone component, but Reckless preferring to go for more of the damage, and it's going to be exactly mirrored buys here for Zeitnot, but he does have one additional potion because he delayed his base a little bit more.
But right now, Reckless will get a small CS advantage, 30 to 28.
And a big part of that is there's the offset cannon waves. So cannons come out not at the same time. Zeitnot's cannon wave is actually out there, which means it's denying pretty much a full entire wave of Rex's minions. That alone is going to give a nice little advantage because there's just more minions for Reckless' CS.
And we also see Reckless really make sure these minions stay alive for as long as possible to kill his own minions. Exactly. He didn't want to just instantly crit onto that cannon and kill it. He actually kept it alive for as long as possible. So it just dealt a little bit more damage, meaning Zeitnot potentially could lose another minion. Now we're back in all-in.
Oh, Zeitnot is down a summoner, and he might get chased down here.
There's minion as well, hitting Reckless, but he got it.
Oh, Zeitnot didn't even get the barrier off there. Was maybe hoping to bait it out a little bit longer and get the minions involved, but the summoner does not come out, and Reckless able to take this one pretty cleanly.
And such a big thing in the start right there. Reckless opened the whole trade by getting a massive crit onto Zeitnot, and obviously then you have a huge advantage. He actually had to reload at the same time when the one-on-one started, and Reckless got so much free damage onto him.
Someone did nicely play. That means Reckless is going to be moving forward, and he will be facing off against Prey, so that will be his second round matchup. But here it is once again. Zeitnot wanted to get that crit off. He did land his 4th shot onto Reckless, but Reckless, knowing he has the summoner advantage, can fly forward, and Zeitnot unable to get the barrier off, but honestly, Reckless still had his. Probably would not have made the difference there.
Yeah, and he didn't even care about the minions about to hit him. Knew he could actually take him down in time. And obviously, the Prey versus Reckless will be the last one today, because now we start going into all the quarterfinals. And it gets even funnier when we start getting not rematches, but the second time players get to play on this map. Okay. Will they play the same champion? Have they learned anything? Do they take different runes? Do they ban different things? Will Faker play Nasus for 100 CS again?
Will North America get knocked out by playing Jace once more?
I'm going to say no on that one.
Okay.
But to be fair, Bjergsen is a Jace player.
Played Jace in the 1v1s last year.
Maybe. I think he's going to go back to Lucian.
I could see it. I am hoping. I think there's some potential here for, you know, there's enough mutual respect that maybe we get a mirror matchup from Faker and Bjergsen as well.
Not Nasus versus Nasus, though.
I'm hoping for some Zed versus Zed or Zoe versus Zoe. Maybe a little Vayne versus Vayne, Lee Sin versus Lee Sin. All of those are acceptable.
I agree. We hope for some mirror matches between these two guys.
This is going to be pretty exciting, but obviously the next matchup needs no introduction. It is Faker and Bjergsen, two of the very best players in League of Legends. Really, Faker, the most famous player in League of Legends. Bjergsen, the most famous in North America, it's fair to say.
Counts for something as well.
Yeah, it does
obviously.
count for something.
I like how
you got to take what you can
find a way right there to put them next to each other. I love that. You just add NA at the end for Bjergsen, and then it fits in.
I mean, just like for you, you're the best Danish caster named Martin.
In League of Legends.
In League of Legends.
There we go. There's probably some other guys somewhere.
Yeah, probably somewhere.
Same name.
You don't want to get too general.
No, don't want to get an ego here. So
Yeah,
we just focus
definitely
on the League of Legends part. Both players setting up at the moment. And again, mirror match? I'm not sure.
I don't know, but earlier we did get to talk to Bjergsen. He shared a little bit of his insight on the 1v1 prep.
A big part is the preparation, actually, of the games, understanding what champions are strong, what champions beat which champions, what champions do you want to ban. I think that was a big part of why I won the first year. And then I got destroyed in the second year in the first round because I thought Jace was really strong. Then I came up against Klilov and he just destroyed me on Varus. So I think preparation is a big part.
Thought Jace was strong, was not.
It was not strong.
Happens to NA.
Yeah, because when you just pick an 80 carry against the Jace, then you just outpoke him because you can just hide behind minions and he can't really hit you.
That's true. That is quite a viable strategy there. But unfortunately, Faker is having a couple mouse issues, so we are replacing his PC. That will take a couple minutes for us to get all set up. He needs to make sure all his settings are good.
Of course. And the NA referees are currently debating if Faker should just play without a mouse in this 1v1, if that is more fair for everyone.
I think it probably would be.
It would definitely be more fair, I feel like.
I don't know if Faker cares about fair, though.
I don't know. Maybe like give him a touchpad or something. And then
maybe a little. He has to play on an iPad.
Hey, cool. Could probably still win. We will see. But
he could certainly beat us.
We basically, I don't know. My one-on-one Heimerdinger is pretty scary. I just want to highlight that.
I've been hearing some things.
The problem is the jungler kills me.
Things,
the jungler kills me. Yeah, but there's no jungler in 1v1s. Therefore, I will be fine.
How do you ever lose lane if it's not the jungler's fault?
There you go. I don't think I've ever lost lane without a jungler killing me.
Yeah, me either. The only problem is who do you blame if you then do lose the 1v1?
I normally blame Vedius.
Vedius?
Distracts me.
Yeah.
Constantly thinking about him. Can't focus on the game.
There you go. Vedius on the mind. Won't delve any further on that one.
Faker right now, what's on his mind is obviously how annoying the mouse is and how he needs to fix it. But apart from that, again, Nasus yesterday from him. Bjergsen played Syndra. Quite like the Syndra as well. I think it is actually fine in these 1v1s.
I think it worked out quite well. I will say that I think some of the 80 carries have the potential to actually outlast Syndra if you are itemizing a bit more defensively, I think. If you do pick up something like a Null, a Talisman, get a little bit of MR, itemize defensively, grab more defensive runes. If the Syndra cannot burst you out, I do think there's a potential to actually outlast his mana pool, life steal back up, and start up things like that. And we also have to talk about, for Faker, his history in 1v1s, right? He agreed to the Anivia mirror matchup with Froggen 2 years ago, lost that. He agrees to the Yasuo 1v1 against Mata, lost that. So he's been a guy who likes to have a lot of fun with the 1v1s, not necessarily as concerned about winning it, more of putting on a good show. But the Nasus seemed like a very try-hard pick for the first round. Like, that is not a stylish pick from Faker. He won in a stylish way. But now I'm kind of left wondering, is he going try-hard for the 1v1 this year?
I mean, the only thing I will say is I just saw on his screen he was practicing, and it was Syndra he used. So if he wants to take that Syndra here and actually use that to beat Bjergsen, even though it's a mirror match, it can still be very try-hard in the way you're playing it, obviously.
Can you pick up each other's balls from Syndra versus Syndra? Because on Draven versus Draven, you can catch each other's axes.
Ooh. Potentially. I don't actually know.
I don't know how that works either.
I don't play a lot of Syndra versus Syndra.
Yeah, I have not.
Personally.
I have not done it much myself either.
But again, could be something. Obviously, with the Anivia versus Anivia one, I remember how he actually did outplay Froggen for most of it. Got Froggen in his passive twice, I believe, but then Froggen just won on the all-in at the end, where, if I remember correctly, Faker was actually winning on CS, but he took the all-in anyway, lost it, and sadly for him, he got knocked out.
Froggen did pretty well with the mind games, I would say.
A lot of mind games.
When he played in the 1v1, he got
Forced some
Asmo to
remakes.
agree to no masteries, no runes, zillion last hit to 100 1v1. Then he got Faker to agree somehow to the Anivia 1v1. And then I believe it was double if he played against Next, where there was those remakes.
Yeah, and
with the snowball.
He got knocked out, if I remember correctly, because his double was in the final against Bjergsen.
Yeah, I think
Bjergsen won and was the champion that year, and obviously last year Uzi was the champion. This one here. Two of the favorites, I will say, in this 1v1 tournament, but then we also just have to look at the other, matchups we're going to have here in the quarterfinals. Uzi is there, the big favorite to take the whole thing, and Prey as well as a guy we have to also look at, because again, these 80 carries tend to be very strong in 1v1s.
Yeah, and whoever wins between Faker and Bjergsen would be them playing the winner of Jisoo and Mako. Jisoo obviously taking down Power of Evil yesterday, and Mako beating Frozen. And then Uzi is going to be going up against BRTT on the other side of the bracket, and they will be playing the winner of Prey versus Reckless, as has just now been decided. So definitely some very big names in the bracket left, and a lot of 80 carries still kind of hanging around here. Some mid laners here as well.
But again, also a lot of 80 carries chosen, of course, to represent the teams, but we will get into the pick and ban phase between the guys. And I mean, already from the bans, you might be able to see if it is going to be a mirror matchup, if they're just spelling out something. They got 6 letters at the moment to use.
Yeah, I'm pretty interested. So far, leaving it down to the last second. So it is going to be Zoe. So we already know we're not getting a Zoe versus Zoe matchup.
I like the Nasus ban right there from Bjergsen. Don't want to see that again from Faker. Oh, yeah, he knows.
That is a fan service ban right there. No one wants to see the.
No one wants to see the 100 CS Nasus. No. We
Get that out of there.
We want to see fights. Azir has been banned a lot in this 1v1 tournament as well.
See, what we really need to do is a quick rule adjustment and increase the number of bans so that there's only like Zed, Yasuo, and Vayne.
We have to wait through the entire pick and ban phase. We're just like, all right.
And the 132nd ban Zerkot, interesting. Very nice.
I like the Lucian ban as well. Even though I actually would love to see Lucian being played in this. He's just so strong in the 1v1. Talia being hovered. Okay, there's the Syndra from Faker.
Are we going to get a mirror here?
He's obviously not going to take Talia in this 1v1.
Bjergsen did take Syndra yesterday, and the players are kind of laughing.
Wow,
it is a Talia. Wow. So
that's
Bjergsen
surprising.
talked about preparation. One thing I'm looking at with this is the amount of pushing power Talia has. If you can actually shove in your opponent, it is very hard to CS under turret. He may not be planning on actually taking a fight. If there is no flash on Faker, you don't actually allow him to hit a scatter of the week, you don't actually allow him to close the gap, you could just make this into a farm fest.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it makes a lot of sense what you're saying. It might be exactly what Bjergsen is thinking right now. Faker obviously wants to fight him and try to kill him here. Syndra 1v1.
Because I just don't see Talia as a like, oh yeah, Talia is what I want to kill this Syndra in a 1v1. Like, you're not trying to get near the Syndra most of the time.
Well, unless you can land the knockback into some crazy burst, but once again...
You'd have to then dodge the Scatter of the Week and a lot of abilities, so...
This might just be a push Talia, as you highlighted. Surprising, for me at least. Definitely not one of the mid laners I expected to see.
No, not at all.
I thought, again, like we're looking at things like Syndra, even Orianna can be used. We saw that from Power of Evil. No, Talia it is.
But some of the atypical stuff has really been successful. In 1v1s, Grasp of the Undying, Caitlyn last year, and things like this. If you can actually theory craft something to really take down your opponents, it is going to be Exhaust Barrier for Bjergsen, the only difference being the heal, obviously, for Faker, instead of that Exhaust. And both players selecting Airy, so we'll have to wait to find out what those secondary runes will be.
I mean, we have to have Mana Flow banned in here. We can see on both guys, which is not a big surprise. Scorch, most likely, as well. And then it's just all about what they want. Is it Absolute Focus in there as an option?
So Faker actually taking as his secondary Legend Alacrity and Last Stand. So that is actually pretty surprising. So Legendary Alacrity is actually the attack speed.
Yeah.
So that's a lot about the pushing. I think he may be trying to contest that. And extra damage when you are low HP from Last Stand. So maybe trying to pull off some sort of surprising burst. Like if you save your ultimate till you're low HP, you could get a bit of extra damage there.
Also, if you're baiting out, with your barrier, so when you're on low HP, you use the barrier to just stay alive for a little bit longer and you deal extra damage at that time. So that's very interesting. Like the Alacrity one typically is where you get kills and assists, and you obviously get more and more attack speed the further you go into the game, but it does give you some base attack speed at the start. That is clearly what he's valuing here to try and push this Talia back.
And especially the Last Stand is something that you just don't even see. Even as far as solo queue on SR, that's not something I really see people picking whatsoever. For Bjergsen, it is going to be more standard, will be the Resolve secondary tree. He's going to be playing Mirror Shell and Second Wind, so that is the flat MR, as well as the regen. And it does simply look like Bjergsen is going to play the pushing game. He's going to try to win here on CS, shove in your opponent, and like it's very hard to last hit these minions properly. If they've taken any damage, they'll just die in one shot.
Yeah, so you don't want to hit that caster minion before the towers hit it, because you need to just last hit it right after. It's not like on Summoner's Rift where you gotta hit the caster minion once, then the tower shot hits, and then you last hit. Faker just messed that up and actually lost the CS.
The melees are also very awkward to CS because it's not like 2 hits then auto it. It is kind of like a hit and a half, so you kind of have to prep them properly to actually have them be able to be last hittable. Obviously, Sidra can be pretty good at that later on, though.
Basically, the tower 2-shots the melee minions.
Yeah.
That just makes it very difficult to CS. So Bjergsen, once again, playing to just push all the time, and it is working for him at the moment. Faker looking instead for that all-in, needs to land the stun first, and then he can apply a lot of burst damage that Bjergsen will struggle against.
The other thing that's actually really big on this
hit
map
the wrong one.
in particular is the fact that if you control the wave, you control the health relics. And every time you're getting a health relic, that's essentially a full potion extra of HP. So and even if Bjergsen is getting poked somewhat, the fact that he's getting both of these relics is a really big deal. And he's just going to go back to base. Once again, there's a cannon there. That's going to buy him enough time. He knows the wave will now push back towards him, but
interrupted.
Does get stopped on the back a little bit. Oh, no. It's like one of the same time things.
Actually just made it back, so important for him. Faker still struggling a little bit under this tower here, but this time around he got a few more minions. 23 for him to 29 from Bjergsen. And Faker's not gone back to base yet, which is also important to highlight.
Exactly. The fact that he hasn't gone back to base and that his opponent has a very strong push means if he cannot push up the wave before he goes back, it's going to be tough for him because he will likely have a lot of minions denied to the turret while he is away, and then the wave will be pushing back on him again. And Faker's getting not only low on health, but relatively low on mana here. So we'll see if he can actually pull something up. I mean, if he hits 6 before Bjergsen, there is still potential for an all-in.
This is dirty, though, from Bjergsen. Again, so much poke landing. Got that early back, you know, sitting with 2 Dorns. He has boots as well.
And he's taken 3 health relics to Faker 0. Like, he continuously gets them. Yes, he took a Scatter of the Week there, did get traded on, but he grabs, again, another health relic. He's pushing in Faker, and Faker's almost out of mana.
Yeah, so Faker is just kind of waiting to get like level 6, then he needs to go back and get full mana, and then he needs to go into this lane here and see if he can actually try and lock down Bjergsen.
The problem with that is it should be very apparent to Bjergsen.
Oh, he knows for sure,
well, right? And when you're in a situation like that, if I'm Bjergsen, I push out this wave, I base again, I buy defensive items.
Oh, stop the recall.
You buy something like a Ruby Crystal, you buy Magic Resist. As long as you cannot get one shot, you already have enough pushing power just from a couple Doran's Rings in your base damage. He's kind of outthought Faker a little bit here, it feels like.
All right, so we got 50 CS hit right there from Bjergsen's side. Faker very low, no mana. Can't really fight against the Talia at the moment. Just tries to last it under this turret. The minions will not really help him here because they start hitting casters.
Is close there. Bjergsen should not be able to stop this base, but he's just looking to push, and then he should back. He's out of mana as well. So this is now Faker's kind of chance. He did get Sork Boots, especially now if Bjergsen buys MR, that completely nullifies it, because for the 450 gold, you get 25 MR compared to the 1,100 gold committed for these boots. Yes, it helps close the gap and whatnot, but he's going Merc Treads, and I think this is so smart from Bjergsen. It almost, to me, eliminates any chance of really being able to pull off a kill.
Well, it just makes it even harder also now with the stun not lasting as long, so there's a high chance that Bjergsen can just step away.
And to dodge the skill shots as well here.
Exactly, just dodge it in the first place. If you do get hit, you know, it can last longer. You can then actually just disengage the fight here. Faker right now, though, we'll try and see if he can fight. Misses that one.
And to Faker's credit, he actually has kept the farm pretty close. So it is not out of the realm of possibility they could win, you know, just on farm if he can actually push Bjergsen back.
Yeah, this is a very big wave for Faker right here, where he's picking up quite a lot of CS. We'll be able to last hit that one as well. Actually, you're able to really control most of the melees. Sadly for him, has to give away a single one.
Only down 3, though. He's actually done quite a remarkable job last hitting under the turret. Oh, Faker just barely stepping forward. Remember, though, Faker does have last stand, meaning he will deal more damage when he is on low health. Bjergsen likely not expecting that sort of a mastery. Could be a little bit surprised with the extra damage coming out.
Oh, Faker wants this one. Bjergsen's
out of mana. Faker could actually theoretically catch up on farm here.
Oh, he will try. Let's see if he can stop the recall as well. There we go. Stop this one. Didn't get the last one because Bjergsen just made it back in time. Faker, yeah, while he's a bit low on HP, does have both summoners available. Bjergsen's exhaust here. Obviously needs to be in range to use it when Faker is actually going for the all-in. Faker is much more focused on just healing himself. And staying alive, misses the stun.
Yeah, this is
Ooh,
pretty
this is
tense. Faker
super scary.
Going back again. They're actually completely tied on minions now, but Faker does not want to just give up these waves that are coming out.
Yeah, also extra minions right here that Bjergsen can kill. Faker wants to try and get it under the turret to see if he can deny something, but that's where Talia is so good at just pushing it right back.
And especially when you're actually moving around the territory on the map, she always is going to have more work ground to actually utilize there in that 1v1. Faker looking like he is trying again to go back, but Bjergsen could very easily stop this. He even has the ult to stop that, and Faker getting so low.
Yeah, and that's greedy by Faker to start recalling right there. You know, he's still in front of his turret. Very easy for Bjergsen to just stop him and deal so much damage.
Pretty crazy 1v1. Faker is down 4 CS already, and there's 4 additional minions here, so it's about 8 CS of an advantage, and tries to guess to stop the recall. Not going to be able to do it, but still, Faker is going to have to all in very quickly when he gets back. Bjergsen can base again and kind of prepare for the final push here.
Bjergsen needs 2 more waves to win this one. 91 CS what he's sitting on, goes back to base once again. Faker getting a bit of CDR, didn't actually even wait for full HP, just rushed back to try and catch these minions here.
But I honestly think at this point, you cannot really win on minions. Talia can very easily access those minions with the Qs pretty safely, unless you can completely zone him off. Like, you have a cannon wave here. This is going to push into Bjergsen. Faker needs to start posturing. He needs to pressure Bjergsen and not allow him access to the minions, or he's simply already lost on the CS.
Well, he's trying to look for that all-in. Does actually manage to connect the stun. Faker
getting pretty low.
Heal used already from him. Ulti is ready.
Neither player bought potions. Like, they didn't actually come back to lane with any more potions. This is last one there for Bjergsen. Faker has no more remaining. Does have the last stand. Can look for an all-in. Potentially could burst Bjergsen
Bjergsen
down.
with the minions.
He's got to go. Oh, he's so low. That's 100.
That was a very exciting 1v1. The Talia surprising pick from Bjergsen was all about pushing, pushing, pushing. While Faker on the turret still managed to get so many of these very, very hard to get minions where the turret constantly tries to mess it up for you. And in the end, Bjergsen gets 100 CS, but Faker almost got the all-in.
Yeah, barely not getting the kill there. So much extra damage coming out with that ultimate. Did look like he might have been able to finish him off, but Bjergsen already had access to the minions, already had it closed out, and Faker would have just had to try to deny him from getting up there in the first place.
Right, and we also did see with, you know, this all-in here, Faker was trying to zone Bjergsen away from the wave, and then Bjergsen said, you know, I don't care. You know what, I can survive the all-in. There was still, barrier was still ready.
I mean, that last orb could have taken Bjergsen down. That would have been very
I'd probably use the
close.
barrier. I'd probably just click the barrier.
Yeah, I would have been pressing the barrier, for sure.
Also still interesting with the alacrity right there from Faker, though, to try and help him also last hit, because it does work when you get some large minions with the CS to also get a bit more attack speed. It's not just kills and assist on champions. And definitely, again, still managed to get quite a few under that tower to keep it relatively even.
Yeah, that's by far the best CSing we've seen under turret in the 1v1. Like, not even close. People have been missing, I would say, more than half the minions pretty regularly, and Faker was keeping up really until he started getting forced back to base. But Bjergsen talked in the interview how 1v1, in his opinion, is more about the preparation, right? It's about outthinking your opponent. It's not necessarily about always being able to outplay them mechanically. If you can outthink them, you don't have to do that. And it seemed to me like Bjergsen just outthought his opponent. He outprepared him.
And also with bans like the Lucian, you know, who can all in easier against the Talia, he felt probably very safe. You know, of course, it's blind pick, you know, lock in for him and just focus on pushing. And cool strategy. Knocks out Faker again.
Not bad.
He didn't get a mirror match this time, but Faker ends up dropping in the quarterfinal.
But not really Faker messing around this time. It did feel like he was playing for the win, and definitely did get a little bit out-prepared there by Bjergsen, so very well played for him. But next off is going to be Jisoo versus Mako. Mako, support player, already having taken down one mid laner. He's now looking to take down a top laner here. Jisoo was such an exciting finish. Actually, both these guys had incredible finishes to their games yesterday. Jisoo with a turret dive on PoE, had like 3 health left when he wins. And Mako, the minions assisting him in his 1v1, able to finish it off against Frozen's Lux.
Yeah, exactly. He had the Azir pick for himself, was struggling a little bit in the game, but especially with actually last hitting, was definitely not something Mako was doing too well with, but he managed to get the all-in, which
But
is
he had the sick
important.
Azir mechanics.
Exactly. Who needs to last hit if you can just win through all innings?
Just got to last hit the player.
I'm excited though with Jisoo because I think, like again, we talked a little bit about this yesterday with the introduction of his team, like very much focused on like these bruisers, you know, these carries that can all in up in the top lane, and I really want to see that from him.
Yeah, so do I. And gotta love seeing all the fan signs in the background there. A lot of Chinese support here. People showing up to support Mako.
Yep.
And tons of fan signs there in the crowd. People pretty excited and already getting the respect ban of the Azir. That's gotta feel good.
I like it. I like the Pantheon ban as well. Jisoo used that one so successfully.
Yeah.
Well, I say successfully. Towards the end, it was successful. It was actually struggling quite a lot too.
He won.
During the game, he definitely
is 100% win rate.
It's true, and now it's banned away from him. Jace ban as well against the top laner. Let's see, what else crazy top lane picks could be there? Like, he's a person who plays a lot of Irelia.
I mean, you can go something like Aurelia. Something we've seen actually a decent amount of in the past is Olaf, as far as looking for a full-on all-in. Obviously, that does really telegraph what you are trying to do. I do think that you can still play some of the AD carries up in the top lane. I know in the past we've seen things like Quinn. I'm not sure how effective it would be in this actual meta, but Quinn with Electrocute does have quite a powerful all-in here as well. But Jisoo may have prepared something else. You can still look for things like the Nasus, which is unbanned. Urgot could be pretty interesting. He is hovering it, has not locked in, but Urgot might really struggle to close the gap, and the Ghost would kind of make sense with that if he is going to go for it.
Oh, it's so hard though, because if you finally close the gap, then you have to then win the all-in, but instead we get that Olaf you mentioned here.
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, Olaf, the interesting part about this is, although you know he's going to all-in, that's really his only chance. He does have a few opportunities to do it. I would say level 1, if you can actually get them far enough up, you can win all-ins very easily. Level 3 is very powerful. And then your last chance is probably going to be 6 with that ultimate. But we should see Mako playing around that. He needs to play defensively. He needs to actually give respect to the fact that if Jisoo hits an axe, you better be backing up.
I mean, you can save your stun as a Syndra at least before level 6, where Olaf can just say, nope, I don't care about that one, and you can stop his all-in. And the thing about this 1v1 map, it is a fairly long lane, and if you are pushing in the Olaf, you do open yourself up for him popping that Ghost and just chase you down the lane, and you can't get on the turret to stay alive.
It'd also be very interesting to see what mastery he's going to take, because I don't think it's necessarily super obvious. Comet has been pretty popular in the top lane as far as a poke mastery, and that is actually what it's going to be. So Airy for Syndra, it will be the Comet for Jisoo on this Olaf, and we'll have to wait for the secondary runes. But he could actually try to play this more of a harassy style. Maybe he has a different idea about it, because the masteries do give you some options, and if you're doing a Q-Max, if you consistently hit those axes, you could theoretically win through poking them out, and maybe even just on farm.
Yeah, the problem always for Olaf is just running out of mana, you know, in these kind of situations. But
have I got a mastery for you?
There is the mastery.
Mana flow ban.
Gives you a free, you know, spell right there. Corruption Potion coming in as well for Jisoo right here. Knows that he's going to take a lot of poke damage in return, and also Corruption Potion for the potential all-in is, of course, powerful. Mako is much more about just staying far away from Olaf. You have the ability to poke him over and over.
It is going to be pretty interesting to see how he wants to play it out. Also, if he wants to try to play around any sort of item timings, right? You know, that is another thing. Do you try to go for it right away? Do you try to keep them out in lane? Do you look for a powerful buy to go for it? Because the longer it goes, you do kind of expect Mako to itemize probably relatively defensively. You could go a mana regen route, but I don't think it's really needed if your opponent's only win condition is something like that straight up all in. Things like Seekers can be extremely effective.
And obviously one thing Olaf can do if he's willing to spend the mana is actually just axe the wave and try and push it in. But again, it costs a lot for him, and it's much easier for Mako to just kind of sit back, last hit with his range melee attacks, and then just try and poke Jisoo.
Yeah, and just honestly, anytime you're walking up for the melee last hits, you're going to be taking damage. You're going to be taking both, which is what makes it so much harder to actually maintain a really high farm count in one of these range versus melee matchups. Look at the cannon. The cannon's having some problems there. Does get a bit unstuck, but
ooh, good one.
So far, so good. I mean, he's been hitting his axes on Mako, and he's obviously prioritizing that over the push. He's trying to use every single axe on Mako, and if Mako does get too low and he is pushed up, as you said, you can go for that all in. You have the exhaust to slow him down. You have the ghost to speed you up.
Exactly.
there is certainly potential.
And that's the thing, again, this map is much longer than, you know, a standard mid lane where you're sitting with the Syndra, and normally you have time to go back to a tower. Not in this case. Mako is actually giving the push over to Jisoo, and again, Olaf, early levels, super strong. A lot of damage. You really got to respect the all-in from him. Good damage in return, though, from Mako here.
Yeah, that trade a little bit rough. Obviously, you can get some health back with your W up there if you're going to go for that, but Jisoo has not yet leveled it. He put a couple points in the queue, which is going to make quite a bit of sense, but up in farm, pushes it in. It's looking good.
Really like the fact he gets the wave into this turret here. Cannon minion just died. Some of the minions are dying as well. Mako's only sitting on 12 CS at the moment, and he's going to miss a lot of these.
Yeah, I mean, he is really kind of struggling to pick up this farm. He's actually getting very low and is out of mana here too. So even though Jisoo did get his back canceled, doesn't seem like he actually needs to go home just yet, and is looking to be in a really good position. Maybe he can just straight up win a farm out here.
I mean, he's getting a lot of value just by the fact he's actually keeping up in mana or his axe spamming. Against Mako, he even gets a heal now. It's a little bit more for himself.
And Mako has the wave pushing against him, so he's got to be scared. Like, the wave is putting him in a dangerous spot. If an axe connects here from Jisoo, I think he actually could look for an all-in right around this, but has not been able to connect any of the last couple. And this is probably the last chance for really an all-in at this level. If you hit level 5, you can look for it.
That one
moved up pretty far.
Yeah, he needs to be careful. We have to remember he's picked Ghost, which will not help him stay alive if Mako is actually going all in against him, where Mako on the other side with Exhaust and Barrier both really work well in combat. So Jisoo needs to respect that. Also the fact he was not level 6 yet. Not a good trade from him.
I mean, that's the importance of hitting those axes, right? He was actually winning out quite heavily. He had hit quite a few in a row. He misses 3 or 4 straight axes on Mako. That means he loses control of the minion wave. That means his opponent can actually push forward and look to push him out, and does end up with a very even farm, but he has at least been able to tie that up, and Mako is kind of going for the more offensive options so far. A Kindle Gem is pretty interesting buy here for Jisoo, but it is something that's fairly efficient if you can actually be able to spam out with the CDR. Might have expected honestly something different. I wouldn't have been surprised to see something like boots and long swords or boots and a null, but we'll see how effective it does end up.
So much damage. I think he just wanted CDR and HP. Honestly, he's like, you know what? Just giving him stats right now. Obviously, again, boots is super valuable for him for the all-in, but he knows with the Ghost he will be able to stick to Mako. And Mako won't be able to escape. Once again, Jisoo trying to just get the wave onto this turret here. See what he can deny.
He's not been able to hit axes for a while, though. And as long as Mako keeps dodging them, he's going to be in a good spot. That's really the only thing that Jisoo has to actually fight back.
And also 2 stacks already used on his Corruption Potion. Mako still sitting with 2 health potions on his side. Of course, mana is the thing you always got to look for with Syndra here. A lot of damage once again.
He's getting really low. Jisoo probably just having to go back to base here again, but he has pushed in. He's going to stay around. I mean, if Mako thinks he has base and comes out too far, I actually feel like Jisoo could have stayed in the bush there a bit longer, and perhaps if Mako moved forward for the last hits, when he's out of mana like that, you can pop the ult and look for an all-in. But Jisoo's still confident he can win on farm, still confident he can poke down his opponent, and Mako, although he is low on mana, does have the mana flow ban proc ready, which not only refunds the cost of your ability, but gives you the additional percentage mana back. So he is going to be okay for now.
Also higher HP at the moment. Obviously, Olaf is okay being lower HP if there is a potential all-in. And Mako needs to be a little bit careful because this wave is pushing towards Jisoo, and Mako is very far up the lane at the moment.
And that's why it's all just about how many axes can you dodge. Because if Jisoo had hit that one, if he hits one more, that can be what prompts the all-ins. But
he might look for it.
Has been very good at actually dodging out these axes, and I feel like, the Ghost is popped. He's going to go for it now.
They're fighting. It's all in. Mako very low on mana right now. Jisoo's going all in with the ulti.
Oh, he missed the axe, but he got another health pack, and if he hits this one, he will win.
There's no mana, Mako.
Oh, Jisoo connects the final axe there, and Mako bet it all on getting the health pack. He tried to race the Olaf for the first health pack, but with Ghost up, Jisoo gets there first. He uses the ultimate that goes to get the second health back at all as well, and barely able to outlast Mako.
He was just waiting and waiting for that one, was dancing in and out of brushes. Yeah, hit some axes, missed some as well, but when he saw the opportunity, and that again is the scary thing about Olaf, is when he finally gets onto you, even if he's low HP, the amount of damage he deals, it's hard to do anything against it.
I mean, Mako kind of gifted him the gap closer.
He did, of course.
He raced to that health pack. Olaf is going to be there on top of you. That's what prompts the all-in, and when Olaf is in your face like that, it's very hard to actually outlast the exhaust to way through that. He's already taken so much damage and just gonna get straight up run down.
And Mako probably thought that if he took the heal, he would get enough mana to win the 1v1.
Yeah.
But the fact he didn't get it obviously meant he had mana to ult, and then we saw the little knockback after, which was not enough for him. Jisoo was so low. We're literally talking like fraction of a second right there on who got that heal.
Yeah, exactly. If he had gotten either of those heals, he would have won the 1v1. It was extremely close, but bets it all on that, not able to get it. Very clearly was disappointed with himself. You can see on the reaction.
Yeah.
And Jisoo, cool as a cucumber, he's moving on again.
Second time where he ends up in a crazy all-in where he almost dies, but just wins. Pantheon, now Olaf, clearly happy playing the bruisers against some of these long-range mages or AD carries.
Yeah.
And right now, he is advancing to the semifinal.
Yeah, and it's going to be a semifinal against Bjergsen, who just took down Faker. So
Another
that is going to be
maybe?
pretty interesting. We might see another all-in. He's already been making short work of a couple of mage players. So maybe not short work, but he's been winning.
He's been winning, and that's all that counts.
He's got 2 Ws, even though he only had 2 HP at the end of them.
I really think, though, there were moments where he could have waited a little bit longer, you know.
Perhaps.
Baited a little bit from the brushes, but instead, he went all in for that heal as well. And super, super close. Very fun once again. We've actually had some really good 1v1s where no one has just been super boringly just farming 400 CS. Like the Bjergsen Faker one was very back and forth, could definitely gone both ways, even though it ended with 100 CS.
Definitely been some good ones. Our next one is going to be a good one as well. It's 2 bot lane superstars from their regions. It is Uzi versus BRTT. We have last year's reigning champion. He already talked about it a lot. He wants to be the first guy to win the 1v1 back-to-back. No one has ever done it before. Will he be able to do it this year, Martin?
Again, he's definitely the favorite. And again, if you have to pick a guy to win this tournament, it is Uzi. Now against another AD carry. Wonder what we're going to see from them. Again, I feel like there's a lot of viable 1v1 AD carries in the current meta. We're not talking like Ashe and these kind of things. Like it's mainly the Varus, it's the Lucian, MF, Caitlyn is a potential or an option at least. Draven is what we saw, of course, for BRTT against Sneaky. And it was a close one as well. It just ended with
the skin of his teeth.
1 CS, and he ended up knocking Sneaky out.
Uzi was also a guy last year who did do a lot of the mirror matchups. He was actually even willing to play mage mirrors against some of the mid laners. He was beating them with that. He was beating them with the AD carry mirrors. So Uzi is another guy who can play a lot of different champions. Obviously, if AD carries are strong as they are, you're expecting him to still focus on that. But I don't think that he is someone to back down from any sort of skill contest.
Bans the Draven instantly. Nasus ban coming as well. I feel like that's, again, becoming like almost the respect ban right now in this 1v1s, at least against some players. Same with Azir, actually.
Nasus feels like the least Uzi champion ever, though.
Azir also feels like one of those champions BRTT would probably not want to play in this 1v1. Again, he's an AD carry main. I'm pretty sure he wants to play an AD carry.
Much more of a Heimerdinger guy, right?
Hey, I mean, I would love to see Uzi and BRTT Heimerdinger mirror matchup. We might get Lucian mirror matchup. It is available.
I would settle for that.
Yeah, I'll take the Lucian versus Lucian as well. Could also be Varus from both these guys. Kennen AD carry, not made his way in just yet. Maybe
Still haven't seen MF either.
True.
And MF is something that I think a lot of people were expecting with how annoying it can be to lane against with the E proccing comment, pushing you out, and also the threat of the Q pass-through. If you can ever hit that on someone, they essentially have to leave lane.
Well, Pantheon taken away as well. Yes, so BRTT clearly afraid of some of these, picks like Pantheon and Nasus, and not necessarily what Uzi can play in terms of his own AD carries. There's nothing there he feels like he needs to ban away, other than, of course, that Caitlyn we mentioned earlier can just be so annoying to deal with.
Well, it can simply be something where if BRTT has not practiced against those champions, he does not want to risk getting caught off guard. At least if you give them a Varus or an MF or something like that, it's a champion that you're going to be very experienced against. It's a champion that you're going to understand what it can do, what it cannot do, and we are going to get the first MF, as we had just talked about. It's going to be an MF mirror match. I don't know if this was planned out or if it's just the luck of the draw, but
yeah, I didn't see them talk a whole lot, so it might just be both players deciding that it is time for MF. She has been banned in some of the games, but this should be very exciting. If you get hit by that one big double up, oh man, it is so scary with the amount of damage you can deal in the early game.
And as you say, if you get that double up, if you don't know how it works, if you actually kill the minion you first shoot it through, it will bounce through and deal extra bonus damage. So if you can set that up, if you can have those ranged minions at low HP, it really does force your opponent's hand on where they can and cannot stand. They have to be very cognizant of the pass-through at any time. That really can be game deciding. And as they were hovering it, BRTT was bringing the heal where Uzi was bringing the exhaust, so some differences in playstyle there. If BRTT could keep the distance, the exhaust obviously is going to be much less effective. But these guys could have very different approaches on how they want to play it based on their rune setups, based on is it going to be an E-Max and trying to stay away and poke your opponent out and win on CS? Is it going to be a Q-Max, someone who wants to try to get in there and actually look for brawling?
I just want to see 2 players here hit level 6, ult each other in the face, and we just see who dies first.
You just got to have the Western duel. They both walk out to
It
center.
would be amazing.
They turn away.
Ooh, BRTT right here starting Doran's Blade instead of the longsword 3 potions. Definitely will hurt him a lot in terms of overall sustain early game.
It certainly does, but if you can actually survive, if you can actually keep up in health and get a good base off, the Doran's is more effective long term, right? It is obviously very valuable. We can see Uzi rush something like Lethality if he wants to get an early serrated Dirk. That's going to be an option for him, but BRTT yesterday did pick up a couple Doran's Blade, and that's likely what we'll see again from him here.
Obviously, a bit of extra HP for him compared to Uzi with that pickup, but again, I think Uzi is happy having the advantage in terms of potions, because again, we are expecting them to trade fair even against each other. So Uzi actually gets the first hit and some extra damage right after with Make It Rain.
Yeah, both players are starting E. BRTT definitely taking the worst of that, and MF's passive is also pretty interesting here because the first auto within a certain amount of time is actually going to deal extra damage there. So if you get that 1 auto trade and then reset your passive on something else, it is going to give you a big advantage.
This is such a good start right now for Uzi because he's okay trading potion for potion when there's only 1 on the side of BRTT.
BRTT's pretty healthy so far, though. He actually did get a pretty good
He just got a
trade
very good
back,
one. Just as I started talking, he just decided to turn around.
Level 2, though. Got to back off, and look at that Q already. The double up getting a lot of damage down there. BRTT does need to hit level 2 and is out of potions, so now he's getting pushed in. And if you have to base after getting pushed in and poked out, you're not going to have a lot of gold to actually work with if you can't farm this out pretty well. We'll see how he does.
Yeah, also early game mana issues for MF is very common.
Oh, the
big
double up
one.
pass through.
So if BRTT is forced to start using mana on CSing on the turret here or trying to land some poke that is pretty difficult to actually connect onto Uzi because there's so many minions, well then suddenly you might actually find yourself running out of mana.
And you'll see how important the positioning is. You can see BRTT moving away from those range minions because a pass-through would be death at this point. He needs to be very careful. He's actually standing behind some pretty low HP minions there.
A little bit of a lucky timing right there for BRTT though with the spawn of the heal. The fact that Miniwave had just actually pushed back Uzi's wave, so he had to leave. Important, BRTT picks that one up, but as we saw here, the potions have been traded.
Yep.
3 for Uzi means he's now sitting on basically full HP.
And now, oh, he gets a pass, and if BRTT can have a good trade like that, this could be the all-in.
BRTT so low right now. Uzi does have enough mana for double up.
That's such a big advantage now for Uzi. I think BRTT was looking for the all-in there, but Uzi simply backs off, but it's the summoner advantage now for Uzi. It's a CS advantage for him as well. Push it in, base, have a better buy. You have the 2 summoners, and you can look into posture very aggressively and go for the kill.
Just makes it easier to keep sitting in the front and trying to zone as well. I really like the pickup of Biscuit, is what we talked about in the very first one-on-one we did, where things like Biscuit and Future Market are so effective in the early game, and that is all you want in this one-on-one setup.
Uzi did actually elect, so he did take Biscuit Delivery, but he took Cosmic Insight, which I actually think is much worse than Future's Market as far as the 1v1. I mean, 5% CDR
it's not
going to be so much less of a big deal than, say, 3 extra potions, which is what he actually could have afforded on this base. He would have been able to come back with 5, which is such a massive amount of regen, but BRTT, as expected, has a double Doran's Blade. He's going to need to get to some very advantageous trades if he wants to get back into this, because he is down on farm, he's down on gold, and it's going to be a bit problematic, but he is running Resolve, he is running the Doran, so he's going to have more lifesteal, he's going to have more sustain in a really long, grinded out type lane because of that. With the Iron Wind, with the second wind, as well as the Iron Skin, and the lifesteal from the Dorans.
Luckily though for Uzi, Biscuits and Potions are just a guaranteed amount of HP you get back, and especially Biscuit is amazing when you get to use it in lane. BRTT not connecting that one, but Uzi returns to fire.
Even for the mana, honestly, in a 1v1,
exactly.
It gives you 40 maximum mana after you use it permanently, which is a pretty big deal in this mana-hungry, poke-it-out style.
I mean, we've seen a lot of 1v1s now where it also comes down to the mana, like how aggressive can you play? Uzi can now sit and keep trying to fire away on BRTT because he feels like he has enough mana to do it.
And Uzi is 6. BRTT is not. If he can get it all in here, he could look for the kill.
BRTT gets to run away, no barrier on his MF. Uzi still sitting with both summoners.
I mean, BRTT, he's in such a hard spot, though. He's so far down on farm. I feel like at this point, you just have to accept you can no longer win on farm and stop spending mana on the farm, try to get a base, try to look for an all-in, because that's the only way you're winning this when you're already 25 plus CS down.
But obviously for him, he needs to make sure the wave is actually dying, so Uzi doesn't get a lot of free damage on the turret, and that is exactly what he's doing here, because that is the other way he can still lose. Of course, Uzi just gets a ton of free time to kill the tower. What's important here is get barrier, once again off cooldown, go back, get full HP, full mana, and then next time you have ulti, see if you can get an all-in.
It's going to be tough, though, because Uzi's going to have the ulti earlier. That's actually a pretty long cooldown. I don't even know if he's going to really get to it before he's so far down, right? I mean,
and you got to
already
the poke.
65 CS to 40. I feel like the only way that BRTT wins this if he can get a really good all-in. And honestly, when you're down quite a bit on items, that requires a double-up pass-through. That requires some sort of game changer.
We need a few of those, honestly, to hit onto Uzi, where he doesn't get to return a whole lot back on BRTT.
Summoners are back up, though, so I mean, really, if you can get that one big advantage, if he fails a double up, if Uzi fails a double up that does not pass through and hit you, and then you can get one that does hit the pass through and smokes Uzi for a couple hundred damage.
There we go.
That could be the change.
That's a big one for him, obviously. If you're able to stay to the side of the minion wave, there's a much lower chance it actually will bounce and hit you in the face. If you're staying right behind the caster minions, there's a huge chance it will hit you. So you see Uzi's positioning is constantly near the wall to make sure that he doesn't get a big one in his face.
And Uzi knows all he has to do is push the wave. Like, he doesn't have to take any sort of fights, right? He has such an advantage that even if BRTT can hit a couple double-ups and really poke him out, he can base. He has such a big cushion on the minions here. 20 CS.
Heal though, looking for potential all-in. Uzi's ulti is now being used as well.
Does get a bit of a chunk down there, and Uzi, again, just pushing out the wave, trying to poke down on BRTT, has another potion available, but Uzi has a couple potions. Uzi can go back and get control of those health relics, and he still has the itemization advantage.
And again, as you highlighted earlier, like BRTT's second tree being, you know, with absolute focus, which is good for him if he's above 70% HP, doesn't really give him any extra sustain right there. And then the movement speed as well doesn't really help him when it comes to keeping the mana going, keeping the HP up. Uzi's investing so much by getting things like Biscuit. Knows he can play extra aggressive because he will get a lot of that mana back as well. And BRTT is looking for a potential all-in to win this game.
Yeah, he knows he needs to go for something. Like, you cannot just sit back. And Uzi is backing off, though. He's using the minions to his advantage, and every time you shoot when you're standing by that cannon, the cannon is going to turn on BRTT, but he does have his ultimate. That is one of his major advantages right now, and he's got to look for it.
Oh, he's looking for it right now! Go for it!
Oh, so low. BRTT is trying to get out of there, but is going to have to base. Looks like he survives, but Uzi needs only 2 more waves. He's already at about 90 CS, and with BRTT going back to base, you have to feel like it's pretty much wrapped up.
It should be over right here. Uzi knew he just had to dodge the ulti. He walked straight out of it. Still had both defensive summoners he could use. And yeah, BRTT tried what the only thing he basically could do at this point, the all-in.
It was a good try, but we're actually going to see Uzi make sure he's going to go back to base. He only needs 4 CS, so
that man really wants to win.
Really smart. He is being extremely sure that nothing can go wrong.
So BRTT right now needs to actually stand behind Uzi's minions and deny any sort of easy CS for Uzi.
He needs to get up there, like, already. You need to be up there.
Get in there.
Because that's just one wave, and the ultimate is available for Uzi. Uzi can just walk up and ult the wave, so you got to fight right now and hope that you can win, because Uzi's going to ult the wave. There it is.
Nothing you can do at that point, but obviously the only thing at the end is don't actually even push the wave.
Yeah.
Just walk by it, keep your own minions far down near the turret, but this was lost earlier.
Yeah.
When we had smart choices from Uzi. I love Biscuit in this one-on-one scenario here. I think Longsword 3 potions is also superior for just early sustain, which is so key when you have these traits level 1, level 2, level 3. And most of the time, BRTT just found himself lower on HP compared to Uzi, and therefore he couldn't really go for any early all-ins.
Yeah, and then it means when you're backing off, you give up the wave. The wave is getting pushed in. It's very hard to CS under a tower, as we've seen time and time again. But I agree. You have to think about it in terms of effective HP. That is so much of what the 1v1 is about, and here is the final play as Uzi. He had the ultimate available. There's only 4 minions there. Quick and easy ult, finishes off the game, but you're thinking longsword 3-pot. So it's 150 health back that you're getting from each potion, right? That is 450 health. How many autos is it going to take for the Doran's Blade lifesteal to make that up? There's so many, and it's very unlikely that you will be able to actually get enough out of that. Likewise, that's why I think Futures Market is so good, even though we've not really seen it except for PoE, and he did lose, but I still think that was really, really smart. I'm more and more convinced that the Biscuit Delivery plus Futures Market is by far the best for the secondary tree if you're going to go Sorcery Primary for Airy and for Comet, because that means that you're getting 2 to 3 biscuits, depending on how long the game actually lasts. That is a lot of health. Then you're getting 3 to 4 potions with your actually extra money that you can have there as well. So that's so much extra health.
I mean, the only one we also see from the other one, sorry, we also see from a lot of players is Resolve second, and then you get second wind. You get either 5 armor, 5 MR, depending on what you need, and that is effective as well to try and be a little bit beefier and also stay a little bit longer in the 1v1s. But it's funny against how much sustain and mana just means, because you're constantly poking each other. And if you're out of mana, you're really not a threat.
And I think if it's a full-on all-in, Resolve could be more effective because second wind is more immediate. Having the flat armor MR is more immediate. But any slow, grinded-out type game, there's no way that in a 5 to 8 minute game you're getting as much health from Resolve from second wind. You're not going to regen 600, 700, 800 health as you can get from Futures Market plus Biscuit Delivery. So to me, that does seem like the best choice. But we are going to be moving on to the next matchup. It is the final one for the day, Prey versus Reckless. This should be a really good one. 2 of the best AD carries in the world, some of the best from each of their region. I can't wait.
Exactly, Reckless, the EU World CS MVP of the summer split. And funny enough, down here in the quarterfinals, we've had actually on the same side of the bracket, a bunch of AD carries. We just had BRTT versus Uzi, now we have Prey versus Reckless. On the other side, it is still, Faker, Bjergsen facing each other, and Jisoo against Mako. So we got all the AD carries on one side, meaning, of course, you have a very tough road towards the final, and this is going to be a big one for both players. AD carry-wise, I think, again, there are so many different choices. We have not even seen the famous Kennen just yet, which actually is an okay pick for 1v1s. Not as strong as some of the others.
Yeah, I think it's kind of tough when you're looking at a pick that, I mean, the best mastery has been Unsealed Spellbook, and Unsealed Spellbook is very likely not going to be effective. Like, unless you can find some way, the only way Unsealed Spellbook would be effective is if you can find a way to all-in, essentially, with your summoners right away, and then back off, not lose too much, and then use the Summoner Spell cooldown to do it again. But I think that's a very limited window. I think it's very hard to pull off. So, like, where does the Kennen even go then as far as masteries? I mean, you could go
Electrocute, you
could go something like that.
They're here to win. If you want to style on people, you can take it. Yorick, Aatrox fans.
Does it look stylish if you get blasted?
No.
That's the problem.
Definitely does not.
Lee Sin, Zed. This to me feels like these guys are talking about what they want to play. This feels like it could be a mirror.
Yes, I mean, they're definitely not banning some of the champions these players are famous for by any means that we most likely would see. Classic Poppy ban coming in as well.
Yeah.
So we're definitely expecting a mirror here. Oh, okay.
It may be the Flashing Knight as well. A Garen versus Garen, a test for the ages.
It paid off that I played Garen in solo queue before this tournament.
Spin to win.
Spin to win. Fantastic lane phase, I gotta tell you, man. You can destroy people. And the fact that his W is so amazing now, also when it comes to actually even...
The W is nuts.
It is crazy.
It gives you.
What's it, the damage reduction?
If you have Merc Treads, it's like you're not even getting CC'd.
Dude, literally, like, as soon as you hit like level 5 or 6, you just walk onto the enemy tower, pop that bad boy, spank them in the head, and then you walk away. And I know spanking people in the head is kind of weird, so slap them in the head.
You and Trevor normally spank a different route.
It's a different one.
Yeah.
Looks like the head.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Not going to touch that one. But Garen versus Garen, what are you expecting? Qmax, Emax? I feel like Q is probably better for the actual straight-up 1v1, but I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
I mean, E does have the armor shred obviously on it. It does increase damage with the ranks. Q is pretty powerful in the 1v1. The silence, I would assume, is affected actually by the W. That actually could come into play.
Sure, I mean, it's going to be very important how they use the W again, because when you do activate it, it's so strong for a few seconds. And if you miss that one and you're not actually activating when you're about to take damage, that will cost you a lot in just a pure 1v1. And I like the Summoner's Will choices.
Yep.
Both
Flash
agree.
Ignite. Double Airy, Flash Ignite. They're both starting the same items. I'm going to assume the runes are the same all the way down the line.
Where's my grasp? It's okay. We get the area.
We got to have a dance-off. You're going to pick 2 Garens? You're not going to dance?
Well, almost.
All right.
Baiting the dance.
All right. This maybe a little bit of movement. You're seeing some. Oh, here we go. Here we go. That's what you like to see. That's the money shot right there.
All-Star 101, baby.
Hey, Xpeke last year was popping off with the Garen.
Famous pick. He was amazing for like 15 minutes of that game, and that was
That's all
about
you
it.
gotta remember.
That's kind
You
of the
just
thing about
block the
Garen.
rest out.
I mean, the thing about Garen is, again, fantastic pick in the early game. Late game, especially if you have to enter things like team fights, it doesn't feel great, but there's no team fighting in 1v1. It is all about laning phase.
Just gotta give him the justice.
Ooh,
Make him the villain.
Prey winning the first trade right there.
They're gonna have quite a bit of regen though. That's one of the things about this. With the Perseverance, if you actually sit back, Prey's winning those little trades pretty hard. Remember the Q is also an auto reset, so if you can get the Q then follow, the immediate auto then Q, you are gonna get a lot more damage.
And we gotta follow that rush for level 2, because if Reckless had actually stayed forward, Prey could have gone all in with Q and, of course, E pop right after, but Reckless stepped away.
Those are some very glowy swords.
It makes it more powerful.
Yes.
No one knows why.
No one knows.
Is it fire, ice?
It's neither.
Just extra glow for the damage.
Yeah, it's just very, very glowy.
Well, right now, Prey is abusing the fact that he's actually with the early level 2, now early level 3. Big wave on the Reckless Tower, but this is not the game where you farm for 100 CS. There will be an all-in.
Definitely not, and we are going to check in on what the players are saying. They got some banter going on.
Q max?
Q master.
Okay.
Maybe he can kill me now. I'm coming!
I know.
Alrighty. Oh, the guy goes down. He has flash. Remember, if he can get the flash Q, you cannot flash away when you are silenced.
Oh, he got him! He also stopped the passive right there. He's like, no sustain for you. Great all-in from Prey. Dominated this Garen 1v1. We gotta give him that.
A true test of skill. The question becomes, will he bust it out in the 5v5s?
It is a potential.
There is potential.
80 carry Garen, all-in bot lane.
Yeah, I like it.
You have Leona,
Full lethality.
Alistar. I can see it. I can see it
too.
So there we go. Just gets a bit of extra damage. No more regen for Reckless. And
Ignite is a poke summoner after all.
Q flash all in. Reckless knew. You can see pop the Q himself. I'm about to flash away, but
those mechanics.
That's the thing about Garen, man. If you are spot on with the mechanics, you can make big plays like that one.
There you go. You too can aspire to achieve greatness.
You
such
too.
as we have seen displayed here.
You too can pick Garen. Win your lane. Feel so strong, like you are the true carry of your team, and then very quickly realize by the time you have to do other things than 1v1ing people, you're almost useless. But you won your lane, so you did your job.
You also have Ignite.
There you go.
You got to take Ignite just like this guy.
I mean, you have to. He just
and then
destroyed
when you're
Reckless.
7 CS up on the TP Mount guy and he goes bot and kills your bot lane, you can question mark ping them and say, I'm winning lane.
Because you're winning lane.
You are winning.
And that's the important part
And
when
that
you're playing
counts,
Garen.
whether it's 1 CS or 100.
I'm sad we didn't get to the point where there were a bunch of Infinity Edges in there, some crits,
Yeah,
everything.
definitely was expecting at least 3 or 4 Infinity Edges that
I
game.
thought it was going to be a long game where they were just not last hit at all, but instead Prey got early level 2, Reckless forced back already, level 3 came in, level 4 even when he went for the all-in, and he controlled the minion waves, he controlled the Garen 1v1.
He was faster on the sweeper.
He clicked Q flash really fast.
A little bit earlier to dance, perhaps.
Korean mechanics and knowledge right there.
Unparalleled. Some very impressive stuff, but that means it is going to be Prey moving on. He's going to be facing off against Uzi. I doubt he's going to be able to get Uzi into the Garen versus Garen rematch, but perhaps we'll have that tomorrow. That could be pretty exciting.
Yeah, I'm not sure, you know. It was a pretty cool matchup. I didn't actually think Reckless was going to go for it. I thought, again, we're going to be like Lucian versus Lucian.
I was
something
expecting
cool
like a Vayne
that.
versus Vayne,
Vayne
something
could
like
have been
that.
another one,
That
of
could have been
course.
pretty good.
Also, the other semifinal, Bjergsen against Jisoo, the man who wants to all in against the man who wanted to push the wave on Tilia.
Both of the former champions last 2 years, though, are still alive, but we're going to send it over to Avali, who's standing by for an interview with the LCK bot laner.
Thanks, guys. I am here with Prey, and oh my gosh, the 2v2 or the 1v1 Garen. Tell me, where did that pick come from?
그 가렌
대 가렌 미러전이 어떻게 결정된 건지 말씀해 주세요.
원래는 좀 약간 원딜 챔프를 하려다가 그러니까 차라리 퍼니 챔프로 가자 그래가지고 이제 합의 봐가지고 가렌으로 하게 된 것 같아요.
Actually, at first we discussed to play a ADC versus ADC mirror match, but then we decided actually let's play a funny matchup, and then we decided to play Garen eventually.
Is that your favorite champion, or is that just like the meme that you wanted?
가렌이 그냥 나온 건지 혹시는 뭐 원래 좀 즐기던 챔피언인지 뭐 그냥 재미용 뭐 짤 만들기 위한 그런 챔피언 한 건지 말씀해 주세요.
일단 뭐 서로 일단 재밌는 픽이라고 생각했고 레클레스 선수도 그렇고 저도 그렇고 거의 한 몇 년간 안 쓰던 챔프여서 또 더 재밌겠구나 해서 그냥 좀 클래식한 챔피언으로 했던 것 같아요.
I mean, we both thought that Garen would be a very interesting champion to play, and since we both didn't play Garen for like a lot of years, we thought that bringing back the classic would be really fun to watch.
Well, I know the fans loved it, and they had a lot of fun watching, and it looked like you had a lot of fun playing it. How has your overall All-Stars experience been so far?
일단 오늘 1대1은 되게 재미있게 경기하신 것 같고 팬들도 많이 즐거워했었는데 지금까지 프레이 선수 올스타전 어떻게 즐기고 있는지 어떤 경험했는지 말씀해 주세요.
뭐 되게 즐기고 있고요. 일단 오늘 1대1 가렌 매치에서 이겨서 좀 더 기분이 좋은 것 같아요.
I've been definitely enjoying All-Stars a lot, but by winning today's 1v1 Garen match, it just made my experience much more better.
Wonderful. Well, you play Uzi tomorrow. Do you have any thoughts on that matchup?
내일 이제 우지 선수랑 1대1 붙게 될 텐데 혹시 어떤 뭐 전략을 짜고 있는 게 있거나 그런 게 있으신가요?
아마 우지 선수는 약간 좀 퍼니한 것보다는 되게 약간 정통파 1위를 또 노리는 친구일 것 같아서 그냥 뭐 저도 열심히 해서 그냥 원딜 챔프를 이렇게 대결할 것 같아요.
I think Woozy will be rather go for a more serious matchup and he'll aim for the championship. So I don't think we're gonna have a funny champion matchup. So I think we're gonna do a classic ADC versus ADC matchup.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for this interview, and I wish you the best of luck tomorrow. We're going to toss it over to our friends at the desk.
Thank you very much, Avali. Great to hear from Prey. Always has a smile on his face. It makes sense that he's the one who kind of initiated the Garen v. Garen 1v1, getting the better of Reckless in that one and moving on to our semifinals. But today's 1v1 look had a very different look from yesterday's. 11 unique champions today, some very new ones as well today.
Yeah, today, it didn't seem as like crazy or off the wall. It was a little bit here and there. We saw some 100 CS victories, some resounding ones, mirror matches, people actually agreeing to actually have that mirror match happen. And as we get deeper, I'm just expecting more and more of, the serious mode to come out.
But it did feel like finally the 1v1 brought the old school all-star feel. We did have a bit of fun to end the day as we had those 3 mirror matches over the course. Feels like a while ago now that Prey had the first 1v1 victory.
Yep.
We just saw it on the screen, but then the mirror
Here's the
matches
beginning
began.
of those mirror matchups that you're talking about, the Jin 1v1 here.
Yeah, right idea to walk out, but the grenade bouncing, the 4th hit, that's really what sealed the deal.
As well, though, too, I want to recall back to that Nasus versus Lucian because Faker had found success on the Nasus yesterday. We've seen it be successful in previous years. The Lucian seemed to be a good answer. And then this one, Bjergsen on the Talia over Faker.
That must have been really frustrating to play against because the back timer, it's something that you do with Talia as a mid laner, is you just shove back, use her passive to get back to the mid lane faster, and you don't need teleport, you just keep going mid over and over again.
That's that preparation that was talked about, right? In these 1v1s, you can outthink your opponent more so than you can outplay them in some cases.
Speaking of outthinking and outplaying,
I don't know if either happened in this one. It's just,
I mean, what are you talking about? This is a mechanic.
Okay.
This is world-class play.
And the best part of it all is literally the Season 2 gods of AD carry, Prey and Reckless, at 5 years, and they're playing Garen versus Garen. Something went wrong somewhere along the line.
Oh, no. Yeah, literally, if you were a Season 2 viewer and like this, you're like, I wonder what's going on.
I need some additional
I wonder what's going on in
context.
the league scene nowadays. I'm sorry, what? Reckless and Prey are 1v1ing on Garen? Oh, this is unacceptable. All right, well, that was 5 of the 6 that we had today. We're saving the best for last here. Jisoo on the Olaf. Huge win. This guy has been surprising and impressing so far in the 1v1. Take a look at this win moment, brought to you by Acer Predator.
And my favorite part of this is we've been talking about outplaying and outthinking. This is both simultaneously. He's going to ghost and rush for both of the health relics past the Syndra. He has to give it up. doesn't kill him with the ulti, and then he just gets him with
And we
the
have to
axe.
rewind. Remember, this is a blind Olaf that was chosen. He had an idea of what was available. Syndra has been one of the flavor picks today. But understanding that against the common summoners like Exhaust, for example, Olaf still has options. It's the longest lane possible on ARAM. Chase down potential is there. Picked a spot, got the victory.
I mean, his wins are now Pantheon and Olaf. That's a
Thinking
sweet
man-
roster, a
thinking
sweet
man's
roster
player.
of wins to have. But I really love the point that you made, that entire win moment, that entire engagement was thought out. The fact that he needed to pick up that health relic in order to then take the remaining damage to get the snipe throw for the axe.
And you also think about how his Pantheon was the turret dive with the W reset on the shield. This guy has had 2 very close, like sub 100 HP victories.
A man of inches.
I love it because I don't want to see those 100 CSs. I know that, it's kind of the best way to win if you're methodical. Nah, I want blood.
Agreed.
Couldn't agree more. There you have it. 3 agreements on the desk. Before we call it an evening, let's go ahead and take a look at the matches we've got coming up tomorrow. First, in our 5v5 semifinals, we've got the LMS versus SEA, followed by Korea versus the LPL. Then there are 2 best-of-3 1v1s to close out the day. Bjergsen versus Jisoo and Uzi versus Prey. We already talked about Jisoo a little bit. Bjergsen, the last remaining mid laner in the 1v1 tournament. And then, of course, we've got those 280 carries there on the bottom side of the bracket. It was joked around. We might continue to see the Garens played throughout. I doubt that'll happen in that Uzi matchup, as he looks like he has his try-hard pants on to defend his title.
It is still the battle of legendary Season 2 80 carries. Maybe that is how it has to be resolved. The Garen versus Garen Flash Ignite. Let's do it.
There it is. That's the only way you can determine
But I
it.
mean, interestingly, they will, of course, have played the best-of-3 just beforehand. It is China versus Korea in that particular series as well. One that's going to be a highlight to most people, given that has been a serious tournament. They are both stacked lineups. So maybe some of the actual moments from the 5v5 will be incorporated into the 1v1.
Ooh, how would you incorporate those? Just
The
like,
mind game,
yeah,
The
bring
mind
4 more people onto the. Yeah,
Hey,
you
yeah.
wouldn't see it coming. But the thing I really like about this is Bjergsen, Jisoo, and Uzi Prey is you have last year's and the years before that winners in terms of the 1v1 tournament. Bjergsen 2 years ago, Uzi last year. We may have a repeat champion, or we may have both them in the finals fighting to see who gets
A lot of pedigree all of a sudden in this 1v1 tournament.
because it's been like the dream team 5v5s, and because 1v1s aren't like points for the region anymore, this is literally you representing yourself, trying to show that you're the best 1v1 player. And I feel like we're getting down to that point where we have some people who are really taking it seriously with the preparation.
Oh yeah, so much pride on the line here in this situation. On the topic of preparation, though, this does kind of leave us thinking, how many more tools does each of these guys have, right? Bjergsen, for example, has shown us 2 different champions. All right, is he going to get the Taliyah again? And hey, will someone have an answer for Taliyah if they leave it up? Or will it just hit the ban table, and in that case, where does Bjergsen go?
I just love that Bjergsen's taken the 2 different styles, the combative, but also the Taliyah looking for the more economic victory, just pushing through, not really looking for kills. So the fact that he's shown that range, we know he can play a lot of champions, but it does bring some faith in a best-of-3.
And then just real quick, in these 1v1s, there's been a lot of talk around runes and the way that they've played into the matchups as well. As we've seen more and more evidence of these 1v1s, are there particular keystones or even lesser runes that you think are hugely important, being overlooked, utilized, super well? Because we have seen minor differences between, choices of players, even in those mirror matchups.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I think there's a lot that's undiscovered still in terms of people haven't been experimenting with futures market, like Azael was saying. Also using something like inspiration as your main tree and all-inning with summoner spell reduction, and then having your secondary tree be resolved. You get like 200 HP and 20% more potion effectiveness by taking inspiration as your main tree. So there's some things that can be messed around with, but everybody's going for the damage in the area, which makes a lot of sense. I feel like area is definitely the one that is more universal and you can abuse.
And we're only just getting a consensus on the 5v5 side of things. The amount of iteration done with the small time frame means there's a lot to be discovered. Faker, for example, taking Last Stand is something a little bit different in this particular series. So in a year's time, if it's still the same runes, I think we'll have a bit more unexplored territory, but in some cases, it feels like some of the choices were just wrong.
I would be more concerned if you told me we had it all figured
That's
out
fair.
already.
That's fair.
2 days down, 2 to go. Now for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more All-Star action. Good night.
Joining me on the caster desk is my North American All-Star, Sam Kobe Hartman-Kent.
Thank you, Freak.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you even more.
The juke shoes are in, but doesn't matter. Gets shot down. It's still over.
I'm showing the weapon.
You did this
go for
move
the
on
wave.
purpose to get triple, even though
Yes.
I really... Thank you.
Still made not a lot of mana. Oh! Ignar, you are beautiful.
Yeah, left side, left side, left side, left side, left side. Left side, go, left side, go.
Nice. We can go, we can fly, we can fly.
Southeast Asia able to grab a little something to kick back. Levi is a monster and dominating at the same time.
Rock, paper, scissor.
What is
He has
this?
a gun, he has a gun.
2 more attacks will do him in, but only one lands the boomerang from Fog of War.
他没有闪，他没有闪，他没有闪。我神死你们了，nice！帮我再扛。给你断了，给你断了。
LMS 3-0, top in the group. Beautiful play from them.
Go, 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 Let's go! Let's go!
야 뭐야 이거 버그.
나이스.
바텀도 많이 유리해요.
아 이거 버그 때문에.
바텀 많이 유리.
Arrow is going to hit Gorilla on the front, though, as the Cosmic Radiance comes down. Korean All-Stars are able to deliver the damage back to Turkey.
A 25-minute steamroll from the LCK Superstars.
Revolta gets taken down immediately. MLXG is everywhere. His riff is the spicy hot pot. China, a 3-0 finish.
Hello everyone and welcome back for the 1v1 tournament.
Soran right now, he's taking so much damage.
We just pick it at 40 and pick. Lock. I go.
I did it.
There's minion as well, hitting Reckless, but he got it.
Potentially could burst
Oh,
Bjergsen
Bjergsen with the minions.
He's got to go. Oh, he's so low. That's 100. Oh, he missed the axe, but he got another health pack, and if he hits
He
this
got
one,
the
he
heal.
will win.
There's no mana Mako.
Oh! So you got to fight right now and hope that you can win because Uzi's going to ult the wave. There it is. Remember, if you can get the flash Q, you cannot flash away when you are silent. Oh! He got him!
This dance is so cute.
Yeah.
GPL 嘛，那他们的代非常强，所以我们必须要非常小心，不要被他杀了。
The base alive, Southeast Asia. We got a little something to kick back. Levi is a monster, and they're defending. Here we go. The kick back with the knockup. Sneak is gone already.
我跟 GN 的 Levi 学了很多东西，就我觉得他是一位打法很独特的玩家，然后我觉得他很多地方是我值得学习的。
I honestly thought that we wouldn't make it out of groups because the team was formed last minute, but everyone played well.
Southeast Asia breaks the base open, and they will be 2-1 on the day.
일단 바텀레인 입장에서는 중국 바텀레인이 제일 지금 그 올스타에서 제일 강하다고 생각을 하고요.
Helping to get that fight in line. Locked down by the solar flare. BRTT is trying to clear the sun out of his eyes as Mako picks up that kill. And bot lane's looking much better for the Chinese All-Stars.
그래서 이제 저희 바텀라인 입장에서는 중국이 되게 강해 보이긴 해서 그래서 이제 좀 저희는 중국을 좀 일찍 만나기 싫었는데 네, 좀 상황 만나게 됐으니.
4强能碰到韩国队，对我来说我觉得无所谓吧，因为想要拿冠军的话，就每个对手都得击败的。
Welcome back for day 3 of the 2017 All-Star event. The fans have arrived to show their support for the remaining All-Stars in attendance as things here are winding down the last couple days. A couple unhappy Equifox fans in the crowd I just saw. But earlier, we had the pros from Southeast Asia prepping for their match up against the LMS. A big one there, a grudge match to say the least. Meanwhile, Faker staring down the barrel of a surprisingly difficult semifinal matchup against the Chinese All-Stars. Hello, everyone. I'm James Patterson, and my All-Star team is still looking for a fifth to challenge Sunday's champions. Hit me up if you'd like to join myself, Indiana Frosker and Black Martin, Fisher Lunga, and Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. What role do we need?
A mid.
We need a mid.
Well,
We need a solid mid laner.
Kobe, so we actually need 2 people.
Yeah, okay, actually 2 people. We need a new jungler and a mid. Before we jump into the Dream Team semifinals, let's get a reminder of how the 1v1 shook out. Just last night, Bjergsen and Jisoo promoted to the semifinals, and we'll duke it out in a best-of-3 later today. Then the ADC superstars in Uzi and Prey will meet on Howling Abyss to round out the day.
And I gotta say, I am such a fan of Jisoo and the way he's playing it. It's not,
Of course you are.
no farming for 100 CS. He learned this in Europe when he was on the Mysterious Monkeys. It's just like pick an all-in champion, Olaf Pantheon. Maybe a Garen comes in later and just go for that kill.
I mean, meanwhile, Bjergsen, the exact opposite approach, right? Going for those CS leads. Yeah, I mean, he's staring down Uzi, right? Bjergsen had the title. Uzi takes it the following year. Uzi's looking to defend it as well.
And that's the thing, you know, Jisoo, he's hot and heavy right now, but at the end of the day, we all know who's going to walk away with the trophies. It's the guys taking it seriously. It's the Bjergsens and probably the Uzis.
Yeah, everybody knows Uzi's the tryhard. Calm down a little bit. Gotta ease into it.
We got a whole day ahead of us, Deficio.
I'm gonna keep the energy going.
Keep some in the tank. Keep some gas in the tank. To get some insight on the skill and focus, though, that was demanded from Prey and Reckless in their 1v1 match, we decided to pull the audio in this special edition of Mic Check.
I'm gonna lose.
Lose Garen versus Garen? You are more buff than me, bro. You're a big boy. Big biceps. You know biceps?
No.
This one? Biceps.
Ah!
You have a big one.
No. I'm just a bad guy.
No.
No, Marcel.
No.
Good luck on next stage. Versus
You too.
Uzi.
No, you. I don't want to play. If I win, I give you win, okay? I know Uzi will not want to play for fun. Uzi play for win.
Yeah, Uzi play for win.
Yeah. Uzi.
It's so scary, man.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Control 1 and control 3.
Okay.
Go 3. Control 3.
This dance is so cute.
Yeah.
Okay, good luck, man.
Yeah, good luck.
Good luck.
Oh!
I'm coming! Yeah!
Maybe you can kill me now.
I'm coming!
I know. What?
Fire!
No!
I'm rooting for Prey today. I just want to have Prey in the finals. He's definitely gonna have fun.
He was having a ton of fire! And actually, a very stylish finish there, actually. Like the early ignite and then the flash finish under turret. So impressive play out of Prey, to say the least. As we enter the later parts of the Dream Team tournament, though, it's important to acknowledge our dedication to heightening the level of competition. And as a result, the Western shit has been cut. First up, we've got a best-of-3 between the LMS and Southeast Asia. Then there's a battle between Titans as the LPL take on Korea. And both of these matches are littered with juicy revenge plotlines.
And you said it, the name of the game is revenge. It's big brother versus little brother, because once upon a time, the LMS said, GPL, you are not good enough. Get out of our league. We separated them, and now the GPL, Southeast Asia, they have the opportunity to take down the LMS and prove once for all that they deserve a seat at the big kids table.
I mean, a lot of it is due to Levi here, though. I mean, the GPL, they had such an explosive performance and surprised so many people. He's stealing Barons, he's kicking enemy carries into the team, and he's really creating a lot of excitement.
It's a young Kobe 24 for sure on the side of GPL right there. I think the small players also doing really well on the team. Like Krada in the support role was actually super fun with Leona. I also think Jisoo up in the top lane. I already talked about him before. He is actually playing well, and that Sion performance was pretty spot on.
There you have it. Deficio clearly has a favorite team in this tournament here now that EU's been knocked out.
Hey, I'm not biased at all. I just
On
love
the other
GPL.
side of the bracket, though, in the Dream Team matchup, you've got LPL versus Korea. Many predicted this to be the All-Star final, and yet here they are meeting in the semis.
Yeah, this is a classic LCK throw in group stages to knock us out in semifinals, but I have faith that the LPL, this is going to be another Riff Rivals. And we all know what happened the last time these two teams met at a tournament that didn't necessarily hold many stakes.
Well, I mean, I'm a little bit nervous still for LPL because I feel like Korea going into the best of 3 here, they've already lost 1 game, so a little bit mad about that one. Like, it could be a different beast showing up.
Yeah, I have to say, best of series, Korea is always a very different look to them, so I definitely have a lot of confidence in those.
Really, best of 3? I mean, I understand like the best of 5 argument, but
Best of anything.
Best
Best
of
yeah,
anything.
Korea.
Best of League of Legends, it's Korea.
The best of 1
Very
wasn't
much
looking
so,
too hot.
very much so. All right, well, looking back at that first matchup, though, LMS versus Southeast Asia, which team do you think is going to be the first one to move on and compete in the finals?
Even though I'm a sucker for storylines, I really do think that it's still going to be the LMS. I mean, I think the Big Brother is going to triumph here. I said it at the very beginning. This is an LMS super team, and the only question mark we had was around BB. And this guy shows up and he gets a pentakill on Jin. So best in all of the roles. BB's having another great tournament all the way back like season 2. I think they're going all the way.
Levi alone is making this GPL team a super team, and I think he's been the best performing player during this tournament. I think actually the other members have also surprised me quite a lot, not names we are used to seeing here on the international stage, and the surprise factor in these games will be big. I think GPL will take 2-1.
I mean, I'm a huge Levi fan, but I have to say, I have a little brother, and he has never beaten me at anything. So
Anything at all.
I also have to go
I have
with the older
a little brother,
here.
and he has beaten me at so many things.
There we go,
So
GPL.
I don't know if that argument holds a ton of weight there, Kobe.
Regardless, though, even if Levi, is the star, and obviously he's going to be a big playmaker, Karsa has been fantastic at this tournament. I think he would have a
He's
word
no
with
Levi,
you.
though. He's no Levi.
He's definitely not Levi. They're 2 different people. But he had a Kazakhs game. He went legendary. And I definitely do have a lot of faith in the LMS squad because they're playing as a team. They're coming in and trying to execute, more standard strategies, which, should prevail.
A familial face-off, if you will. Now, as we kick off today's games, let's make sure to answer our Twitter question of the day. Who is the best player at the All-Star event so far, and why? Tweet to @LOL Esports with the hashtag All-Star2017, and we'll check in later on in the show. Before we throw it over to Quickshot and Azel, Ziv shared his thoughts on his team's run so far.
我觉得最主要原因应该是在于我们的 jungle 跟 support， 因为他们就是其实同一个队伍非常久，然后整个游戏的节奏或者是战术主导都是他们2个人在指挥，所以我觉得就是我们3个人的话，就是听他们指挥的话，就进行游戏就非常顺畅，所以应该是他们2个的功劳。
It's great to hear some honesty about who's leading the way on the LMS squad. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Battle Arena. I'm Trevor Quickshow Henry. And though tears were shed, I've reclaimed my spot as play-by-play after Isaac Azel Cummings-Bentley had a stint there yesterday. But they were not tears of joy.
Best.
They were not tears of joy.
They were not? Okay, okay.
Deficio, he stepped up his play-by-play game, but I think you can catch up to.
Yeah. Well, we'll put in some work.
We'll put
grind
in some work.
hours,
We'll give you a few shots today. Base banners, they are drawn for our first match of the day. It is LMS taking on the Stars from Southeast Asia. Let's quickly meet the players. Starting on the blue side, it is the LMS with Ziv in the top lane, Kasi in the jungle, Fofo in the mid lane, BB, bot lane support Sword Art, and their coach, Stake.
Going to be a lot of jungle attention, I think, from both teams this game because facing them on the red side, it's Southeast Asia. In the top lane, Jisoo. It's going to be Levi, that superstar in the jungle, mid laner, it's your boy Patrick, the bot and support, going to be Dantes and Kra with Coach Omo.
We've talked a lot about the junglers, and I'm going to zero in on them a little more because obviously, as a team, GPL has surprised the individual players. They weren't even the ones voted in. They've all stepped up, but they've all kind of rallied behind Levi, who's led the way in many of the games.
Yeah, and you've got to say that it's not just about Levi, it's about the region as a whole, it's about the Gigamite Marines. They have been proving themselves internationally this entire year. People were doubting them coming into MSI, doubting them coming into Worlds. The GPL is here to stay, and this is a team that was scrapped together last second.
Yeah.
They're taking down some of the top teams. They were even challenging China, and here they are now in the semifinals with a chance to go to the finals. And yes, of course, a lot of it is because of Levi and his incredible performances, and I'm going to be very excited to see if he can carry once again from the jungle.
It's exciting to see that everybody else stepped up as well. There's a few players from the GPL regions talking about how these non-voted members who have replaced the Vietnamese squad that's meant to be here have surprised on the international stage. Let's see if they can surprise again. Their opponents, the Big Brother, the LMS, the story, the analyst has hit really, really hard. They've been led by Karsa. I mean, Karsa, I'm going to say single-handedly destroyed the LCK squad. His Kha'Zix was amazing. And of course, Fofo as well, no slouch either.
Yeah, and Karsa is such a big name. He has been there for a really long time. There's going to be a lot of focus on him, but you have to say, this last year for Karsa was not nearly as strong as it had been historically. And for the last couple years, the LMS has been on a downward trend. That is why people did not expect a lot from these guys coming in, but it seems like the meta is really fitting Karsa. He's always been an incredible, aggressive jungler, and having him back on form means that the LMS was able to take down Korea, and they are the favorites, you have to think, going towards the finals.
They're always the favorites, Azael. And of course, you know, not only has Karsa stepped up in the LMS squad, but also BB is a guy who's not had stellar local performances. And one of the things we were talking a lot about off air was how there's the 2-player per team limit.
Yep.
And what that does to the voting habits, because of course, we just heard from Ziv saying, hey, we listen to the guys, they play together. There's that support network when you've got 2 guys from the same team. And that's what allowed Fofo to show up. Fofo Zoe's been terrifying. Do you think he gets his hands on it?
I don't think so. I think he was too good on it in the 2 games for him to really see it again, unless you have a specific matchup counter, right? If you're very confident that you can beat it with a Kassin or run it back on the Malzahar and play it better than some people did before. If there's something you have prepared, then sure, maybe you let it through, but with something that's already good against Zoe being the first ban for LMS, that to me is like, hey, we want to play Zoe, and that's going to be taken off the table immediately by Southeast Asia.
And we've seen the Ornn and the Ezreal being the top-tier red side bans throughout the majority of the group stages. What else are we going to see? I mean, Xerath still up and available. Sejuani has been a pick that's shone throughout. So is Jarvan, actually, because we've seen him banned out a couple times, too.
Yeah, I do think that Xerath is pretty high priority as far as picks and bans go. It's a little bit of a different playstyle, but it can be very effective in both mid and in bot at support. With Comet, it's such a strong pokey champion. And it's really just going to depend what kind of matchups you're comfortable with, because you cannot ban everything out. MF is big. Now there's Xerath, there's Ezreal, there's Jarvan, there's Sejuani, there's, you know, even things like Kha'Zix and Nocturne and all these aggressive junglers that you kind of have to worry about as well. And you cannot ban it all out. So it's a kind of pick and choose.
Now, I wanted to see BB playing Kleptomancy Ezreal with the TPA skin. The skin that he earned back in the Season 2 finals. It is up, it is available. Please make it happen. Let's see if they lock it in. If not, it has to be a high priority option for SEA.
Certainly could be. A little bit surprised, I have to say, by the first pick, Ryze, that high of a priority on this champion. Yes, it is still a strong champion, especially if you are looking to kind of pair up with your jungler. Ryze sets up ganks so well for these aggressive junglers. Point and click root is amazing if you're going to be playing something like Kha'Zix. Locking down the enemy mid laner does not give you much of a chance to escape, but already the Kha'Zix is going to be picked away by Levi, and I'm really interested to see what Karsa is going to go for. Will he go to something like the Sejuani as you had talked about, or is he going to kind of match Levi blow for blow? Because if you go carry versus carry and one person gets ahead, it can be lights out for the other jungler.
Karsa did play Lee Sin as well as Sejuani earlier in the group stage, and of course for Levi, his Kha'Zix in 3, 1, and 4 when he played that a couple days ago. To round out the first rotation here for the GPL representatives, it will be Alistair locked in for Kra. Once again, kind of that front line. He's played Leona and Shen, so likes to be those more engaged frontline style champions.
Yeah, and while Comet and Poke is really popular from support, hard engage is very strong as well. Aftershock, Guardian, these masteries have been so powerful coming from the bot lane, and I also think that Alistar in the CC can be very strong into someone like Ryze, because this is a mid to short range mage, just someone who has to be up in your face in the team fight and who can be very vulnerable to the CC, and you might just get your dream.
Please
it's looking like it's going to be the BB Ezreal.
Oh, if he does not use the TPA skin,
you're going to have to report this guy.
I think we're going to have to. We'll have to get the refs in and actually make some sort of change here. But yes, I cannot believe in the game 1 of the semifinal. Yeah, Ezreal, Sejuani, Ryze. I really like what LMS are putting together here. I think there's great power, multiple stages. You've got a great front line already. And the answer is Sivir. What do you make of this so far?
Well, I think it makes a lot of sense. Sivir, one of the ways you can kind of deal with Ezreal is simply shoving him in. You have the spell shield to deal with some of the Q poke, and if you can keep your men up, you can kind of control the lane, push it in. You have the Sivir ultimate to actually speed up the Kha'Zix, the Alistar to push in for this sort of engage, but I do think Ezreal makes quite a lot of sense as an answer to Alistar as well, because you can have the phase shift, you can avoid some of this, and you can really look to absorb that, kind of kite it back, have the Sejuani as your front line, and already a pretty strong core for both teams.
Do slightly different things, but it'll be exciting to see where this next phase of picks and bans goes through. Sword Art's had his Leona taken away. Let's start theorizing, what does Patrick want to lock in? I mean, Xerath is still open and available. You can kind of keep your eyes at arm's length. But what other options are there for him? Patrick has played the Malzahar and the Rise. Malzahar's banned, Rise is already picked.
Yeah, Malzahar is banned, Rise is taken away. There are things like you can go for a LeBlanc, you can even go Cassio. People used to like playing that matchup quite a bit, and Cassiopeia still can be very strong. We have seen still the long-range mages, things like Vel'Koz, which is getting taken away, but Xerath as answers as well. I do think even some assassins can be quite strong in the preseason. I've seen quite a bit of things like Katarina. So I think there are a lot of options on the table. It just depends, what is the team style going to be?
Yeah.
Do you want to commit to multiple assassins, multiple people jumping in? Because if you're not drafting some sort of a control mage, then you're already very committed to an all-in style with the Sivir ultimate, with the Kha'Zix, and with this sort of play.
Well, one control mage banned away. There goes the Xerath, as well as the Vel'Koz. There's actually two, technically, I guess. The fact that Patrick has got a teleport in his summoner spell, maybe that indicates something like a LeBlanc that you could play with TP?
Certainly possible. You also can obviously swap it up. I do think that Kassadin, actually quite strong in preseason. That's another good answer here against the Rise. Kassadin generally fares quite well in AP versus AP matchups. Most people taking Airy these days. Teleport works pretty well. You can kind of poke him out with the Q. But one of the big issues here is the really low wave clear for Kassadin. So if you can actually push them in, as the Rise is known to do, if your side lanes start losing, your mid is going to get sieged very early on. So it's extremely important for Sivir, for Alistar, to hold their own in the bottom lane, because if Ezreal and Janna show up early to mid lane, Kassadin really has no answer to that siege, and the turret could be going down quickly.
And that will just unlock LMS to allow Caster to roam, invade, take control of the GPL jungle. Let's see if they can defend the towers. Janna is the phase 2 lock-in here for LMS. It was a hover on Camille. Now, Jisoo, of course, has been playing the carry style all tournament. He's played one tank in Sion. Then he's had Jace, Camille. Jace is open, and he's obviously played some interesting ones in those 1v1.
Kennen also available. People have been expecting Spellbook Kennen for a lot of this tournament. It's a very strong answer to Gnar if you wanted to go for it. But it's going to be a Kali. Ooh, I like it. We're getting some spice in the first match of the semifinals here at All Stars. And Akali is not something we have been seeing in competitive for quite a long time, but for quite some time, at least even in North America, some of the tops have been practicing it, feeling like it was pretty viable. The early stages for Akali famously can be pretty rough. Yes, you can use the Shroud defensively to try to keep yourself around, but really you don't have many options pre-6. Once you hit 6, once you have those ultimates that have the dash charges, you can start really going aggressive onto someone like this Gnar, and we could see Levi playing around it because there's so many dashes that Gnar can not really escape from a very strong Akali. But if you get behind, you start being pretty worthless, and you're picking it into a Janna as well, which is going to disengage you in the team fight.
Azale, that's the whole comp.
Yeah.
Kassadin, Kha'Zix, Akali, Sivir. If you get behind on those champions, you're donezo.
I mean, it's triple assassins with a speed up and an engage, right? Like, this is very heavily go in, but they also have ways to win through split push. Kassadin and Akali 1-3-1. You have a relatively strong 3-man squad who can hold mid lane with the Sivir wave clear.
Yes.
So I think they have actually thought through a lot of the options. I will say though, as far as a straight up 5v5, unless SEA is very far ahead, the LMS comp is just way too solid. I don't think that you can beat that team in a straight up 5v5. I think you have to spread the map. I think you have to get picks.
And it's going to be so difficult dealing with this Janna. If everything has to jump in and they use their dashes, and Janna's just like, get dunked, mate. We saw how powerful Janna was at Worlds. Let's see whether or not LMS and Sword Art can use it to the same effect. Ladies and gentlemen, it's LMS taking on Southeast Asia and the GPL. Go ham or go home.
It's TPA skin, baby.
I got exactly what I wanted when I heard BB was voted in. TPA, Ezreal skin with Kleptomancy. Yes. All right, let's see how this works out now.
This is going to be very, very interesting. So certainly super aggressive masteries when you're looking at SEA. Double electrocute, so domination for both Levi and Jisoo. We do have Patrick actually deciding to take Comet. So that is a bit more atypical, but you still can hit confirm with your E because that is a slow onto the Rise, which will allow you to get that down. But I do think a lot of this is going to be about how the early game goes for SEA. You have very little safe wave clear outside of the Sivir, so if you do fall behind, if the Akali and the Kassadin are getting sieged on, it's going to be bad. But at the same time, if you can get going and get out to those side lanes as the assassins, one of the best champions from the jungle to actually assist in that split push is the Kha'Zix. because if anyone tries to come in and 1v1 you, the Kazakhs can be right there. You can knock them down and start taking turrets.
All right, Levi versus Karsa then. Let's keep our eyes. That was our featured matchup coming into it and see what impact they can have. Obviously, Levi's going to have slightly more options in the early game, as you've mentioned, Azael. And we saw how powerful that stealth can be over the last 2 days. Defensive starts here. Both squads, I mean, BB's pushing up in that minion line. Gonna have a couple extra seconds. But won't really do a whole lot yet to change the impact. We'll see if Dantes and Kra actually miss any CS by the time they get there.
So what they're trying to do here, it looks like in the bot lane, is just get a really early push going. If you can actually zone them off the mini wave, then it's so much more annoying playing against this Ezreal, because as you can see, Dantes and Kra are going to kind of have to sit back. The Alistar doesn't really have much to add at level 1 until you're getting level 2, level 3. You really can't do a lot. So they're trying to maintain the push, shove them under turret, and try to poke out your opponents under that turret. If Sivir and Alistar can control the wave, though, you can negate a lot of that. So that's why it was so important for them to really just be sitting here in lane and get that early push.
All right, we'll keep an eye on the next few minutes then, see whether or not the plan works out. Already the race to level 2 heavily in favor of Phoebe and Sword Art. Dantes and Kra paying a lot of respect. Not even an XP range for these last few minions.
Yeah, this is actually pretty interesting too. So Sword Art is starting Spell Thieves and W. There are some builds where you actually go pretty heavily into AP Janna, like you're actually getting an early Frostfang. You can max W for the Harass, and he is playing Airy, but you can go even more extreme with Comet to hit confirm that. But like, look at the damage. It's actually pretty high. People don't consider Janna to be one of those aggressive champions, but when you're playing against someone who cannot retaliate, you can actually go for these W maxes and see what you can get done in lane.
I like that. Ranged into melee. If they can't hit back, just keep slapping them. Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Definitely the older brother, younger brother discussion continues even in game.
Ooh, Levi's got to run because the collapse is coming in from Ziv and Fofo's coming up.
Permafrost from Karsa bought a lot of time. Leap over the wall, followed through with the flash and the leap. Levi continues to run. Here comes Fofo. Double buffs available. Fofo not going to pick up first blood because it's Ziv that does with a boomerang.
Yeah, Levi getting pretty aggressive there, but when both of your lanes are being pushed in, you can't get out on the map like that. You can't be that far up, and the collapse comes in. You have to cost them some summoners, but that's double buffs on a Gnar, which is going to make it really tough now for Jisoo in the top lane.
It was already tough with an Akali in the early game. Now he has to deal with mini Gnar with red and blue buff. We'll keep an eye on how he farms over the next sort of 5 or so minutes. But as it stands, the wave a little bit in Ziv's favor as Jisoo's just going to use that Mark of the Assassin to farm.
Yeah, here it is again. So Karsa already knows that Levi is around there because he sees the scuttle. Levi's trying to clear out the blast cone to kind of protect his top laner there so that Karsa does not have that as a gank path, but both the lanes are pushing for the LMS. The collapse fully comes in from Ziv, from Fofo. They know they can go from this, flash over and get that kill. Very nice collapse from all of the LMS.
Really, really well played. So, early advantage, 800 gold. Assists on Karsa and Fofo. It cost a number of summoner spells, so if Levi can find an opportunity, that'll be good. He's forced to run, though. Gets that scuttle crab before leaping to safety. There's no further follow-up after that.
Yeah, definitely not. And it is one of the kind of limiting factors when you're playing this aggressive jungler. You want to be out there, you want to be doing stuff. If your lanes are losing, it's sometimes hard to actually be aggressive. You can't really get in the face of the Sejuani, even if you feel like you can win the duel. So that's something that is kind of working against them.
Yeah, you really need that support. If you're going to be playing either in the enemy jungle or, as you say, picking a fight. Look, keep an eye on like, how the lanes respond as well. Patrick, every time we look middle, Fofo is just running forward at those rune presence and overloads over and over and over.
It certainly is, but one thing that is going to be kind of nice for the SEA is there is certainly an opportunity to capitalize on the fact that Fofo used both his summoners, and all he got for it was the assist. He did not get the double buffs. He did not get the kill. So you have Patrick, who has the teleport still. He has his flash, and when he hits 6, there's certainly possibility to actually go for one of these kills with Levi coming in, with Casted and Rift rocking forward, and we'll see how Fofo is going to be able to play around that, and if Karsa is able to keep him safe through vision.
Yeah, Patrick, of course, going to be playing a mana game a little bit later on. Got himself that Transcendence. More and more frequently, Fofo keeps spamming out those Connets, gets Patrick down to 50 HP. Flash not available, remember. Fofo can't chase any further. Would have been risky, and Patrick farming relatively well, but he stays alive.
It seemed like Fofo kind of underestimated how much damage he was going to do. He was actually stepping backwards, and then, I mean, he might have had Patrick with one more auto, one more E. Would have been very close, but Patrick does stay alive, still has his TP, and He's actually going to kind of greed it out to push one more wave. This is pretty risky, but he does have wards on both sides, so he's feeling comfortable that Karsa is not around, and we'll be able to probably get a pretty nice buy here. Has a good CS advantage, and that is something that is really working well for SEA. You've also got to give credit to Jisoo, who, despite the fact that Gnar got double buffs, and he's in a melee versus range matchup with a weak early game on this champion, he's pretty well even on CS once he picks these up.
Yeah, we haven't seen any of the trading patterns here, so whether or not Ziv was playing super aggro or not. But like you said, you know, all kudos to Jisoo. He's come back into lanes at Hextech Revolver and gonna dash forward already with that Shadow Dance. Got himself a couple of stacks. Crescent Slash out, one more R. Forces the flash away from Ziv, and you've got to respect that damage.
Exactly, and that's what I was talking about in Champ Select. Once you have the ultimate, you save up the charges, and despite the fact that this guy has the jump away, he forced a flash, did not commit any summoners, and that does not bode well for Ziv in that 1v1, because once he gets Gunblade, that's another slow that's going to be coming in. That's even more access to the chase down, and you kind of need to punish Akali's early weak game, or she can start to really run wild.
Yeah, I don't think Ziv has watched any of Jisoo's 1v1 matches on that murder bridge, because Jisoo's been doing that over and over and over.
Got to get the scouting reports in.
Hey, you got to do it, dude. That's what this tournament's about. Anyways, bringing it to the lane. So Levi, Levi can look to gank either Fofo or Ziv. Well, Fofo is still flashless. If that lane can get set up, you've got level 6 on both of those solo laners. And Kassadin plus Kha'Zix or Akali plus Kha'Zix, anybody will get run down at this stage of the game.
Honestly, I think as far as the SEA position goes, the one concern is the bot lane turret, because this turret is extremely low, and this is only 8 minutes in. It looks like it's actually just dead right now, and that is what we had talked about as well. If you lose that bot lane turret too easily, which they do, that means that you're now not only losing the bot lane, BB is going to go and probably ruin the mid lane as well for Patrick. And Patrick is actually very happy farming this out, but Jisoo getting aggressive here on Ziv.
Keeps chasing him down. No flash available. Support coming out from Levi. Jisoo even sidesteps the Gnar to avoid getting knocked back. No further opportunity though as Patrick, he jumps forward with the Riftwalk, continues to chase Fofo down. Rune Prism will buy a few extra seconds. Riftwalk continues. Force Pulse comes out as well. 200 HP left to burn through. Flash forward. Patrick takes a tower shot. Now he's tagged minutes. Flashes to safety. Riftwalk will be a few seconds away. W Max, I believe, or not. But you start at least from Sword Art. He gets the kill.
Yeah.
It is Max, yes.
Yeah, it's a W Max. I mean, it's so strong into these melee matchups. There's not a lot they can do to retaliate it. Now that's kind I mean, it was pretty ballsy for Patrick to be going for that when the bot lane is missing and he does get punished. Yes, he forced both the summoners out of Fofo. He did get a flash out of BB as well, so there's some things going for him there, but this is where the game can start to fall apart because they do not have good wave clear besides the Sivir. Sivir lost her turret very easily because she does not have any range support with her. They could not contest the push, and this is where they need to try to slow down the game.
A lot. It's nearly 10 minutes, and it's 2,000 and a bit gold already. Tower first blood, 2 kills, first dragon. The LMS have got every single metric so far that indicates we're in the lead. Now, tower dive, set possibility, but Mega Gnar just about to pop.
Doesn't have his ult though, remember. He doesn't actually have that because he spent it earlier, but Jisoo taking so much damage from the turret.
Yeah, gonna use some of that bonus defensive stats underneath the Twilight Shroud, but the minions were not pushed quickly enough.
Yeah.
And Ziv, with the help of the tower, easily survives.
Yeah, definitely not a good setup there. Jisoo went forward too early. The minions were not in. He took too much turret damage. It essentially means you have to just bail out, and then Levi saying, well, can I do something? Not really, so... that's going to be a wasted opportunity there for them, but still, Jisoo does feel like he is winning this 1v1. He is still strong, so if you can delay, things will be looking good, but it's actually going to be BB going up to the top lane and trying to siege on the Akali, which is another option, because either way, you cannot really wave clear for either of these assassins very well.
No, there's not a lot that you can do, unfortunately, for Southeast Asia, so... let's see whether or not they can find an opening. Levi's not had really any impact this early game. It felt like every time he was in the river, he found himself right in front of Karsa Sejuani. And look at the mini-map now. Great deep vision set up by Karsa in that top quadrant. That's going to allow BB and Sword Art to push for days. Thank you, observers, highlighting it. And it's going to give the LMS region all the information they need to play safely.
Certainly is, but Dantes and Kra did see that BB was up top, so they're going to actually match this lane swap. I think that is certainly the right idea. You want to try to keep you're Akali in this isolated 1v1 against the Gnar, try to keep the Kassadin farming well against this Ryze. And, you know, they have given them the opportunity to do that for now, but it's going to come down to, can Dantes actually wave clear enough to kind of keep this safe? And Levi is coming down, so if Jisoo can heal this up a little bit, they could actually look for it.
Oh, he's got himself the Cutlass for some life steal.
Oh, nice
Very
dodge with the
good
Shroud.
dodge. Ziv's now in trouble, gets jumped on by Levi, and Southeast Asia get the first.
Oh, that was just sick from Jisoo, dodging out, but BB shooting the ultimate down. Do they know it's coming? They should now.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh.
That was a bit anticlimactic, actually, but we had to follow it. We had to follow
Yeah, I liked it. Props to the observers.
Nicely done indeed. All right, so Southeast Asia, they've got one on the board. There's 2 at risk of being caught out, and Fofo's coming for the dive. Look at that damage from the Klepto Ace. Already got Sheen and the Manamune starting to stack up. Another
they're
stack.
keeping in.
The
Kassadin's
spell
coming up
field,
too.
but simply too late. BB takes a tower shot. That's the first kill of the fight. Oh, here comes Jisoo. Dashes forward. Monsoon's going to buy a few seconds of time as Jisoo goes invisible. Gets himself another.
Oh,
Hello,
reset.
this is Patrick. He gets one with the Rift Walk. Low on HP, forced to run for his life. BB's looking to run him down. Gets another kill for the LMS. Now Jisoo forced to flash over the wall. The Rune Prison, not going to be enough. Going to lock down Krav for a few seconds longer. Some support from Levi, but it's too little. It's too late. It's a 1 for 4 in favor of the LMS.
Yeah, GPL gonna lose so much there, and the turret now gonna be under pressure too. Sorter doing a great job shutting down those assassins. They got the early kill, Akali. Potential to actually go nuts in that fight, but kited out very well. Deny the initial engage there from the Janna, and the Monsoon plus the shields is enough to reset this. I actually think that Dantes and Kraw did about as well as they could delaying this. You know, actually going for the minions, realizing you need to push that out. Kraw denies the engage there from Karsa, and Dantes does clear out the wave, which buys them a bit of time here, but they're just so far behind the play. Their AD carry cannot really contribute too much. Patrick's already down to half HP when he comes in, and BB not even close to going down there. Look at how much healing comes out from the John ultimate, resetting the fight, and BB is just kind of allowed free reign here. He's able to chase them down, knock them out, and not much chance from there in the fight for GPL.
Unfortunately not, and as we come out of the replay, it's 6 kills to 2. Fofo with BB continues to run up to 3,000 gold lead. When we look at the minimap, Ziv still defending down bots and BB pushing up top. And Fofo, no one really able to stand toe-to-toe with him. He's just shoving in that mid lane. It's all just gone really, really well for LMS. The early game has played out. The bottom lane won, I don't want to say as expected, but they took advantage of the situation right from that level 1.
Yeah, I mean, I would certainly say it's, if the Janna is going to go W max in any sorts of builds, I think it was a very intelligent adaptation going against an Alistar who, well, even if he tries to engage, you can deny it with Tornado. If he doesn't, he's just going to be getting poked out. So they kind of drafted a relatively weak lane into this, and unless Ever can push that out, unless they can maintain the shove, you can't keep your turret alive. And that's really where the main problems have come from, because both the solo lanes were doing well in the 1v1. Levi was farming, things were going okay, but it's just got to be slow it down. It's the same game plan, and we'll see if Ziv can get a kill here.
So much damage from Levi. That ultimate
Oh!
here. There's no armor for Ziv. He gets eaten alive, and that's a bug splat.
He even gets the flash there from Ziv too, which is going to mean he's so vulnerable to getting picked off in the side lanes. It's buying Jisoo some more time. The bottom turret is low, but they're looking for another dive here on top side. 4 men, and Dantes.
Ooh. Well, that's a daunting situation to be in. The Realm Warp, 4-on-1, it'll at least allow a Mountain Drake, which is a pretty big pickup.
Yeah, it's actually being traded this time, so some good things going on for SEA. Because Levi got the pick, it means they get the turret on the bot side, they get the dragon on the bot side, they're pushing up in mid lane, so really not so bad for the SEA, all things considered. It's 1-for-1 across the map, it's a turret trade and a dragon, and they're pressuring mid lane here too. Actually looking pretty good.
Yeah, not too bad. SEA not out of it yet. It was starting to feel like it could be. It was starting to feel like that snowball was becoming a boulder that would be insurmountable. However, open map, a couple of towers down, and actually some very squishy champions. If LMS don't keep up that vision, they can just get shut down. We saw how quickly Ziv died already.
Yeah, certainly, and I'm a little bit surprised, though. Well, Patrick actually going aggressive here, but he had no vision to do it.
Yeah, a lot of damage being put down. He's going to Rift Walk over the wall. I think Flash used as well. And just that little kleptomancy for BB. He picks himself up. A potion is Shelly is summoned in the mid lane, and this bop should be enough to kill a tower.
Yeah, this is very smart. Go and actually knock down the mid lane turret. I was going to say I was a bit surprised that they were waiting so long to do this. The SEA team is collapsing, but the turret will already be gone. You can pressure the Kassadin, take him out of his comfort. You don't want him free farming because he will become a threat later. And although this is still a very big lead for LMS, things are going as planned. You need to keep pushing the pace. You need to keep up the pressure on these turrets because you don't want the assassins taking over in the side lanes.
Yeah, and of course, you cannot forget the 500, 600 CS Sivir win condition. I've seen it a few times where Sivers are allowed to wave clear for what feels like ever, and then all of a sudden that's Ricochet in the late game can just turn fights around.
I mean, hey, once you have a Shiv and an Essence Reaver, you're going to be able to wave clear very, very quickly and relatively safely. An Auto War 2 plus your Boomerang will take down most of a minion wave, and it's not just a Sivir win condition this time around because Kassadin, hyperscaling champion, Kha'Zix, if you're spreading the map, has so much potential to catch someone out and assassinate them. So they do have to make sure that they're being very cognizant. They have to keep their vision up, and I would say LMS has done a fantastic job of that so far, but if you ever get caught off guard, you can die instantly.
Especially with a Dusk Blade of Drakthar side of Levi as well as Warrior Enchant. Looking at the rest of the itemization here, nothing too surprising. Tankiness being built for Karsa. A little bit of a mix here for Ziv. Still not quite beefy yet, but he'll get there eventually.
And it looks like he is going for the more kind of split pushy build. He's likely building towards a Frozen Mallet. The Gunblade is a very big completion, though, for Akali and a huge power spike for this champion. It's a lot of added damage, gives you the additional slow for the chase down, plus some more burst on your combo. And if Ziv gets caught in a long lane, he really could get soloed out, especially there's even more threat when if Karsa's not there to defend him from Levi.
Do you feel like the split push build for Ziv's Gnar is the right choice against this group of assassins? We'll maybe go back to that in a moment or two as Patrick is now forced to defend against a two-man stack of LMS. If you look in the jungle, BB and Sword Art are also making their way up. So again, the map is kind of split, and True Shot Barrage used just to slow down Jisoo.
Yep, push out that wave, and they have actually spotted Levi on a ward. Even though he has a pink around there, there was a clever ward to the left of that pink ward, which was covering the wraparound from the turret dive. That's the reason Karsa is here, and that's the reason Ziv is now moving forward. He's trying to bait them into making this dive happen, right into Karsa. See if they can make it happen. Jisoo's going aggressive.
He is indeed. Uses that Twilight Shroud to escape. Managed to find Levi, who's level 11. Got that secondary upgrade and has used it already. Is making his way now back into this bottom lane. They're really looking for a kill, Azael.
Yep, this is what you have to do. This is the way that they can win. You're not looking for a 5v5 against a Janna, against a Sejuani. You want to get picks. You want to snowball the game in the side lanes. That's how you delay the team. That's how you take objectives. You can't just bait and 5v5. You need to get a kill, spread the map, pressure turrets, and that's what SEA is looking to do. And as far as your earlier question about is it the best strategy for a Gnar, it's tough to know exactly how to itemize when there's a physical damage assassin and a magic damage assassin that are both going to be coming for you. You could say, well, build a Spirit Visage, try to survive and just kind of delay against the Akali. But, well, if Levi comes in here with the Dustblade and just is shredding you down, that's very risky. So he is building just max HP, which is going to be some general defense against both of them. And the Frozen Mallet does give him some survivability and ability to chase down Jisoo if he kind of fills the all-in. So I think it's a reasonable choice. You could certainly make the argument to build straight up tanky and try to go after a team fight, but SEA probably doesn't want to give it to you anyway.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how you utilize that build as well, right? You got to play around your itemization choices and as well as the enemy choices. 10 minutes has passed since our last check-in on gold. It's still 4,000. So while LMS were off to a great start in the laning phase in the opening minutes, it's slowed down somewhat as you've now got to go past that outer ring of turrets, get deep into Southeast Asia's jungle and push the vision, push for inner turrets. It gets a lot more difficult, and Dantes is just rotating between lanes, clearing it out so quickly.
And the big thing really for the LMS now is you've got the outer ring of turrets, set up Baron Vision, look to control that because there's nothing that shuts down a low wave clear split bushy team like the Baron.
All right, Realm Warp is going to throw the LMS squad into the backline. It's only Fofo that gets there. They get the flash out of Kra, Dantes, and I believe Patrick. So 3 for Realm Warp. That's well worth.
That is super worth it. So they did get both the bot lane flashes there. Patrick's had just come up, but they're going to try to pressure on the Baron. If you can clear out the vision, if you can continually bait this, SEA only has so many ways to check it. If they have to face check and are pushed into that 5v5, it's very unlikely to look good for them. They're starting it up now. They're trying to force the TP out of Jisoo, who has shown on the bot side. They're going for the fight.
Already, Kraz in trouble. Unbreakable will buy some time, but how much time? Not enough. BB gets his first, looking for a second. It's in fact Karsa that gets the kill. Ziv throws up that ice boulder, won't find the slow, won't need it. Flash over the wall, gets a gnaw into the wall, and Southeast Asia are running for their lives. Levi sits inside the bush, throws down that Void Assault, buys some time, bursts down Fofo. Not enough for the kill. LMS get 4. And only Dantes is left alive.
Yeah, Jisoo probably should have just canceled that TP. I mean, it's 4 kills. It's going to be the Baron here as well. Dantes is forced back. They're not even going to be able to get a trade. And honestly, this is really all LMS needs to blow the game wide open. They are really looking so far ahead at this point.
Well, LMS came out of the group stages undefeated. They look fantastic in their games. And at 22 minutes, they've stamped near absolute control on the game. Ziv, with his split push build, is going to look to run down Dantes. Doesn't chase, though. And is to get on the hunt out of Dantes. He escapes with his life. And when you take stock, Baron, 9,000 gold lead, there or thereabouts, 11-3. LMS can now just play the map game all they want.
Yep, and Ziv probably could have killed him, but showing respect to the fact that SEA could have other members there, but they go over the wall, they know some flashes are down. Bra already essentially chunked out of the fight, and then Jisoo completes the teleport into the middle of everyone, knocked up into a root, instantly bursts down. No chance to really do anything. It's full retreat for the rest of the SEA squad, and no real chance to win in the 5v5, especially one that starts that way. So it's definitely looking rough. The split push game has been completely shut down because the Baron buff means the LMS will group, they will siege, they will force you to team fight, and good luck team fighting into a better team fighting team when you're 8,000 gold behind.
And your only wave clear is Dantes. So, or reliable wave clear is Dantes. That's a much better term. Okay, so now I guess if you're a GPL fan, if you're a Levi supporter, as well as the rest of the squad, you start looking, right, how do they adjust? What do they change? It was a risky team composition to open this game, and it didn't work out from the lane phase.
You gotta see if there's anything on your desk. Maybe you could throw it over at the LMS players. Then when they're trying to figure out what happened, you gank them, you take them down. Barring that, I'm not sure there's too many adjustments.
I'm fairly confident, Azael, that there is a rule or a line somewhere in the rule book that says you cannot physically assault the enemy team by throwing water bottles at them.
Maybe you could say you're lagging out, you know.
Straight to excuses. That's where we're at now?
I think that's where we're at.
We got from distraction to excuses.
Yeah.
Well, SEA have lost their inhibitor in the mid lane, and look at that, by the way. One single Q with Duskblade, as well as Iceborne Gauntlet and a fully stacked Mirror Mana. BB chunks down about 40% of Patrick's health.
Yeah.
That's difficult.
Yeah, it feels bad. Alternatively, you know, you can try for an all-in. That's basically your last hope. Pop the Sivir ult, hope that Croc can get a miracle combo, instantly kill someone, then maybe you have a chance to win the fight. But you have to get a pick immediately. If someone on LMS does not die instantly, you will not win the fight.
That's not how you win the fight, Southeast Asia. Kra is already down. It's a double kill for Ziv as Levi is cut down where he stands on the hunt by Dantes to try get to safety. But he now dies to Fofo. Where is the rest of Southeast Asia? Jisoo's trying to pull the wave ever so slightly. Ziv hops over the wall. You can't hop far enough to chase a recall, my friend. LMS just going to push you with these super minions. This looks to be game one.
Yeah, this does look to be game one. It was a cool strategy coming out of SEA, but if you fall behind, it's going to look rough. And maybe a little too much greed in the laning phase of trying to get engaged and trying to survive and trying to draft all these assassins. But LMS with a beautiful game, controlling it start to finish.
Flawless performance from the LMS. BB leads the way with his TPA, Kleptomancy Ezreal. And the rest of the LMS squad, as big brothers in the region, strike down GPL 1-0.
Really impressive play. There's not much to criticize from this LMS team, from the lanes they picked, the composition they drafted, how they executed the adaptations for the WMAX Janna against this kind of abusable lane. That was really the key, and I have to give a lot of credit to BB and Sword Art for unlocking the bottom lane. That cracks open the map and really tears apart the SEA strategy.
Yeah, and it just, Levi never got into it. Never got a chance. He ran into Karsa time and time again in the early game, and what a different performance here from the GPL squad. They come up against significantly more familiar faces in the LMS players versus who they were playing in the group stages. And all of a sudden, it starts to fall apart at the seams. So let's see what they can do off stage because they have to bounce back.
Yeah, they certainly do. And I mean, they had to know it was a bit of a risky draft, you know, going with all these assassins. They're always, there's high highs, but there's very low lows, right? As soon as you start to lose, you don't have the fallback patterns, you don't have the wave clear, you don't have any safety on these picks. And, you know, Levi, to his credit, did get some picks in the side lanes, you know, did take down Ziv a couple times, but when all your lanes are shoved in, the other team has more access to ward, more access to respond to your invades. You're so limited on options as a jungler with 3 losing lanes, or at least lanes that are being pushed in. It is fair to say that, you know, Jisoo was maybe winning his lane or doing well there, but still, he's going to get shoved in, and that limits you so heavily.
It does, and something that I've seen a little bit of discussion on socials and Reddit and things like that is how these guys are, you know, from 3 different regions, speak 3 different languages. The common tongue is fairly broken English from what I'm led to believe. And trying to break it down, how to play this composition when losing, when behind, it is very, very difficult. Unfortunately, GPL couldn't pull it off. We'll see what they do in Game 2. Before that, though, let's send it over to the analyst to break down how LMS won Game 1.
Thank you very much. Quick shot. Victory in favor of LMS here to kick off the day. I want to take a look at Champion Select immediately, though, because some very interesting things coming through for the side of Southeast Asia here in the draft.
So they said yesterday that they weren't doing very well in scrims, and they decided we're going to try like solo queue. They beat NA with that. So today they're like, you know what? We're going to do the same thing again. Everybody pick assassins. So that everybody grabbed an assassin, and that is difficult to execute versus a team like the LMS. Like I said in the opening, you know, they've been doing these standard team comps with a front line, protecting their back line, and we saw how it plays out.
I mean, I think it still made a lot of sense, especially the Kale last pick. I think was really smart for Jisoo up in the top lane. He could try and win that lane, and
it made a lot of sense.
He could have won that lane. Casted in as well against Ryze is not a bad matchup specifically for Patrick. So I think the solo laners were set up to do okay. Problem is in solo queue, it's rare you have 3 lanes doing really well. So in the bottom lane, that Sivir Alistar, not a fan. I don't know why you pick Alistar this early. I don't know why you pick Sivir, why you give Ezreal. Like,
I have some suspicions. I have a feeling that it's just because they need to cover for Dantis and Craw down there, and especially because they're looking across from someone like
That's a horrible
Sora.
cover.
Well, yeah, I understand.
lost lane.
It didn't work, but I think that was because I agree with you. There's no reason to rotate Alistar that highly. It does work as a takeaway for Sora, but you had Xerath up and available. So either the teams are gambling saying no one's going to pick Xerath because it has been first pick worthy, and then you also ban Leona and Braum. So you priority pick the Alistar, you ban 2 more hard engaged supports, and you're just trying to take the teeth out of Sword Art.
So some questionable picks perhaps for Southeast Asia, but there is logic behind at least those solo lane picks that came in later in the draft.
I mean, I want them to continue this style because I want to see, you know, the success early and try and snowball and get a victory that way because this is an All-Stars, you know, game. This is an All-Stars tournament.
Oh, is that where we are?
I thought it was Wales.
Take a look behind you there, buddy.
All right, but hey, let's take a look at a play. Comes 12:30 into the game, the LMS 4 for 1 in the top lane. This one brought to you by Acer Predator.
And like I said, I think unfortunately they were covering for the bottom lane, and Dantis may be showing why right now. The spell shield wasn't used to its fullest ability. Fish in a barrel up there.
This is the kind of, you know, play that actually loses you the game straight up, because not only did the bot lane die, they also then have Jisoo TP in and Patrick roaming up, and they also end up dying. At this point, Jisoo had almost completed his Gunblade. He was about to just destroy the 1v1 lane, and then he gets forced top lane with TP, and he dies as well, and the whole game is lost.
But here's the thing. I'm not going to put all of this on, you know, the top lane going wrong or the bottom lane going wrong, because Levi made the decision
putting on the bot lane.
to invade when all of the lanes were pushing. He got called out. He got hit with first blood, and the thing is yes, that first blood didn't necessarily snowball to the bot lane getting destroyed, but they were getting shoved under. If Levi had instead directed his attention, worked with that Alistar, and tried to push back on BB and Sorta, maybe it's a different picture.
Alistar did more damage to champions than Sivir.
See, that's not how it's supposed to be.
That is not how
That is my analysis here.
I love it. No, it was fantastic analysis. So as you've identified the bot lane being the weak link or the issue here for Southeast Asia,
yes.
And we mentioned perhaps, you know, this idea that you need to cover for them. what do they draft in game 2 to make sure that that bot lane is entirely covered for while the solo laners can gain whatever advantages they can?
Tom Kench. I think you take the Kench and you actually prioritize Patrick and Jisoo's champion pool. I think it was good that Jisoo was able to pull out the Akali, so obviously he had something in his back pocket. He felt safe getting the last pick, but get Patrick something big. Again, the Xerath fell through. There were 2 bans on the mid lane in the first draft phase, so I don't think you priority pick Alistar again.
Yeah, honestly, I think you're focusing too much on lane phase as well. We already saw in the skirmish there the Janna ultimate denying Akali
That's
very
why you're supposed to stay in the 1v1 lane.
There are a lot of tools here that are be drafting for team fights and these sorts of things from the LMS. So once you get step number 1 down, then we'll talk about how they can actually get step number 2.
Also, don't give Ezreal over.
There's
like no reason to do that.
Very, very strong champion at the moment. Do you feel that this game was entirely winnable with the composition for Southeast Asia had they purely avoided any of those team fight situations?
I mean, in a perfect world where you, again, just don't have to team fight at all, sure that Kali can take over. The problem is everyone can always run to Baron at 20 minutes, start the Baron, and then you're kind of forced to TP in, and then there is a team fight. So I don't think they had the comp that could just like destroy LMS's like team fight. So they had to completely outplay through solo laners. And again, the Akali was getting rolling at least a little bit.
Right.
But the bot lane was losing so hard that it just didn't matter. And then Akali has to TP into fights, and then it's all over.
Again, I agree with the mentality behind it. It's like a no-hold board. Like, everyone's just grabbing their own champion, and they're all super self-sufficient. They can jump in and out. They don't need to rely on their teamwork. So from that aspect, it makes sense, especially if the team's having trouble communicating. They don't necessarily have the biggest or the greatest synergy because they haven't been there that long. But again, holistically, it's not a great comp.
All right, well, we are in the best of 3, so Southeast Asia does go over to the blue side, so they'll have at least a different side to operate from. Guarantees us some differences in champion select. We'll see if Southeast Asia can bounce back when they meet the LMS for game 2 after a quick break.
Levi continues to run. Here comes Fofo. Double buffs available. Fofo not going to pick up first blood because it's Ziv that does with the boomerang.
卡利交闪了，1720 ，nice。
还是在中往上，卡利斯往上了，他在中
，OK，
他应该在这。
nice，我都没投啊。
BB gets his first, looking for a second. It's in fact Karsa that gets the kill. Ziv throws up that ice boulder, won't find the slow, won't need it, as Levi is cut down where he stands on the hunt by Dantes to try get to safety, but he now dies to Fofo.
现在可以看出来 ，ONG 虽然打得慢，也是有让司马老贼稳定成长。不过状态来说，可能要被 catch 到一个闪现，直接 catch 这边被定到之后一枪 ，FO 直接秒掉司马老贼。
然后这一波其实就是抓着司马老贼，每一场就是有点闪现硬抓，然后再配合上近的一个控制，直接把他给带走。
Take some balls to make a play like that. If you flash for that hook and you miss.
But he didn't miss.
He
Managed to land it. Welcome back, game 2 of Southeast Asia taking on LMS. Let's see if Swordart gets his hands on Blitzcrank. It was open in the last game. He didn't want to play it. He didn't want to go that ham, but he's got a game to play with now. It's best of 3, 1-0 up. Maybe this is where Swordart decides to play that counter pick.
I would like it. You know, I'd love to see the Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank, Janna, you know, most people will go with the Blitzcrank.
Everybody would go with the Blitzcrank. There's no doubt to my mind. How do Southeast Asia pivot in picks and bans? They ran that Akali, Kha'Zix, Kassadin. The theory could have been better, but it didn't work out. So do you think they do a drastic change or stick to what they know?
Hey, I mean, I think you have to play comfort. You know, in a tournament like this, it's not like these players have practiced together a lot. You don't have, you know, all your strategies worked out. So you need to be playing comfort picks. If Assassins are the comfort picks, I say go with it. One adjustment I think you could make is really, to me, the game just pivoted based on how the bot lane went. Right? If you can draft a support who has more lane presence, who can help you to wave clear, who can help to hold that bot lane even, then I think the solo lanes have more of a chance to shine.
Especially because Kra has been one of the outspoken players on the team. We've been fortunate enough to, you know, interview and speak to him a lot. He's a huge fan of Reddit and has talked about how he wanted to read all the comments based on their games and qualifying. His performance in the previous game, not helped by the composition. So I'd like to see him do something more. He played the Leona, he played the Shen. Had some more fun with those champions than he did with Alistar in game 1.
Yeah, certainly so. And I mean, the fact of the matter is, the Alistar is fine, but it's so hard to win that lane. And if you're don't have wave clear in the other lanes, you can't actually just afford to lose all these lanes across the map. You lose too much control, allows him to get the Baron, allows him to get so much early gold. And if he wants to go Alistar, but you have something like an Orianna mid who can wave clear, you have something, you know, who's going to be more of a reliable kind of secondary defense, then it can work out a lot better. So it's really just kind of about having the balance in their composition. If you go for something like that, to me, it's a very all-in strategy, because if it works out in the early game, it could look incredible later, but if anything falls apart, it all falls apart.
Yeah, we've seen that time and time again when some of these players have just popped off at various times this tournament. As you can see, the GPL representatives from Southeast Asia are taking to the stage once again. And we'll be jumping into picks and bans shortly. Now they are on blue side. They had side selection for game 2, and they elected blue side. That means the pressure is on LMS to remove the likes of Zoe, the likes of Ornn, potentially Ezreal as well. It went unpicked, unbanned for a few rotations, which was surprising to me, and BB got it.
Yeah, definitely some different priorities in this first draft. I mean, Ryze was the first pick, which to me has not been something that really screams first pick worthy. You know, when you look at the champions that have been kind of considered the most dominant in the patch, yes, Ryze can be very effective, but it's been much more, even in the mid lane, about things like the Zoe and the Malzahar and these sorts of picks. And obviously they were drawing bans, but then Ezreal, Xerath, a lot of picks that could have gone in the first round.
Yeah, could have gone. Let's see what they changed to, because now with LMS having 2 first pick champions, first rotation champions rather, it's a little bit more understandable if you pick Ryze as one of those 2. Misfortune was banned away. Misfortune has picked a number of times in that first pick slot just because of the power of Comet and the dual pokes in the bottom lane.
Right? Like, you can go support, or you can have the MF as your AD carry. So it's all, like, there's always extra power when you have a super strong champion that can go in multiple roles, because you can adjust your picks and bans based on what your opponent is doing. They're never exactly sure how they should react as well. It just kind of gives that extra little lever that you have to work with.
The power of the flex pick. We'll see whether or not it shines through in this draft. This could be the last game for the GPL. They lose here, they are done, and the LMS will advance to the All-Star Finals, where they will do battle with LPL or LCK. Malzahar once again finds himself in the ban pool. Do not want to give that one over to Patrick. BB's Jhin has been taken off the table, and Zoe on the blue side.
Yeah, so Zoe's going to be taken off. They're not looking for the first pick, so they don't want to give it over as a first-round selection. And I'm hoping that SEA will be able to bounce back. I want a third game of this one. So many exciting players, and you know, being able to see even a guy like Jisoo, who I don't think has been that well known, really kind of make a bit of more of a name for himself, playing some assassins, playing some very aggressive style, having a lot of fun in the 1v1. It's good to see people who are willing to kind of break the meta a little bit and have confidence in their own picks, even if they are not popular elsewhere.
See, I quite like that, and I'm hoping one day we see that more frequently, because if players can make their comfort picks that are quote-unquote non-meta work, then all of a sudden you start seeing huge changes. But you need to win with it first. So let's see whether or not you can. Ezreal was banned away from Southeast Asia, and sound the horn. There goes Ornn once again in the ban pool.
MF up, Xerath up. There are some options certainly there if they were looking for either of those picks. If they're worried about the Ryze, you could take that away if you think that's going to be a powerful takeaway. It's actually a first pick Jace. This is pretty interesting. Traditionally is a top laner, but you can see it go mid, and unless they are showing their other solo lane here, that can, you know, force some kind of change, or you can try to put it wherever it's going to be most advantageous based on the LMS draft. But you are leaving up a lot of the super powerful picks. I mean, you could go MF Xerath bot lane, which would be a nightmare to play into.
Oh, that would be... I actually really do not enjoy watching poke, because you poke someone, they run away, and then you chip the tower. You poke someone, they run away, chip... Like, that play cycle can get so frustrating, and even more frustrating to play against, because you have to dodge so much. Anyways, it's not going to be the Xerath yet. Sejuani Misfortune. Jisoo has played Jace once already. And, of course, Leona was banned last game.
Leona was banned, and Leona traditionally a very good answer to the MF. You're stuck in one place where you're ulting. Well, guess what? Leona's ultimate can answer that very well. But because you have this as either a support or AD carry, you can flex around a little bit if you do actually see the Leona locked in. It's not going to be that choice. It is going to be Levi back on the Nidalee, and we did get to see some Glacial Augment Nidalee. There are certainly a couple different options you can go for runes on this character, and it's yet another aggressive pick here for Levi.
Well, there's a line I didn't think we'd say. Aggressive pick, Levi? You don't say. But you did talk a lot about the Rise and how, you know, there was such a high priority for Fofo. It's stolen away this time around. We've already seen the Hover of Azir. It's not banned. Well, at least one of the options that could be run into it. And first phase, you're starting to see a bit of a mixture here. You've got a little bit of frontline, some poke, some scaling on both sides, but quite a lot of long-range poke from GPL.
Yeah, it is a lot of poke, and it's already, for me, the GPL squad looking like someone who has to kind of split push, unless you're going to draft a really strong bot lane where you can then group and then poke. But even still, you don't have a tank in the top lane, you don't have a tank in the jungle. You're already looking like less of a team fighty squad in general. Whereas over on this side, you have long range damage coming out of the MF, coming out of the Azir. You have control with the Azir wall, and you have this beefy, strong frontliner in the Sejuani, who's such a powerful team fight jungler. So there is a lot of powerful team fight, and it feels like we're already kind of going down the same road that we were in Game 1, where SEA is going to be having to split the map. We'll see if anything changes from that, though, with the final picks.
Surprise, it's Jace support at some point. No, that's not going to happen.
Only time we saw that was Mata, and I don't think you want to see that one again.
It did not end very well.
No, it didn't.
It did not end very well. The last few bans here, Azael. Varus, Tahm Kench, Janna, and Maokai. Ooh. The Leona is locked into complement his misfortune, so going to give them again. I mean, LMS could kill all of GPL without ever physically landing a champion-based auto. Bullet time, Sand Soldiers, Solar Flare.
All right, you're kind of the Sand Soldier. It's not a champion auto.
It is not a champion.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you.
By technicality of word.
Technically correct is the best kind of correct, as Freak would always say. All right, well, the Leona is a takeaway from Kra, and you're like, wait, is this a compliment? Is this an insult?
No.
I'm not sure. You're kind
actually,
of living in that danger
I have to
zone.
be honest, my brain went to, like, time to insult Freak. And I was like, no, this is not appropriate.
He's not even here.
He's not here. He can't defend himself. So I stalled. I didn't have anything to say, Azael, because I had nothing nice to say.
You still obviously didn't have nothing to say because you're just kind of vamping
I'm
there.
vamping.
But we're going back into the picks and bans. We got a game going on here.
And
Quick shot.
Alistar. What do you think of this bottom lane? It's another Alistar for Kra.
It is another Alistar. They took away the Leona. I think it can work pretty well into the Leona specifically, and you also do have a bit of CC to actually answer and try to disrupt the MF ultimate. You have some dive to try to get back on the Azir and maybe put him in a position where you can take him down. The headbutt works pretty well into the Zenith Blade. If you actually buffer your headbutt, you can knock the Leona away as she's trying to go in, so there are some cool answers there. This is going to be a Scion as the lock-in, though, and Scion, you would think, well, you're probably going to get poked out. You're probably going to get bullied very hard by the Jace, which can happen, but Scion with Comet actually can match up pretty well against some of these ranged champions. You can go for things like an earlier Glacial Shroud, like a Catalyst, getting a lot of mana, a lot of CDR, and you can go for an Emax, and if you consistently hit that, you can fight back quite well against the Jace, even in the early stages.
And Jisoo did play this. He went 1, 2, and 13 when he played that champion earlier. And we'll keep our eyes on him and whether or not he can get that poke. I like the
GPL squad here. They don't want to swap, so everybody locked in their own respective champion.
Yeah.
Screw strategy and blind pick and baiting. Let's see how this comp works, because like you said, I think higher complexity maybe on the GPL side when you've already got communication challenges, and let's see what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a very similar composition. I will say it's maybe not quite as risky because you have some more wave clear coming out of the Rise. You still have wave clear in your AD carry. But that being said, you have a split bushy type top, you have an aggressive jungler, whereas LMS is drafting essentially 3 frontliners and 2 high DPS people. These are not complicated compositions to run. It is very simple, and honestly, for a tournament where you have just come together, where you don't have a lot of practice and complexity, it's probably an easier and smarter composition to run. But we'll have to see if SEA can spread the map. If you get ahead, you can certainly group, you can poke, you can siege that way with the Tristan and the Jace, the Nidalee. But if they fall behind, again, could be pretty tough to deal with a triple frontline composition.
Well, just don't fall behind. That's simple. Come on, gents. I want to see a deciding game. I want a game 3. So I'm putting on my GPL hat this game. And let's see what Southeast Asia can do. LMS somewhat grouping towards the top here. At least Sword Art has made his way alongside Karsa and Ziv. But it looks more defensive than really any sort of invade. Obviously against a Nidalee who can get up to some shenanigans in the early game.
Yeah, definitely some interesting choices in the Masteries again here as well. Comet Scion, something I had talked about. First time I saw that was Kespa Cup, but it is something that's relatively common now. We're also seeing press the attack on Jace, which I think is pretty atypical. Most Jace players I see are still running Airy, kind of more consistent poke, because generally speaking, it's hard to get those 3 hits off on the Jace. You can use your W for the auto speed up, but then you're kind of committing to a pretty long trade. We'll see how effective Jisoo is going to be able to be. I would say in the later stages of the game, especially if you're building for the 1v1, like Black Keeper, Bork, this sort of thing, it's going to be stronger against the Scion, and likewise, Dantis going press the attack here too. He's not opting for something more defensive.
I suppose when you've got Scion, Sejuani, Leona, fairly tanky melee champions, Jisoo maybe reckoning, you'll get that time, but we'll only be able to judge that as the game plays out, right? And see where we can get that effectiveness up and running. And Levi, once again, that glacial augments.
Exactly, and the slow is going to allow you to kind of have some additional, I won't say CC, but kind of control and chase to be able to kind of run people down. If you can get ahead, this can be extremely powerful. He is also going for the magical boots, and that does give you 10 additional move speed. So that in combination with the glacial augment can be very powerful.
All right, take a look at the
already here.
Javelin toss already. Flash forward from Levi. Flash forward from Patrick for first blood. And Levi stamps down authority to start game 2.
Very nice, and it's first blood going over there to Patrick, which is really going to help him out get the early tier going. And that's the power sometimes of this Rise in the early game. The gank assist can be so powerful.
And of course, Flash and heal used there by Fofo. Already summon a spell blown. Jisoo looks like he's been tagged most likely by a couple of spells, that Roar of the Slayer, maybe poking him down somewhat. But here's a replay of that point and click route from Patrick.
Here it is again. Patrick, as soon as he gets level 2, you rank up the stun, guarantees the spear to land, and once you're hit by that, it's basically all over. Really nicely done by Levi and Patrick to commit to that. They get both the summoners, but in the top lane, as you said, I mean, Jisoo had been getting hit by a lot of comets, and if you're losing early on, if you fall behind a tank as a split pusher like Jace, it becomes almost impossible to push him out, because if you get such effective itemization with Bramble Vest, with Cabbies, and Levi trying to come in here and see what he can get done.
All right, Javelin Toss will tag Ziv. Soul Furnace Shield buys just a little bit of time for Ziv, but he holds on to the flash. No real follow-up there from Jisoo, so it's just poking, buying some control here and some time for Jisoo.
Exactly. He's trying to put on a little bit of pressure, come up top, threaten a little bit, try to even out that health a little bit. But Jisoo is still behind, and Karsa is farming. They're going to try to knock Sword Art into the turret.
Oh, very nice. Sword Art with the Zenith Blade makes his way to safety. No follow-up from Dantes and Kra. There's a big minion wave to fight into, and they don't get the kill.
Yeah, Karsa is down here. They could actually look for the dive, very likely going to go for it. Dantes doesn't have his flash either, so that was blown by the bot lane.
Oh, very problematic here for GPL. Karsa not yet spotted. Keep your eyes for any potential double up, and Sword Art is running Ignite. So if Kra sticks around, that could be tickets for him.
And this is a flash on Leona. There's no flash available on the Tristana. You hit a Comet with BB, you flash forward, you look for it.
While Kra might decide to go in, gets the headbutt, the pulverize knocks Sword Art under the tower. The explosive dart comes up. Kra forced to flash for his life. Dantes was ticking down from the Ignite. Southeast Asia, they survived. They live to fight another day. Battle's not yet over, and I think just enough mana for a double up. If BB can find the right angle, that could be not after that heal.
Yeah, and he does have mana flow ban, so he is going to be able to stick around. He'll get that mana back. He's trying to prep the back minions there. When you keep the range minions low, you always threaten the execute double up, which gets bonus damage if you kill the first target you're hitting. So you're kind of forcing your opponent's hand on where they can position. That's corralling them for the make it range.
And here comes Levi, once again, really trying to show LMS who wears the pants and forces the flash from Ziv.
Yeah, but honestly, when Levi is giving so much attention up there, and your Jace is basically even on farm against the tank, things are not boding well, and Patrick has no flash.
No, he doesn't. Gets a good rune down. The shield as well from those runes. Passive insta
cleanse!
There was no lag there, and Patrick walks away.
Patrick with the Captain Jack cleanse. So nicely done to get out of there. That was actually beautiful. I thought he was dead to rights.
I was convinced he was. But like you said,
you just got to one-up me, don't you?
Look at the moves. Look at the moves. Managed
to
make it work.
What was that?
Hey, look, Southeast Asia, they're opening up game 2 well. They got first blood. They fended off
all of Karsa's pressure. The bottom lane survived, the mid lane survived.
Yeah.
Now, almost everybody is summoner spell list. There's one flash for Jisoo. But if the next few minutes can slow down, they can, take this composition into a great position.
Certainly, I think at the same time, you're still facing a better team fighting team, and I'm always going to be concerned about a Jace who's not smashing lane. If you're playing a Jace into a tank, you need to be dominating lane. If you are not, you're just full stop, you're less worth anything. Like, you're just not going to contribute a lot to a team fight because it's so hard to really find the Shock Blast on these targets in the backline when there's 3 tanks in the front line. You don't really shred them down that easily either, so you have to win split push. If you can't do that, you can't really do much.
Still time for Southeast Asia. What do you make of Ziv's itemization here? He's got himself a little stopwatch. Let's see with that. He's going to be making his way sooner or later. Patrick gets knocked under the tower, takes 1 tower shot.
Done again.
Shield buys some time, and that Realm Warp keeps him alive. Continues to run away from those Sand Soldiers, but that was very well played with the ultimate and that rune shield that he was able to pick up.
Yeah, pretty cute, and he's going to be able to get out, pick up the fruit, and be pretty healthy here. But as far as the stopwatch does deny a lot of things like early dives. If you're getting poked out, if you are losing lane, that's a way that you can really fall behind if you get dove, and that does give you the additional playmaking. Oh my god, that damage. And you still can actually build it into some pretty useful items later in the game.
We'll keep an eye on when Ziv decides to use his one-time stopwatch. Stop things down. Patrick's going to run forward. Fofo, I think he was just able to buffer up that Conquering Sands and slides away to safety. As Patrick keeps him under pressure. 51 CS to 54. Fofo's doing relatively well in the farm game. Of course, both mid laners have been ganked by their opponent's jungler. And as it stands, LMS on an even keel. By this point in the previous game, it was already a 2,000 gold lead. So this is a significantly better start here for GPL and Southeast Asia.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good. And I'm going to be interested to see if the stopwatch means at all that he's going towards a quicker stone plate. I mean, because it does reduce the cost of that also, and it does build into that item. It's something that a lot of people forget. It builds into GA stone plate as well as the Zonias.
Yep.
So
it just would you expect that for itemization on Sion?
I think it's actually very good on Sion, just not super early, but I think as like a third item or something can be super effective. I think, especially with this Comet build, you want to build mana early on. With the second mana crystal there on top of the Glacial Shroud, I am expecting Catalyst, and that's kind of the more typical build. You have a lot of CDR. You can build that into an Abyssal later on. You can build either an Iceborne or a Frozen Heart, and then you have tons of CDR, tons of mana. You can spam E and still kind of contribute that poke to the lane.
It's just really fun to see Sion in the top lane. Champion we haven't seen for quite a while. Actually, he was meta a long time ago. And now with some of the changes in Runes Reforged, shining just a little bit more.
Yeah, and with a very creative setup, right? This is not a Q-max Sion. You actually only put 1 point in your Q for that big slam. It's max your E for the poke, then you actually max your shield second to be able to be kind of more tanky and sitting around there. So it's definitely a very smart setup, and it's always cool to see players finding ways to make a champion viable in a new way.
All right, let's see what Levi can do. Manages to find a tag with that javelin toss.
He wants to go in.
Gonna follow the Realm Warp. Now he's in trouble.
BB has ultimate
Straight
available.
into LMS. There's a bullet time available for BB. He's trying to line it up. Gets one. Caster's already on the board. Jisoo finished off the teleport. Now he's looking to press the attack. Solar Flare comes down and GPL are running for their lives. Ziv joins the board and with a decimating smash, knocks up the GPL. Kra and Dantes escape for now. They get one on the way out. It's BB that loses his life. Dantes gets tagged with the slow. The Comet follows thereafter, and LMS, they come away 3 for 1.
Yeah, it feels like GPL felt like they needed to get ahead there. They needed a big win, and they're not able to find it. They force the fight, but the bot lane from the LMS is able to respond so quickly. BB has his ultimate available, and they navigate that fight very well. A lot of credit to Fofo for kiting back, for not actually going down. It's a couple kills going their way, and this starts with an SEA engage. They feel like they found Sword Art out, but he's able to flash back. He's a relatively tanky member, and honestly, the collapse is just going to come in faster from the LMS. BB is already here. Dante's still quite far away if you're actually tracking him in the bot lane. He's just now getting up to where he can enter the fight, and BB has already taken someone down, so despite the fact that he does get caught, he does get first down later on, the fight is already over. The fight is in full retreat.
it just felt like both teams were ready for the engage, and LMS had tighter net. Their team fight was significantly better. They just managed to make that work. Really well played LMS. They take a 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it's just not really a chase you could afford to make when the proximity of the bot lane is so much closer for BB and Sword Art. You're going to have BB getting up there. It's not like they found the AD carry. They found a Leona, who's a very tanky member. Again, Patrick may be getting caught here.
Has indeed. That's a good interrupt from Kra, buying some time. Levi doesn't really want to be in the thick of things. He's starting to back away. Kra now needs to run for his life. The Javelin toss runs a little bit low. This explosive charge not going to be enough. It is enough. I did not see that coming. Now Dante is forced to rocket jump over the wall. Sword Art can't follow with the Zenith Blade. Kra gets shut down inside the jungle. And again, a sloppy exchange. It's a 1-for-2. Sword Art, he fancies his chances. Yeah, he's going to look for the Zenith Blade, but the recall will complete. And Sword Art unable to find his man.
Yep, he's going to be able to get out of there. So does survive, and thankfully it's a kill going over to Dantes, which is definitely an important member. You can see Jisoo is building purely for that 1v1. He's actually rushing a Blade of the Rune King. Gonna give you some attack speed for the press the attack, and the percentage HP damage can be pretty effective against tanks, but really it's not a lot of HP being stacked just yet because Ziv is going for the Iceborne Gauntlet, which is going to be pretty powerful in that 1v1, but if he gets too far up, this means you're relatively vulnerable to Levi, who is magic damage, and you don't have HP.
Well, even with the 1v1 build, Jisoo's bringing in support. Levi gets a tag, and Ziv is just going to curve around the corner with that unstoppable onslaught retreat. We saw that happen quite a few times, actually, when we saw him play last time.
Certainly did. The Dragon that's on the map right now with the Infernal up would actually be so nice for the GPL because you have such a damage-heavy squad. Basically, everyone on this team except Alistar is going to get a lot out of it. It's obviously still good for the LMS, but with 3 tanks, they're not building a lot of AP or AD, and it's not going to be as big of a deal for them.
If we look at the minimap, Azael, because of the Dragon, we've seen a lot of priority around it. Time and time again, these teams are moving, and that's why now Patrick is coming to help out Ziv and Casa. The Realm Warp delivers Patrick into the bottom lane. He's going to get tagged by that bowler of Casa, and nothing further follows up. So GPL, they're trying to make a play happen. Yeah, they jumped on Sword Art. They've now tried to 3-man gank. They tried a 2-on-1. But the last few minutes, the last few plays, they fizzled.
And the fact of the matter is, the only people they're actually jumping on and catching are the really big tanks, right? It's Leona. They caught out in the bot lane, kind of. That went wrong. I mean, this is Semifinals. There's a Scion they're trying to gank a number of times, but they're very hard to kill champions. They're very, very tanky. They're very, very durable. If you catch the MF or the Azir, it's much more likely to work, but you know, a Nidalee with a Frostfang and no completed jungle item is not going to be one-shotting a Scion or a Sejuani or someone like that.
Levi's going to get jumped on here by Casa. It's a fight to his life.
Oh, it was close.
Very good blast cone. While that's going on, Kra and Dante is caught BB all the other way around as bullet time comes down. Kra gets taken out. Oh man, Sword Art shuts down Dante's. Didn't see the setup for that one, but it's LMS that win.
Yeah, the lethality MF this early on, Ghostblade and another serrated dirt completed means you are going to get shredded as Dantes. This Tristana needs so much more time to scale. You need 2-3 items, whereas MF, you're pretty much ready from the board go.
Yeah, definitely the case. Especially when the enemy's running away.
Yeah.
That makes bullet time significantly easier. Tower first blood secured, thanks to that 2-for-0. And we can only assume that GPL started the fight, but it was LMS that ended it. It was definitely a knockout punch. And hopefully, there we go, there's a replay of how this started out as well.
Yeah, and it looked like the LMS did start it out onto Kra, but they felt like they could turn it around. But this is actually just really good zoning from BB and Sword Art. They kite back, they drop the Make It Rain, drop that E in between Dantes and the rest, and Dantes doesn't really feel like he had a good way to get back to that MF to follow up on the fight. And with that jump used, the ultimate expires for Kra, he gets first down, and Dantes just doesn't have too much to contribute at this point.
Nah, not too much, nor does the rest of the team. I mean, it's minus 4,000 gold. You've got adjacent to Scion that's down 20 CS. You've got Dantes and Kra who are in so much trouble. The Pulverize is not going to find a target. Headbutt is available. That will buy some time for Popo. And he can so easily slide across the wall. It's actually one of the few targets he probably didn't want to hit over that way. And as it stands, Dantes gives up his life and Kra's able to walk away.
Yeah, it's just really rough. I mean, the Tristana is more of a late game champion. You're 1,500 gold behind a stronger earlier champion already. I mean, with Ghostblade, Dustblade completed, what you is essentially going to mean death for Dantes.
Patrick gets interrupted by the Shield of Daybreak. His Realm Warp is interrupted. It doesn't matter at the end of the day because there was no follow-up damage. But Sword Art is just having a fantastic game. It's not the Blitzcrank that we were hoping to see as Zale, but the Leona's just as good when it's been played this beautifully. Tower Dive was on the cards.
Yeah, and
Sword Art backs away.
Alternatively, GPL is trying to set up some turret pressure here on the bot side. There is a Blade of the Rune King finally completed for Jisoo. It felt like that was about the first trade he had won all game. Does have some good power now in his kit with that Blade of the Rune King. We'll see if he's going to go into a Black Cleaver or straight maybe for Lapis or some Armor Pen for this 1v1. But Ziv deserves a lot of credit because honestly, him holding up in the 1v1, him winning as a tank into this chase means that there's just so much stability. Like that was supposed to be the pressure valve for the SEA. Levi constantly went up there. You're supposed to be snowballing that lane. Multiple people are supposed to have to go to stop Jisoo, and it's just not happening. So the rest of the map is collapsing.
And especially after Ziv was under pressure in the previous game, he played the Gnar into the Akali.
Yeah.
You know, struggled a little bit in lane, bounced back, pulled out a pick that's not necessarily standard right now. Not that there really isn't any standard. It's off-season anyway. But regardless of that fact, LMS, you know, they showed up. They've had a great day. 2 very convincing games already, and now they've just got to use this lead. Press down the Baron or the turrets as this last outer is now under siege. In Southeast Asia, the roller coaster may be coming to an end.
Yeah, it's certainly looking that way. I mean, LMS showed in game 1 they know exactly how to close out games quickly and effectively. They covered around the Baron vision. For now, though, they're just setting up these picks on the side, and Ziv actually looking for Dantes. We'll see if he gets caught.
Decimating Smash will slow down Dantes. He used the Buster Shot to buy some time. War of the Slayer will slow down Dantes as we go down to the bottom. Emperor's Divide splits up Kra as well as Jisoo, and the bullet time brings it home. LMS get their 10th kill of the game. Shelly is summoned to help knock down the inner turret in the bottom lane, and that will be the 4th that they're looking to see.
Yeah, they're moving so well around the map, utilizing the M map as well as all the CC from these other guys there. You have the Karsa's ultimate, you have Sword Art's ultimate, locking them down, even Fofo shuffling them into that MF ult and just getting destroyed. They can actually just take the inhibitor turret straight up. I don't think there's anything to worry about it. SEA wants to take a pick, they're going to lose.
Yeah, they're going to. Patrick gets caught by the Zenith Blade and he's dove, but the damage is interrupted. Kra doing some work on the back end, but it's a 7,000 gold deficit that GPL have to fight.
Oh, Ziv
is on the inhibitor, while Patrick is still running for his life. He shuts down Ziv. Zombie Ziv gets one back. Jisoo's taken down from beyond the grave. And that's where you use the stopwatch on the steps of the fountain. It opens up the base. Shelly takes down the inhibitor, and LMS make it out. It's not done yet, though, as Fofo sends a Sand Soldier into Dante's face, and those javelins are flying wide. Levi cannot find his targets, and the LMS are looking to escape.
Ziv popping the style
That's
watch.
so
I found.
good.
That was fantastic. You gotta love it. They are in full control of the game, looking so dominant. Inhibitor already down, pre 20 minutes, but here is the dime again. The GPL trying to hold on. It was a really nice combo in the backline with Kra and Levi, but then it all starts to fall apart. Not enough damage. Ziv comes in. Watch this ultimate from Ziv. Flashes in the middle. Three-man knockup with his ultimate there into the devastating smash, and does go down, but putting out so much damage from the Ghost Form, gets a kill, sets up his team to guarantee the inhibitor, and style and substance, Ziv has it all.
From beyond the grave. Like, activatable item in Scion passive.
Yeah.
Why not?
Love it.
Man, okay, 7k gold. 20 minutes has just popped, and there's already super minions to deal with in the bottom lane. And we started the day as talking about like big brother versus little brother. This feels pretty much how like, you know, my big brother, little brother fights go. As Patrick is caught out, takes a couple of ultimates to the face, and despite surviving a few seconds longer, 3-on-1, he just gets shut down.
Yeah, every time I look over at BB, his items are just getting scarier and scarier. This feels looking like it could go Levi's way, but Ziv can just retreat, and they can be pressuring this Baron. I mean, they see Jisoo on the bottom side of the map. Yes, he has TP, but even if you TP in, how do you actually take the fight? The Baron looking like it's going to be gone before they even have a chance.
All right, Jisoo's going to teleport in, and here comes Kra. Decides not to engage, in fact. Ziv gets tagged by yet another Javelin Sauce. Kra is locked out. The wall is closed. Can't get past those soldiers, and that's the 14th kill, plus Baron now. And Ziv, is he gonna try chase Dantes? Nope, just push the wave and set up for another siege. Starting.
This is looking like all she wrote. I mean, this is the death push right here. If BB gets a decent ultimate with triple lethality essentially on his character, Dantes and Patrick are going to instantly die. So will Levi. There's almost nothing they can do, and they're looking to shut out what is such a dominant series from the LMS.
Yeah, 5-0. LMS have yet to drop a game if they close this out. They will be advancing to the All-Star Finals. And they've looked fantastic so far. The inhibitor survived a couple seconds longer. In fact, still alive.
Oh my God, that ultimate.
The bullet time destroys the GPL. Jisoo's running for his life and will get shut down. GPL are aced, LMS are untouched, and before Baron can even time out, they're sieging the Nexus. Gigantic smiles on the side of the LMS squad as they decimate, destroy, and deconstruct the GPL. Welcome to the finals, LMS.
22-minute win, 2-0 for the LMS, 5-0 in the All-Stars tournament so far. They weren't even supposed to make it out of the groups. Here they are in the finals looking dominant. They knocked down Korea in the group stage. They just decimated the GPL, and they are looking really, really good.
I've casted games that have lasted longer than this series.
I have probably cast all those games with you.
Exactly. What a dominant performance. I mean, it just felt like LMS were a level above the GPL today.
Yeah, I mean, they had the answers, right? Every time it felt like they knew exactly how to respond to the curveballs that were throwing at them. They have the Nidalee pick, they have the Jace, they're trying to get the split push going. Ziv too solid in game 2.
Yeah.
In game 1, the bot lane, so standout for the LMS, able to rotate around the map, make these assassins be pretty ineffective. And they just had all the right answers, all the right moves, and really solid series.
At all stages, the pick and ban felt better, felt the drafts were easier to play. Something we talked about a lot, especially at the beginning of this game. The Scion was at a last pick as well. Yes, it was for Ziv into the GPL squad. So congratulations, LMS. They remain undefeated. They will be playing tomorrow in the finals against either the LCK or the LPL. And LMS have already beaten Korea. They took them down fairly handily as well.
They did, and it is going to be a best of 5, mind you, though. And beating the LCK in a best of 5 is always a big challenge, but it could be the LPL also. And those are the 2 power regions in League of Legends right now, as proven at Worlds. China and Korea have been dominating. And whoever you get in the finals is going to be a tough challenge. But
it will be.
I also want to take a moment to give some credit to the GPL. I mean, this is 4 of the 5 guys were not even supposed to be here, but visa problems came through. They made the trip. They put on a hell of a show, really showing up in the group stage, making it to the semifinals where really no one gave them a chance even in the group stage.
What was amazing is that every single member of the GPL squad has had moments where they've looked great throughout the course of the tournament. The Leona play from Kra during the group stages. Jisoo continues to play. He's in the semifinals of the 1v1 as well. I mean, Sleeper, a little bit of a dark horse there in that 1v1 tournament. It's not only the Levi show. Even though, yes, he was integral for helping them get out of groups, you need somebody else backing up Levi to knock over those nexuses, and that's what they did.
Definitely. I think all of them really had some good moments. Kra and Dantes really did shine in some of those games from the bot lane. Patrick had some standout moments of his own, going up against some of the very best mid laners all around the world and besting them at times. And it really has been fun to watch Jisoo as well, both in the 1v1 and bringing out some pretty unique picks in the 5v5.
Yes, I mean, definitely has grown a lot since the days of Mysterious Monkeys, where he played for 2 weeks in the EULCS and, moves over
He's becoming less mysterious.
He's less mysterious and playing significantly better as well. Anyways, to hear more from how the All-Star, one of the All-Star finalists, let's send it over to Shox, who's on stage with the victorious mid laner.
Well, thank you very much. I'm here with Fofo, who's been crushing it, and the entire LMS squad. So the first thing I want to ask you is why do you think these players, this LMS All-Star squad, has played so well? Why are you guys playing so well together?
今天你们表现一直基本上从昨天以来，你们的表现都非常的优异。那是什么原因让你们觉得这个队伍表现得如此的出色呢？
因为其实我们5个人都有一点缺点吧，但是就是互相 cover，就是我们彼此都是尽力去配合，然后默契也都不错，这样。
there are a couple of flaws within the team, but we actually complement with each other. So there are great synergy with each other. That's why we perform so well.
Well, it looks like the synergy is on point. You guys are undefeated so far, and I just want to put the spotlight on your performance, Fofo. You've been absolutely crushing it. What has the experience been like for you playing here at All-Star and playing so well?
基本上你们现在是以50的姿态、全胜的姿态出现。那你目前的表现也是非常的优异。那你现在的感想是什么？
就是跟着这4个队友还有对手都学到了很多东西，就是非常开心这样能来到这边。
I've learned a lot from not just my teammate, but also the opponent. So I'm very happy and very glad to be here.
And you might also meet a formidable opponent tomorrow. You guys are playing the 5v5 finals versus or LPL or LCK. Do you have a preference, and how do you think the final is going to go?
你们明天有机会会对上LPL 或者 LCK， 那请问你比较想要跟哪个队伍比赛，然后为什么？
应该会比较想跟 LCK 吧，因为主要是 LPL 的风格我们没有太熟悉，而且他们很侵略，就是要更小心一点，还是比较想要打 LCK 这样。
So mainly is I want to fight LCK because LPL we're not too familiar with it, and especially they are very aggressive on the early game. So it's gonna be preferred to be LCKs.
All right, and then we would see Fofo versus Faker. That would be great as well. Well, congratulations so far, and good luck tomorrow. Fofo crushing it so far here. Back over to you guys at the desk.
Because he wants to win.
Thank you very much, Shocks. The LMS undefeated as a squad so far here at All-Stars and looking, at a very tough finals, either against Korea or China to come soon. But the undefeated squad dominating Southeast Asia in the knockout stage.
I'd like to change my prediction. 2-0 LMS.
Come on over this side.
I think
do we have graphical support for that?
That would be nice. Hey, that was a good performance. They actually just kind of ran over the GPL team.
Who could have predicted that?
I don't think anyone could really have predicted this kind of performance.
Only an analytical genius would have predicted that one. Kobe, what are your thoughts on this matchup, the way that it's performed?
Honestly, I was looking at the bottom lane again initially in Champ Select. I was like, oh my God, they have MF Leona. After what they did last game, this is going to be a bloodbath. But it was actually, Ziv on the side, on top side. We would see trades where Chase procs, 3 hits and is able to get press the attack and hits the Q. And then Cyan just turns around and shout and the comment hits and it's more damage in the trade. So Ziv on the tank from the top side was just really oppressive. And again, the team play from the LMS is something that they've showcased this entire tournament and once again holds it together.
Yeah, super team. I want to look across on the other side, though, and do give some credit to the GPL. I mean, everyone's really excited to see Levi. We got to see his Nidalee twice now in this tournament. He does something pretty interesting with it in terms of the runes. He goes Sorcery and takes the Glacial Storm, so obviously you have the soft CC there with the auto attacks by getting the slow, but then he also then goes into the Inspiration tree as his second tree, so I don't see a lot of Nidalees do that. I don't know where I really sit on it, but it is interesting because he keeps putting up these strong performances.
I'm a little bit sad he's not going for more damage, though. I don't think he needs to go for a slow right there. I actually think just go Electrocute, have as much burst as possible, especially because you need to carry, which is the biggest thing for Levi.
But what about the mind games? He's got the Project Skin, so it looks like when he marks
that was actually pretty cool. Yeah, that was pretty cool. But
he's got the deception going for him.
Deal damage. I was deceiving even you guys back here behind stage. But they'll go ahead and move on. I mean, it was pointed out there in the interview, looking to play against Korea, perhaps so more than the Chinese team because of the familiarity between those two regions. Want a little bit of a challenge here up against the Koreans.
No, it's because they want to win. They know if they face the LPL, they'll lose.
You think, is that the case?
It makes sense to me.
Yeah,
they did already beat the Koreans, right?
Korea,
so,
and as you also highlighted, the Korean team does play a little bit slower, so you don't get punished as hard in the early game, which is something we often see from teams with Uzi on that can dominate the bot lane. BB will not get the same advantage he got in this one.
Without a doubt. BB got a huge advantage, actually. The one replay we have, 9:30 into the game, the LMS 3 for 1 near the Drake.
Yeah, and this time around, it wasn't BB on his signature Ezreal TPA skin, but it's BB nonetheless. And yes, this is his last hurrah, his last big tournament before he's going to retire, and he is going out with a bang.
But what is this kind of engaged? Like, I didn't understand at all what they were trying to do here. Just kind of walk in one by one. They even used the Riot ulti into the middle of it, and Jisoo joins in a little bit later, but at this point they can't really do anything to win the fight, and obviously full HP Cyan even shows up, and these kind of fights happen both in Game 1 and Game 2, which obviously cost the GPL team quite a lot, because you can't just run headfirst into the enemy team and expect to win. You will most of the time lose. Correct, Kobe? You're an NA
Unless
guy.
you're Sion. Sion always runs head
That's
first
exactly
game.
how Sion wants to
That's
play.
the play style.
Exactly.
But
you're
they
right.
didn't have Sion.
The Rise ultimate there, it didn't look like they were actually all on board. And that's something that people have brought up before. New communication with this squad, they were all thrown together. So you can't really harp on it too much for these guys. They have done a lot with the little time that they were given.
There you have it. Let's refocus now on the next series at hand, right? We got to determine who's going to be facing the LMS in the finals. You have Korea versus China. This is what a lot of people predicted would be the finals. It is not the case. What are our thoughts on this match? I already know where Frost is going with this, but let's hear it anyway.
Okay, here's the thing. We were talking about, best players of the tournament before. We were having this conversation. It was like Karsa, 957, Levi, Fofo. You know whose names aren't there with the super team? None of the Koreans are making my top players. I think they've just been okay. Like Juve, some hot, some cold. So I think that this is LPL. That this is going to be sending Korea. They're going to have to swim home. They're not going to get to take their airplane because it's going to be that big of an embarrassment. They've been boot camping and they're ready.
Very aggressive here.
Yes.
Surprise!
Yeah,
She's thinking
okay.
China.
Deficio?
I mean, I agree with the China part. I'm not as aggressive regarding, how much they're going to destroy Korea.
Right. What about the swimming part?
No, not really either. I think there will be tickets for them to fly home as well. But I'll say 2-1 China. I think they just have a little bit better synergy with this lineup because they actually practiced for 2 weeks before the tournament. And they understand also the meta really well. And I think they're going to win.
I honestly think Faker wants, another shot at the LMS. He was not happy with what Karsa did to him the first time around, and I think that the LCK are going to do a lot to get Faker that rematch. So I think that they are going to come through and they will get the victory.
I mean, as always, we talk about the best of series, right, for Korean teams, but this again is a Korean team that has not boot camped, has not practiced. So it isn't like we're staring across the rift at SKT, with Coma leading the charge in Champions Select. There is definitely probably more holes to be found for the Korean squad by the Chinese squad.
But there were a lot of conversations about when you assembled this team. Yes, it's not the best players in every position across every role. I mean, you look at Ambition, but theoretically, you can see how it would synergize and work together. You have a jungler who's kind of similar to the style that SKT like to format in Blank, in Bengi, in Peanut, in type of Ambition, so that should synergize well with Faker. We saw a couple of quick hits there before kind of things fell apart, but it hasn't been that same, golden formula that a lot of analysts were predicting looking at this super squad.
To be fair, they only played 3 games, so we haven't seen that many games.
It's a very serious tournament.
They lost the game.
It is a very,
terrible.
very quick tournament.
It is.
And therefore, there's so little evidence for these teams to make.
Let me remind you who's on this team.
Fine.
This is Prey and Gorilla and Faker.
Don't convince me.
This is Ambition. He just won the World Championship.
I know they're gonna be fine. This is gonna be a close series.
It will be a close series?
Yeah, of course.
2-1?
I had 2-1.
Just like we got the 2-1 you predicted in the last series?
I said 2-0 LMS. You just didn't hear me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I must have
Step up
missed
your
that
game.
one. We're
You're
going to
getting
step away for a quick break. When we return, we have that series between China and Korea. Don't go anywhere. You guys are obnoxious.
Already here.
Javelin toss already. Flash forward from Levi. Flash forward from Patrick. Solar Flare comes down and GPL are running for their lives. Ziv joins the board. Shuts down Ziv. Zombie Ziv gets one back. Jisoo's taken down from beyond the grave. And that's where you use the stopwatch. In fact, still alive.
Oh my God, that ultimate.
The bullet time destroys the GPL. Welcome to the finals, LMS.
Baron is dropping, but no one is taking it. They're backing off. Uzi's going in. Expect needs to go mega, but it's too little too late. Uzi is cutting through G2. Expect finally going to knock Uzi to the wall, but it does not matter. Perks get out for free, but it's G2 who pay the price.
It's not a Penta, but it feels like one that Proud knows how big that was.
Hello everyone and welcome back for our next All-Star semi-final match as China take on the LCK. I am Julian Patrick-Shamkar, joined once again for the first time in a long time, just you. It is Chris Papa Smithy Smith.
Felt like we're faded for this moment. Pastry time, China versus Korea. It's what we cut our teeth on growing up in casting years ago. Now they're back on the big stage. A lot of people are going to be surprised. It's not the final. It is the semi-final here between two of the mega regions of World League of Legends.
Still should be a great best of 3 though, and it's time to introduce the players taking to the stage. First up, on the blue side, it's the LPL All-Stars. In the top lane, 957. In the jungle, MLXG. Mid laner Shie, bot Uzi, support Mako, and their coach, Firefox.
Crowd certainly loves them. Then over on the red side, it's the representatives from Korea, the dream team, so they're dubbed. Top laner is QV, jungler Ambition, Faker in the mid lane, Bray and Gorilla, that beloved bot lane, and also the coach, H-Dragon or Coach Han from Jin.
And despite being the pre-tournament favorites, Korea come into this match as the #2 seed coming out of their group.
And it's so hard to predict, where they're at, where this team is at, because they've played 3 games, 2 of them felt like walkovers in many ways. They looked so powerful. They very much were the team that you were theorizing, and then the LMS put them to the sword. Felt like a perfect game for the majority of it. That trademark Korean macro, that was there, but the results weren't. The new patch comes in, and we're still a bit understanding where these two teams are at. I think predictions either way can certainly be justified.
I think in general, it's going to be close between these two sides. At one matchup I'm really looking forward to, though, in the Clash of the Titans, is the face-off in the bot lane. 2 pairs of legendary players that we didn't get to see play at Worlds.
Yeah, Prey and Gorilla, this is definitely a bot lane that's got a lot of plaudits, but Uzi and Mako's that dream bot lane that doesn't play domestically together, but are stars in their own right. Mako having some fun in the 1v1s, Mako and Uzi. This may be fated. There may be a future bot lane also domestically in their region. There's a lot of synergy there, and Mako is so good at getting carries out of danger.
I think in general, Mako really cut his teeth making a non-aggressive AD carry player into an aggressor in depth. So certainly a lot of his early history as a player makes sense with how Uzi wants to play. These are two of the, they're all-stars in their role playing here on the stage. Even though they don't play together, generally you have to think they've built up synergy very quickly.
And I also like to just touch on the coach, because we haven't really talked about H-Dragon as he's dubbed, Coach Han as I know him. This guy, 2000 Korean kickboxing featherweight champion. He actually comes from a legitimate sports background. Exactly. This guy is a badass in his own right. Came into esports in 2005. Actually played Brood War. Was a professional gamer in his own right. Joined Jin Air in 2011. Been there since 2013. Jin Air coach, I don't know, is necessarily the thing you want to warm the hearts of Korean LCK, of especially global LCK fans, given some of the struggles there, but still a star in his own right.
And again, remember, coaches were voted in by the players from that region, so a lot of respect there locally in Korea. It is time for the draft, though, as Xerath, the first ban there from the Chinese side, they'll start this one on the blue side.
Yeah, 3 games on the blue side, 3 Xerath bans, so not wanting to deal with what is a flex pick. We haven't seen it flexed into support so far at All-Star, but very frustrating with common or summoner area respectively. See how Korea wants to approach things here to go in. The Orin band, that's expected.
Yeah, that one's just kind of permanently glued to that side of the screen. There's Zoe on the other side for another poke mid laner banned away. And then the other, I think, egregiously strong champion Ezreal taken off the board by Korea.
It does feel like Korea have a ban freed up with the Zoe ban on blue side. They've been banning Jace a lot, with 957 being a little bit of a different type of top laner. Maybe they don't have to go that way. In fact, it will be the blue side Jace ban that QV has been relying on. And QV is someone who's been interesting because he did struggle a bit in both Game 1 and Game 2 so far of All-Star. He's been targeted. They try to just pick him power and kind of leave him to his own devices. That means that an enemy jungle camp can be successful.
Certainly Canada's misfortune, the final ban there for this particular champ select. I think a lot of these champions are what we'd expect, taking those power picks off in the very early stages of the metagame, and there's Varus actually for Uzi, which is very early.
Yeah, with the MF not available, that's been almost a go-to first pick. A pick freed up for Korea. The contested AD carry support flex pick and MF banned away. Makes sense to take the Varus, but I'm sure Prey can just opt into the Jhin that has been super common for him and for this tournament. Can also look to other lanes to begin with. And Korea has been one of the few regions to still highly prize the Sejuani. Feels of the tank junglers, it still is going to be the big pick. Was at Worlds, even with the runes reforged. Still very popular.
Yeah, only other player we've really seen it is Karsa, who played it late into this tournament. And so Ambition, of course, going to take a pick that he's well known for.
And one of the reasons why I still like Sejuani in the meta is that we know there's a lot of poke champions, a lot of champions with long range. The best way to deal with those is to engage, hard engage. But if you hard engage wrong, dive in as a Malphite, for example, there's no way out. You're going to die to the focus damage on you. Sejuani doesn't have to commit to engage. Throws out the ult. If it registers, yep, we're going in. If it doesn't, you look a bit silly. People laugh at you. But you get another cooldown in 2 minutes or so and get to do it again. So the fact that you don't have to hard commit, but you get hard engage is why Sejuani is still a big prize.
Yep, makes sense. There is not the other pick, kind of a semi-tank there for Korea. Electrocute on the other side there for MLXG and his Jarvan, and Tahm Kench, the talk of the town, unfortunately, is the 3rd pick.
And Gorilla was playing it at the start, and ever since then, his opponent number has taken it away. Doesn't want to deal that particular one does Mako, so trademark of his as well, we should mention, from China. Tariq, Alistair, these are the expected supports to be run into the Tom Kench. Unexpected bans, and Faker will blind his famous Azir. I was in love with BDD's Azir at the Kesper Cup. Faker, a great Azir in his own right.
It's great, especially with Xerath and Zoe both banned away, so some of the better matchups taken off. There's Ryze, one of the bans taking that away from Xie. We'll see if another mid lane ban is to come.
Definitely an evolving matchup has been the Ryze. Has been winning the matchups against Azir more often than not. You could also ban away the Malzahar, which sounds strange. Traditionally, Azir was considered a very strong pick into Malzahar. Malzahar is that real big meta pick right now that still, even with a struggling laning phase, can hold back, and the suppression can be of high value. Don't have to ban it if you fancy yourself in the laning phase, and certainly Faker is known for that. We could see that double support ban here. It could just be Tariq, Alistair banned away on the blue side by China.
Again, just continuing to constrict Gorilla's champ. Full Shen ban there for Korea. Kind of takes away some options there for the top side at 957, who's very good on the utility type champions. China though with one more ban. I have to think it is likely a support, but clearly some discussion here with exactly what pick they want to take away.
Yeah, expecting Alistair. Anything else would be a surprise. And Braum,
that's a surprise.
I mean, there is poke, right? Varus is there. It also might be tilting the hand a little bit and saying, hey, we want to go for some more long range. Not a surprise in this meta, but still a big suggestion. I wonder if we'll see Vel'Koz on the blue side also because of the Braum ban and the good matchup into the Azir. Prey has been sticking with Comet only since the Kesper Cup started. He's been playing a lot of Comet AD carry. It was Ruler that was shining on the Kalista, and that pick unavailable at Worlds. He re-emerges here for Korea.
Yep, Prey will take it there again with some of those supports being taken off the board. Maybe a little less potent, but Alistar is still available for Gorilla. We'll see what he takes as the final pick. It looks like that's where Korea want to line up this champ select. China though with 2 picks to finish here. And like you said, what do you do in the mid lane is probably the biggest question here.
Vel'Koz as well has been big. Oh my goodness, lock-in of Annie. Mid lane Annie certainly a possibility. You've already mentioned at this tournament, Mako, a famous Annie support player. And in top lane makes sense. It looks like a mid lane Annie.
I mean, you know who's a famous Annie mid lane player in China? It's actually Xie. He was an Annie one trick coming up through solo queue.
I wonder what Faker makes of this. Annie doesn't have the longest range. The Malzahar lock here would throw things into disarray. Top lane Tom Kench could very much be the story. We're going to have to wait and see. Go's going to straddle the line, just go for pure lane presence. I don't know what's going on here, but Kalista Thresh, anyone who's played solo queue knows what this lane is all about. It's not dying.
Gorilla's like, you know what, Alistar's lane presence, not great. As it turns out, maybe just take something a little more robust. But certainly some mind games being played here in this very first draft. Gorilla, though, I think, again, just taking some time. No, actually, a late swap to Alistar once he engaged instead.
The Rift Rivals special, and these two were the Rift Rivals finalists, China versus Korea, the Kalistar, as it's known as super hard engage. As Alistar, you can play right as forward as possible and go from there. Okay, we're actually going way, way back, because you'll remember, Pastime, we cast this Looper when he was on RNG years ago, Masters 3 years ago. Loved Annie into top lane Gnar. And of all matchups, he's bringing back what was considered a counterpick in 2015. This is a love letter to you and I and our time in the LPL. I mean, it's Annie top lane versus Gnar.
I mean, Annie from China is certainly a love letter to the time we used to cast. Would you like to remind the 99% of the people that haven't seen this before just how that went in the top lane?
You know, it didn't go Annie's way. No. Everyone was super sure about it, and more often than not, the Gnar with the long-range auto attack just disengaged, stayed back, and things weren't as pretty as it was on paper. You hit level 6, your jungler comes, there's a lot of kill pressure on Mini Gnar, especially the Firefox. He's pulling one over on us. He's really opening up those 2015 notes from many tournaments ago and going for the old counterpick.
Well, you know what? It's a best of 3, so might as well get one game in. You know, if you're going to steal a game, this is a good one to steal here. Annie top lane for 957.
You and I stay away for years, don't cast together. We come together, and the first game, it's Annie versus Gnar. Could it be fate, pastry time?
You know, it probably is. I hope Firefox knows that we're here and is at least doing us a little fan service. Certainly for the LPL fans out in the audience, a lot of love here for them, and certainly some service to those. The support is amazing in the arena. Not that many people can fit in here, but we've crammed them in to bring you what should be quite a spectacular best of 3. What a way to end our year, Papa Smithy.
Shaking my head. With excitement largely here, Pastry Time. This should be a really fun one, this tournament. When it started, we didn't really know what to make of it. Would be just purely the try-hard? Would it be some of the confidence? Which I was there a year ago at Barcelona with Xpeka on the Garen, for example. It's evolved to be the best of the best of patch 7.23. And right here, the only big surprise is the Annie top lane, and there is still those historical data points that suggest it's a meta pick in and of itself.
Yep, certainly something that has been played before, even if it's been a while, but looks like the players are stretched out across Summoner's Rift and nothing crazy happening just yet. Looks like no poking forward for Deep Vision, but everyone just set up, and we'll have to certainly see what happens in the top side and what MLXG can get done. He is the type of player that will happily camp a player like Kuve. And Kuve has been without some support, it feels like, throughout this tournament. Certainly good in any sort of isolation, but if it's a 2v1 the whole first 10 minutes, it's not going to feel so good.
And that's the thing, is that even though he has the teammate at jungle, Ambition has never been a big jungler to go to the top lane. He kind of plays for himself. It's not even mid lane that he plays for. He has his hand in the cookie jar. He's looking to farm. He's looking to scale up to the late game. When you have winning lanes as Sejuani, you can go aggressive, though. Doesn't necessarily have this in every area. Depending on how top lane goes, he might have a strong top side of the map, so he might look to play around there. If it's spraying Gorilla, you never expect a jungler around there, so I imagine they're all on their own.
Well, have to see, but looks like early jungle starts just have happened. Having a quick check-in with the runes. 957 was the first place I went, as you can imagine, and it's pretty standard, kind of all the sorcery stuff with Airy, but Hextech, Flash, Traption, and Cosmic Insight, Inspiration as its secondary tree with a very sneaky flash. As MLXG, he's already up to things here in mid lane, looking to flash forward. Faker flashes away.
And exactly the trade you want to make if you're MLXG. This is the sort of matchup where you expect Faker to push up and harass the Malzahar, always pop the passive. Now his flash will be down, and until level 3 and having all skills, he won't be able to even have the ability QE out, or WQE out. Now he's going to find Ambition in the jungle.
Yeah, didn't see the ward that got put down, did check the rep, but Ambition not there. Still stunning back, is now actually going to turn it around. Blast Cone's good, Ambition is going to take it up, but they end up on the same side. MLXG grabs a knockup, still with the red buff. Looking to maybe be able to take down the Sejuani. Ambition flashes out of the way and takes the next Blast Cone to safety.
But that does mean he will lose his red buff most likely. See what the laners will do. Cuve is pushed up in the top lane. Faker is without flash. They have to surrender the red buff. Controlled aggression from MLXG. We've seen a lot of people push up. Mike Young, for example, playing in the enemy jungle. But this was the right time for it. We'll take the red buff. We'll back away. Advantage China.
I think just in isolation it looks a little maniac, but a very nice move overall from MLXG. It's a nice pluck from Mako to push Uzi back to safety. Guardian gonna proc again, keeping Uzi nice and safe, and given how aggressive and forward he likes to play and is playing in the lane currently, I have to think it's a pretty nice pick to support him.
And sometimes you forget that controlled aggression, smart aggression, that's the best way to play League of Legends. If you're playing aggressive and know for a fact, or at least to a very high certainty, that the enemy's not there, pushing up is right. Denying resources, creating map pressure is right. So when the timing is good, that is absolutely the right move from MLXG, and all Ambition can do now is be that defensive Sejuani, farming, trying to avoid skirmishes. Very different playstyle, very likely to delay his impact in the game.
Early TP back there from Xie. Does have that spell book, so could swap things around, but at least gonna have some reduced cooldown on that teleport. Doesn't lose too much in lane as Faker was forced back briefly.
Malzahar is one of the big winners with the Unsealed Spellbook. You can start with heal, and if you go for a level 2 gank, if you're Ambition, you can flash, you can heal. The chance of a kill through both those summoners is very low. First back, teleport, even pre-8 minutes. Happily can get back into lane. In the late game, when the teleport's not as valuable, Ghost Flash is for maximum mobility. I think every mage would love to have Ghost Flash in a team fight for double mobility. Don't often have that opportunity, but the Unsealed Spellbook means you can have what you want at every point in the game.
MLXG though back to that top lane. 957 was recharging that stun, but Kuve plays it safe. He still has his flash, given that most of the Korean top half does not. His Ambition's still going to have to be careful on his side of the jungle. Uzi getting aggressed on. Gorilla trying to get some damage back, but Uzi has been just the same old Uzi in this lane. He is already 10 CS and counting ahead, just playing up and denying everything he can.
And that's kind of where things fall apart for the Korea game plan of just leave Prey and Gorilla to play on their own and play top side. The top side's losing, and Prey and Gorilla, just because of the matchup, are going to have to be defensive at least early. Nice little trade onto Uzi there.
Yep, bit of shield there from Pumpkin to Keystone, but
then you follow the logic and you're like, okay, well, bot lane's not doing great, it's pushed up, that's to be expected, but the other lanes are losing as well, and 3 losing lanes is something you can't really hope to hold at every point, but now Nar has the push, so at least not 3 pushed in lanes from the Korean perspective, but so far so good for China.
Yep, seems like the plan is working. MLXG helping the top side, and then the very robust 2v2 for China holding up at least early in the matchup. MLXG back to his favorite place, perhaps. Looking for Faker once more.
Looking for a command attack that would definitely cue, I should say, from Avaris, which would trigger perhaps an engage here. Knows the flash is still down for Faker.
Still waiting though. Xie does have ulti, but might be a bit of a far cry to try and take him down. Ambition though, roaming bot side actually might support here. Although not too far extended given that the wave just reset. So just going to take the Krugs away. But it looks at things and maybe scout out a dive.
Yeah, playing around lane pressure. This time, Brain Gorilla finally pushed up, so happy to come in, take the Krugs, get a bit of experience, then back away. Also there for a counter gank if needs be. Prey will leave lane. Get a bit of normalcy now. We calm down a little bit.
And again, Flashes will be back up soon. Faker's not too far away, so should be safe from any additional pressure. And Cuvée has kind of weathered a lot of early threat. A bit behind on CS right now, but has a good juicy wave to pick up here. See what 957 does on his first back. But MLXG hasn't really found an angle for that top lane, and Annie is 6, so certainly lots of pressure in these lanes if the jungler can find the right angle, but as of now, Korea, again, despite losing a lot early pressure-wise in mid and top, letting things settle back to normal.
Those watching at home, Annie is maxing W for just the ability to push, go for Q and the infinite mana. We're already kind of in a meta where, depending on how you go for your runes, you can get a lot of mana sustain. So the ability to control and push when needed, to control the top side and support the ability for MLXG to gank, you can push up when the jungle looks to go. It's fine to max W, push in, and not really have the mana problems that traditionally earned their ugly head with that.
Yeah, and I think maybe our top lane matchup will get a little less exciting. 957 went for some early cooldown boots, so paired with Cosmic Insight should have a lot of usage out of his flash and actives. Cuvée on the other side being very responsible, boots and a Spectre's Cowl. So I think any potential action is going to calm down there in the top lane.
Read on that compared to, say, Merc Treads is that he expects to take a lot of damage trades, but not necessarily an all-in. Doesn't think the need at the CC reduction for this early part of the game is as valuable. So going to be just happy there. Cuvé's very inventive with his builds. He often goes very offensive with Gnar. Will build BF sword items, which is kind of crazy for other people to consider, but for this game especially, he's just going to go for the magic resist and then reevaluate as the game goes on.
So MLXG trying to get 6 though. Ambition back to his red buff. Maybe we'll be able to pick up one, but MLXG probably not going to let him. Should ding 6. Xie roaming up, and Ambition, he's going to get forced off here.
You can see Annie will be the first to react. Xie's already there. He has to give up the red buff. We have to see a collapse coming soon, and Gnar is reacting, so is Azir, but certainly first movements for China.
It's a good ward though. Wasn't able to get swept up thanks to the duration, so we'll stick around the red buff for a little while longer. Cuvée going to take out that spot of vision. And a bit of poke back from Faker onto Xie as he returns. MLXG though will get the red buff, and the plant I think was looking for it on the bottom side for Korea, but red buff, of course, MLXG has it again. So Ambition continuing to lose red buffs, and MLXG going to get his favorite thing. Maybe look top lane now.
Cuvée playing very defensively as expected though, so doesn't want to give up any early kills like he did on his last Gnar game.
Gonna give up some CS here though. Wave not there. 957 going in for a Lancer stun after the tip as MLXG finds a dunk post flash, and 957 still moving in. First blood on the horizon, and MLXG claims it.
Ends up being a trade kill though, Pastry Time, and that's with the jungler's attention invested as well. So you'd have to say advantage to Cuvée. The minions aren't pushed up either, so you won't even lose experience to the turret. Also had the mastery for the magic damage shield, you know, as the mini Hex Drinker. Null Zone, I believe it is, that really did help him out in that particular area. Took a little bit longer, and guess what? Just that little shield meant probably an extra turret shot and the death of 957.
Certainly against a champion like Annie, as looks like the Drake will be the take here as Korea find a trade after Cuvé's 1v1. Watch this one again though. It was close, like you said.
No Merc Treads. Cuvée gets flash ulted. He'd already hopped away, but notice when the nullifying orb comes through here, the magic resist shield. 957, he's more aggressive than he is. He realizes, oh wait, we need a little bit more damage. Takes the extra turret shot and ends up being a trade. So small advantage Korea in all of that.
Definitely looking good there. Cuvée expends TP. 957 holds on to his though. But again, back in the bot side. Mako taking a turret hit as Uzi looks to extend the trade. Does have a tier, so no combat power there, but two longswords doing some work.
One of the reasons why we haven't seen as much Kalista, and people will wonder this, is that she's clearly not a common AD carry. Much more often, you'll go either press the attack or fleet footwork, as we see in this particular game. The other thing that's really strong about about Callisto, one of the things she struggles with, is poke. If there is the long-range poke, she doesn't really have the way to answer that. It's about the all-in trades, less about the long-range trades. It's the Mana Moon. It's very much into lethality, Varus. And in the laning phase, she just takes 300 damage chunks and isn't in range to answer.
Yep. And you can see reflected in the CS there, Uzi still holding up strong with 20 ahead of his opponent as Shie waddles over left side to grab that blue buff. Still taking heat as Mako again getting damage onto Gorilla. Uzi was moved back into the safety of Tom Kencher's belly. And again, with just no attention really at all being paid to this bot side of the map, Uzi and Mako can just play up for as long as they like.
I mean, a small mistake there. It's the lethal tempo, so
Which
about
is
getting
very
the
rare.
maximum attack speed and for the Ren sets in team fights. Small market here, but very, very important as the game goes on. Not going to be as relevant in the laning phase.
No, unfortunately not as good on this patch either.
No.
A little bit better on the current live, but makes sense for such an attack speed-based champion like Callisto. 957 though, continuing to CS here. Cuvée actually able to apply a good amount of pressure here in that top lane, continuing to just play up, meeting the wave as soon as it comes. Even tanks a turret shot there just for a bit of fun.
Flash and cooldown, and like you mentioned before, the Hexa Flash available. Laning phase is a little bit different for the Annie. When she has it down, she doesn't have the hop like the Nara does, so has to be a little bit more restrained in her laning phase. Hexa Flash and Escape doesn't work as reliably. Still very powerful on Annie because a lot of her engages are over walls, and Hextech Frustration, I believe, will help you get over walls and engage in much the same way. So Sona and also the Annie still going to be benefited with the Hextech.
Yep, just used it there as well. Was on cooldown briefly, used his ultimate, so did get some damage in onto Cuvée, but not nearly enough through Spectre's Cal, and now that Merc Tread's also completed. So very defensive early itemization here for Cuvée. And again, everything just kind of back to normalcy. Gold lead up for China, but not very much at all. 400. As you can see, some of the runes starting to tick over even those magical footwear for Ambition. There's actually GA flash off into Faker, MLG with a knock, and there's the dunk! And Malzahar able to get a clean kill. Ult from Sedge not enough as 957 commits his teleport to try and chase down Ambition.
It's a poor read there by Ambition in particular. Had no reason or no ability to answer. And now he's very deep in enemy lines and pretty inevitably it's going to die, you'd imagine, but he's going to go for the Great Escape.
Certainly is. Actually maybe meets Cuvée here as 957 and Shie trying to corner Ambition once more. It's a 2v2 currently. It's going to be a little late. 957 with a blast cone over the wall, looking for the stun onto Ambition. Silence lands. 957, I think, just trying to zone him away. MLXG is here. Ambition, he's buying a lot of time, but not enough as Shie finally gets the kill.
It's just a matter of time there, pastry time, the moment that he dinked his head towards the enemy base, nowhere to escape to. Cuvée didn't have Meganar, wasn't able to build up the rage as he made the transition to meet Ambition. Nothing he could do there. We're going to see the replay. Faker goes and tries to be first. Remember, he's been on the back foot this entire game. Malzahar comes into vision early. There was the ward there to spot him, but decisiveness from China compared to Korea, just fishing for an engage potentially onto MLXG, and the more decisive team very often finds the advantages.
And you mentioned kind of the love letter of the Annie here from the Chinese side as being something that we haven't seen in a while. I think in general, double AP is not something we have seen, certainly in Vogue, since all the way back in Season 1. But you can see just how much pressure you can apply with gold getting solo laners who have great engaged ultimates and an aggressive jungler. If China's plan is to play aggressive topside with MLXG and just use your very strong, robust bottom lane to ideally get ahead of your opponents, which is what has happened, moving around the map and just hunting down your opponents is the mid-game strategy.
And you think about as the mid-game will develop, what will happen, and very clearly, the plan here is you get control ward advantage, you get ward supremacy around an objective. Imagine face-checking Annie, Malzahar, all the different pick tools, just using the ultimate here for lane harass. It's 957. It is almost impossible to walk through warded areas as Korea, as the mid-game develops, and we get into the 5v5.
Mako in trouble, gets knocked back, still with the great health, ready to go. Uzi getting there as Gorilla gets eaten up, but does get out of it for a bit, popping the ulti, I believe. Prey though is low. Gorilla gets back in onto Mako, there's the red, takes him down, but MLXG's here, looking for Prey. Prey does live through the onslaught. Korea answers first this time.
This time holding on to the Rand, Prey through Exhaust as well, picked up the first kill. Casually hops over the Jarvan, Cataclysm, stays alive, and it's the first bit of good news for Korea.
Completed Blade of the Ruin, keep helping out there for Prey, and now a turret is also in their eyes. Should be able to take it down. Demolisher from Gorilla will help out. Might need one more wave, but it's here right on time. Uzi cannot save this alone, so Korea are going to take that first turret gold.
Although all the poking had happened in bot lane, the finished Blade of the Ruin King gave them a lot of options. Good read by Gorilla also. Used the headbutt. We talked about the face checks on the side of Korea. This time it was Mako going for a face check. They had supremacy over the other areas of the map. This time, they did not. And although Mako could use the Grey Health early, it's never really a good time to Grey Health against a Kalista.
Certainly not. As again, Prey up and around just lives on the other side as Faker swoops in to collect the next kill on MLXG. All of a sudden we're a little even, although another one coming down. Royman from the top catch. Faker with a great ulti, but the silence is enough. Electrocution from MLXG takes down the Azir.
Just enough damage. Faker had flash up, probably would have lived if not for a final bit of damage, and the prize of the Infernal Dragon even bigger for China.
That's a good prize. We'll be able to take that one down, finally evening up the Drake count here as the tower did not fall to Cuvée. 957 hoofing it back with those early cooldown boots as Prey might be caught out here. 2v3 though, Ambition is down, but Prey a little low with no flash. MLXG joins to even up parity on the man count now. Chain of Corruption is going to steal the rest of them there. GA is also trying to roam down. Ambition taking the brunt of the damage though, and that's going to call off the play.
Able to get defensive flashes out even though they had a member in the base and also Gnar in the top lane pushing. So getting the flash out there from MLXG will relieve some pressure from Faker, who's felt the brunt of it. We are so close to the precipice of what could be the biggest snowball moment in the game. Already outlined that if they get the control wards here, China, they will be able to take objectives to control first the Rift Herald and then the Baron spawn very, very strongly. If Vision falls behind, or if the Vision is even, Kalista and Azir hitting 2 items needs no introduction. The team fight power at 2 items seems pretty strong for Korea if someone doesn't get blown up instantly. And so it feels like the game will swing wildly one way or the other, depending on how the vision really shakes out between the 17 and 22 minutes.
And I think looking on the Chinese side, I'm so glad I mentioned double AP earlier, because we have a Rush Rylai's for 957 as their first item. You kind of always wanted one to help control the AoE teamfight you're expecting to play with, and 957's really running it all the way back old school as Cuvée in mini-Gnar form could be in a spot of bother, about to transform though. Should be safe.
The big mechanic to talk about there is the burn does AoE slow is following Uzi.
Oh, Uzi, goodbye. Prey takes him down. And now Mako looking to run away, but there's no turret to get safety to GA there, but MLXG with the dunk able to find it, and that was a successful dive. Mako, though, needs to pop that Grey Health. Knock up there. Random might not be in time, but I think there's enough spears anyway. Mako just can't go anywhere. Prey collects his 3rd kill.
Chase is insane from Alsa. The moment he had E to add to his suite of CC, Chase is down, so double kill extended there for Korea. Faker is even going to cheekily steal away the blue buff, so cascading advantages. How it may be taken in top side, the bot side is now run by Korea.
Should be traded soon as well. Top turret was so low from Cuvé's earlier pressure, and Ambition and Faker are looking to take down this mid turret as well, and even the score there. TP backside cancelled by the looks of things. Turret does go down. MLXG maybe trying to force something. 957 actually did make it. Excuse me.
Teleported in.
Yeah, no ulti. I don't think this is the best idea. Prey could be caught in isolation, but he's away as well.
Everyone backs away. Flash back up for 957, so doesn't have to rely on the Exa Flash, and back away. We get a moment to breathe. We're going to see the replay here. Remember, Uzi has no turret. He also has a poke build, and Gorilla, known for his Alistair, engages over a wall out of vision. And that was a very quick kill onto Uzi. And they also get the picture-in-picture here. It's all about cutting the map, and because of the consistent slow on the Tibbers, it all started, everything is back in alive.
All right, goodbye. GA, 1 ult, 1 kill. That's kind of the Malzahar MO. His Ambition is taken out in his own jungle. Looks like trying to even up the turrets. Game pace really accelerating here. That's going to be 3 for 2, and soon 3 for 3 as Cuvée going to trade top.
I mean, I feel for the spectators, because the moment that if Annie and Malzahar are both alive, someone could die instantly at any point in the game. Such is the immense burst. They're pushing up here, looking for a second turret as well as Cuvée. Maybe a lot slower pushing in the top lane.
Yep, early Leandries though for Shia is causing a lot of pain as Faker bore the brunt of a lot of Malzahar damage there. Gorilla now pop the ulti and caught out, eaten by Mako. Gonna run down that ult duration. 957 looking for the restun. Gorilla got nowhere, good to go. Who's gonna get the kill? That's maybe the only question left remaining. Uzi, I think he wants it and he's gonna get it.
Ray did not have ultimate available to try to save his support there. Just had to leave Gorilla to die. Cuvée should answer with the turret though, so a lot of trades going on here. Kills to both sides. It's a bit unsociable, but 1-for-1s everywhere, and the end result is a very slight gold lead to China.
We're looking to speed up the game more, never mind. Xie boss cones away. That was slick as Cuvée bounces through the wolf camp but can't continue chase. And look, there's a ghost, just like you said.
You don't need to teleport. Once the laning phase is over, Ghost and Flash are the best friend of a Malzahar. Both blown, but of course the summon spell cooldown reduction coming through from the rune there is important to talk about. You're going to see the replay here. It looked like it was just going to be a casual tete-a-tete, but Xie and Mako walk over, and it doesn't matter how tanky you are, Ambition. Once the suppression comes down, you're dead.
It's never casual on this stage, Baba Smithy. Never the encounter you want. So that's a kill there. Mako and Xie teaming up nicely. 957 continuing to push waves back in the right direction for his side. Cuvée again done a great job on the side lane, now has Black Cleaver joining with the adaptive helm, so should be able to apply a good amount of pressure in one of those lanes.
And one thing I want to highlight is very accelerated in terms of turret kills in this game. At just 21 minutes, we have 8 turrets down, 4 on each side. So lots of long lanes, lots of slow pushes can be set up. Vision can be focused on one side and teleports here because we have very deep lanes. There's a lot of gank paths for junglers and teleport users alike. Speaking of gank paths...
Abyssal Voyage, brace suppressed! Oh no, goodbye! Time Game's able to grab that one, cancel that TP, Cuvée does do so. But good timing as well, Infernal Drake up in 30 seconds. China continuing to snowball this mid-game, or at least they're trying to.
I mean, Prey and Gorilla had so much control around bot side, but with things falling down, with 2 turrets going down, the landscape of the game changes very immensely. You cannot afford to be alone at this portion of the game against Malzahar and Annie. And because of Mako, they can close distance so fast. If Prey goes down, it means control around the second Infernal of the game goes to the side of China.
And I kind of love the tension here between these two teams based on style. I mean, if China, with their comp and generally their playstyle, are looking to move around and get ganks, that's great when the map is open, but that is also true for a macro-heavy playstyle like you often see regionally in Korea. So I think the map favors both teams in different ways, and how they play it, of course, will be the difference.
Draw attention to the fact that Prey is actually not gone. The much expected Hurricane second is gone. Much more for the dueling build here, with moving away from that. Hasn't got a QS yet here either, but going Phantom Dancer suggests it's more about the single target. He'll probably go for a second attack speed, or I guess third attack speed item very soon, but because he has to itemize in the QSS, it slows down, getting full value out of lethal tempo. He needs to get the QSS, and it means his teamfight impact, the Ren set's going to be much more fundamentally single target with the opting into of the Phantom Dance.
Yep, going to take a little while longer to break the barrier on attack speed. 957, building onto his own Leandries. A combo in with Xie again, all that juicy AP damage is building up quickly. Of course, that second Infernal did go to China as well, so happy to have more damage given the comp they've built for themselves. And we'll turn our attention, not just yet, I suppose, but Baron, of course, has to be thought about. Malzahar is excellent at doing Baron, so is Kalista. And given that there's no objective on the right side right now, see what pressure Cuvée can cause and which team gets something done first. Ambition, never safe here. Gets away with the Q, though.
Here in Abyssal Voyage.
Oh, it's topside. Oh, Bright, that's actually just rude. He even uses the anti-hold.
Bit of a celebration. Tibbers wanted to give Tibbers front row seats to another death on the side of Kalista. Like you say, the Baron threat is here. Remember, Tibbers can tank Baron for a long time. Between Malzahar and Tibbers, you take no damage from Baron. They could turn on it at any instant.
Gorilla knows too, checks it by using that Scryer's Bloom control ward in the back. Is going to be cleared out by Xie as Cuvée continues his party in the side lane, but this is not even at all. 957 can TP back if he needs his. MLXG was trying to find an engage there with his ultimate, but numbers not quite enough, and Prey is back in 5 seconds, so gonna have to back off from that early Baron play.
1 kill, that's all. No ability to rush down Baron. It's not a high Baron damage deal from the Varus either. It should be noted, it's not a Blade the Ruin King, the old build that we were seeing in previous patches, or a Rage Blade. It's very much more about the poke. So Baron's speed, they're not confident enough now to try and start it in the face of a teleport from Cuvée that we know now is down. So just going to be a kill and back away. It does mean that Korea can get vision down, but this is kind of what we saw against the LMS. It was a lot of kills, but Korea was able to control waves, and the actual ability to go further and further ahead required Karsa to kind of be a one-man army on the top side and stop Korea from playing 3 lanes. This is still a game that it's almost impossible for Korea to play 3 lanes against. We've seen 2 pick champions and a Tom Kench means that people die very, very fast. That won't change even if you build some magic resist. So for now, it's all about the vision war. Can China get 5 wards down, 5 control wards, I should say, down around Baron and basically say, hey, Korea, come and face check because you're going to die fast.
Tough ask as well versus the team, or a region, I should say, with such immaculate vision control. Going to do everything they can to look to defend here. As Gorilla pops a ward into the back of the Baron pit. Blue buff still attempted, but Ambition moves MLXG off that. GA though here, so once again, when those 2 APs are floating around there, anybody else, you have to be careful.
QV's build here, so respectful. QSS, Merc Treads, and also itemizing further into magic resist. So he is very much fully on board and just trying to slow down the inevitable kills that come through from the double AP. You think about how magic resist itemization has changed since the last time double AP was in the meta. Feels like we still had Runic Bulwark running around. That was how long ago the double AP comps were being run.
the nature running around, okay?
Oh,
it was
we're
all
saying
sorts of
words
crazy.
here that are going to be lost on a lot of the new viewers, but magic resist
I think
itemization has changed a lot. Banshee Veil used to be tank item, no longer.
Certainly did. I think we lost them at Lupus Annie.
That's true.
No,
we lost them at Masters 3, Lupus Annie.
Well, a long way from the Stars War League, certainly, but China now pushing in through the midsection. Minute 50 to that next Drake. It will be a mountain, which could help breaking the turret parity. Korea already hold 1. As again, name of the game is pretty obvious here. Shove mid lane, and then feint pressure to whatever side of the map you want. That should be the left side here, as Baron is the big prize currently. But again, things really stalemated. Korea actually well within 2,000 gold. It's less than 1,500 currently as far as that difference goes, and that is not a lot given the current state of the game.
Double Adaptive Helm means that both Ambition and QV can face check and be confident that, well, there'll be a few seconds there before they go down. The QSS means that the Gnar can try to be deceptively able to escape from some of these face checks, but face checking will become inevitable as all the ward clearing continues to go on for China.
I like the idea of getting a non-binary number worth of seconds to live.
I mean,
versus this sort of
I wanted to put down a number, but you start adding up the damage and it gets lower and lower, so still worrying even with the magic resist stacking.
Prey does have his QSS as well to join Q-Base, so a little safer there.
Worth noting that in this lane, finally, there's no insta-kill potential, but still a lot of trade damage.
Yeah, this bear is a problem. Reapplying Airy, Kube goes Mega, smacks it down with a wallop, but still chasing with the Rylai's. Again, the collapse here could look mid. Prey's got to be careful. Uzi looking for something. Gorilla now in isolation. Gets ulted. Prey gets in a range, but that might not be safe as well. Pulls him out to safety, and that's just enough.
Always so interesting to see which cooldown is used first. Will it be the Unbreakable Will, or will it be the Fate's Call? You can tell they're not thinking about engaging, rather to use Fate's Call than the Alistar ult, and they know that Gorilla may be tasked with walking into the Baron pit and not dying. They hold onto that cooldown, but they give away any hope of engagement.
It's a bait, and they're looking for it now. Ambition can be taken down to press, and dies instantly as Uzi collect credit for the kill. 957 gonna TP in as Mako eats Gorilla to look for that second kill. A stun follows in, a silence joins it, and Uzi grabs the double.
Very smart, very decisive. This has been the story for China today. They turn on to Baron. They take no damage from this epic monster. It's gonna go down, and there's nothing Korea can do.
Certainly not. Damage is there. Kube gonna try and get the consolation Mountain Drake as Baron goes the way of the Chinese All-Stars.
Wasn't joking, Pastry Time, trying to face check Baron against Malzahar Annie. 1 is usually enough, 2, it's just overkill, but it gets China the big advantage they've been craving for the past 10 minutes or so. They're gonna push up with the Baron buff as well. Those turrets was 8 down a while ago, no more for a while, but they'll back away, pick up a purchase, and feel good about where they're poised in this game.
Yep, time to reset, so watch this one again. Just no safe spots here for Ambition.
He's got the Adaptive Helm, and he thinks, well, it's ticking magic damage, maybe I'll be fine. He dies real fast. This is why I didn't want to put a number on it, Pastry Time. Nothing he can do. Alistar kept the Unbreakable Will. Base Core might have been more useful for him as that transpired, but I had to choose between 2 bad decisions.
Yep.
GA now finished on MLXG. He's aggressive usually, but now he's certainly got that extra kick up the bum to go in for the initiation next time.
Doesn't need a lot
Everyone's
more.
an initiator, Pastry Time.
Kube gets knocked up, certainly that's the way they like it. Dunk in there from John. Oh my goodness!
Well, he couldn't build any armor. Pastry Time was building magic resist, so that mini Gnar dies very fast for 29 minutes. The extra lifting of the 2 Drakes helping China. They're going to keep pushing up, and Korea on the back foot, eerily similar to that game against the LMS.
Well, a miss there from Uzi on the chain of corruption, but certainly the train is not slowing down. Looks like bottom lane is the current point of assault, although Meiko and GA accompany those minions to the mid-tier 2. 5v4 for 20 more seconds.
Even though their comp is largely around pick, the Varus with this much lethality can do plenty of poke to complement what his team members have been doing earlier in this game. So keep pushing up, poking out the members of Korea. Soon to be grouped as 5 seconds till QV comes back.
He is back, but Shie, after all the damage to Ambition earlier, has a 10-stack Dark Seal and a Rabadon's as his last purchase. So again, not running out of damage anytime soon. 957 with the Zhonya's instead opting to get a bit more aggressive as he'll likely be in the face of his opponents. And that turret falls. Korea looking to defend their inhib turrets now.
They'll be able to find a team fight they can win. Still no Hurricane, remember. Lots of defensive itemization from Prey. No armor, though. To harass from Uzi is still massive. This game has not been around the superstar AD carry from China. It's been about the decisiveness of both the solo laners, teammates, Team WE.
957 did take some damage, but dipped back into the jungle to heal it up and stole the red buff once more. Again, they're just going to go for it. Ambition gets stunned up. The chains do move out. Gorilla trying to disrupt the other line, but Kuve gets assassinated by MLXG's Jarvan. Prey dying to poke, basically, as MLXG's going to try and chase him down. Not able to quite find him, but Tibbers looking for the flank as Baker is forced to flash an ulti. The Tomcats back into the team, but Chie unstoppable. He takes down Gorilla. Ambition also goes down flashing as he dies to MLXG. And Baker left alone to try and outplay, but the GA is all he's gonna get.
It's just so much damage on the side of China. Seer may be able to shut down the Jarvan. But it's only a feel-good moment for Faker, not for his team. They're gonna try and end right here.
Yep, it's gonna go straight for it. Baron buff still ticking away for 15 seconds. The Chinese All-Stars looking to break it here in game 1. Faker, goodbye, ace from Tomcat as Meiko able to grab it. And they'll take the first Nexus in what should be quite the best of 3.
From 2015 with love comes this victory for China. That was the year with the famous team EDG victory at MSI. That was the year of the Annie top lane into Nar. More things change, the more things stay the same. The runes may be reforged, but the picks here were exciting. Pastry time and double AP wins a match at the highest level.
Haven't seen the freight train in about 3 years, but if you've been traveling for that long, you've got a lot of momentum. That was a way to kick things off here in game number 1.
And I gotta say, just like that game against the LMS, it got to that point where you're like, I don't know what a Korea victory looks like. They were forced to go so defensive in itemization. A Hurricane could never be completed by Prey. They just never had the damage, and we just felt like we were waiting for that trigger finger, that flash engage by one of 3 members of China. The moment it came, the kill started to roll, and goodbye, Korea.
Yeah, like you said, everyone on that team felt like an initiator, and by the end of it, that was true. I did not expect Na to get assassinated by MLXG's Jarvan, but that's what I saw at the end of that game. Yeah, twice. Well, that was fun, but to hear more about that win from China, let's send it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. Game 1 goes to China, and with an Annie in the top lane of all things. That's where I want to start our discussion. 957, breaking out the Annie. Some interesting runes on top of all of that, so let's start working through this pick.
Okay, so Annie went for sorcery and then into inspiration. Now, what we thought was really interesting is that she went into the mana ban as opposed to the ultimate hat. The theory behind this Annie top lane is effectively that you want to be spamming your ult as soon as it's off cooldown, which we saw in the initial gank. Jarvan goes up there, he sets down the Cataclysm. It's kind of cool because you're trapped in there with the bear, you got nowhere to go, so you just get slapped around by it. But we kind of had some, differing opinions there.
Yeah, I think there were some other choices she could have gone for, like Inspiration as a main tree, where you go for Spellbook because you get less cooldown, especially on your flash, which kind of is the key thing about Annie, is just flash tippers as often as possible, because as we saw in the game here, early game